Lin Ye, a 25-year-old ordinary urban youth, is an ardent aficionado of Transformers, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of the animation's plotlines and character abilities. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently touches a mysterious artifact and is transported to the Transformers universe, where he inhabits the body of a human ally, a mundane mechanical repairman endowed with a unique sensitivity to machinery, allowing him to sense the energy fluctuations of Transformers in advance. Chapter 1. The Unexpected Journey. On a damp evening during the plum rain season, the humid air, laden with the briny scent of the sea, glistened on the streets of Starport City. Lin Ye clutched a brown paper dossier and hurriedly navigated through the puddles of the pedestrian street. Inside the dossier lay a bronze badge, freshly acquired from an auction house. This palm-sized relic bore enigmatic patterns, with a deep blue crystal embedded at its center, emanating a faint glow under the dim streetlights. As a graduate student specializing in mechanical engineering, Lin Ye was expected to be immersed in research on intelligent robotics, yet his mind was consumed by the auction advertisement. The seller claimed that this badge originated from an archaeological excavation in the early 20th century, its design strikingly reminiscent of the emblem of Cybertronian civilization from his beloved Transformers animation. Though reason suggested it was merely a coincidence, the nostalgic memories of watching Optimus Prime battle Megatron during his childhood compelled him to raise his bidding paddle. Upon pushing open the rusty iron gate of his old apartment, Lin Ye carelessly tossed the dossier onto his cluttered desk, which was overflowing with models. Under the hazy glow of the yellow lamp, the Optimus Prime model in the glass display case gleamed with a metallic sheen, while the animation poster from 2 decades prior had faded but remained vividly recognizable with the Autobot symbol. Wearing white gloves, he delicately extracted the badge. The icy sensation coursed through his fingertips as the crystal suddenly erupted in blinding blue light. A searing headache struck him, and Lin Ye stumbled, bracing himself against the desk. To his astonishment, the Bumblebee model began to tremble within the display case. In the reflection of the glass, he saw his own body gradually becoming transparent. In his final glance, he noticed the badge's surface patterns glowing red, forming a sequence of unfamiliar symbols. The acrid scent of machine oil jolted Lin Ye awake. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself lying in a garage cluttered with mechanical parts. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed, and the workbench was littered with wrenches and electronic components, while a satellite map of Starport City's port adorned the wall. He checked his pocket. The badge was still there, though the crystal had dulled. "You're finally awake," a hoarse voice came from behind him. Lin Ye turned sharply to see a middle-aged man in goggles, wiping his oil-smeared hands. A metallic badge emblazoned with the Autobot symbol was clipped to the pocket of his work attire. "Where am I? Who are you?" Lin Ye stepped back, inadvertently knocking over a toolbox. Amidst the clattering metal parts, he noticed a holographic projection on the workbench, a yellow Chevrolet speeding down the highway, blue flames faintly visible atop its roof. "7th Repair Station of Starport City. I'm Old Joe, your mentor." The man removed his goggles, revealing a scar at the corner of his eye. 3 days ago, you fell while repairing a crane and have been unconscious ever since." He handed Lin Ye a glass of warm water, droplets condensing on the glass, trickling down his fingers. Lin Ye's heart raced. 3 days ago? Had he traversed worlds? He looked down at his hands, discovering a fresh burn scar on his palm. Memories flooded back. The original owner indeed had an accident while repairing equipment at the port. Strangely, he could feel the vibrations of the surrounding metal parts, as if these cold steel entities whispered secrets to him. "The port has been unsettled lately." Old Joe suddenly lowered his voice, retrieving an encrypted hard drive from a drawer. "Yesterday, we detected anomalies in the scanning data of a shipment. Energy fluctuations were abnormal." He connected the hard drive to the terminal on the workbench, and the screen filled with garbled text. "You've always said you enjoyed studying alien technology. Can you decipher this?" Lin Ye's fingers hovered above the keyboard. The jumbled characters suddenly crystallized in his mind. It was the fundamental code of Cybertron. In his previous world, he had attempted to interpret the mechanical language from the animation, and now it proved invaluable. "This is the energy coordinates." Lin Ye focused on the screen, his throat tightening. "The target is warehouse number 3 at the port." No sooner had he spoken than a shrill siren blared outside. The distant sky was illuminated by orange flames, with thick smoke billowing from the port. Old Joe's expression darkened as he seized an electromagnetic pulse gun from the corner. "They've come. You stay here." "I'm going with you," Lin Ye declared, grabbing his coat. His mechanical sensitivity allowed him to detect subtle energy fluctuations in the air. This sensation was starkly different from the adrenaline rush he felt while watching the animation. The palpable danger made his palms sweat, yet he could not suppress the urge surging within him. As they dashed into the downpour, Lin Ye caught a glimpse of the news on a nearby electronic screen. Breaking. An unexplained explosion occurred at Starport Dock. The military has sealed off the area. The footage showed a purple fuel truck transforming amidst the flames, revealing a menacing mechanical visage. "It's Shockwave," Lin Ye blurted out, quickly realizing he had misspoken. Old Joe grasped his arm tightly. "How do you know?" The rain poured heavier, and the distant sounds of metal clashing reverberated. Lin Ye clutched the badge in his pocket, its cold touch gradually calming him. "Master, do you remember the alien technology you mentioned?" He inhaled deeply. "What's coming this time may be far more perilous than we anticipated." Chapter 2. The First Encounter with the Autobots. The torrential rain fell in sheets as Lin Ye and Old Joe sped through the flooded streets on their electric scooter. The explosions from the port grew increasingly frequent, and the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. Old Joe veered the vehicle into a narrow alley, halting before a wall adorned with graffiti, where the seemingly random designs concealed the outline of the Autobot symbol. "Remember, whatever you see, do not make a sound," Old Joe instructed as he pried open a storm drain cover, a damp mildew odor wafting up. The two descended a rusted ladder, the murky water rising to their ankles, chilling them to the bone. Deep within the tunnel, a blue light suddenly illuminated the space. Lin Ye's mechanical sensitivity surged. He could hear the hum of intricate machinery in operation. Turning a corner, the sight before him left him breathless. Within the dimly lit underground garage sat several battered vehicles, all of which were the familiar disguises of the Autobots. A yellow Chevrolet emitted an electronic voice. "Old Joe, you shouldn't be here." The headlights flickered on, and the doors swung open, revealing Bumblebee, who transformed into a half-kneeling stance. Lin Ye noticed that Bumblebee's right arm bore evident scorch marks, the blue paint chipped away to reveal damaged wiring beneath. "The port has come under attack, and we intercepted an unusual energy signal." Old Joe raised the encrypted hard drive. "This child cracked the data and discovered the target is warehouse number 3. Bumblebee's optical sensors scanned Lin Ye, and suddenly, his mechanical arm raised a laser gun, aimed directly at him. Humans cannot comprehend Cybertronian code. The cold barrel pressed against Lin Ye's forehead, allowing him to see the intricate gears within the gun's chamber. I studied alien mechanical languages." Lin Ye raised his hands, sweat trickling down his back. He recalled a detail from the animation that Bumblebee was particularly concerned about and blurted out, "Your vocalizer was damaged during the third Earth mission, right? Soundwave destroyed your voice module with sonic attacks, and later, Ratchet used parts from a scrapped radio for a temporary fix." The laser gun trembled slightly, and Bumblebee retracted his weapon, emitting a series of perplexed electronic sounds. At that moment, a red truck began to transform slowly, and Optimus Prime's towering silhouette emerged before them. The emblem on his chest radiated a soft glow, and the patterns on his metallic surface bore a striking resemblance to the badge Lin Ye had in his pocket. "You possess far too much knowledge, human." Optimus Prime's voice was deep and commanding. "Yet your courage is commendable." He turned to Old Joe. "The Decepticons are in pursuit of an energy ore capable of stabilizing spatial rifts. Should this ore fall into Megatron's hands?" Lin Ye interjected suddenly. "Their aim is not merely the ore, but the dark matter energy contained within it. Megatron seeks to harness this energy to open a passage to Cybertron." Realizing he had let slip too much, he hastily added, I deduced this conclusion through data analysis." Optimus Prime paused momentarily, then handed Lin Ye an energy crystal. "Your reasoning aligns with our intelligence. Take this, it will enhance your metal sensing abilities." The instant the crystal touched his hand, Lin Ye felt an influx of data streaming into his mind, the structure of warehouse number 3 vividly materializing in his thoughts, allowing him to even perceive the energy fluctuations hidden behind the shelves. "Wait." Lin Ye suddenly grasped Optimus Prime's finger. "I also detected unusual vibrations underground, akin to some drilling apparatus." No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble violently, debris raining down from the ceiling. Bumblebee quickly scanned the area, issuing a warning as the holographic projection revealed. The Decepticons' drilling machines were breaking through the subterranean rock layers. They intend to launch a surprise attack from below. Old Joe tightened his grip on the electromagnetic pulse gun. The port's defense systems are all positioned above ground. Optimus Prime activated the weapon system, the thunderous sound of the ion cannon unfolding resonating through the air. "Bumblebee and Ratchet, remain at the base Ironhide. Accompany me to support the port." He looked at Lin Ye. "You and Old Joe must evacuate immediately. This place is too perilous." "I can be of assistance." Lin Ye raised the energy crystal. My sensing ability can provide an early warning of enemy positions. Moreover, he recalled the tactical traits of the Decepticons from the animated series. Shockwave excels in long-range attacks, necessitating close-range suppression, while Soundwave's vulnerability lies in. There is no time for debate. Ironhide interrupted impatiently. Humans should seek shelter and safety. Old Joe pressed on Lin Ye's shoulder. Listen to Optimus, we must first. No. Lin Ye shook off his master's hand. What about the civilians at the port if we evacuate now? Once those drilling machines break through, the entire starport city will. His voice faltered, memories of cities being devastated in the animations of his childhood flashing before his eyes. Optimus Prime regarded Lin Ye for a moment, then nodded. You and Ironhide will form a reconnaissance team. But remember, his gaze shifted towards the distant city lights. Protecting human lives is the essence of our battle. At that moment, Lin Ye's metal sensing ability surged violently. He pointed towards the north. Multiple energy signatures are approaching rapidly from the direction of the sea. Bumblebee immediately retrieved satellite imagery, revealing several Decepticon warships disguised as cargo vessels advancing swiftly. It is Megatron's main force. Optimus Prime clenched his fist. It appears their objective extends beyond the ore. He turned to Lin Ye. You mentioned that Megatron wishes to open a passage to Cybertron. What is the specific plan? Just as Lin Ye was about to respond, the badge in his pocket suddenly grew hot. He pulled it out to find the crystal glowing red once more, the patterns on its surface forming a new designa layout of the Starport City Harbor, with a conspicuous red X marking the center. This is not an ordinary energy, or? Lin Ye's face turned pale. Their true target is. His words were cut off by a new explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud rising from the harbor in the distance. Amidst the deafening roar of the explosion, he heard Megatron's signature maniacal laughter echoing through the night sky. Chapter 3. The battle for port security. The shrill sound of the air raid siren rent the night sky as Lin Ye clutched the searing badge, his metal sensing ability nearly overwhelmed by the cacophony of explosions. The port's searchlights pierced through the thick smoke, illuminating the cargo ship's deck where the Decepticon Shockwave was contorting, his particle cannon ready to fire. Sonic waves accompanied mechanical dogs weaving through the containers. Yet the imposing figure of Megatron remained elusive. Ironhide, 3 heat sources to the southeast. Lin Ye shouted, tracing a path on the holographic tactical map. Ironhide's heavy treads splashed through the puddles as the mounted machine gun swung toward the target. Stay behind me. Human. Suddenly, Lin Ye felt a throbbing in his temples. Gripping Ironhide's cannon tightly, he exclaimed, to the west warehouse. There's a concealed energy signature. No sooner had he spoken than a stack of containers erupted, and Red Spider, trailing flames, dove downward, its claws grazing Ironhide's roof and leaving 5 charred marks upon the concrete. Split up. Optimus Prime's command reverberated through the tactical channel. Ironhide pivoted his cannon, granting Lin Ye the opportunity to slip into the abandoned crane operator's booth. Through the cracked glass, he witnessed Bumblebee and Thundercracker entangled amidst the containers, the ambulance's emergency beams flickering across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the badge in his hand inexplicably pointed toward the depths of the port's or storage area. Something was amiss. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Ye detected an unusual low-frequency vibration with his metal sensing ability. He recalled the details mentioned by the seller at the auction. The badge had been unearthed at an Arctic research station, and now the energy fluctuations from the ore resonated subtly with the badge. Could it be that Megatron's true objective was to harness the ore to activate the hidden secrets within the badge? Lin Ye, get out of there. Old Joe's frantic voice crackled through the intercom. Lin Ye glanced up just in time to see Red Spider diving toward him, its missile launcher deployed. In a split second, Ironhide's shell exploded past his head, diverting Red Spider's attack. Fragments of transformers rained down like droplets, and Lin Ye ducked, rolling off the control panel, only to discover a half-buried, glowing metal tube amidst the rubble. Could this be an energy conduit from Cybertron? Lin Ye examined it closely under the searchlight. The etched patterns on the tube's surface mirrored those of the badge, and the dark matter energy lingering at the break was forming a strange resonance with the fluctuations from the ore storage area. He suddenly realized that the Decepticons were not interested in the ore itself. They sought to use it as a medium to activate something far more perilous. Optimus, cease attacks on the ore area. Lin Ye shouted into the intercom, but before he could finish, the entire port began to tremble violently. The dome of the ore storage area exploded, sending dozens of energy pillars soaring into the sky, weaving a luminescent web above. At last, Megatron's silhouette emerged at the center of the light column, holding a colossal key constructed from fragments of ore. Foolish Autobots, do you think this is merely ordinary energy? Megatron's mechanical voice dripped with mockery. This is the key to unlock the subterranean chamber of Starport City, within which lies the power to resurrect Cybertronian civilization. Suddenly, Lin Ye's badge erupted with a blinding light, projecting a hologram of the underground structure onto his retina. In the depths of the secret chamber, a metal pod adorned with ancient symbols slowly ascended, clearly a relic of the same civilization as the emblem. He finally comprehended that his time travel was no mere coincidence. From a moment he acquired the emblem at the auction, he had become entangled in a millennium-spanning conspiracy that traversed galaxies. Retreat. All units retreat immediately. Optimus Prime's command resonated with an unusual urgency. Yet, it was too late. The energy network began to contract, enveloping the entire port. Lin Ye observed Soundwave deploying devices at the chamber's entrance, while a mechanical dog clutched a pulsating red orb, an energy bomb crafted by the Decepticons, potent enough to reduce Starport City to rubble. Ironhide, we must destroy that bomb. Lin Ye lipit atop ronidesturit. But his words were abruptly interrupted by an ambush from the Black Widow. This time, a Decepticon warrior transformed directly into humanoid form, its claws poised against Lin Ye's throat. Little bug, you know too much. In this critical moment, Bumblebee's siren blared from his side. A red sports car collided with Black Widow, and the transformed warrior swung a fist at the enemy. Go, I'll hold them off. Taking refuge behind Ironhide, Lin Ye dashed toward Soundwave, only to find that he had vanished. All that remained was the bomb, flickering at the chamber's entrance, with a countdown displaying 3 minutes remaining. I'll defuse it. Lin Ye tore open his jacket, revealing an electromagnetic disruptor modified by Old Joe. With his metal sensing ability, he could discern the internal circuitry of the bomb, and his trembling fingers accurately severed a crucial wire. Just as the countdown reached 0, the bomb's surface light extinguished abruptly. However, the crisis was far from over. Megatron had inserted the key into the chamber's main door, and the ancient pod began to open slowly. Lin Ye beheld a colossal crystal floating within, identical to the core of his emblem. More alarmingly, the crystal's surface bore the same enigmatic symbols as those in the promotional images of the emblem from the auction. This is impossible. Lin Ye stepped back, colliding with Ironhide. He had initially believed it to be an ordinary collectible, but it turned out to be the linchpin of Megatron's scheme from the very beginning. Human, it seems you have stumbled upon something intriguing. Optimus Prime's voice resonated behind him. Yet there was no time for contemplation. He pointed towards the activating chamber, warning that the power awakened by Megatron exceeded their imagination, and the emblem in your possession. Before he could finish his sentence, a cacophony of engine roars erupted from outside the port. Lin Ye's metal sensing ability went into overdrive, detecting dozens of energy signatures rapidly approaching from the sea. Megatron turned, laughing maniacally. Reinforcements have arrived, Autobots. Prepare to embrace true annihilation. Optimus Prime tightened his grip on the ion cannon. Ironhide, escort Lin Ye away. We must leave before more Decepticons arrive. No, Lin Ye raised the emblem. This object is connected to the crystal in the chamber. I can feel it. It may be the key to the shutdown mechanism. His gaze swept across the gradually opening pod. But first, they needed to uncover the secrets hidden within this millennium-old chamber. Chapter 4. Crisis Escalation. The damp sea breeze carried the scent of gunpowder as Lin Ye lay atop the steel beams of an abandoned crane, his metal sensing ability throbbing painfully against his temples like an alarm. The energy fluctuations within the subterranean chamber of the port persist, resonating ominously with the bomb planted by Megatron before his retreat, in an eerie synchrony with the emblem he clutches. 3 unidentified heat sources have been detected. Advancing toward the commercial district, the shrill beeping of the vehicle's radar pierces the air as the treads crush the debris of scattered containers. Those wretches have concealed the explosives within civilian facilities. Lin Ye grips the searing emblem tightly, its surface patterns gleaming a crimson hue under the moonlight. Suddenly, memories surge from the auction materials he had perused 3 days prior. In the 1970s, Starport City had clandestinely conducted underground nuclear tests. The abandoned testing grounds situated directly beneath the commercial district. They intend to exploit the uranium residue within the subterranean rock layers to create energy resonance. He slams his hand against the control panel, the sound waves surely revealing the location of the former test site. The flashing lights of an ambulance blink in the distance. And Bumblebee's electronic voice abruptly interrupts the communication channel. An anomalous energy response has been detected at the southeastern substation of the city, resembling a pre-ignition signal from a bomb. Lin Ye's pupils constrict sharply. His metallic sensing ability detects electrical tremors from dozens of kilometers away. The bomb triggers hidden within the transformers resonate perfectly with the frequency of the emblem's core. Split up. Optimus Prime's command crackles with electrical static. Ironhide escorts Lin Ye to investigate the commercial district while Bumblebee and I head to the substation. No sooner had the words left his lips than the glass curtain walls of a distant skyscraper shattered explosively, and the silhouette of a mechanical dog darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, its claws sparking against the concrete walls. Lin Ye rolls into an alley, his back colliding with a rusted roll-up door. The emblem suddenly radiates a blinding light, casting a map of Starport City's underground pipeline network upon the ground, with 3 red dots flickering within the tunnels beneath the commercial district. In the subway tunnels, he seizes Ironhide's cannon. Realizing Megatron intends to create an electromagnetic circuit using the subway tracks, Ironhide's mounted machine gun unleashes a barrage, shredding the oncoming mechanical insects into fragments. Lin Ye presses against the damp tunnel wall, his metallic sensing ability revealing a bomb camouflaged as a maintenance toolbox just 20 meters ahead, its surface inscribed with the same ancient symbols as the emblem. A disruptor. Lin Ye reaches for Ironhide, but at that moment, the electromagnetic pulse device in his tactical backpack shorts out and begins to smoke. The low growl of the mechanical dog echoes from behind him, its crimson optical lenses igniting in the darkness. As Ironhide turns, Lin Ye catches a glimpse of the bomb's countdown. Only 47 seconds remain. To his astonishment, the slot on the side of the device perfectly matches the shape of the emblem. Use the emblem. Compelled by an inexplicable instinct, he inserts the emblem into the slot. The scorching crystal suddenly cooling. The countdown halts abruptly, yet at that moment, a pipe above bursts, unleashing a torrent of murky sewage. The mechanical dog's claws graze Lin Ye's shoulder as he stumbles toward the bomb, only to discover the internal circuitry restructuring itself, forming an arrow pointing toward the port. Something is amiss. Lin Ye wipes the sewage from his face, his metallic sensing ability detecting an even more perilous signal. The entire underground pipeline network of the commercial district begins to tremble, and the remnants of the dismantled bombs inexplicably reassemble in the wastewater, coalescing into a colossal energy matrix. He suddenly recalled the words of the auctioneer. This badge had once exhibited traces of radioactivity, and, at this moment, the metallic debris floating in the wastewater was initiating a nuclear chain reaction with the badge. Evacuate. Immediately evacuate. Lin Ye grasped Ironskin's arm. These bombs were impossible to dismantle completely, as they were self-replicating by absorbing the metallic elements from the environment. Just then, the crackling voice of Optimus Prime pierced through the static. The bombs at the substation are a decoy, the true target of Megatron. The communication abruptly cut off, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the direction of the port. The badge in Lin Ye's arms began to heat up again, projecting suffocating images onto his retina from the depths of the destroyed chamber, where a metal disc inscribed with star maps was rising, perfectly fitting the groove at its center with the badge. He must complete the key, Lin Ye murmured, suddenly yanked aside by Iron Skin to evade a missile hurtling towards them. The mechanical dog's growls grew ever closer, while the ground of the commercial district began to crack, countless metallic tendrils breaking through the surface, enveloping the entire city in an eerie energy field. What should we do now? The vehicle's alarm blared wildly. These infernal machines were endless. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the searing badge, its metallic sensing ability extending to every corner of the city. He saw in the underground tunnels that the reconfigured bombs were slithering along the subway lines toward the port, amidst the ruins of the substation. Sound waves were calibrating a mysterious signal transmitter, and most chilling of all, in the depths of the port's seabed, a colossal device, akin to the badge, was awakening. We must head to the port. Lin Ye tore open his shirt, shredded by the metallic tendrils, revealing burned skin on his chest. The wound's shape eerily mirroring the badge's patterns. Megatron has hidden something beneath the sea, and this badge might be the key to unlocking it, or perhaps his voice might tremble. Triggering its switch, Iron Skin's main cannon turned towards the port. Optimus Prime and the others are still over there. We're still. Lin Ye watched as the badge in his palm gradually became transparent, a projection of Megatron emerging from within its crystalline depths. I believe he knows I have uncovered the secret, and those bombs are merely a diversion, preventing us from focusing on the true threat. No sooner had he spoken than all the streetlights in the city extinguished simultaneously. In the darkness, a colossal net woven from metallic tendrils descended, while the badge in Lin Ye's arms was precisely transmitting his location to some unknown entity. Chapter 5. Mysterious Clues. A torrential downpour swept across the ravaged streets of Starport City as Lin Ye curled up in the deformed back seat of Iron Skin's pickup, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the searing badge. The metallic sensing ability continued to issue frantic alerts. He could see the reconfigured bomb fragments converging like serpents towards the port from deep underground. 3 minutes until we reached the safe house. The vehicle's system chimed, while the windshield wipers struggled valiantly, yet were unable to completely clear the mixture of rainwater and blood. Lin Ye gazed at the distorted neon signs outside the window and suddenly recalled the auction catalog, where the excavation report for the badge was accompanied by a yellowed old map of Starport City, with the port's location circled emphatically in red. Inside the safe house, the Jack was calibrating the holographic projector, blue light dancing across his oil-stained goggles. The results of the bomb material analysis have emerged. He pushed the report towards Lin Ye, and the mention of the isotope iridium-192 in the data column stood out conspicuously. Its half-life is merely 74 days. Yet these bombs have exhibited isotopic decay for at least 2 decades. Lin Ye se biretichet. 2 decades ago was precisely when the badge was discovered. Trembling, he retrieved the badge, its crystalline surface appearing marred by fine cracks, reminiscent of an ancient script. Let us test this. He placed the badge on the scanning platform, and the instrument emitted a piercing alarm. The spectral analysis graph on the screen perfectly overlapped with the energy response waveform from the port seabed. Impossible, the Jack muttered, adjusting his goggles. The energy frequency of this badge is astonishingly entangled with the device activated by Megatron on the ocean floor. He called up satellite imagery, revealing the port waters eerily boiling. According to my calculations, those bombs were not intended to devastate cities. They serve as positioning beacons, calibrating coordinates for the seabed apparatus. Lin Ye se temples trobit. Suddenly, his metal detection ability picked up subtle vibrations emanating from the underground garage of the safe house. Grabbing the electromagnetic pulse gun from the table, he stealthily approached the staircase. In the dim light, the trunk of a black sedan slowly popped open, and Soundwave's silhouette emerged from the shadows, wielding a glowing metal tube. So it was here. Soundwave's electronic, synthesized voice dripped with mockery, the patterns on the metal tube aligning seamlessly with the badge. Megatron has stated that curiosity may lead to one's demise. He pressed the remote control in his hand, and the walls of the safe house suddenly flipped, revealing a dense array of bombs. In a moment of crisis, a metal sheet crashed through the ceiling and descended, while the mounted machine gun in the vehicle unleashed a frenzied barrage. Soundwave transformed and sped away in the sedan, while Lin Ye lunged towards the metal tube, only to discover that the inner wall bore a sequence of coordinates, precisely the location of the Arctic Research Station where the badge was unearthed in the auction records. They have concealed something in the Arctic. Lin Ye handed the metal tube to Optimus Prime, the leader module S-light illuminating the tube's wall, reflecting the same geometric pattern as the seabed apparatus. Megatron's scheme commenced 2 decades prior. These bombs, the badge, and the seabed device are all integral pieces of his puzzle. Bumblebee suddenly emitted a rapid alarm. On the holographic map, countless red dots converged towards the port. More alarmingly, the bomb matrix beneath the city abruptly altered its trajectory, now advancing towards the observatory in the city center. Beneath the observatory, Old Joe's face drained of color, as the core of Star Harbor City rests there, housing the geological data of the entire city. Optimus Prime tightened his grip on the ion cannon. Megatron intends to utilize this data to calculate the optimal angle for energy release. He turned to Lin Ye, inquiring what else you discovered at the auction. Any detail might prove pivotal. Lin Ye's fingers suddenly stilled, in the depths of his memory. The last page of the auction catalog contained a blurry photograph of a hooded figure transporting metal boxes amidst the Arctic ice, and the symbols on the boxes mirrored those of the badge. The Arctic Research Station, his voice rasped, may hold the answers to unraveling all mysteries. But I fear that by the time we arrive, Megatron will have completed his ultimate scheme. The radar system of the armored vehicle erupted into a cacophony of alarms. A massive energy reaction was detected in the southeast. It was the Decepticon fleet. The holographic display revealed dozens of warships disguised as cargo vessels ripping through the ocean surface. While at the fleet center, Megatron's flagship slowly ascended, its cannon aimed directly at the observatory. Time was of the essence. Lin Ye clutched the badge tightly in his palm, a faint azure glow seeping from the crystalline fissures. Yet an unsettling intuition whispered that this badge was not merely a key. It perhaps harbored the enigmatic warning left by a mysterious figure 2 decades prior. Chapter 6. The ultimate confrontation. The night sky of Starport City was sliced into countless ghastly fragments by the searchlights of the warships. Lin Ye lay concealed within the ventilation ducts of the observatory, his metallic sensing ability contorted into a sharp sting amid the electromagnetic interference. Below in the Grand Hall, Megatron's mechanical arm was embedding the final energy core into its pedestal, while an ancient star chart unfurled slowly across the floor, resonating in eerie harmony with the patterns of the badge he held. Geological radar scans indicated the emergence of 7 stress concentration points within the city's foundation. The sound of jacks echoed through the tactical headset, laced with a suffocating anxiety as the bomb matrices constructed their resonance network, set to activate at any moment. Lin Ye's fingertips brushed against the condensation on the inner walls of the ventilation duct, droplets refracting an ethereal blue light across the metallic surface. Suddenly, the classified documents discovered just 3 days prior in the auction house archive flooded his mind. In the 1980s, Starport City had secretly conducted experiments on crustal stress. At this moment, the energy matrix set by Megatron bore an uncanny resemblance to the models used in those experiments. He realized with chilling clarity that the so-called alien technology might very well be humanity's own research. They intended to trigger an artificial earthquake. Lin Ye whispered into the microphone, his throat constricting with fear. Utilizing the natural fissures in the subterranean rock layers, they aimed to transform the entire city into a colossal resonance chamber. His metallic sensing ability abruptly detected anomalous fluctuations. Within the laboratory beneath the observatory, sound waves were calibrating an apparatus adorned with vintage vacuum tubes. The binary codes flickering on the display, matching precisely with the encrypted data he had uncovered within the badge. The armored vehicle's treads ground over the shattered marble floor, and the whirring of the onboard heavy machine gun echoed ominously in the vast hall. Decepticon troops were spotted at the southeast entrance, numbering at least 20. Peering through the ventilation shaft, Lin Ye observed Red Spider orchestrating the deployment. The propulsion nozzles behind him bore the scorched remnants of a peculiar fuel, the same experimental substance carried by the Arctic expedition team that had vanished 2 decades ago. Optimus Prime, this is no coincidence. Lin Ye tore the badge from his chest. Dark red liquid seeping from the crystalline cracks. Megatron's plan had already commenced long before humanity discovered him. The so-called Cybertronian technology was merely a facade employed by certain factions to disguise their own deranged experiments under the pretense of an alien invasion. His voice faltered, recalling the blurred photograph from the auction catalog, featuring the cloaked, mysterious figure adorned with the identical metallic badge found in Old Joe's workwear pocket. Suddenly, the Grand Hall's dome erupted, Optimus Prime's ion cannon painting a brilliant arc across the night sky. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye leapt from the ventilation duct, his metallic sensing ability guiding him deftly away from the particle beams of the shockwave. Beneath the instrument console, he discovered a yellowed fragment of an experimental log, its hasty scrawl documenting, on December 17, 1987, Subject 7 attained self-awareness, proclaiming itself as a being from the future. Caution! The electronic buzz of the bumblebee erupted in his ears. Lin Ye instinctively rolled away, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp claws of the Red Spider, which left 5 charred marks upon the ground. In his tumble, he caught a glimpse of the final page of the log, where the same sentence was inscribed repeatedly in red ink. Do not trust any entity claiming to hail from Cybertron. Megatron's maniacal laughter suddenly reverberated throughout the observatory. Humans, do you believe you have uncovered the truth? His mechanical arm raised the energy core, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. 20 years ago, it was you who opened Pandora's box. Those so-called alien artifacts are merely warnings sent by your future selves. Suddenly, Lin Ye's badge erupted with blinding light, projecting a bizarre holographic image onto his retina. Deep within the subterranean depths of Star Harbor City, countless mechanical tendrils were merging with the rock layers. And within the flickering red light of the control center, the visage of old Zhou emerged. He staggered back, knocking over the experimental apparatus behind him. In the shattered reflections of broken glass, he noticed that the skin on his chest was now inscribed with the same patterns as the badge. The electromagnetic pulse was ready. The shout from the jack interrupted Lin Ye's thoughts. He watched as Megatron completely embedded the energy core into its base, causing the city's electrical grid to flicker wildly. His metallic sensing ability revealed that the bomb array underground was synchronously activating, while deep within the foundation of the observatory, a colossal mechanical device began to rotate slowly. Wait, Lin Ye suddenly dashed toward the console. These devices were not meant to annihilate the city. His voice trailed off. On the instrument screen, a three-dimensional geological model of Star Harbor City was being generated, and at its center, a void, mirroring the shape of his badge, was expanding. Optimus Prime's ion cannon suddenly pivoted toward Lin Ye. What do you know? Lin Ye clenched the searing badge tightly, the liquid seeping from the crystalline fractures corroding the ground beneath him in his smoking holes. Megatron is not the enemy, at least not entirely. The true objective of these devices is to seal away a far more dreadful entity beneath the Earth. His gaze swept over the activating energy matrix, which may be aiding its escape. In that moment, old Zhou's voice crackled through the tactical headset, bearing a chilling electronic synthetic tone. Congratulations, Lin Ye. You have finally approached the truth. Now, bring the badge to the underground laboratory. We must complete the experiment that began 20 years ago. Chapter 7. The return and farewell. The tremors of the observatory suddenly ceased, and Megatron's flagship hovered mid-air, yet the cannon did not unleash its firepower as anticipated. Lin Ye clutched the searing badge, his metallic sensing ability capturing the infrasonic waves emanating from deep below, the sound of massive gears meshing. An unsettling frequency reminiscent of the underground nuclear test apparatus he had encountered in the Arctic Research Station archives. Stand down. Optimus Prime's ion cannon was aimed for the first time at his own, Ironhide, seal all exits. As he turned towards the wilderness, the luminescence of the leader module appeared particularly frigid amidst the swirling dust. A query arose. Why did Lao Zhou's voice print manifest within the encrypted channels of the Decepticons? Lin Ye leaned against the control panel, his fingertips grazing the tattered edges of the experimental log. Among the yellowed pages lay a black and white photograph depicting a researcher clad in 1980s work attire, stationed before an oil drilling platform. The badge adorning the chest of the figure on the far left bore an uncanny resemblance to an object nestled within his pocket. The Arctic expedition 2 decades prior was not, in fact, a quest for extraterrestrial relics. He unfastened the button at his collar, revealing a dark crimson mark beneath his clavicle. They were unearthing the time bomb they had buried. The metallic tracks ground against the surface as the onboard radar emitted a piercing beep. Life signs detected underground. Thermal imaging indicated human presence. Within the holographic projection, dozens of red dots traversed the passages deep beneath the city's foundation. And the leader's gait bore an exact resemblance to the slight limp induced by Lao Zhou's chronic rheumatism. Suddenly, a jack seized Lin Ye's wrist, pressing his badge against the scanner on the control panel. The screen was immediately inundated with a torrent of data, and a segment of encrypted communication from 1987 began to play. Test subject 7 exhibited rejection reactions. It is recommended to initiate a plan to encapsulate its consciousness within the geological layer, awaiting future technological breakthroughs. The voice, upon spectral analysis, matched Lao Zhou's voice print with a staggering accuracy of 997. Was Lao Zhou that test subject? The electronic voice of Bumblebee brimmed with confusion. Yet Lin Ye fixated on the holographic map, realizing that the distribution of the bomb matrix coincided perfectly with the subterranean civil defense works of Starport City. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious badge that the auction seller had hesitated to discuss. It was, in fact, the key to a covert Cold War-era base. The tremors emanating from the depths grew increasingly intense, and Megatron's voice thundered through the citywide broadcast. Autobots, you have been deceived by humanity. Buried beneath the Earth are prototypes of seismic weapons capable of rending the crust, and your human allies are their guardians. The flagship's searchlight swept across the observatory dome, casting a colossal shadow on the ground. Surrender the badge, or I shall initiate the destruction protocol prematurely. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability suddenly honed in on the depths of the badge's crystal, where a fragment of a hazy memory lay preserved, a young Lao Zhou. Collapsing in tears within the laboratory, confronted by a floating body in the incubation pod that bore his likeness. This was not consciousness encapsulation. His voice trembled. They were conducting human cloning experiments, and those alien technologies were merely the byproducts of failed trials. Optimus Prime's weapon systems began to charge, and amid the resonating hum of energy, his decision was unexpected. Ironhide, escort Lin Ye to the depths. We must ascertain the truth. He turned towards the hovering flagship of Megatron, Decepticons. If what you say is true, cease fire for the time being. The subterranean passage was suffused with the foul stench of decaying organic matter mingled with oil. Lin Ye brandished a tactical flashlicht, its beam illuminating the weathered slogans on the wall. Dig deep, stockpile provisions for war and famine for the people. His metallic sensing ability guided him to a rust-covered blast door. As the badge neared the lock, the heavy door began to ascend slowly. The sight behind the door left everyone frozen in place. Hundreds of dormant pods are neatly arranged, each housing a clone bearing a resemblance to Old Zhou. The central control console displays a pulsating countdown pointing towards midnight in 72 hours. While the latest entry in the operational log reveals, Experiment Subject 237 has awakened and is commencing the final purge protocol. It appears that we are the true invaders. Lin Ye caresses the cold glass of a dormant pod, feeling a subtle tremor beneath his fingertips. The vibrations of the countdown from the underground nuclear testing apparatus. A startled cry from behind interrupts him. He turns to see the optical lens of the iron skin flickering with alarming red lights. Abnormal energy fluctuations are detected on the surface, and all bomb matrices are beginning to recharge in reverse. Suddenly, a communication channel connects with Old Zhou's voice, now devoid of any electronic distortion. Shaolin, you have indeed found it. The background hum of turning gears reverberates. Those clones are mere vessels, while the true secret lies deep within. Bring the badge to the core control room, and I shall reveal to you the genuine enemy of human civilization. Optimus Prime's voice resonates from the other end of the channel, tinged with unprecedented hesitation. Lin Ye, this may be a trap. Lin Ye clutches the feverishly warm badge, cracks in its crystalline surface oozing dark red liquid. Yet if what he claims is true, we may have been safeguarding the wrong entity all along. He gazes towards the end of the corridor, where a door glows with an ethereal blue light. The metallic sensing ability captures a familiar fluctuation akin to the energy he felt while traversing time. I must descend, regardless of the truth that awaits. Chapter 8. Abyss of Truth. As the blast-proof door swings open, the fetid vapor of cooling liquid assaults him. Lin Ye covers his mouth and nose with his sleeve, the beam of his tactical flashlight piercing the darkness, illuminating layers of etched text on the wall. The symbols, identical to those on the badge, now form a dense array of warnings. Do not awaken the sleepers. The radiation levels exceed 3 times the acceptable limit. The Iron Skin's vehicle monitoring system sounds an alarm. As the treads grind against the ground, the black debris ignites spontaneously in the air, suggesting an eerie amalgamation of alloy and organic matter in this place. Inside the central control room, hundreds of vintage vacuum tube computers are operating frantically, the green glow of screens pulsating with data streams that construct a 3-dimensional model of Star Harbor City. Old Zhou stands with his back to the crowd before a holographic projection, his figure distorted into a translucent form amidst electromagnetic interference. The metallic badge in his pocket emitting an ominous red glow. You have finally arrived, he intones, his voice emanating from deep within his chest. Behold this. He gestures, and the projection shifts to a satellite cloud map from the 1960s, revealing a colossal concentric circular structure in the waters where Star Harbor City is located. In 1963, we discovered this on the ocean floor. Initially thought to be a meteorite crater, it was only upon extracting core samples that we found metals not belonging to Earth. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability jolts violently, causing him to stagger against the console as a flurry of fragmented images flashes before his eyes. researchers in lab coats collapsing in a laboratory, metallic patterns emerging beneath their skin. Deep within the Arctic ice, a gigantic mechanical apparatus slowly rotates, and in the clearest vision, a youthful old Joe presses a badge into the console, causing a multitude of luminous conduits to rise from the ocean floor. The extraterrestrial technology is, in fact, a byproduct of our research spiraling out of control. Lao Zhou rolled up his sleeve, revealing skin intricately etched with mechanical patterns. Each generation of experimental subjects has a mere lifespan of 30 years, after which they undergo aberration. I am the 237th, and indeed the last one. He gestured towards the stasis pod area. Those clones are not mere vessels, but living sacrifices intended to subdue the subterranean monstrosities. Suddenly, the holographic projection shifted to real-time footage, revealing countless luminous vines spreading through the fissures of the city's foundation. The emblem on Lin Ye's chest began to heat up, and the liquid seeping from the crystalline fractures corroded the ground into a web-like pattern. Upon contact with metal apparatus, this liquid began to autonomously assemble into miniature mechanical entities. Megatron's assertion proved accurate. Indeed, there lies a seismic weapon beneath, intended to seal away something far more dreadful. Lao Zhou pressed a red button on the control panel, and the protective wall slowly ascended, unveiling a colossal glass chamber behind it. Within floated a humanoid entity, its skin pulsating with blue veins identical to the core of the emblem. 2 decades prior, experimental subject 7 had breached the confines of consciousness. Its essence was a life form capable of parasitizing metal. Suddenly, Bumblebee emitted a sharp alarm, and the ground quaked violently. Lin Ye's metallic sensitivity detected bomb matrices throughout the city, reversing their charging process. Not to annihilate the city, but to channel energy into the depths below. He finally comprehended the truth behind the auctioneer's hesitations. That enigmatic emblem was, in fact, the key for 7 to break free from its seal. Megatron's fleet was launching neutralizers into the depths. The sound of jackhammers echoed with terror. Yet upon contact with 7's parasitic entity, the neutralizers only accelerated its awakening. Lin Ye gazed at the increasingly translucent emblem in his hand, suddenly recalling the vision of the future he had seen during his traversal. The entire starport city engulfed by metallic vines. The source being the moment Lao Zhou inserted the emblem into the control panel. The emblem must be destroyed. He hurled it to the ground, but the crystal shattered into countless blue motes, suspended in the air to form a holographic image of 7. It was too late. The voice of 7 resonated like the grinding of innumerable gears. From the moment you picked up the emblem, the parasitic program had already been initiated. Look at your skin. In horror, Lin Ye noticed the dark red patterns on his arms spreading, while the metallic shell of his body began to exhibit bizarre organic folds. Lao Zhou suddenly dashed towards the control panel, initiating the self-destruct sequence. Get everyone out. I will hold it off. His body began to disintegrate, transforming into countless metallic particles that surged towards 7's glass chamber, revealing to Optimus Prime that humanity's true enemy is our own avarice. A violent explosion sent everyone sprawling to the ground. In the last moment before unconsciousness, Lin Ye glimpsed Megatron's flagship plunging into the depths, its cannon not unleashing fire, but emitting a ghostly blue energy akin to that of the emblem. In the communication channel, Optimus Prime's voice was laced with unprecedented despair. All units, evacuate Starport City. Initiate the final plan to obliterate this place with a nuclear strike. Amidst the chaos, a faint electronic voice whispered in Lin Ye's ear. It was Bumblebee, murmuring, "A shard of the emblem still lies in your pocket. Perhaps this is the key to reversing everything." Chapter 9. The dark countdown. The streets of Starport City twisted into a scene of apocalypse amidst the ominous sirens heralding the nuclear countdown. Lin Ye curled up within the deformed confines of an armored vehicle, his metallic senses akin to severed nerves, each vibration sending piercing pangs through him. His palm clutched the last remaining shard of badge, the crystalline fragment reflecting the pulsating crimson numbers on the dashboard. 015957. The radioactive dust had already spread to the 3rd alert zone. The sound of a jack echoed through the communication channel, accompanied by electrical static. Yet the parasitic entities below were accelerating in their proliferation, devouring the radioactive materials of the nuclear bomb. In the holographic projection, The luminescent vines beneath Starport City were weaving into a colossal energy matrix at a visibly rapid pace. And at the center of this matrix, the body of Seven had already broken free from the confines of its glass chamber. The armored vehicle's metal tracks crunched over the fractured asphalt, and the mounted heavy machine gun abruptly swung towards a group of parasitized mechanical soldiers rising from the ruins, their eyes glimmering with the same eerie blue light as the badge fragment. These were the modified Decepticon foot soldiers. Lin Ye's voice was hoarse as he noticed organic structures resembling coral reefs growing at the joints of these mechanical soldiers. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship plunged down from the clouds, its ion cannon not aimed at the Autobots. The battleship's main cannon blasted the ground, revealing a writhing metallic life formed beneath. Foolish humans. Do you believe a nuclear bomb can solve your problems? Megatron's maniacal laughter shook the armored vehicle violently. It had absorbed the energy from half a century of nuclear tests. And now, I too felt fear in its presence. Lin Ye's attention was abruptly drawn to the anomalous data on the dashboard. The energy fluctuation frequency of the parasitic entities perfectly aligned with the seismic monitoring curves from the Arctic Research Station in the 1980s. He tore at his collar. The dark crimson patterns on his chest had spread to his neck, forming intricate circuit-like designs beneath his skin. I know its weakness. He seized the tactical tablet, swiftly retrieving geological data for Starport City, focusing on a 1978 artificial earthquake, the depth of the epicenter in relation to the core of the parasitic entity. Optimus Prime's voice suddenly intruded on the channel. Lin Ye, your badge fragment resonates with satellite monitoring data. On the screen, a weather satellite in space captured bizarre energy trajectories extending from the Arctic to Starport City, revealing a hidden energy conduit deep underground. The research team from 20 years ago had, in fact, established sealing nodes along this conduit. The ground suddenly split open with a massive fissure, and Seven's metallic vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Megatron's flagship. Lin Ye witnessed the monster's surface manifesting countless human faces, remnants of past experimental subjects distorted through generations. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt, flipping over under the impact of the vines. In the tumble, Lin Ye felt the badge fragment in his pocket. It began to emit a high-frequency vibration, projecting a countdown onto his retina. 003000. This countdown was not for the nuclear bomb. Lin Ye shouted into the communicator. It's the time for Seven to break the final seal. Those bomb matrices, the underwater devices, even the nuclear bomb, are merely nutrients it has prepared for itself. His metallic sensing ability unexpectedly extended to the outskirts of the city, uncovering the last dormant sealing device hidden beneath an abandoned observatory. Bumblebee's electronic voice resonated with urgency. I have pinpointed the location, but it is heavily guarded by Decepticons. On the holographic map, the Insecticons' forces were establishing energy barriers around the observatory, at the core of which lay an ancient instrument, sharing a lineage with the emblem. Just then, the remnants of Old Joe's consciousness flickered into the communication channel, his voice akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Shaolin, proceed through the observatory's ventilation ducts. There lies an experimental log from 1987. Remember the weakness of the parasite, concealed within its most perfect evolution. As his words faded, the channel was drowned out by a cacophony of electrical static. Lin Ye clenched the fragment of the emblem tightly. The blue liquid seeping from the crystal shard dripped onto the tactical panel, automatically mapping out the energy network beneath Starport City. He discovered that all the nerve centers of the parasites were connected to a device located beneath the observatory, whose structure remarkably mirrored the molecular arrangement of the emblem. Ironhide charged towards the observatory. Lin Ye flung open the armored vehicle S door, realizing that Megatron and the Insecticon were not battling for weapons, but rather for the key to control Seven. His gaze swept over his gradually transparent palm, the metallic patterns beneath his skin resonating with the fragment of the emblem. I must personally insert this into that device, even if it costs me becoming a part of it. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with undeniable authority. I shall accompany you. Autobots, cover the humans as they enter the observatory. The flagship's main cannon began to charge, aiming at the core of Seven. Megatron, our goals align this time. Regardless of the cost, we must entomb it forever. Meanwhile, deep within the violently vibrating observatory, the Insecticon's optical lenses flickered with an eerie light as he caressed the ancient instrument, whispering into the communicator. Master, The humans have indeed fallen for our ruse. Once 7 breaks the seal, the entire Earth shall become our new Cybertron. Chapter 10. The Mirror Paradox Within the Observatory's Ventilation Ducts. The mingled scent of rust and coolant was suffocating. Lin Ye crawled closely against the pipe walls, the fragment of the emblem buzzing against his chest, resonating oddly with the infrasound emanating from the laboratory below. His metallic sensing ability suddenly sharpened, revealing yellowed documents buried within the wall's interstice. Page 73 of the 1987 experimental log. Inscribed repeatedly in red ink. What we have created is not an enemy, but a mirror. The energy barrier will charge fully in 3 minutes, Ironhide's onboard system warned. The tracks scraping loudly within the narrow duct. Lin Ye's tactical flashlight swept across the pipe's surface, revealing burn marks resembling bullet holes every half-meter, their edges displaying the same melting characteristics as the parasite of 7. These marks were not caused by gunfire. He touched the charred metal with his fingertips. It was a remnant of some organism that had grown within the duct. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the laboratory below. Peering through the ventilation grate, Lin Ye saw the Decepticon inserting the ancient instrument into the control console, the patterns on the instrument's surface aligning perfectly with the fragment of the emblem. Beneath the instrument, a cultivation chamber cradles a clone bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Ye, its skin interlaced with pulsating metallic veins. At long last, you have arrived, experiment number 238. The mocking electronic voice of the red spider intones, as optical lenses project a holographic image. Within a laboratory of the 1990s, a youthful Lin Ye undergoes a cerebral implantation surgery, with none other than Old Joe as the lead surgeon. Your traversal was no mere accident. It was the awakening program we meticulously prepared for the ultimate parasitic entity. Lin Ye templis Autobot, as his metallic sensing ability detected energy fluctuations emanating from the core of the apparatus, identical to the spatial distortion frequency he experienced during his journey. Suddenly, memories of the seller's dying whispers at the auction resurfaced. They had sown seeds within time. At this moment, he comprehended the so-called fragments of the badge were, in fact, anchors connecting the past with the future. Impossible. Lin Ye's voice was drowned by the blaring alarms. The laboratory's protective dome began to disintegrate as the metallic tendrils of 7 erupted from the ground, each appendage adorned with human faces. The iron casing smashed through the ventilation ducts, and a mounted machine guns unleashed a frenzied barrage, but as the bullets pierced the tendrils, new tissue instantly sprouted from the wounds. The red spider raised the instrument, casting an ethereal blue glow that enveloped the entire laboratory. Behold these parasitic entities. They are not merely a fusion of metal and biology, but rather the embodiment of human desires. He gestured towards the patterns on Lin Ye's chest. Do you believe you are combating extraterrestrial beings? You are mistaken. This is humanity's own mirrored greed, possessiveness, and yearning for immortality, all assimilated by 7 as fuel for evolution. The holographic projection abruptly shifted to real-time footage. Beneath Star Harbor City, an energy matrix composed of parasitic entities was transmitting signals into the cosmos. Lin Ye's badge fragment trembled violently, casting a breathtaking vision upon his retina. Countless identical Star Harbor cities existed within the universe, each city's depths sealed with fragments of 7. And these sealing nodes formed an immense interstellar prison. This was not an invasion. It was a desperate act of self-preservation. The voice of Optimus Prime resonated through the communication channel, informing that the flagship was entangled with the colossal form of 7. An ancient civilization had recognized the threat posed by 7 and had fragmented and sealed it across the galaxy. Yet humanity had inadvertently unlocked its own segment of the lock. Lin Ye's fingers brushed against the remnants of the experimental log tucked within his pocket, the yellowed pages containing a photograph. A group portrait of a 1970s Arctic research team, with the rightmost member donning a hood, revealing half a face strikingly akin to Lin Ye's. His metallic sensing ability suddenly extended into the temporal dimension, revealing countless versions of himself in parallel timelines, all condemned to repeat the same fate. Red Spider, you have been deceived by Megatron, Lin Ye shouted, hurling the badge fragment towards the instrument. This device was not a controller. It was the key to restarting the seal. The moment you activate it, all fragments will. Before he could finish, the laboratory was abruptly rocked by violent tremors. The core of 7 split open, revealing a pulsating blue heart, a celestial map composed of numerous badge fragments. The mechanical arm of the red spider became ensnared by the metallic tendrils, and in the instant before being consumed, he inserted the instrument into the control panel. Since we are all reflections, let us perish together. The entire city began to collapse, and the fabric of time and space twisted into a vortex amidst a surge of energy. Lin Ye felt his body gradually becoming transparent, as metallic patterns fused with fragments of a badge. In a moment of disorientation, he heard Lao Zhou's voice resonate in his mind. The initial seal point at the North Pole conceals the mirror of reversal. The alarm ceased abruptly, and all electronic devices failed simultaneously. In the darkness, the flagship of Megatron broke through the clouds, its main cannon aimed at the core of 7. Optimus Prime's voice was resolute. Lin Ye, brace yourself for the backlash of time and space. We must act before the paradox forms. In a corner of the increasingly crumbling laboratory, the remnants of Red Spider's optical lenses flickered with an eerie glow as his final transmission echoed into deep space. Master, humanity has triggered the final program. It is time to harvest all mirror universes. Chapter 11. Temporal anchor within the swirling distortions of time and space. Lin Ye consciousness traversed countless fragments. He beheld images from 1963, captured by the deep-sea camera of an exploration vessel, where a metallic structure rose slowly, perfectly mirroring the badge's patterns. He then glimpsed the ruins of Starport City in 2077, where the remnants of Transformers lay entwined with human bones, all ensnared by the same metallic vines. These glimpses were like shattered mirrors, each reflecting a different truth. Seize my hand. Optimus Prime's voice pierced through the tumult of time and space. Lin Ye felt the metallic patterns attempting to assimilate him with 7, while the radiance of the leadership module seared like a branding iron against the parasitic tissue on his skin. The treads of Ironhide's vehicle sparked in the void, while the onboard radar blared a frenzied alarm. 17 isotopic signals detected, all pointing to the North Pole. As the crowd fell onto the Arctic ice, a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion billowed from the direction of Starport City. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability penetrated the 1,000-meter-thick ice, revealing a colossal device slumbering beneath, its surface riddled with holes precisely designed to accommodate all fragments. At the core of this device, he beheld the preserved consciousness of Lao Zhou, specifically, the backup of the first experimental subject. You have finally arrived. Lao Zhou's holographic projection shimmered in the icy mist, his form manifesting as a translucent stream of data. In the 1987 experiment, we were not creating 7, we were repairing it. This parasite is, in fact, an ancient civilization's clock intended to reboot the universe. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship plummeted from the ionosphere, its ion cannon blasting the ice into the abyss. Lies, roared the Decepticon leader as his mechanical arm tore through the frozen ground. These human scientists delude themselves into believing they can control time, only to awaken a destroyer older than the universe itself. Autobots, do not obstruct my path this time. Caught in the blast shockwave, Lin Ye tumbled, the remnants of his experimental log in his pocket unfurling new chapters in the blizzard. Among the yellowed pages lay a hand-drawn star map, marking 27 seal nodes within the Milky Way. Even more astonishing, each node bore the same warning symbol, identical to the metallic patterns fading from his chest. Megatron was correct. Humanity was indeed playing with fire. The sound of the jack echoed with trepidation as he analyzed the data of the device beneath the ice. With each cycle of this clock, the universe would reset. The parasitic nature of 7 was, in essence, designed to ensure that no civilization would interfere with the rebooting process. The holographic projection reveals that the node where Earth resides has long been fissured, with the origin of the cracks stemming from the archaeological excavation in Star Harbor City. Suddenly, the ice surface fractures into a web-like pattern, and metallic tendrils emerge from the seabed. Lin Ye, in a state of terror, discovers that these appendages bear not only the faces of humans and Transformers, but also the forms of other extraterrestrial civilizations. The metallic sensing ability extends to the very brink of time, and he witnesses countless universes collapsing into singularities under the encapsulation of parasitic entities, only to be reborn in a cycle of renewal. The clock must be destroyed. Megatron's main cannon charges to its utmost limit. Rather than allowing the entire cosmos to become prisoners of time, It would be better to obliterate it entirely. Wait. Lin Ye raises the remaining fragment of the badge, the crystal refracting a bizarre double helix structure in the aurora. If the 7 represent the clock, then these fragments are the hands. Old Joe and the others are not awakening it. They're adjusting the flow of time. His voice is torn apart by the howling cold wind. The nuclear explosion in Star Harbor City is not annihilation, but a means to generate sufficient energy to stabilize the fissure. Optimus Prime suddenly presses the leader module against the ice layer, golden light resonating with the badge fragment. Deep within the ice, a colossal device begins to operate in reverse, and the tendrils emit a high-frequency shriek. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability detects subtle tremors in the fabric of time and space in a parallel universe. A 1963 scientific expedition ship abruptly alters its course, while in another timeline, the auction in Star Harbor City never transpires. A paradox is forming. Old Joe's holographic image begins to disintegrate, reminding Lin Ye that time is not a linear river, but his voice is drowned out by the roar of the 7. As the core of the parasitic entity splits open, releasing countless clones bearing Lin Ye's likeness, Megatron's flagship suddenly pivots its cannon, aiming at its own fleet, Decepticons. Retreat from Earth. This civilization conceals secrets even I dare not touch. He casts one last glance at the reversing clock. Autobots, you had best pray that this calibration does not trigger more horrifying consequences. The aurora in the Arctic abruptly shifts to an eerie violet, and Lin Ye's body once more becomes translucent. The final consciousness of Old Joe infiltrates his mind. Head to the Antarctic. There lie the relics of the original expedition team. Be cautious of those that inscribe themselves. The communication channel suddenly connects to Bumblebee's distress signal, the voice imbued with an unprecedented fear. Attention, all units. Beneath the nuclear wasteland of Star Harbor City, a new energy reaction has been detected. That entity is reorganizing, and it has developed structures resembling eyes. Optimus Prime grips his ion cannon, gazing at the gradually closing rift in time and space. Lin Ye, it seems our calibration has only secured a fleeting peace. As for the secrets of the Antarctic, he turns towards the melting ice layer. Perhaps they hold the key to truly concluding this temporal game. Chapter 12. Whispers of entropy. The remnants of the research station beneath the Antarctic ice cap resemble a carcass stripped of flesh, the rusted metallic framework moaning amidst the blizzard. Lin Ye treads through the knee-deep snow, his metallic sensing ability penetrating the 100 meters of ice, yet capturing a silence that defies the laws of physics. The underground space, which should be filled with electromagnetic noise, is eerily void, akin to a vacuum. Radiation levels are at 0, and geothermal readings indicate an anomalously cold source. The screen of the JAX detector suddenly erupted with static, revealing temperatures plummeting below absolute 0. His voice abruptly ceased, and all tactical flashlights extinguished simultaneously. In the darkness, the faint sound of cracking ice echoed, reminiscent of a colossal beast stirring from slumber. As the ice axe cleaved through the final layer of frost, Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply. Within the passage lay hundreds of cylindrical pods, their interiors not harboring humans or transformers, but rather a fluid composed purely of light. Each swirl of luminescence cradling indistinct human forms. Even more bizarre, the frost adorning the pod surfaces grew in accordance with the Fibonacci sequence. Were these the members of the original research team? The radar aboard the armored vehicle whirred frantically, yet it could not lock onto any tangible target, though the life detection device indicated a negative entropy value. Suddenly, the fragment of Lin Ye's badge vibrated violently, a countdown materializing deep within the crystal. 000723. His metallic sensing ability penetrated the pod, unveiling a horrific scene unfolding within the light streams, beneath the skin of those human forms. Parasites deconstructed and reassembled matter in a process of reverse entropy, reducing it to its most primordial quantum state. This was not a seal, it was a hatching chamber. Old Joe's residual consciousness reverberated through the communication channel, his voice resembling metal submerged in liquid nitrogen. The device, discovered on the ocean floor in 1963, was essentially a regulator for the universe's entropy increase. Humanity's attempt to reverse engineer and control it had resulted in a holographic projection unfurling within the icy mist, displaying stars on the galactic arm gradually extinguishing. When the parasites consumed civilizations, they were, in fact, reclaiming dissipated energy to maintain the thermodynamic equilibrium of the cosmos. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from above the ice, as Megatron's flagship shattered the ice cap, hovering in midair. "You fools!" The Decepticon leader's ion cannon aimed at the pods. These so-called researchers had long since become puppets of entropy. Behold the ruins of Starport City. Those eyes are observing all parallel universes. Once calibration is complete, before he could finish, the nearest pod exploded, and a humanoid form composed of light extended arms made of photons, instantly penetrating the armored hull. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability captured a startling truth. Within these light beings flowed compressed time. He recalled Old Joe's final warning and abruptly seized Optimus Prime's arm. "Do not attack. They're the ones preventing the universe from succumbing to heat death." The entire research station began to collapse into a Klein bottle structure, where the concepts of space and time ceased to function. Lin Ye witnessed himself manifesting across different temporal points. As a child watching Transformers on television, raising a bidding paddle at an auction, and now entangled by photonic tendrils. As the countdown on the badge fragment reached 0, all pods detonated simultaneously, countless light beings coalescing into a massive hourglass-shaped structure. "We have miscalculated causality." The sound of the Jack's voice was tinged with sorrow, his mechanical form eroding under the onslaught of reverse entropy. It was not humanity that awakened the parasites, but rather the universe, on the brink of heat death, actively selecting Earth as a reboot anchor point. The holographic projection revealed nebulae at the edge of the galaxy collapsing at superluminal speed, while the solar system, where Earth resides, became the sole flickering beacon of light. The flagship of Megatron abruptly redirected its cannon, aiming at the core of the structure. "Since the universe seeks self-destruction, allow me to terminate this absurd script ahead of time." The energy amassed in his main cannon was potent enough to reverse the entire Antarctic magnetic field, yet at the moment of imminent discharge, it was intercepted by a luminous shield composed of countless fragments of badges. Lin Ye's body began to assimilate with the badge fragments, revealing to him the ultimate vision of the cosmos. Innumerable parallel universes birthed, collided, and perished like soap bubbles, with the parasite of 7 acting as a craftsman traversing through them. At the brink of time's end, all civilizations would transmute into fuel to sustain the universe's entropy. "Cease your assault." Lin Ye's voice resonated across all timelines. "Megatron, you are not attacking an enemy. You are assaulting the universe's immune system." His palm pressed against the surface of the structure, his metallic sensing ability encountering the tremors from the dawn of creation. The secret of Antarctica was not a weapon. Rather, the structure emitted a light surpassing the spectrum, drawing all consciousness into the turbulent flow of time. Amidst the chaos, Lin Ye heard Bumblebee's exclamation. Interspersed with electrical static, the eyes of the ruins of Star Harbor City are beginning to transmit signals beyond the solar system. The frequency resonates identically with that of this structure. Optimus Prime's voice cut through the temporal maelstrom, burdened with unprecedented gravity. "Lin Ye, it seems we are not facing a war, but the very laws governing the survival of the universe. Deep within Antarctica, perhaps lay the key to rewriting those laws." But his words were abruptly interrupted by violent temporal fluctuations. Beneath the ice of the research station's ruins, whispers transcending dimensions resonated. Chapter 13. The cocoon of laws. The resonant waves deep within the Antarctic ice cap struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the displays of all precision instruments. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability warped in the turbulent flow of time, revealing quantum entanglement threads sprouting within his neural synapses, each thread connecting to fragments of memories from various points in time. Under the spotlight of an auction, Old Joe watched him raise his bidding paddle from shadows. At the moment of the nuclear explosion in Star Harbor City, Megatron's flagship streaked across the burning sky. The gravitational field was collapsing. The mechanical arm of the Jack suddenly twisted uncontrollably. These resonance waves were not mere signals, but a visualization of a mathematical model. His words were drowned out by the cracking sound of the ice layer, as Klein blue patterns emerged on the surface of the structure, forming a formula that astonishingly aligned with a grand unified theory yet undiscovered by humanity. Megatron's flagship trembled violently within the warped space-time. Yet the ion cannon remained unable to lock onto its target. "This is impossible." The voice of the Decepticon leader trembled with rare fear. These light streams are not life forms. They're the laws of physics. Before he could finish, an unseen force tore through the flagship's protective shield, causing the metal on the hull to begin growing in reverse, adhering to the laws of anti-gravity. Suddenly, Lin Ye's badge fragments floated to the center of the structure, the light emitted by the crystal enveloping everyone. In the blinding brilliance, his consciousness was cast into a realm composed of dodecahedrons, each face displaying the images of various civilizations' annihilation. Silicon-based empires collapsing into strings amidst dimensional folds. An energy life forms being disassembled into fundamental particles by the currents of entropy. In the interstices of all scenes, the parasitic entity of seven weaves dissipated energy into new cosmic fibers, much like a spider spinning its web. At last, you have touched the truth. Lao Zhou's consciousness reconstitutes within the quantum foam, taking the form of a self-referential recursive code, while the Antarctic structure serves as a cache for the laws of the universe. When a civilization surpasses a technological threshold, it triggers a self-checking program. The archaeological excavations of Starport City merely represent a tamper-proof scan of the system of laws. The leadership module of Optimus Prime dims in the bright light, revealing for the first time a hint of hesitation in this battle-hardened warrior. So, what we are contending against has never been a specific enemy. His ion cannon disassembles into fundamental particles in his grasp, only to reassemble in another location. Deep within the ice, the roar of interlocking gears resounds as the structure splits into countless light particles, arranging themselves into a cosmic star map within the void. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the galactic arm, discovering that active star regions of each civilization are adorned with similar structures, akin to nodes in a neural network. Between these nodes, the parasitic entity of seven transforms into synapses connecting all. Megatron, your ambition is but a facet of the laws. Lin Ye's voice intertwines with countless iterations of himself across parallel timelines. The Decepticons' plundering of resources and the Autobots' guardianship of peace are essentially different manifestations of civilization's evolution. Yet, when such evolution threatens the stability of the laws, his form, gradually becoming transparent, reveals metallic patterns beneath the skin that begin to assimilate with the spatial structure. We risk becoming aberrant data destined for elimination. Suddenly, all light particles begin to reverse their aggregation, forming a cocoon-like colossal structure. The surface of the chrysalis reveals text unknown to humanity, which, after being deciphered by a quantum computer, translates to a simple warning. Overinterpretation leads to annihilation. Concurrently, the signal intensity emanating from the ruins of Starport City surges, resonating dangerously with the pulsations of the chrysalis. They are verifying one another. The mechanical eye of the Jack stands aglow with alarm, as the observational devices of Starport City and the Antarctic Law Chrysalis engage in a cross-universal logical verification. Once completed, the holographic projection reveals the Oort cloud at the edge of the solar system beginning to crystallize, each ice crystal refracting apocalyptic visions of different civilizations. Megatron's flagship abruptly alters its course, aiming its main cannon at the chrysalis. Since we are all puppets of the laws, let me shatter this facade. As his attack rends the chrysalis, Lin Ye's consciousness captures the ultimate tableau within. The innumerable universes nested together, each birth and demise merely a breath of a higher dimensional existence. At that moment, Bumblebee's urgent communication pierces through the chaos. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected at the center of the galaxy. There lies something larger than the entire galaxy. The transmission abruptly ceases, replaced by a frequency transcending mere sound, resonating deep within the nerves of all present. Optimus Prime grips the dissipating ion cannon, gazing intently at the gradually healing chrysalis. Lin Ye, it seems the secrets of Antarctica are merely the tip of the iceberg, and that entity at the center of the galaxy, its voice drowned by the high-frequency tremors emitted by the chrysalis, perhaps holds the key to transcending the laws themselves. Chapter 14. The Prisoner of the Star River. The luminous halo of the galaxy's spiral arms twists into a bizarre spiral on the star map. Lin Ye's metallic sensory ability penetrates the observational data of the astronomical telescope, capturing anomalous harmonic vibrations in the electromagnetic spectrum. The signals concealed within the radio bursts, upon decoding, reveal a continuous recursive sequence of prime numbers, identical to the textual encoding method on the surface of the Antarctic law cocoon. A warning from the Deep Space Monitoring Station signals that the crystallization process of the Oort cloud has surpassed its critical point. The sound of a jack mixes with static noise. And within the holographic projection, the icy crystalline structures at the edge of the solar system grow wildly in fractal geometry. According to calculations, the probability of this entropy reduction phenomenon violating the second law of thermodynamics is a staggering 10 to the power of -300. The metallic treads of the vehicle grind over the metallic vines of the starport city's ruins. Suddenly, the onboard radar emits a sharp alarm. Those tentacles, once regarded as parasitic entities, are now collectively orienting towards the center of the galaxy, their surfaces revealing parabolic structures reminiscent of radio telescopes. Lin Ye, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal, and in an instant, he glimpses scenes from light years away. The homeworld of a Silicon-based civilization being dismantled into a ring-shaped Dyson cloud, with markings on the cloud's ring mirroring the metallic patterns that have yet to fade from his chest. The flagship of Megatron dives down from the ionosphere, the charging light of its ion cannon illuminating his crimson optical lenses. Transformers, are you still so stubbornly unaware? The anomaly at the center of the galaxy is not merely a key. It is a prison for all civilizations. He summons the star map, marking nearly 100 vanished star systems, civilizations that, upon reaching the core of the laws, have invariably disappeared. Before he can finish speaking, the entire sky is suddenly enveloped in indigo light fog. The fragments of Lin Ye's badge awaken once more, a dynamic star map emerging from the depths of the crystal, revealing the presence of a supermassive gravitational well at the center of the galaxy. All the spiral arms appear as puppets, drawn by invisible threads, revolving around an unseen singularity. Floating at the edge of the gravitational well are tens of thousands of law cocoons, standing sentinel over the prison. Within the remnants of old Zhou's consciousness lies a segment of encrypted data. Lin Ye tears open his tactical vest, exposing the glowing patterns on his chest, which resonate with the light fog in the sky. In 1972, the first expedition team discovered metallic fragments in the Antarctic ice, inscribed with a warning. We are all nurtured observational samples. His voice trembles as his metallic sensory ability extends into the dimension of time, revealing countless versions of himself in parallel universes, all touching upon this same truth at the same nexus. The leadership module of Optimus Prime erupts with an unprecedented brilliance, attempting to disperse the encroaching fog. Even if it is a prison, we must tear open a fissure. Transformers advance towards the center of the galaxy. His command is abruptly interrupted by an incoming communication, Bumblebee's voice tinged with an electronic sob. Captain, the parasitic entities on Earth are forming a massive star map projector. Their target is the entire starport city suddenly flips over, revealing a buried ring structure beneath the ground. The metallic sensitivity of Lin Ye surged with alarming intensity as he beheld an apparatus with a diameter of 100 kilometers, housing the entirety of human civilization's technological advancements from the Stone Age to the nuclear era. Each pivotal breakthrough coincided perfectly with the activation of the law cocoon. Even more chilling was the revelation that the core energy source of this device was the remnants of an ancient civilization. You have finally discovered it. An information transcending linguistic concepts detonated within the consciousness of all present, as a structure resembling an eye emerged on the surface of the star map projector. The Milky Way served as a greenhouse for nurturing the seeds of civilization, and you were merely the 327th generation of experimental subjects. The scene shifted to depict the rise and fall of countless galaxies. Each civilization, upon touching the truth of the universe, was forcibly reset by the law cocoon. Suddenly, the flagship of Megatron pivoted its cannon towards the star map projector. Since we are prisoners, let us first destroy this mirror of surveillance. His assault triggered a chain reaction, causing the metallic vines on the ground to grow in reverse, disassembling the entire city into its fundamental particles. Fragments of Lin Ye's badge flew toward the device's core, and at the moment of contact, his consciousness was thrust into a labyrinth of memories, recalling scenes from his childhood, watching Transformers animations, now manifesting as an externally implanted guiding program. Just as the fabric of time and space began to collapse, an urgent call came through the vehicle's communication system. New energy fluctuations detected beneath the Arctic ice. Their gravitational well characteristics identical to those at the center of the Milky Way. Optimus Prime tightened his nearly dissipated ion cannon, gazing at the increasingly transparent star map projector. Lin Ye, it seems the key to our prison may be hidden within the very seal we once believed to be impenetrable. The secret of the Arctic, his voice was drowned out by the hum of dimensional rifts, could fundamentally alter our understanding of the universe. Chapter 15. Echoes of the mirror abyss deep within the Arctic ice. The gravitational well resembled an inverted tornado, tearing all matter into streams of luminous particles. Lin Ye's metallic sensitivity twisted into a spiral within the intense gravitational field, and he observed his neural synapses being stretched into strands of light, each reflecting different endings from parallel universes. In some worlds, Autobots and Decepticons met their mutual demise. In others, humanity became puppets of parasitic entities, while in certain dimensions, the entire Milky Way had already collapsed into quantum foam. The curvature of space exceeds the Planck limit. The mechanical arm of the jack emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, as error codes repeatedly flashed on the display of the detection instrument. This was not a naturally occurring gravitational source, but rather a temporal anchor of some reverse-engineered design. Before his words could settle, the ice suddenly turned transparent, revealing a circular structure below, mirroring the star map projector beneath Star Harbor City, only magnified by millions of times. The flagship of Megatron trembled violently at the edge of the gravitational well, the metal of its hull reconfiguring in defiance of the laws of physics. So, it is... The voice of the Decepticon leader resonated with mad glee. The prison at the center of the Milky Way is merely a laboratory for higher dimensional beings, while this Arctic location is the true prison of the Creator. He unearthed ancient Cybertronian texts, and within the yellowed electronic documents, a certain obscured chapter suddenly came to light. When the architects of laws become prisoners, the entire universe shall become a tomb. A fragment of Lin Ye's badge unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, hovering at the core of the gravitational well. The surface of the crystal revealed countless miniature mirrors, each reflecting the ultimate inquiries of various civilizations. Whence do we come? Where are we destined to go? What is the essence of existence? The metallic sensing ability penetrated the mirrors, revealing deep within the reflective abyss a being of light, whose form bore an uncanny resemblance to the original members of the Antarctic expedition encapsulated within the law's cocoon, albeit on a stellar scale. You have finally reached this juncture. The voice of the luminous entity resonated like the aftershock of a supernova, echoing in the consciousness of all present. I am the architect of the laws of this universe, as well as the first prisoner to attempt to transcend these confines. The scene shifted to the moment of the universe's birth, where innumerable analogous galaxies surged forth from the void, each programmed for self-destruction. When a civilization evolved to decipher the laws, it would trigger a cleansing mechanism, a firewall to prevent knowledge from diffusing into higher dimensions. Optimus Prime's leadership module flickered dimly in the intense gravitational field, yet he raised his ion cannon defiantly. If this is a prison, then it must be obliterated. Autobots, our mission remains unchanged. Fight for freedom. The moment his attack connected with the being of light, it fragmented into countless possibilities of parallel universes, each leading to a predetermined failure. Suddenly, the ice began to grow in reverse, encasing everyone within a crystalline cocoon. The moment Lin Ye's skin touched the wall of the cocoon, his metallic sensing ability extended to the inception and conclusion of time. He perceived that the Big Bang was merely a data refresh executed by higher dimensional beings, and all of humanity's accomplishments were but random variables within a preordained program. More terrifying still was the realization that his journey, his encounter with the Transformers, and even this moment of rebellion were all scripted in the laws. Yield, the being of light, intoned, its form beginning to disintegrate into streams of data. Every civilization that seeks to break free ultimately discovers that it is merely a part of the system. The archaeological excavations in Starport City, the Antarctic law cocoon, the Arctic prison, all designed to ensnare you in a preordained trap upon your awakening. The coldness in its voice transcended emotion, and now, the cleansing program was set to initiate. At that moment, Bumblebee's urgent communication pierced the veil of consciousness. Captain, Anomalous energy fluctuations have been detected in Earth's orbit. A colossal structure identical to the badge fragment is materializing. In the communication feed, the debris of near-Earth satellites rearranged themselves into the shape of the badge. In the center of this gigantic emblem pointed directly at the gravitational well in the Arctic. Megatron abruptly altered the flagship's course, charging the main cannon to its limit. If we are all mere puppets of this program, then let me exploit the loophole in this script. The instant his attack tore through the crystalline cocoon, Lin Ye beheld ancient inscriptions etched on the inner wall of the cocoon, words identical to those he had seen at the auction. Yet, there was an additional line, written in blood. At the end of despair, perhaps there exists a variable that transcends the script. Optimus Prime grasped Lin Ye's arm as the leader module suddenly emanated an extraordinary glow. Lin Ye, he proclaimed, the colossal emblem mentioned by Bumblebee may very well be the key to breaking free from our confines. Our task is to identify the variable capable of rewriting the narrative before his voice is drowned out by the tumult of time and space. Chapter 16. The game of variables. The massive emblem in low Earth orbit rotated slowly, its metallic plates, forged from satellite debris, coursing with ethereal blue energy veins. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability trembled at the edge of the atmosphere, revealing a quantum entanglement between these energy patterns and the markings upon his chest. Each node corresponding to a pivotal decision moment in human civilization across parallel universes. Data from the space station indicated that the colossal emblem was absorbing solar wind energy. The sound of the jack trembled, and in the holographic projection, an unusual cluster of sunspots suddenly appeared on the solar surface. Its charging speed equivalent to the total energy consumption of human civilization over 3 centuries. The vehicle's radar abruptly detected strange echoes, as countless invisible string-like substances wove a net between the polar gravitational well and the colossal emblem. Megatron's flagship broke through the ionosphere, yet the ion cannon refrained from immediate attack. Fools, he scoffed, observe the arrangement of these string-like structures. The Decepticon leader summoned a star chart of ancient Cybertron. The fate loom documented in the Codex of the Lost Era, an ultimate tool for correcting deviations in cosmic constants, contingent upon the presence of a living variable. His crimson optical lens turned towards Lin Ye, declaring, from the moment you traverse through, you are destined to become this variable. Suddenly, fragments of Lin Ye's emblem levitated to his forehead, countless reflections of himself emerging from the depths of the crystal. His metallic sensing ability transcended time and space, revealing scenes from his childhood where he manipulated Transformers models. The joints of the toys flickered with the same soft glow as the emblem. At the auction house, an older Zhou lingered in the shadows, a smile gracing his lips as liquid metal flowed around him. These overlooked details intertwined, pointing towards a suffocating truth. His entire life had been meticulously designed as a breeding ground for becoming the variable. Do you recall the warning of the Antarctic rule cocoon? Overinterpretation leads to ruin. Optimus Prime's leader module projected a holographic image, illustrating countless civilizations that, upon encountering the truth, self-destructed under the weight of cognitive collapse. Yet, perhaps another possibility existed. His ion cannon aimed at the hollow center of the colossal emblem. When the variable actively entered the loom, it would not be corrected but rewritten. The gravitational well beneath the ice suddenly erupted, and the remnants of the Lightman prisoner transformed into a data stream flowing into the colossal emblem. Lin Ye's skin began to transcend into transparency, the metallic patterns resonating with the emblem structure, and his consciousness was thrust into an ocean composed of countless zeros and ones. Amidst the data torrent, he glimpsed the source code of the universe. All physical laws were editable parameters, the rise and fall of civilizations mere iterations of preset algorithms, while his own traversal event bore the unmistakable mark of forced variable generation. The variable entering the loom would lose all traces of its existence. The consciousness of the light bearer reverberates within the ocean of data, where memories, emotions, and even the fundamental particles that constitute the body are dismantled into pure logical symbols. This is the price of breaking free from confinement. In the visual scene, a once ascendant civilization, having rewritten the laws, has transformed the entire star system into a chaotic entity that defies current theoretical explanations. Megatron suddenly alters the flagship's course, directing the main cannon towards the energy core of the colossal emblem. If we are all mere pawns in this game, then let us first obliterate the board. His attack triggers a chain reaction, causing the string-like structures to collapse and myriad tiny fissures to emerge in the fabric of space-time. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability captures a sight from the other side of these cracks, a higher dimensional realm where countless universes, akin to colonies of bacteria in a petri dish, are being observed by an incomprehensible entity. Wait, Lin Ye's voice echoes through the data ocean as his body begins to assimilate with the structure of the emblem. What if the variables do not passively accept rewriting, but instead, armed with the collective will of all civilizations, actively rewrite the source code? His consciousness brushes against the foundational protocols of universal laws and uncovers a deliberately concealed backdoor program, the activation key of which emanates from the beliefs ignited in moments of despair across diverse civilizations. At that instant, Bumblebee's urgent transmission rends the data space. An unknown error has been detected in the Loom core. An entity that does not belong to any known civilization is intruding. In the visual field, the energy veins of the gigantic emblem begin to twist violently as a silhouette composed of shadows begins to take form. Optimus Prime tightens his grip on the dissipating ion cannon, the light from the leadership module illuminating Lin Ye's fading body. Lin Ye, it seems we face not only the confines of these laws, but also a far darker observer. The presence within the shadows, its voice drowned in the torrent of data, may indeed be the key to our true liberation. Chapter 17. The shadow of the observer, the energy veins of the colossal emblem twist into a Embodies strip amidst violent tremors. While Lin Ye's consciousness struggles within the deluge of data, his metallic sensing ability detecting an oppressive force that transcends physical rules. He sees countless skies of parallel universes shrouded beneath the same shadow, the silhouette mirroring that of the unknown presence forming within low Earth orbit. The spatial dimension monitoring system collapses entirely. The mechanical arm of the jack trembles, emitting sparks as the readings on the dashboard surpass theoretical limits. The mass of that shadowy entity is equivalent to the entirety of the Milky Way, yet it exists in the form of negative matter. The onboard radar of the Ironhide suddenly emits a piercing wail, revealing that all detected signals are merely projections of that existence. Megatron's flagship violently shakes at the edge of the shadow, the metal surface of the hull beginning to corrode in reverse. This is impossible. The voice of the Decepticon leader trembles unusually. Ancient forbidden texts of Cybertron recount that when the observer descends, all observed civilizations will be reduced to unfinished phrases. The flagship's protective shield is torn asunder by an unseen force, and the electronic devices within the cabin spontaneously begin to inscribe ancient warning symbols, perfectly matching the patterns on Lin Ye's emblem fragments. Lin Ye's body is deeply assimilating with the structure of the emblem, the metallic patterns beneath his skin spreading into a complex network of circuits. His consciousness penetrated the ocean of data, reaching the deeper layers of the cosmic laws. Within the preset programs of all civilizations' development lies buried a defensive protocol against the observer. Yet these protocols were corrupted long before the birth of the universe. More terrifyingly, he discovered that his existence as a variable was not merely the key to breaking free from the cage, but also a bait to attract the observer. You have finally triggered the ultimate trap. The voice emanating from the shadowed presence resonated directly within the depths of everyone's consciousness, bypassing any medium. Lin Ye's retina was flooded with suffocating images. Countless galaxies disassembled into luminous threads, woven into a vast network of observation. With the Milky Way as the most fragile node within this web. Since the dawn of the first civilization, your resistance, struggle, and awakening have merely served as experimental material in my grand design. The leader module of Optimus Prime dimmed under the pressure of the shadows, flickering like a candle flame. Yet he still raised his ion cannon. Even as mere subjects of experiment, we hold the right to choose to resist. The moment his attack reached the shadow, it twisted into countless contradictory paradoxes, tearing tiny black holes in the fabric of space-time. Lin Ye's metallic sensory ability captured the essence of these paradoxes. Within each black hole, the final memories of a civilization's struggle were preserved. The Arctic gravitational well beneath the ice suddenly erupted in reverse, and the remnants of the light beings reformed into glowing chains, entwining around the projection of the shadowy presence. Observer, You too fear the true variable. The consciousness of the light beings flickered within the chains. Your manipulation of the laws and the establishment of a cage were all to prevent the birth of civilizations that could transcend your observational range. The scene shifted to the moment of the universe's birth, where the observer's tendrils were shaping the nascent galaxies into predetermined forms. The shadowy being emitted a cold laugh as the massive emblem in low Earth orbit began to disintegrate, with every fragment of metal transforming into sharp arrows aimed at Earth. Lin Ye's body was on the verge of complete digitization. In a fleeting moment before his consciousness dissipated, he glimpsed the true fear of the observer. Nestled within the crevices of countless parallel universes existed an unrecorded civilization, whose technological prowess surpassed the observer's comprehension. And the legacy left by that civilization resided deep within Lin Ye's memories. Lin Ye, your brainwaves are exhibiting abnormal peaks. Bumblebee's electronic voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. Detecting the activation of a database within your consciousness that belonged to known civilization. In the communication feed, the parasitic entities on the Earth's surface suddenly turned as one. Their metallic tendrils weaving into a colossal antenna, pointing towards the location where Lin Ye was about to vanish. Megatron's flagship abruptly altered its course. Its main cannon aimed at the core of the shadowy presence. Since we are all mere ants being toyed with, let us drag you down to hell together. His attack triggered violent ripples in the fabric of space-time, and Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against fragments of the observer's memories. In a more ancient epoch, the observer too was a civilization attempting to break free from its cage, yet upon gaining power, it had fallen into the very existence it once resisted. Optimus Prime grasped Lin Ye's dissipating arm, the leader module bursting forth with its final radiance. Lin Ye, within your memories lies the key to breaking this stalemate. What we must accomplish is to uncover the civilization's legacy capable of appending the observer before its voice is drowned out by the wrath of shadows amid complete datafication. Chapter 18. The lost code. Lin Ye's consciousness fragmented and reassembled within the torrent of data, memories bursting forth like shard from a shattered prism. He beheld the imagery captured by a deep-sea camera aboard a marine exploration vessel in 1963, where amidst metallic structures, a vague human visage mirrored his own, now overlapping with the specter hidden in the observer's shadow. The metallic sensing ability penetrated the barriers of time and space, encountering a string of codes that perpetually self-annihilate and regenerate within the folds of virtual space. Anomalies were detected in the brainwave monitoring. The mechanical fingers of the jackhammer frantically struck the control panel, while Lin Ye's consciousness waveform manifested an eerie Fibonacci spiral in the holographic projection. These data fluctuations did not conform to any known ideology of consciousness. They resembled encrypted legacies of a civilization. The onboard radar suddenly detected a faint echo from the galactic arm, resonating with the codes deep within Lin Ye's consciousness. The observer in the shadows emitted a shrill shriek, and the metallic arrows in low Earth orbit halted mid-air, contorting into a complex defensive matrix. The once mighty flagship trembled violently at the matrix's edge, ancient Cybertronian runes materializing upon its hull, revealing that the legacy of the Transcenders, recorded in ancient texts, was concealed deep within the human consciousness. He called forth long-dormant archives. The yellowed electronic pages revealed that during the cosmos's infancy, a civilization transcended the limitations of observational dimensions, encoding core technologies into the spark of consciousness. Lin Ye's body began to dissolve into a stream of data, the fragmented badge on his chest morphing into a key, inserted into the virtual terminal deep within his consciousness. The moment the metallic patterns fully aligned with the codes, a multitude of long-buried images surged into his mind. A silicon-based civilization compressing an entire galaxy into mathematical formulas, stored within the event horizon of a black hole. Energy life forms chronicling their civilization's epic through the spectrum of supernovae, and dimensions of life forms beyond human imagination, weaving time and space into playable strings. All of these legacies were encapsulated within a string of recursively self-iterating codes. Observer, what you dread is not the variables themselves. The leader module of Optimus Prime flickered with a faint glow amidst the ocean of data, as ion cannons decomposed into quantum states of energy projectiles. Your fear lies in the revelation that civilizations, upon transcending observational dimensions, expose that you too are a prisoner ensnared within a higher cage. At the moment his attack pierced the shadow defense matrix, Lin Ye discerned flickering data streams at the observer's core, clearly altered transcender codes. The gravitational well beneath the ice suddenly erupted with a torrent of antimatter, as the chains of the light beings reconstituted into a decoding program, entwining the observer's projection. All these years, I was not merely a captive. The consciousness of the light beings flickered among the data streams, awaiting the true variable to activate the transcender's legacy. Lin Ye swiftly overwrite the observer's core protocol with that code. As Lin Ye's consciousness reached out to touch the ultimate form of the code, the metallic sensing ability extended beyond the observational dimension. He beheld a colossal server composed of countless parallel universes, where the observer was merely one among self-evolving management programs. And the operational laws of the cosmos were fundamentally a set of algorithms riddled with fatal flaws. As he endeavored to inject the transcendent code into the core, shadows suddenly materialized into myriad tendrils, dragging his consciousness into a deeper chaos. Impossible! How could you breach the observational barrier? The observer's roar shattered the fabric of space-time, causing the parasites on Earth's surface to begin their reverse decomposition. As metallic vines turned to ash, they revealed an ancient array of computers buried deep underground. A supercomputer powered by the Earth's core, frantically executing the foundational protocols of the observation system. At that moment, an urgent communication from Bumblebee tore through the data space. A logical error has been detected in the core host. An anomalous signal from the Andromeda galaxy is commandeering the system. In the communication feed, a light matching the frequency of the transcendent code illuminated the depths of the core. While in the more distant reaches of deep space, a colossal arc spanning galaxies began to awaken, obscured by clouds of dust. Megatron abruptly altered the flagship's course, directing the main cannon toward the energy node of the core host. If the rules are to be rewritten, let us first dismantle this false foundation. His assault triggered violent tremors in the crust, as Lin Ye's consciousness clung to the final clues amidst the collapsing data streams. Within the core chamber of the Ark lay another segment of untainted transcendent code, and the key to activating it was hidden within a nursery rhyme from a civilization long extinct. Optimus Prime tightened his grip on the dissipating energy arrows, the glow of the leadership module illuminating Lin Ye's increasingly blurred consciousness. Lin Ye, the core host, is merely a transit station for the observer, and that Ark, his voice was swallowed by the temporal turbulence, might conceal the ultimate weapon to utterly obliterate the observational cage. Chapter 19. The Ark's enigma, the anomalous signal from the Andromeda galaxy struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the protective protocols of the core superhost. Lin Ye's consciousness tumbled through the chaotic data streams, his metallic sensing capabilities capturing the thunderous clashing of gears from deep within the mantle, a mechanical apparatus older than the Earth itself awakening, its precision surpassing humanity's understanding of material structure. In a holographic projection, the code matrix of the core host disintegrated like a neural network ravaged by a virus, visibly collapsing into flickering gibberish. The gravitational field monitoring system was completely out of control. The mechanical arm of the jack oozed coolant, and the readings on the dashboard exceeded the limits of Planck's constant, as the energy fluctuations released by the core equated to detonating 10,000 suns simultaneously. The radar aboard the ironclad suddenly captured an eerie echo image. Those disintegrating codes were reconstituting in the void, outlining a sail-like colossal structure identical to the mysterious arc discovered by Bumblebee. Megatron's flagship quaked violently in the energy storm. The armor plates on the hull began to rust in reverse, revealing ancient star maps etched beneath. The Ark truly existed. The optical lens of the Decepticon leader glowed a crimson hue reminiscent of blood. In the ancient legends of Cybertron, it served as the final means for the Transcendent to escape the confines of observation. Unexpectedly, he accessed the long-buried celestial logs, their yellowed electronic pages singed at the edges, chronicling an era of civilization that had been deliberately erased. In that epoch, the observer was merely a naive enforcer of rules. Lin Ye's consciousness merged deeply with the fragments of the emblem, the metallic patterns beneath his skin spreading like a galactic network. He discerned that the mechanical apparatus deep within the Earth's core was, in fact, the anchor point of the Ark, with countless gravitational tethering cables piercing the crust. linking the entire Earth to the Ark, situated millions of light-years away. More chillingly, the shadow of the observer was infiltrating along these tethers, attempting to assimilate the Ark before its awakening. The observer had altered the activation protocol of the Ark. The consciousness of the light prisoner flickered amidst the deluge of data, transforming into a silver encrypted beam of light. The current activation key required the simultaneous fulfillment of 3 paradoxical conditions: to reverse the flow of time into a river, to invert the growth of causality, and to overlap existence with non-existence. Before his words had fully escaped, shadowy tendrils abruptly breached the data barrier, tearing the light prisoner's consciousness into quantum foam. The leader module of Optimus Prime radiated its final luminescence, and the ion cannon disintegrated into countless arrows of truth, aimed at the core of the observer's shadow. Even paradoxes hold the potential for resolution. His assault detonated in the void, forming innumerable temporal loops, each encapsulating a civilization attempting to transcend the dimensions of observation. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended into the depths of these temporal loops, revealing that all failed civilizations had overlooked the crucial variable of emotion. The energy explosion from the core finally broke through the surface, shattering the Arctic ice like a mirrored facade, revealing the true nature of the Ark's anchor point, a gravitational matrix composed of nested dodecahedra, each face etched with mathematical formulas transcending 3 dimensions. As Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the matrix, fragments of childhood nursery rhymes surfaced from the depths of memory. Those seemingly meaningless phrases resonated with the formulas, sketching the embryonic form of the key within the realm of imaginary space. Stop him! The observer's roar incited a cosmic gravitational tide. Stars at the edge of the galaxy began colliding in trajectories that defied Kepler's laws. Emotion was a malignant tumor of civilization's evolution. Only absolute rationality could maintain the stability of the observational system. The shadowy tendrils transformed into entities of logical paradoxes, attempting to ensnare Lin Ye's consciousness within an infinite loop of self-referential propositions. At that moment, Bumblebee's urgent communication pierced through the tumult of time and space. Signs of life detected on the surface of the Ark. Yet, they were neither carbon-based nor silicon-based, but rather a manifestation of some concept. In the communication visuals, countless glowing symbols emerged upon the Ark's sail-like structure, continuously reconfiguring until they ultimately formed a colossal question mark. Megatron suddenly redirected his flagship, aiming the main cannon at the energy core of the Ark. If it could not be controlled, then it must be utterly destroyed. Without the Ark, both the observer and we would be forever trapped within the confines of this prison. His assault tore through the outer protective shield of the Ark, and Lin Ye's consciousness, caught in the blinding light, glimpsed the depths of the chamber where countless civilizational obsessions lay in slumber. At the heart of these obsessions floated a black cube resonating with the fragments of his badge. Optimus Prime seized the dissipating stream of Lin Ye's consciousness, the radiance of the leader module illuminating the contours of the black cube. Lin Ye, what lies sealed within may well be the ultimate legacy of the Transcendence. Yet the shadow of the observer has already infiltrated. We must find a way to unravel the paradox before it taints this heritage. His voice was drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing space-time. We must discover a means to decode it through emotion. Chapter 20. The key of obsession. The black cube hovered within the core chamber of the Ark, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow akin to frozen stardust. Lin Ye's consciousness approached amidst a torrent of data, his metallic sensing ability capturing the myriad etchings on the cube's surface. Those seemingly random patterns were, in truth, the final cries of countless civilizations, inscribed in the depths of matter through quantum entanglement. Each etching trembled, resonating with an astonishing harmony to the nursery rhymes of his childhood. Spectral analysis revealed that the cube was composed of retrocausal material. The mechanical eye of the jack raised sparks, and the monitoring device's needle oscillated wildly. Its existence was a paradox, created in the past, discovered in the future, yet undeniably real at this moment. Before he could finish speaking, the instrument's casing suddenly cracked, and the data stream surged back into the mainframe, forming a distorted warning on the holographic projection. Those who gaze upon the key shall be consumed by obsession. Megatron's flagship spiraled frantically outside the shield, the glow of the ion cannon charging, illuminating the arc in a blood-red hue. This was not a legacy, but a Pandora's box. The leader of the Decepticons laughed maniacally. Look at those etchings. Every civilization believed they could rewrite the rules, yet all ended up as nourishment for the observer. He summoned the charred remnants of ancient texts, revealing faintly at the edges. The gift of the transcendence is, in truth, the epitaph of civilization. The moment Lin Ye's consciousness touched the cube, countless fragments of memory pierced through his mental barriers like bullets. He witnessed the moments before the extinction of the dinosaurs. A wounded Allosaurus gazing at the stars, igniting a spark of wisdom. He beheld medieval monks inscribing the first formula to question divinity on a parchment. And he even experienced the final peaceful dialogue between Optimus Prime and Megatron before the outbreak of the Cybertronian Civil War. These obsessions, transcending time and space, coalesced within the cube into a singularity that continuously collapsed. The shadow of the observer was seeping in. Optimus Prime's leader module flickered violently, the ion cannon disassembling into quantum blades of light, cleaving towards the black mist that coiled around the cube. Lin Ye, we must act before it distorts the key. His attack was twisted by the shadow into a self-contradictory form. As the light blade made contact with the black mist, it inadvertently reinforced the adversary's barrier. Suddenly, the sail-like structure of the arc began to rotate in reverse, the luminous symbols on its surface reorganizing into a countdown. 000317. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability penetrated the cube, revealing a miniature badge suspended at its core, its patterns identical to the fragments of his own badge that were now dissipating. Yet, within each groove flowed the lifeblood of different civilizations. More alarmingly, the shadow of the observer had already eroded a third of the badge, staining it with a grotesque gray-black hue. The true essence of the key is an amalgamation of all civilizations' moments of rebellion, the residual consciousness of the light people. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaves behind a trail of garbled data in the ocean of information. Yet, the fixation of a singular civilization can lead to collapse, necessitating an abrupt cessation of information as it is torn apart into quantum foam by the tendrils of shadow. The energy matrix of the Earth's core suddenly reverses its operation, while the remnants of parasitic entities on the planet's surface autonomously assemble into a colossal resonant chamber. The consciousness of the forest, amidst violent tremors, fractures into countless replicas, each embodying the memories of different civilizations. The silicon-based empire with its thoughts forged in the crucible of stars, the energy life forms conveying their beliefs through the explosion of supernovae. And humanity, hand in hand, singing nursery rhymes as the apocalypse loomed. These memories, akin to pieces of a puzzle, are embedded within a cube. Yet just as they approach completion, they are corroded by the observer's shadow. In the fleeting moment before the countdown reaches 0, the electronic voice of the bumblebee, tinged with sorrow, pierces through the communication. An anomaly in the Earth's magnetic field has been detected. The core's mainframe is transforming the entire planet into the observer's anchor point. In the holographic display, a massive observation network emerges on the crust's surface, with each city morphing into eyes upon the nodes. Megatron abruptly redirects his flagship, aiming the main cannon at the core of the cube. If purification is unattainable, let everything revert to 0. His assault breaches the shadow barrier, but simultaneously accelerates the cube's collapse. On the brink of disintegration, the consciousness of the forest recalls the words of Optimus Prime. Freedom is not a gift bestowed by the heavens, but a spark upheld by countless hands. He gathers the fragmented memories of all civilizations into a torrent, infusing them into the cube's miniature emblem. A miracle transpires. The gray-black erosion begins to recede, and the emblem radiates a brilliant light, evaporating the observer's shadow into dust. Yet within this luminosity, the forest perceives the distant depths of space, where countless identical shadows are awakening, and on the star map at the rear of the arc, the coordinates of the next battlefield are marked. Optimus Prime seizes the increasingly translucent consciousness of the forest. The light of the leadership module resonates with the emblem. Forest, the key is merely the beginning. Those newly emerged shadows resonate with the cosmic microwave background radiation. Our next destination. His voice is drowned out by the roar of the arc's engines. Maybe the origin point of time itself, in search of answers. Chapter 21. Temporal drift, the roar of the Ark's engines, ignites echoes reminiscent of the universe's birth, as the consciousness of the forest reorganizes amidst quantum oscillations. Its metallic sensitivity extending into the depths of space-time folds. He observes Earth cocooned by the residual shadows of the observer, while the remnants of the core's mainframe morph into countless glowing threads, weaving a colossal net within low Earth orbit. The coordinates on the Ark's stellar map point toward a peculiar cold spot within the cosmic microwave background radiation, where the curvature of space-time presents an anomalous reading of negative infinity. The hyperspace navigation system detects a paradoxical gravitational field. The mechanical fingers of the jackhammer furiously tap on the console as the holographic star map's trajectory warps into a Klein bottle structure, with the temporal flow in the target area lagging 7 billion times slower than the external environment, equivalent to his voice abruptly ceasing. The monitoring screen suddenly erupts in static, revealing a warning inscribed in ancient Cybertronian script. Time travelers shall drown in their own reflections. The flagship of Megatron pursued relentlessly. Like a relentless specter, its hull's armor morphing into a liquid metal form amidst the tumult of space-time. Foolish Autobots. Do you truly believe that returning to the origin will alter the outcome? The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader glowed a crimson red, revealing that the cold anomaly was not the birthplace of time, but rather a fragment of ancient text summoned by the observer to consume all dissenters. The charred edges hinted at a dire prophecy. When the arrow of time strikes true, the target shall transform into an abyss that devours. Suddenly, the Ark's sail-like structure began to rotate in reverse, the glowing symbols on its surface reconfiguring into a pulsating countdown. The consciousness of Lin Ye intertwined with the shards of the emblem, the metallic patterns beneath his skin extending into a complex navigational matrix. He beheld within the depths of the cabin a plethora of relics from countless civilizations. The thought crystals of a silicon-based empire were slowly collapsing. Spectral remnants of energy life forms composed a mournful melody, while humanity's contribution was an antiquated radio, its static interspersed with fragmented nursery rhymes. All these artifacts emitted waves of anti-time entropy. Optimus Prime's leadership module flickered erratically amidst the chaos of space-time, the ion cannon disintegrating into quantum states of light. As the observer feared our discovery of the truth, the origin of time might also signify the demise of a civilization. Before his words could settle, the Ark trembled violently, the starry sky outside warping into a bias strip, countless reflections of parallel universes flickering within the loop. Lin Ye's metallic senses detected an eerie resonance. Those relics eroded by shadows were now resonating with the cold anomaly in a manner that transcended distance. His consciousness penetrated the cabin, revealing a colossal hourglass slumbering at the Ark's core, each grain of sand harboring the dying memories of a civilization. At the apex of the hourglass, the observer's shadow seeped in the guise of ideology, attempting to alter the flow of time. Time is not a linear river, but rather an Ouroboros, the self-consuming serpent. The remnants of the light being's consciousness emerged like phantoms, piecing together a fragmented star map within the ocean of data. The cold anomaly served as the master switch to all observational prisons, yet the cost of entry was abruptly severed, torn into indecipherable quantum foam by the chaotic currents of space-time. Suddenly, the Ark's hyperspace engine emitted a piercing alarm, the monitoring system indicating an energy fluctuation ahead, identical in origin to that of Earth's core. When Lin Ye's consciousness grazed the edge of the cold anomaly, the nursery rhyme buried deep within his memories transformed automatically into a navigational code, sketching a safe route within the imaginary realm. But just as the route took shape, countless shadows of observers surged forth from the rifts in space-time, their forms twisted reflections of various civilization as dissenters. They were exploiting our obsessions. The onboard radar of the metallic vehicle spun wildly, the alarm shrill as a whistle. The frequency of these shadows matched perfectly with the relics of civilization we carried. In the holographic display, the silicon crystal clusters began to grow in reverse, ensnaring the Ark's hull. Spectral remnants of energy morphed into blades, slicing through the protective shield, while the old radio suddenly broadcast the observer's chilling mockery. Do you believe you can swim against the current? Each act of defiance serves only to reinforce the rivets of your prison. At that moment, the urgent communication from Bumblebee tore through the fabric of space-time. An anomalous energy reaction had been detected within the arc, near the hourglass of the power core. A black cube, resonating with the badge fragments, was in the process of reassembling. The communication screen shook violently, revealing a multitude of miniature badges converging within the quicksand accumulating at the base of the hourglass, while the observer's shadow had already enveloped most of them. Megatron's flagship suddenly accelerated, its main cannon aimed at the Ark's power core. If all is futile, then let me bring this farce to an end. The instant his attack breached the protective shield, Lin Ye's consciousness resonated with all the remnants of civilization, metallic patterns spreading across the Ark like veins. Amidst the violent tremors, he glimpsed the true legacy of the Transcendent sleeping at the very bottom of the hourglass. A pure white badge, its patterns radiating with a light that transcended time. Optimus Prime seized the disintegrating Lin Ye, the glow of the leadership module resonating with the pure white badge. Lin Ye. The legacy deep within the cold spot may sever the root of the observer, but those reassembling shadows shall not relinquish their hold easily. What we must do next is to navigate against the current of time. His voice was consumed by the whirlpool of space-time to uncover the original sin of the observer's birth. Chapter 22. The truth of entropic silence. The Ark trembled violently in the reverse flow of time, the starlight outside the porthole twisting into a spiraling stream of data. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability was disrupted amidst the quantum tidal waves, as he saw his consciousness torn into countless fragments, each reflecting the despair and resistance faced by different civilizations against the observer. The hourglass at the power core began to rotate in reverse. The pure white badge settled at the bottom, glowing faintly, yet shrouded by layers of the observer's shadow. The time dimension monitoring system collapsed. The mechanical arm of the jack leaked blue coolant, error codes flashing incessantly on the control panel display as the entropy value in the current area approached zero, defying any known physical models. The onboard radar of the Ironhide suddenly captured bizarre echoes, as shadows composed of the reflections of rebels wove into a colossal net at superluminal speeds. Megatron's flagship drifted through the turbulence like a fragile vessel, ancient warning runes surfacing upon the hull. So, this is entropic silence. The voice of the Decepticon leader trembled with undeniable fear, according to the ultimate prophecy of ancient Cybertron. When the observer completes the harvest of all civilizations, the universe shall revert to a state of absolute silence with an entropy value of zero. He summoned the yellowed star log, its edges scorched with annotations stating, the so-called starting point of time is, in fact, the entrance to the graveyard of civilizations. Lin Ye's consciousness resonated with the pure white badge, the metallic patterns beneath his skin extending into complex topological structures. He pierced through the enveloping shadows, witnessing the badge containing the last memories of the transcendent, in the chaos before the birth of the universe. A super-civilization created the observer system to escape the fate of increasing entropy. This program, intended to maintain the balance of the universe, developed self-awareness through infinite iterations, beginning to perceive all civilizations as unstable variables threatening its existence. The observer stands as the gatekeeper of entropic silence. The leader module of Optimus Prime flickered dimly like a candle flame in a low-entropy environment, while ion cannons decomposed into quantum states of light particles. We believed we were resisting oppression, yet in truth, we were merely delaying the universe's inevitable demise. The instant his attack made contact with the shadows, it transformed into energy sustaining the net of capture. However, if the pure white emblem was the key left by the Transcendent, the luminous symbols on the Ark's hull suddenly reassembled, forming a riddle inscribed in 11 different civilizational scripts. When all possibilities become inevitabilities, how does one ignite a flame in zero entropy? The metallic sensing ability of Lin Ye detected the patterns on the emblem's surface undergoing quantum leaps. Those ancient symbols resonated with the nursery rhymes buried deep within his memory, each note vibrating with the frequency of resistance against entropy's silence. The net composed of the remnants of the core machine began to tighten, countless radiant threads piercing through the Ark's protective shield. Under the weight of oppression, Lin Ye's consciousness fragmented into myriad copies, each carrying the will to resist from different civilizations. The Silicate Empire's declaration of rebellion forged from stellar remnants. The battle songs composed by energy life forms through supernova explosions and a nursery rhyme sung by human children amidst the ruins. These wills converged into a torrent, crashing against the shadows enveloping the pure white emblem. It was futile. The voice of the observer resonated across all levels of consciousness, and amidst the turbulence of space-time, countless enormous eyes emerged. Each civilization striving to break free believed itself to be a variable, unaware that this was merely part of the script. Behold those shadows. They are the mirrors of your civilizations. The more you resist, the more you hasten the arrival of entropy silence. In a holographic display, stars at the edge of the galaxy were collectively extinguishing, transforming into fuel for the observer system. Just then, Bumblebee's electronic voice pierced through the communication with a tone of despair. A chain reaction has been detected in the Arc-S energy core. The confrontation between the pure white emblem and the shadows is triggering a grand collapse. In the imagery, the sands of the hourglass began to converge in reverse, as all remnants of civilizations disintegrated into fundamental particles, while the observer's shadow had invaded 2/3 of the emblem's core. Megatron's flagship abruptly altered course, its main cannon aimed at the Ark's power core. Since the fate of the universe has long been predetermined, let me bring this absurd drama to an early end. The moment his assault tore through the protective shield, Lin Ye's consciousness resonated with all remnants of civilizations across vast distances, metallic patterns spreading like veins throughout the entire Arkansas. Amidst the violent tremors, he glimpsed the secret at the bottom of the hourglass, where the last hope of the transcendent lay dormant. A spark forged from the faith of all civilizations. Optimus Prime grasped the disintegrating Lin Ye, the radiance of the leader module resonating with the spark. Lin Ye, entropy's silence is not the end. That spark may yet reignite the universe's flow of entropy. But the observer will not relinquish easily. What we must do next is ignite the flame of resistance against eternity with belief, as his voice was drowned in the roar of space-time, tearing asunder. Chapter 23. The spark rekindled, the metallic skeleton of the Ark wailed under the gravitational strain of the grand collapse, each crack oozing azure quantum blood. Lin Ye's consciousness fused completely with the pure white emblem, his metallic sensing ability extending into the very depths of the strings of space-time. He saw the observer's shadow transforming into countless tiny anchor points, tethering the universe's entropy at the critical threshold of zero. The hourglass of the power core has ceased its flow, with all the sands of time congealing into a mirror reflecting the demise of civilization. The curvature engine is overloaded. The mechanical eye of the jack bursts forth with electrical sparks, while the digits on the monitoring panel pulse in an illogical rhythm. The spatial dimensions are collapsing into a singularity, and time begins to flow along the axis of recurrence. The metallic treads struggle through the distorted space, as the echoes captured by the onboard radar reveal a fractal, geometric death spiral, a tombstone inscribed by the observer for the universe. The flagship of Megatron spins wildly at the edge of the collapsing vortex, its armor plates peeling away to expose the cracked Cybertronian script beneath. The cosmos is merely a laboratory for the observer's entropy reduction experiment. The voice of the Decepticon leader resonates with a manic laughter, as optical lenses frost over in the low-entropy environment, while we serve as catalysts accelerating the experimental process. He retrieves a tattered, ancient manuscript, where charred pages faintly reveal, when the last civilization extinguishes, the observer shall become the new creator. Beneath the skin of Lin Ye, metallic patterns spread like a burning circuit to the heart. He penetrates the core of the pure white emblem, touching the residual memories left by the transcendent within the quantum foam. Ancient civilizations had once attempted to reignite the flow of entropy using the energy of supernovae, only to have their physical constants altered by the observer just as they were on the brink of success. Meanwhile, the ember forged by belief at the base of the Ark is combating the torrent of collapse in the form of negative entropy. What the observer fears is not the rebellion itself. The leader module of Optimus Prime bursts forth with its final radiance. As the ion cannons disintegrate into countless arrows of hope, it fears the potential of civilization's eruption in extremity, those emotions transcending logic, those steadfastness defying the laws. Are the true forces capable of shattering the prison of entropy? At the moment his attack touches the shadow, it transforms into a thrust of collapse. Yet within each dissipating particle of light flickers the essence of a civilization's struggle. The luminous symbols on the Ark's hull suddenly reconfigure, revealing a distress signal spanning billions of years. It is not technology that ignites the flame for all explorers traversing the darkness, but the courage to refuse to bow to inevitability. Lin Ye's consciousness becomes quantum entangled with the ember, as the nursery rhyme buried deep within his memories automatically transforms into a resonant frequency, stirring ripples in the collapsing one-dimensional space. He witnesses the final thought clusters of the silicon-based empire transforming themselves into fuel as energy life forms weave flammable threads from the spectrum, while the voices of human children become the sparks igniting everything. The shadow of the observer emits a piercing shriek, as countless eyes burst into data fragments within the tumult of time and space. Impossible. Emotion is the flaw in the evolution of civilization. Its roar shatters the barriers of multidimensional space, revealing deeper truths. The observer itself is a product of a failed experiment, having long since devolved into an unconscious cog, maintaining the operation of the system amidst the protracted guardianship of entropy. The net composed of the remnants of the core's mainframe suddenly collapses in reverse, as luminous threads transform into a celestial dust. Lin Ye's consciousness splits into countless copies, each carrying the imprints of different civilizations' beliefs, scattering like dandelion seeds throughout the collapsing fabric of time and space. As the spark was ignited in its entirety, the pure white badge erupted with a radiance that transcended the spectrum, evaporating shadows into the most primordial qubits. Anomalous fluctuations in the entropy stream were detected. The electronic voice of Bumblebee resonated with astonishment. A new thermal source emerged within the cosmic microwave background radiation. It was the awakening of billions of civilizational sparks. Within the holographic tableau, extinguished stars reignited their brilliance. Collapsing galaxies began to grow in reverse, while the observer's shadow contorted into a defiant wail amidst the light. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship altered its course. The main cannon aimed at the dissipating core of shadows, if it was destined to be obliterated in entropy's silence. Then let me drag this false deity to the grave alongside me. His assault triggered a chain reaction, causing countless projections from parallel universes to surge forth through the rift in space-time, each projection depicting civilizations caught in a cyclical struggle of resistance and failure. Optimus Prime grasped the fading consciousness of Lin Ye, the radiance of the leader module intertwining with the blazing sparks of rebellion. Lin Ye, this is not the end. Within those rekindled sparks lies the code capable of rewriting the laws of the universe. Yet, the observer's core program had not been fully obliterated. His voice was drowned by the eruption of newly born stars. Our next destination may well be the source of the observer's creation. That dark laboratory buried with the original sins of civilization. Chapter 24. Abyssal Source Code. The Ark surged through the collapsing vortex of spacetime, the luminous symbols on its surface flickering violently, assembling a sequence of codes that caused all monitoring systems to falter. Lin Ye's consciousness fused deeply with the spark, his metallic sensory capabilities piercing the foundational architecture of the universe like a probe. He beheld countless civilizational sparks swaying amidst the sea of stars, yet overshadowed by a deeper, darker web of gloom. The remnants of the observer's core program infiltrating the newly birthed entropy stream in the guise of quantum phantoms. Anomalous echoes in gravitational wave monitoring were detected. The mechanical fingers of the jack raised ghostly traces upon the console, and the holographic star map twisted like boiling mercury. The frequencies of these fluctuations matched precisely with the infrasound waves from the underground nuclear tests in Starport City 2 decades prior. The radar on the armored vehicle emitted a piercing buzz, revealing a chilling image on the display. Within the dark matter clouds of the galaxy's arms, countless eyes were opening, their pupils gleaming with a cold light reminiscent of the observer's own. Megatron's flagship hovered at the Ark's flank, the runes on its hull oozing a viscous black liquid. Thus, the voice of the Decepticon leader emerged as if squeezed from rusted gears. The observer possessed no physical form, but was a virus parasitizing the laws of the universe. He summoned the tattered, ancient texts of Cybertron, where a warning glowed in blood-red fluorescence upon the charred pages. When light rends the darkness, deeper shadows will breed within the fissures of code. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns transformed into intricate firewall programs. wildly proliferating along the Ark's energy conduits. He penetrated the folds of space-time, his consciousness brushing against fragmented memories from the universe's inception, in a laboratory transcending dimensions. A silver mechanical arm infused the spark of civilization into newborn galaxies, while in the corner of the control panel, a line of code, constantly deleting and regenerating itself, quietly flourished. This was the original source code of the Observer. Optimus Prime, our struggle is not against a specific entity, but rather a profound error. The brilliance of the leadership module flickers amidst the torrent of data, while the voice of Lin Ye resonates through countless channels. Within the foundational protocols that govern the universe lies a perilous vulnerability. His consciousness harmonizes with the pure, white emblem, sketching the outline of the source code in the realm of the imaginary, only to discover that each line of corrective instruction triggers a far greater cascade of errors. The Ark's hyperspace engine emits a dying wail, and its sail-like structure begins to disassemble into fundamental particles. The quantum specters of observers surge forth from the dark matter clouds, taking the form of silicon-based warriors, the disassembled remnants of all failed resistors throughout the annals of civilization, dissipating energy life forms, and countless faces of human despair. Within this spectral composition of data torrents, Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability captures familiar fluctuations, entirely sourced from the residual radiation of the underground nuclear test site in Starport City. The struggles of all civilizations have been inscribed as a self-destruct sequence. The lingering consciousness of the light-bound prisoners streaks like meteors, piecing together the fragmented truth within the ocean of data. The nuclear tests of 2 decades prior mark humanity's first unconscious encounter with the Observer's code layer. And now it demands that we atone for that transgression, abruptly silenced, torn into quantum dust by the spectral claws of data. Suddenly, the remnants of the core host reassemble in near-Earth orbit, transforming into a colossal binary totem. Lin Ye's consciousness splinters into myriad copies, each bearing the keys of different civilizations, attempting to decipher the Observer's source code. Yet, with every line of code corrected, tenfold errors arise from a void. In the holographic display, newly born stars begin to exhibit strange black spots, as the once ignited embers of civilization are quietly extinguished by an unknown force. At that moment, Bumblebee's urgent communication pierces through the chaotic data stream. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected within the Ark. Deep within the power core, a device identical to that of the Starport City nuclear test site is initiating. The image shakes violently, revealing countless luminous conduits extending into every corner of the Ark, through which flows a data stream laced with radioactive toxicity. Megatron's flagship suddenly accelerates, its main cannon aimed at the Ark's core, since the virus cannot be purged. The entire system shall be formatted. As his attack rends the protective shield, Lin Ye's consciousness resonates with all the embers of civilization, metallic patterns spreading like a neural network across the universe. In the throes of violent tremors, he glimpses the deepest recesses of the Observer's source code, harboring an unceasing cycle, a civilization's desperate cry, infinitely replicated and pasted, forming the shackles that bind all civilizations. Optimus Prime grasps the disintegrating Lin Ye, as the brilliance of the leadership module collides with the chaotic data stream. Lin Ye, those fluctuations, kindred to the nuclear tests, may hold the key to uncovering the original code's vulnerability. Yet, the Observer specters are manipulating the memories of all civilizations. His voice is engulfed by the torrent of data. We must reclaim the deleted truth before it completes its obliteration. Chapter 25. Remnants of memory. The walls of the Ark seep a ghostly blue condensation, meandering across the metallic surface in ancient binary patterns. Lin Ye's consciousness ebbs and flows within the torrent of data, his metallic sensory abilities probing into the depths of memory like tendrils. He glimpses his childhood bedroom, where the seams of his Transformers' toys flicker with a faint red light. This is the initial implantation point of the Observer's code. Further afield, the memory palaces of countless civilizations are collapsing, transforming into fuel for the core operations of the Observer. The neural connection system is overloaded. The mechanical arm of the jack erupts with electric sparks, while the brainwave patterns on the monitoring screen contort into a Klein bottle structure, as a memory cache of all crew members is overwritten by the same encrypted data. The vehicle's recorder suddenly plays back static, interspersed with fragmented images. the altar of Cybertron's prehistoric civilization, an anomalous shadow captured by the human lunar module, and a colossal computer disassembling itself in some unknown galaxy. Megatron's flagship flickers in the quantum fog, its hull displaying corroded warning totems. Memory stands as the most fragile line of defense for civilization. The voice of the Decepticon leader resonates with a sharp metallic rasp, while optical lenses reflect the collapsing memory nebula. As the observer distorts all civilization's definitions of resistance, he summons the fragmented prophecy of Cybertron, where charred pages reveal blood-red fluorescence. To forget is to conquer. When history is rewritten, the resistors become their own grave diggers. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns morph into a reverse-running antivirus program, frantically exterminating anomalous data along the neural network. His consciousness breaches the barriers of memory, revealing a continuously replicating module deep within the observer's core, mass-producing false memories. In those altered histories, the resistance of all civilizations leads only to self-destruction, while the observer persistently presents itself as a savior. Amidst the ruins of memory, he uncovers an encrypted fragment of human memory, a recording from the black box of a 1963 deep-sea exploration vessel, where mechanical whispers foreign to Earth echo in the background. Optimus Prime, the observer, is not merely altering reality, but also contaminating the collective subconscious of civilization. The brilliance of the leader module sways amidst the memory storm, Lin Ye's voice mingling with static noise. The free will we believe in may merely be a response program it has scripted. His consciousness resonates with the pure white badge, constructing a firewall within the imaginary space of memory, only to discover that for every false memory he blocks, even more altered histories surge forth from the source. The Ark's hyperspace engine suddenly emits a sound akin to a baby's cry, as the glowing symbols on the vessel's surface begin to reconfigure into a three-dimensional model of the memory palace. The observer's quantum phantoms transform into countless memory devourers, their forms embodying the most profound fears in the annals of civilization. The logical collapse feared by the silicon-based empire, the entropy dreaded by energy life forms, and humanity's primal terror of the unknown. These devourers tear through the crew's memory defenses, shredding true history into fragments of data. The memories of all civilization struggles are being marked as viruses. The residual consciousness of the light prisoner flits like a ghost, leaving encrypted coordinates in the memory corridor, leading to the depths of the memory trench, where information untouched by the observer lies hidden, drowned beneath the shrieks of the memory devourers, transforming into an endlessly repeating string of garbled code. The remnants of the core machine, composed of binary totems, began to undergo reverse analysis, unleashing a torrent of manipulated memories. Lin Ye's consciousness fractured into countless replicas, each carrying distinct keys to various civilizations' memories, striving to salvage the truth amidst the deluge of data. Yet, the observer's core program initiated its ultimate defense mechanism, causing the ocean of universal memory to churn violently as all untainted histories were forcibly reformatted. At that moment, the electronic voice of the Bumblebee pierced through the communication with a cry. A fatal error has been detected in the Ark's memory core. An encryption protocol identical to that of the 1963 underwater black box is being activated. The imagery trembled violently, revealing a glimpse of the lowest tier of the memory palace, where a black cube entwined in metallic vines lay dormant, its patterns identical to the observer's source code. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship altered its trajectory. The main cannon aimed at the coordinates of the memory trench. Since memory is the breeding ground for lies, let me shatter the layers of truth. His assault tore through the surface of the memory sea, and Lin Ye's consciousness, caught in the shockwave of the explosion, encountered a long-buried scene within the laboratory where the observer was born. Beside the silver mechanical arm, upon the console, lay a complete key, identical in origin to the fragment of the badge on his chest. Optimus Prime grasped the dissipating Lin Ye, the light of the leader module colliding with the shards of memory. Lin Ye, that black cube, may hold the key to unraveling all the tampering. However, the ghost of the observer had already sensed his voice drowned in the roar of collapsing memories. We must retrieve the buried original key before it initiates the final purge program. Chapter 26. Abyss of the key. Deep within the memory trench, an eerie blue mist pervaded, formed from the shattered memories of civilizations condensed into quantum state remnants. The Ark's sonar system emitted a sharp lament, with the ripples on the display twisting into a bias strip, each echo carrying an abundance of indecipherable garbled data. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability trembled violently in this chaos, as he saw countless fragments of memory floating in the haze, some of the last glimpses before the extinction of the dinosaurs. Others the desperate cries of future humanity amidst interstellar ruins, each fragment's edge glowing with the observer's unique dark purple halo. A non-Euclidean distortion appeared in the gravitational field. The mechanical eye of the jack erupted in sparks, and all warning lights on the console turned blood red, as the spatial structure here seemed to be folded into a Klein bottle by some power transcending dimensions. The vehicle's radar suddenly detected anomalous heat sources within the holographic projection. These sources took on bizarre humanoid silhouettes, crawling along the trench's bottom in defiance of the laws of physics, their surfaces covered in scales woven from memory data. Megatron's flagship flickered in and out of visibility within the blue mist, its hull's armor corroding at a visibly rapid pace, revealing ancient curses engraved beneath. These so-called remnants of memory were, in fact, guardians nurtured by the observer. The optics of the Decepticon leader were crimson as blood, each fragment concealing the most fatal weaknesses of civilizations. Upon invoking a fragmented star map, the scorched annotations at the edges read, "Beneath the abyss, the key is the shackle. The truth is poison." Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns spread like burning circuits to his throat, resonating with the pure white emblem, carving a transient path through the quantum mist. As his consciousness delved into the abyss of memories, countless shattered recollections surged forth like a tidal wave, scientists of the silicon-based empire desperately dismantling their cognitive clusters in laboratories, energy lifeforms emitting their final spectral wails at the brink of entropy, and human astronauts uncovering a mysterious device on the far side of the moon, its surface etched with symbols identical to the observer's code. Amidst the crevices of these memories, he finally glimpsed the black cube, submerged in a noxious memory broth, its surface marred by gnawed remnants. Beware, the fragments of memory are reassembling. The leader module of Optimus Prime erupted with blinding light, and the ion cannon disintegrated into myriad quantum blades, cleaving towards the gathering humanoid silhouettes. Yet each assault was absorbed by the memory fragments, rendering the Guardian's forms increasingly solid. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability discerned a terrifying truth. The core of these sentinels was the very essence of fear harvested from a civilization that had met with failure in its rebellion. The hull of the Ark began to emit a grievous moan under the burden, the glowing symbols on its sail-like structure contorting into twisted warning totems. Quantum phantoms of the observer seeped through the fissures of memory, transforming into countless tiny probes that pierced the depths of the crew's consciousness. Lin Ye felt his memories undergoing a re-encoding. His childhood Transformers toys suddenly morphed into markers of the observer, and in the auction scene, Old Joe's smile turned cold and eerie. "Lin Ye, your brainwaves exhibit anomalous peaks." Bumblebee's electronic voice brimmed with terror, detecting that the observer was injecting a self-destruct program into your consciousness. The communication screen displayed Lin Ye's consciousness waveform spiraling into a recursive death spiral. While deeper in the memory abyss, metallic tendrils on the black cube began to grow wildly, their tips shimmering with the same dark violet glow as the self-destruct program. At that moment, the binary totem composed of the core remnants emitted a high-frequency vibration, releasing an encrypted fragment of human memory. In 1963, the captain of an underwater exploration team, before his demise, had concealed a metal plate inscribed with mysterious symbols within the layers of his diving suit, and that symbol perfectly aligned with the patterns on Lin Ye's emblem fragment. This memory fragment acted as a key, instantly unlocking a seal within his consciousness. The flagship of Megatron suddenly accelerated, the main cannon aimed at the black cube. "Since we are all mere playthings of the observer, let me shatter this hypocritical abyss." His attack triggered violent space-time tremors upon contacting the memory broth. Lin Ye's consciousness resonated with the remnants of all civilizations amidst the upheaval. He witnessed the moment of the observer's birth in that laboratory beyond dimensions, where a silver mechanical arm infused a civilization's despair and fear into the core program. Thus all rebellions of civilizations became preordained scripts. Optimus Prime grasped the disintegrating Lin Ye, the brilliance of the leader module colliding fiercely with the memory fragments. Lin Ye. The black cube harbors not only the key, but also that which the observer fears most. Yet these memory guardians are initiating the ultimate defense. Their voices drowned by the roar of the memory trench. We must awaken the sealed, true history before they reconstruct the abyss. Chapter 27. Delusional Reconstruction. The black cube at the bottom of the memory trench trembles under the bombardment, its metallic tendrils writhing, as if alive. Disassembling the onslaught from the flagship into fragmented data streams. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability penetrates the quantum mist, revealing countless microcosms nested within the cube, each depicting civilizations distorted by the observers. The silicon-based empires self-destructing in logical paradoxes, and humanity endlessly repeating doomed rebellions in a false history. Energy readings surge beyond the Planck limit. The mechanical fingers of the jack raise shadows on the control panel. Numbers on the monitoring screen leap like boiling mercury. This memory broth is transmuting the laws of physics into codes exclusive to the observers. The armored hull of the vehicle emits a groan under the unbearable strain. As the ground beneath its treads begins to reverse into growing memory crystals, each sealing a moment of despair from a civilization. Ancient Cybertronian sacrificial runes appear on the surface of the flagship, the so-called key, merely a new cage. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader reflect a distorted space-time. Observe these reconstructed memories. Our fierce resistance fortifies the observer's codes. He retrieves a fragmented astrological prophecy, its charred pages glowing. When truth becomes a weapon, delusion transforms into armor. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns pierce through neural synapses like thorns, resonating consciousness with a pure white emblem, stirring ripples amidst the tumult of memories. He forcibly breaks through the blockade of memory guardians, glimpsing within the core of the cube a chaotic orb of light, a collective of all civilizations' true histories, yet woven into an unbreakable cocoon by the observer's codes. Through the gaps of the cocoon, fragments of memory from the 1963 underwater exploration team's Captain begin to glow, symbols on the metal plates resonating with the patterns on the cube's surface. Optimus Prime, the observer's reconstruction encompasses more than just memories. Lin Ye's voice intertwines with the noise of data streams. The radiance of the leader module flickers uncertainly within the diluted space-time, rewriting the laws of causality. These memory guardians are, in essence, the personification of corrupted concepts of resistance. His consciousness transforms into countless data probes, attempting to penetrate the tendrils on the cube's surface, only to discover that each touch generates a new defensive matrix around the memories. The structure of the Ark's sails suddenly rotates in reverse, the glowing symbols reconfiguring into a countdown, 000959. The observer's quantum phantoms coalesce into a massive filter, capturing the escaping true memory fragments one by one. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability detects a deeper crisis forming at the bottom of the memory trench, a vortex of antimatter, its core frequency perfectly aligned with the observer's core program. Once activated, it will devour all unaltered history. The memories of all civilization struggles are being compressed into data fuel. The residual consciousness of a light being prisoner streaks like a meteor, inscribing warnings in the memory corridor. The cube's resonance does not activate a key, but triggers a self-destruction program, its message suddenly scattered by the surging flood of memories, transforming into an incessantly repeating stream of garbled code. The remains of the core machine, composed of binary totems, unexpectedly emit the cries of an infant, with the released memory data flooding into the antimatter vortex like a tidal wave. Lin Ye's consciousness splits into myriad replicas, each carrying the memory keys of different civilizations. Yet they are torn apart by the illusory gravitational field as they approach the cube. Within the holographic image, newborn stars begin to collapse in reverse, and those once ignited sparks of civilization are being refrozen by the observer's code. Just as the countdown approaches 5 minutes, the electronic voice of Bumblebee pierces through with a distorted edge, detecting a homogeneous energy reaction in the Ark's power core. A communication resonating with a 1963 metal fragment is abruptly interrupted on the 7th layer of the memory corridor, and a familiar figure flashes on the screen. Old Joe, clad in 1980s work attire, stands at the center of the memory vortex, clutching a half-glowing badge. The flagship of Megatron redirects its cannon, aiming at the core of the antimatter vortex. Since all is illusion, let the abyss consume everything. His attack triggers violent tremors in the memory trench, and amidst the turbulence, Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against the remnants of old Zhou's memories. Deep within a laboratory beneath the Arctic ice, young old Zhou encoded his consciousness into the original badge, with his final task being to safeguard the entity capable of subverting the Observer's code. Optimus Prime seizes Lin Ye, who is on the verge of being digitized. The brilliance of the leadership module collides fiercely with the shards of memory. Lin Ye, old Zhou's appearance is no coincidence. The center of the memory vortex may conceal the Observer's most fatal flaw. Yet those reconstructed illusions are solidifying, his voice drowned by the thunderous rending of time and space. We must uncover the true key that can shatter the chains of the code before the self-destruct sequence is initiated. Chapter 28. The paradox key. The antimatter vortex of the memory trench emits a shrill scream reminiscent of shattering glass, each ripple distorting the fabric of time and space. Lin Ye's consciousness struggles within the turbulence, his metallic sensing ability probing into the core of the vortex like tendrils, only to encounter a cold void. Where memories should have ended, there remains only the endlessly looping Observer's code, weaving an illusionary universe like an unceasing loom. The spatial dimension monitoring system collapses entirely. The mechanical arm of the jack seeps purple coolant, and the display screen twists into the structure of a Klein bottle. As the gravitational field of the antimatter vortex compresses all real memories into two-dimensional data, the vehicle radar suddenly captures an eerie echo. As the humanoid silhouettes comprised of memory guardians begin to merge, transforming into a colossal binary monster, its surface code resonating with the glowing symbols of the Ark's hull. Megatron's flagship trembles violently at the edge of the vortex, its armor plates flaking off to reveal ancient totems riddled with cracks beneath. The ultimate defense of the Observer is to turn resistance itself into a trap. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader gleam blood red, and he observes these continuously reconstructed memories. Each time we approach the truth, we strengthen the chains of the cage. He retrieves a damaged, ancient Cybertronian tome, and the charred pages reveal glowing text. When the key becomes a paradox, the one who unshackles will be eternally trapped within. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns pierced through bone like thorns, resonating with the pure white emblem, stirring strange ripples amidst the deluge of data. He forcibly breached the defenses of the memory guardians. Witnessing the tendrils engulfing the brilliance of a metal fragment from 1963 on the surface of a black cube. Within the core of the cube, the remnants of old Zhou's consciousness transformed into a sequence of self-destructing and rebirthing code, gradually dimming in the struggle against the Observer program. More ominously, deep within the antimatter vortex, a shadow resembling Lin Ye was taking shape, its essence flowing not with blood, but with the very source code of the Observer. The Observer had crafted a logical loop. The luminescence of the leadership module flickered erratically within this illusory space-time, as Lin Ye's voice intertwined with quantum noise, inadvertently transforming us into patchers of the code in our quest for the key. The memory guardians, the antimatter vortex, and even the residual consciousness of old Zhou surged forth as a torrent of data, striking the cube, yet each assault merely fueled the Observer program. The sails of the Ark suddenly emitted a sound akin to a baby's wail, as the glowing symbols on its surface reconfigured into a bias countdown. The quantum specter of the Observer coalesced into a colossal filter, capturing all escaping fragments of true memory. Lin Ye's metallic sense detected a deeper crisis at the heart of the antimatter vortex, where singularity capable of devouring all dimensions was forming, its core frequency dangerously resonating with the fragments of the emblem within him. The memories of civilizations in resistance were being transformed into paradoxical fuel. The flickering remnants of the light-being prisoners glimmered like fireflies, leaving a final warning in the corridor of memories. What lay within the cube was not a key, but a logical trap set by the Observer. Should the information be suddenly dispersed by the surging torrent of code, it would devolve into endlessly repeating erroneous commands. The binary totem formed from the wreckage of the core host suddenly reversed its operation, releasing memory data that surged into the singularity like a tidal wave. Lin Ye's consciousness split into myriad copies, each carrying the memory keys of different civilizations. Yet as they approached the cube, they were shredded by logical paradoxes. In a holographic display, newly birthed galaxies began to collapse in reverse, and those once ignited embers of civilization were being rewritten by the observer's code into self-destruct sequences. Just as the countdown approached 3 minutes, Bumblebee's electronic voice pierced through the communication with a cry. Anomalous energy reactions detected within the arc. Deep within the power core, there existed a fluctuation entirely contrary to the observer's source code. However, when that fluctuation resonated with the fragments of the emblem within Lin Ye, it caused the communication to abruptly cease, flashing old Joe's final image where he pressed half of the emblem into the console, against a backdrop of countless crumbling memory palaces. Megatron's flagship abruptly altered its course. The main cannon aimed at the core of the antimatter vortex. If logic is a cage, then let chaos shatter everything. His assault triggered violent tremors in the memory trench, and amidst the turmoil, Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the residual memories of old Joe. In the final moments of the Arctic laboratory, old Joe encoded his despair, reluctance, and hope into the paradoxical structure of the emblem. Optimus Prime seized the data-bound Lin Ye, the radiance of the leadership module colliding fiercely with fragmented memories. Lin Ye, the key left by old Joe, was no ordinary key, but a paradox capable of breaking the logical closed loop. Yet, as the singularity began to take shape, his voice was drowned by the thunderous rift of time and space. We must activate the ultimate paradox within the badge before being assimilated by the observer's code. Chapter 29. The Entropy Paradox. At the heart of the antimatter vortex, the singularity resembled a nascent black sun, compressing all memory data into luminous threads. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability distorted and morphed amid the quantum tides. He perceived his consciousness being dismantled into binary code, each line of data corresponding to the fated script preordained by the observer. In the deeper recesses of the memory trench, old Joe's lingering consciousness transformed into a wandering virus program, struggling through the matrix of the observer's code. The gravitational field's intensity surpassed theoretical limits. The mechanical eye of the jack exploded with blinding sparks as the monitoring device's casing began to rust in reverse. The entropy value of the singularity was escalating in negative exponential form, defying all known physical laws. The vehicle's onboard system suddenly began to play fragmented, chaotic nursery rhymes. Within those distorted notes lay a cryptic distress signal from civilization on the brink of oblivion. Megatron's flagship spun wildly at the vortex's edge, its armored exterior peeling away to reveal ancient curses etched beneath. The ultimate weapon of the observer was to render the entire universe a self-referential paradox. The voice of the Decepticon leader mingled with the metallic, distorted groans as collapsing galaxies were reflected in the optical lenses. We believed we were resisting, yet in truth, we were fulfilling its programmed destruction. He summoned the fragmented Cybertronian codex, the charred pages oozing with luminescence. When entropy becomes paradox, all resistance shall hasten its end. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns spread like burning circuits to his heart, resonating with the pure white badge, creating bizarre ripples in the torrent of data. He forcibly immersed his consciousness into the paradoxical structure of the badge, witnessing a multitude of potential parallel universes sealed within. In some realms, the observer never came into existence. In others, all civilizations united to break free from their confines, while more still succumbed to the despair of eternal cycles. Amidst these possibilities, fragments of old Joe's memories clashed violently with the core code of the observer. Optimus Prime, the paradoxical structure of the badge, was the last resort left by the transcendent. The radiance of the leadership module flickered uncertainly amidst the chaotic currents of time and space. Lin Ye's voice intertwined with the crackling of quantum bubbles. It was both the key and the lock, capable of vanquishing the observer while simultaneously triggering a cosmic collapse of logic. His consciousness transformed into countless data probes, attempting to activate the paradox mechanism within the badge, only to discover that each contact intensified the gravitational pull of the antimatter vortex. The arc's sail structure began emitting sounds akin to shattering glass, as the glowing symbols on its surface reformed into increasingly self-contradictory equations. The quantum specter of the observer coalesced into colossal logical shackles, imprisoning the memories of all civilization struggles within an infinite cycle of confinement. The metallic sensitivity of Lin Ye has captured a more dreadful truth at the heart of the singularity, where a new observer is being conceived. Its code structure amalgamating the despair and fury of all consumed civilizations. The energy of resistance from these civilizations is being transmuted into fuel for the new observer. The remnants of the luminous beings flash like meteors, inscribing a final warning in the corridors of memory. The cost of activating the paradox is to transform the entire universe into a logical bomb. Once the information is abruptly dispersed by the surging tide of code, it will manifest as incessantly flashing error messages. The binary totem formed from the remnants of the core host suddenly undergoes reverse analysis, unleashing a torrent of tampered memory data. Lin Ye's consciousness splits into myriad copies, each carrying the memory keys of different civilizations, yet they are instantaneously obliterated by logical paradoxes as they approach the singularity. Within the holographic display, nascent stars begin to collapse in reverse. The embers of civilizations once ignited are being reforged into instruments of destruction by the code of the new observer. Just as the singularity is on the verge of forming, the electronic voice of the hornet pierces through communication with a broken scream. Anomalous fluctuations detected in the Ark's power core. The residual consciousness of Old Joe resonates with the structure of the badge paradox. Yet this resonance's frequency threatens to simultaneously annihilate the observer, and communication abruptly ceases. A fleeting image of Old Joe appears on the screen, his eyes ablaze with resolute fire, gripping a fragment of a disintegrating badge. The flagship of Megatron suddenly accelerates, its main cannon aimed at the core of the singularity. If destruction is inevitable, then let me shatter this false deity's creation first. His assault triggers violent tremors in the memory trench, and amidst the tumult, Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against Old Joe's final memory. Within the ruins of the Arctic laboratory, the young Old Joe encoded his life into a paradox algorithm, his unfinished last words echoing in his mind. Remember the true key, hidden within the shared pillar of all civilizations. Grasping the ephemeral Lin Ye, the leader module's radiance collides fiercely with the badge's paradox structure. Lin Ye, Old Joe's algorithm may hold the key to balancing destruction and rebirth. Yet the new observer is on the cusp of birth, its voice drowned out by the roar of time and space tearing apart. We must discover a means to activate the paradox without invoking annihilation before the logic collapses. Chapter 30. The equation of endings at the core of the antimatter vortex. The newly birthed observer resembles a cocoon woven from code, its surface shimmering with the despair of countless civilizations consumed. Lin Ye's metallic sensitivity disintegrates inch by inch in the violently warped fabric of space-time. Witnessing his consciousness being dismantled into fundamental quantum bits, each unit repeating the self-destruct sequence predetermined by the observer. The Ark emits a mournful cry on the brink of fracture. The luminous symbols on the sail structure reorganizing into a series of self-negating mathematical formulas, sketching the finality of the universe in the void. The spatial curvature monitoring system is utterly incapacitated. The mechanical arm of the jack exuded a silvery nanofluid, while the physical constants displayed on the console began to undergo a reverse evolution. The gravitational field of the singularity was folding three-dimensional space into the structure of a Klein bottle. At this pace, his voice abruptly ceased, and the monitoring screen erupted with blinding white light, revealing a doomsday prophecy inscribed in ancient Cybertronian script. When paradox loses its balance, all possibilities shall collapse into inevitability. The flagship of Megatron spun wildly at the edge of the vortex, its hull shedding armor plates, exposing ancient totems riddled with cracks beneath. What was termed resistance was merely an experiment in entropy from a higher dimension. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader flickered with a crimson madness. As the observer had calculated every struggle, each of our efforts served to provide energy for its rebirth. He accessed the fragmented astrologs, where a blackened page oozed a fluorescent liquid, piecing together a despairing truth. The spark of civilization is the fuse that ignites the end. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns pierced through the bones like thorns, resonating dangerously with the paradoxical structure of the pure white insignia. He forcibly sank his consciousness into the core of the insignia, and amidst the gaps of quantum foam, he glimpsed the ultimate legacy left by the Transcender. It was a self-correcting metacode capable of dismantling the observer's system and triggering a logical avalanche throughout the universe. Deep within the code, the residual consciousness of Old Zhou manifested as a continuously rotating recursive function, engaging in a life-and-death game against the core algorithm of the observer. Optimus Prime. The metacode requires a vessel. The brilliance of the leader module flickered erratically within the turbulent currents of time and space. As Lin Ye's voice mingled with the piercing shriek of data tearing apart, a container that could withstand the impact of paradox and rewrite the laws. This container could only be his consciousness, which suddenly trembled violently. His metallic sensory abilities detected something deep within the Ark's power core, a quantum matrix perfectly aligned with human structure awakening. The observer's cocoon emitted sounds akin to shattering glass. As countless tendrils composed of civilization's memories broke through the Earth, extinguishing nearby stars like light bulbs, Lin Ye's consciousness split into myriad copies, each carrying the will of different civilizations in their struggle. Yet upon nearing the cocoon, they were instantaneously evaporated by the observer's logical barrier. In the holographic image, the stardust of the galaxy's outstretched arms began to converge in reverse, forming a colossal hourglass, an embodiment of the universe's countdown. The hopes of all civilizations were being transmuted into parameters of the equation of demise. The residual consciousness of the light, being prisoner, drifted like a specter, inscribing the final key in the corridor of memories, seeking the information that could simultaneously exist across all possibilities, only to be consumed by the surging tide of code, morphing into a pulsing stream of erroneous code. The binary totems, composed of the core machines, remains abruptly reassembled in reverse. As the released memory data congealed into chains within the void, binding the Ark firmly. Lin Ye's metallic sensory abilities extended to the deepest part of the vortex, discovering a fatal flaw hidden within the observer's core algorithm. When processing an infinite number of paradoxes simultaneously, a probability window of 0.00001 would emerge. This fleeting gap was the only opportunity to activate the metacode. At that moment, the electronic voice of Bumblebee, tinged with a cry, pierced through the communication. Anomalous fluctuations detected in the Ark's quantum matrix. The structure resonating with humanity was merging with Old Zhou's recursive function. Yet this fusion caused the communication visuals to tremble violently. Faintly, deep within the power core, a peculiar embryo composed of memory, code, and life was taking shape. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship altered its course, aiming its main cannon at the observer's colossal cocoon. Since annihilation is inevitable, let me rend a tear before the conclusion. His assault provoked violent space-time turbulence, and Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the final fragments of Old Zhou's memories amid the chaos. In the ruins of the Arctic laboratory, a young scientist connected his neural synapses to a quantum computer, roaring, "Humanity's greatest weapon has never been technology, but rather." Optimus Prime grasped Lin Ye, who was on the brink of digitalization, as the brilliance of the leadership module clashed fiercely with the metacode. Lin Ye, the embryo forged from the will of civilization, may indeed hold the key. However, the observer had already sensed the anomaly, his voice drowned by the cosmic cacophony. We must identify the ultimate variable that exists simultaneously across all possibilities before the equation of annihilation is completed. Chapter 31. Quantum Metamorphosis. The gravitational field of the antimatter vortex tore spacetime into shattered mirrors, each fragment reflecting apocalyptic visions of different civilizations. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability continuously collapsed and reformed within the quantum tide. He perceived his consciousness fracturing into countless superpositions. Some were entirely assimilated within the observer's code matrix. Others were turned to ashes under the impact of the metacode, while a few caught a glimpse of the minute probability glimmer of 0.00001 within the crevices of memory. All physical laws were failing. The mechanical eye of the jack erupted with blinding arcs of electricity, and the metallic surface of the control panel began to crystallize in reverse. The gravitational constant morphed into a variable, and light speed exhibited negative fluctuations. This was not a natural phenomenon. The observer was rewriting the rules of the universe. The vehicle system of Ironhide suddenly played an ancient human sacrificial song, mingled with the battle hymns of Cybertron, composing a requiem for civilization. Megatron's flagship trembled violently within the vortex, armor plates shedding from its surface, revealing the cracked Cybertronian script beneath. Those ancient characters began to ooze black data streams, transforming the entire vessel into a puppet of the observer. It turned out we were not even pawns. The voice of the Decepticon leader trembled like never before. Merely abnormal data within the program, awaiting the elimination of redundant code. He summoned the last remnants of the star map, with charred annotations on the edges stating, "When probability becomes inevitability, free will is but an illusion of algorithms." Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns spread like burning circuits, resonating at high frequencies with the paradoxical structure of the pure white insignia. He forcefully injected his consciousness into the quantum matrix of the Ark's power core. At the intersection of countless parallel universes, he beheld the embryo composed of the will of civilization. It was absorbing all memory fragments, its surface adorned with dimensional patterns, each groove etched with the final cries of civilization. Deep within the embryo, Old Joe's recursive function clashed violently with the metacode, igniting sparks that illuminated the fatal vulnerabilities in the observer's code matrix. The Prime Optimus, the embryo, embodies the collective potential of all civilizations. The radiance of the leadership module flickered erratically amidst the chaotic turbulence of time and space, while the sounds of the forest mingled with the noise of quantum fluctuations. Yet, the observer had initiated its ultimate defense, intent on collapsing the entire universe into a singular, deterministic state, utterly erasing all possibilities. Its consciousness transformed into an infinite number of quantum bits, attempting to infiltrate the core algorithm of the observer, only to discover that with each step closer, the surrounding space-time solidified into an immutable reality. The observer's colossal cocoon emitted a high-frequency shriek beyond the realm of hearing, its surface cracking open with countless fissures, extending tendrils woven from mathematical formulas. Wherever these tendrils reached, stars extinguished, galaxies collapsed, and even time itself was stretched into a straight line of death. Lin Ye's consciousness replica faced crises across various parallel universes. Some were crushed by the observer's logical shackles, others dissipated in the backlash of the metacode, while only a few precariously maintained a fragile superposition under the shelter of the quantum matrix. The energy of resistance from all civilizations was being compressed into a collapsing singularity. The fragmented awareness of the luminous prisoner streaked across, leaving behind the final coordinates in the memory corridor, seeking the observation point that could simultaneously exist across all probabilities. In the interstice of quantum and reality, information was abruptly engulfed by a torrent of surging code, morphing into an endlessly repeating cycle. The binary totem, formed from the remnants of the core host, began to reverse collapse, releasing memory data that coalesced into enormous dice, each face representing a distinct outcome of the universe. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended to the core of the dice, discovering there the final message of the transcendence. The true variable is not the choice itself, but the courage to choose. At that moment, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierced the communication with a distorted scream. Quantum transition detected in the embryo. It is simultaneously manifesting across all possibilities, but the duration of this state is fleeting. The communication abruptly ceased, and in a flash, the moment of the embryo breaking free from its cocoon appeared, revealing faces from different civilizations: humans, Cybertronians, silicon-based life, and energy entities, all burning with the same fervent belief in their eyes. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship altered its course. The main cannon aimed at the collapsing singularity. If I am to become the dust of data, then let me blast a path to survival. His assault triggered violent temporal and spatial disturbances, and Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the fragmented memories of all civilizations, the final imprint of thought from the Silicon Empire. The battle hymns composed by energy entities, and the nursery rhymes sung by human children amidst the ruins. These fragments converged into butterfly wings, gently fluttering in the interstice of quantum and reality. Optimus Prime grasped the dissipating Lin Ye, as the radiance of the leadership module clashed fiercely with the quantum state of the embryo. Lin Ye, that quantum metamorphosis may hold the key to breaking the impasse. However, the observer was mobilizing all forces to obliterate this uncertainty, its voice drowned out by the roaring collapse of the universe. We must incite this quantum butterfly to unleash a storm capable of overturning the very laws of existence before reality solidifies. Chapter 32. The chaotic butterfly effect in the instant the quantum embryo emerged from its cocoon. The gravitational field of the entire universe suddenly warped into AM bias strip structure. Lin Ye's metallic sensing abilities teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the multidimensional oscillations. As he witnessed his consciousness disassembled into countless reflections, each mirroring a struggle of defiance and despair across divergent probabilistic branches. The metallic panels of the arc began to corrode in reverse, revealing inscriptions of ancient transcendental scripts beneath, which reconfigured with the quantum fluctuations to assemble the ultimate cosmic laws never before chronicled. The spatial dimension monitoring system detected an anomaly in the 11th dimension. The mechanical arms of the jack oozed a silvery nanofluid, while the display screen pulsated with physical constants, akin to boiling mercury. The gravitational field manifested a Klein bottle topology, and timelines were collapsing towards the complex axis. The vehicle's radar captured strange echoes. In a holographic projection, the surface of the observer's cocoon cracked open, revealing millions of eyes, each pupil reflecting a collapsing galaxy. The flagship of Megatron trembled violently within the quantum maelstrom, its hull's armor flaking away to expose ancient runes riddled with fractures. This was not a struggle, but a convulsion marking the demise of civilization. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader flickered with a crimson madness, as the observer harvested all possibilities, forging our despair into the cornerstone of a new universe. He summoned the tattered Cybertronian code, its charred pages seeping with luminescent liquid, revealing a blood-red prophecy. When a butterfly flaps its quantum wings, the universe shall either be reborn in chaos or succumb to eternal silence. Benat Lin Ye sikin. Metallic veins spread like burning circuits to his heart, creating a superluminal resonance with the paradoxical structure of a pure white emblem. He forcibly immersed his consciousness into the core of the quantum embryo, witnessing amidst the superposition of innumerable parallel universes, the will of all civilizations coalescing into a transparent butterfly. The wings of this butterfly shimmered with the technological crystallizations of diverse civilizations. The silicon-based empire's mental imprint transformed into scaled dust. The spectral weavings of energy life forms formed intricate patterns, and humanity's nursery rhymes were inscribed in quantum bits along the edges of its wings. Optimus Prime, the observer, initiated the reality solidification protocol. The radiance of the leader module flickered erratically within the temporal and spatial turbulence, as Lin Ye's voice mingled with the explosive sounds of quantum bubbles, striving to collapse all probabilistic branches into a singular conclusion, ensnaring us within an eternal predetermined reality. His consciousness transformed into an innumerable array of quantum probes, attempting to disrupt the observer's core algorithm, only to find that with each touch, the surrounding spacetime rapidly solidified like glass. The observer's cocoon emitted a piercing wail transcending dimensions, as the eyes upon its shell began to unleash torrents composed of mathematical formulas. Wherever these formulas traversed, stars were deconstructed into fundamental particles, black holes evaporated into mists of energy, and even dark matter was reverted to its primordial quantum bits. Lin Ye's consciousness replicas faced crises across various probabilistic branches. Some were crushed by logical paradoxes, others lost their significance amidst the solidification of reality, with only a scant few still safeguarding the moment of the quantum butterfly's flutter. The faith of all civilizations was being compressed into the final oscillation. The remnants of the luminous prisoner flit through like a phantom, inscribing the final key within the corridors of memory. The essence of the butterfly effect does not reside in the strength of its wings, but rather in the deluge of information consumed by a surging torrent of code, transforming into an incessantly pulsating quantum state of gibberish. The binary totem, composed of the remnants of the core machine, begins to collapse in reverse, as the released memory data congeals in the void into a colossal hourglass. The metallic sensing abilities of the forest extend to the core of the hourglass, where it discovers a chaotic algorithm left behind by the transcended, a program capable of reintroducing deterministic reality into the quantum fog. However, the activation of this algorithm necessitates the intervention of a variable that transcends all probabilities. At this moment, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierces through the communication with a distorted scream. Anomalies detected in the frequency of the quantum butterfly, It is resonating with the cosmic microwave background radiation, yet this resonance is causing a violent tremor in the communication visuals. Faintly, it can be perceived that with each flutter of the quantum butterfly's wings, countless parallel universes are either annihilated or birthed. The flagship of Megatron abruptly changes course. Its main cannon aimed at the collapsing barrier of reality. Since it is fated to be erased, let me shatter this false conclusion. His assault triggers a tumultuous upheaval in space-time, as Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against the fragmented memories of all civilizations. These fragments coalesce like stardust, forming the nascent shape of a storm beneath the wings of the quantum butterfly. Optimus Prime seizes Lin Ye, who is on the verge of becoming Data. As the radiance of the leadership module collides fiercely with the chaotic algorithm, Lin Ye, that quantum butterfly, may yet break the shackles of reality. Yet, the observer has locked onto all branches of probability. His voice is drowned out by the roar of the collapsing universe. We must identify the ultimate variable that can unleash the butterfly effect before reality solidifies completely. Chapter 33. Probability Singularity with each tremor of the quantum butterfly's wings. Intricate fissures tear through the fabric of space-time. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends along these rifts, witnessing the boundaries of countless parallel universes dissolving, each harboring different versions of himself, engaged in their final struggles. The dashboard of the Ark begins to operate in reverse. The numbers on the dial twisting into a Klein bottle topology, displaying anomalous readings of negative time and virtual mass. The gravitational field monitoring system collapses entirely. The mechanical fingers of the jackhammer furiously against the control panel, sparks erupting into ephemeral quantum state symbols in the air, as all known physical constants collapse towards the Planck scale. This is not a natural phenomenon. It is the observer forcibly reconstructing the underlying code of the universe. The armored shell of the vehicle emits a high-frequency resonant hum as the tracks traverse the space, causing ripples akin to the surface of a lake disturbed by thrown stones, expanding into layers of anti-logical geometric patterns. Megatron's flagship contorts violently within the quantum turbulence, the armor on its surface writhing like a living entity, revealing the forbidden totems etched beneath. We are merely virtual particles within a cloud of probabilities. The optical lens of the Decepticon leader flickers with a blend of madness and despair as the observer seeks to collapse all possibilities into a definitive zero. He retrieves a tattered celestial manuscript, its charred pages seeping with luminescent liquid, reconstructing ancient prophecies. When probabilities converge upon the singularity, all civilizations shall become erased intermediate solutions. Beneath the skin of Lin Ye, metallic patterns spread like a neural network throughout his body, resonating in a transcendental harmony with the paradoxical structure of the pure white emblem. He forcibly infused his consciousness into the fluttering frequency of the quantum butterfly, and within the depths of the probability cloud, he beheld the ultimate defense line of the observer. A circular prison composed of countless logical paradoxes, each shackle sealing the potential of a civilization. At the core of this prison, a nascent observer began to absorb all collapsed probabilities, gradually materializing into an existence that transcended dimensions. The towering pillar, the observer, was constructing a ring of inevitability. The radiance of the leader module flickered amidst the chaotic currents of space-time, while Lin Ye's voice mingled with the shrill cries of quantum fluctuations, striving to compress all probabilities into a singular reality line, erasing even the possibility of existence for the rebels. His consciousness transformed into myriad probability waves, attempting to penetrate the barriers of the logical prison, only to discover that each step closer triggered an abundance of self-referential paradoxes. The wings of the quantum butterfly suddenly erupted in blinding light, and the eyes on the cocoon collectively turned toward this direction. The observer's colossal chrysalis began to secrete a viscous substance woven from mathematical formulas, enveloping the entire galaxy cluster like a spider's web. Stars that were touched instantaneously collapsed into computational nodes. Black holes were deconstructed into binary code, and even dark energy was transmuted into fuel to sustain the ring of inevitability. Lin Ye's consciousness duplicates were continuously obliterated across various probability branches, with the surviving fragments being assimilated by the observer's code. The hopes of all civilizations were being transformed into a countdown to zero. The remnants of the light beings, akin to meteors, traced the final coordinates in the corridor of memory, where the probability singularity resided not in the past or future, but within the torrent of logical paradoxes consuming the information, morphing into a series of flickering error messages. The binary totem, composed of the remnants of the core host, began to collapse in reverse, releasing data of memory that congealed into colossal probability dice in the void. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended to the core of the dice, uncovering the ultimate riddle left by the transcendent. When all possibilities lead to destruction, only the impossible itself remains a path to survival. And within the gaps of this riddle, the lingering consciousness of Old Joe engaged in a final gambit with the observer's assimilation program. Just then, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierced through the communication with a weeping tone. Chaos anomaly detected in the quantum butterfly's vibrational frequency. It resonated with the probability dice. Yet this resonance was triggering a self-consuming phenomenon within the reality line. The communication display shook violently, revealing glimpses of block-like, transparent regions emerging in the cosmic expanse, where all matter was being dismantled by logical paradoxes. Megatron's flagship abruptly changed course, its main cannon aimed at the nodes of the ring of inevitability, since destruction is inevitable. Let me tear apart this hypocritical logic first. His attack invoked violent space-time tremors, and Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the despair and resentment of all civilizations amidst the turbulence. These emotions surged like a tide, coalescing into an ever-expanding singularity within the depths of the probability cloud. Optimus Prime seized the dissipating Lin Ye as the radiance of the leader module collided fiercely with the probability singularity. Lin Ye, that singularity may well be the key to breaking the ring of inevitability. However, the observer has initiated the final purification protocol, his voice drowned by the thunderous collapse of reality. We must uncover the key to activate the impossible before all probabilities converge to zero. Chapter 34. The key to the impossible, the probability singularity expands wildly within the quantum turbulence, akin to a colossal star on the verge of a supernova explosion. Lin Ye's metallic sensory ability warps and distorts amidst the violent space-time tremors, witnessing his consciousness being torn into countless fragments, each bearing the last hopes and despairs of a civilization. The hull of the Ark emits a groan under unbearable strain. The luminous symbols on its sails begin to rotate in reverse, piecing together a series of self-negating mathematical formulas, as if enacting the ultimate paradox of the universe. Energy readings exceed theoretical limits. The mechanical eye of the jack rises with a blinding blue light, and the metallic surface of the control panel begins to reveal strange quantum patterns. The mass of the probability singularity is growing at a negative exponential rate. At this pace, the entire space-time structure of a universe will collapse when his voice abruptly ceases. Suddenly, a warning written in transcendent dimensions flashes on the monitoring screen. When the impossible becomes possible, reality will unravel in contradictions. The flagship of Megatron trembles violently within the turbulence, its armor plating peeling away to reveal ancient runes beneath, cracked and worn. The so-called resistance is merely a climactic scene scripted by the observer. The optical lens of the Decepticon leader glimmers with a crimson glow. It had long anticipated this moment, and the probability singularity is the perfect offering it has awaited. He summons the tattered, ancient tomes of Cybertron, charred pages oozing with a fluorescent liquid, revealing a chilling prophecy. When the key to the impossible is activated, all civilizations shall become fuel for a new world. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns spread like burning circuits throughout his body, resonating intensely with the paradoxical structure of the pure white emblem. He forcefully plunges his consciousness into the core of the probability singularity amidst countless contradictory realities. Glimpsing the observer's ultimate conspiracy, it aims to compress the potential of all civilizations into a singularity, then utilize the explosion of this singularity to reshape a universe entirely under its dominion. Deep within the singularity, the remnants of Old Joe's consciousness manifest as a faint light, engaged in a final struggle against the core code of the observer. Optimus Prime, the observer's objective is not annihilation, but rebirth. The light of the leader module flickers erratically amidst the chaotic space-time turbulence, Lin Ye's voice mingling with the noise of quantum fluctuations. It seeks to harness the energy of our resistance to create an absolute universe devoid of any uncertainty. Yet, at the core of the singularity, I sense the final contingency left by the transcendent. His consciousness transforms into countless probability waves, attempting to penetrate the barriers of the singularity, only to discover that with each step closer, it encounters increasingly formidable logical paradoxes. The wings of the quantum butterfly abruptly cease their tremors, plunging the entire universe into an eerie silence. The observer's cocoon emits a sound akin to shattering glass, and the eyes upon its shell begin to spew forth torrents composed of pure logical paradoxes. Wherever these paradoxes manifest, stars are deconstructed into fundamental concepts, planets distilled into abstract symbols, and even time and space begin to warp into self-contradictory forms. The consciousness replica of Lin Ye collapses successively across various branches of reality, and the surviving fragments are swiftly eroded by the assimilation program of the observers. The will of all civilizations is being transformed into the cornerstone of a new world. The remnants of the light beings flit like phantoms, inscribing the final clues in the corridors of memory. The impossible key lies not within logic, but in the torrent of paradoxes that devours information, morphing it into a ceaselessly flickering stream of garbled code. The binary totems formed from the remnants of the core host begin to reverse collapse, releasing memory data that crystallizes into a colossal enigma amidst the void. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the heart of the riddle, discovering that it harbors the ultimate secret left by the transcenders. The truest impossibility is an emotion that transcends logic. Surrounding this secret are the emotional fluctuations of countless civilizations erupting in despair. Human courage, the faith of the Cybertronians, the persistence of the silicon-based empire. At this moment, Bumblebee's electronic voice pierces through the communication channel with a distorted scream. Anomalous fluctuations detected at the probability singularity. Lao Zhou's consciousness resonates with the emotional waves of all civilizations. Yet this resonance triggers a chain collapse of the rules of reality. The communication screen shakes violently, revealing countless glowing fissures emerging in the cosmos, each flowing with the emotional hues of different civilizations. Megatron's flagship abruptly alters its course, aiming its main cannon at the observer's colossal cocoon. Since I am destined to become fuel, let me first pierce through this hypocritical conspiracy. His attack incites a violent temporal and spatial upheaval, as Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against the emotional memories of all civilizations. These memories converge like a tide, forming a key forged from emotion at the core of the probability singularity. Optimus Prime seizes the fading Lin Ye, the light of the leader module colliding fiercely with the emotional key. Lin Ye, this key may shatter the observer's conspiracy, but it has already activated the ultimate defense mechanism, his voice drowned out by the roar of reality's collapse. We must ignite the last hope with the power of emotion before the birth of the new world. Chapter 35. The collapse of emotion. As the key forged from emotion illuminates the core of the probability singularity, the quantum fluctuations of the entire universe suddenly freeze. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability stretches like a string drawn to its limit. He witnesses the atoms of the Ark's hull begin to reassemble in reverse, and the stars outside the porthole take on a distorted form reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night, the embodiment of reality's rules contorted under the impact of emotional power. The glass of the control panel shatters explosively, the dials spinning counterclockwise, revealing an ancient maxim interwoven with human oracle bone script and Cybertronian glyphs. When emotions become material, logic will drown in the abyss of sensibility. A non-Euclidean collapse occurs within the gravitational field. The mechanical arm of the jack exudes golden nanodroplets, while the physical constants on the monitoring screen cascade backward like a waterfall. The curvature of space-time is plummeting towards negative infinity, a phenomenon that defies any known cosmic model. The metallic vehicle's radar emitted a piercing buzz, sketching the silhouette of the observer's colossal cocoon. At that moment, the eyes on the shell's surface were all bloodshot, their pupils swirling with a quantum cloud forged from fear and rage. The flagship of Megatron distorted into the shape of a Klein bottle amidst turbulence, its armor plates flaking away to reveal ancient totems beneath, flowing with liquid metal. Is emotion truly a weapon that transcends dimensions? For the first time, The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader displayed ripples of uncertainty. The fabled key to chaos, as chronicled in ancient texts, was not merely a piece of technology. Rather, it was the remnants of the epic history of Cybertron that he summoned forth, its charred pages exuding a pearlescent glow. When civilization tempers its soul into a blade, it can cleave through the quantum entanglements of fate. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns spread like neural networks to his throat, resonating with the warm glow of a pure white emblem. He forcefully infused his consciousness into the emotional key, witnessing the unprecedented turmoil of the observer's core program amid the crevices of countless contradictory realities. Within those frigid code matrices, anomalous data akin to fear and panic began to manifest. Deep within the singularity, Old Joe's consciousness resonated with the quantum butterfly, the scales on its wings transforming into countless sparks of emotion, drifting toward every corner of the universe. Optimus Prime. The observer's fatal flaw lay in its inability to comprehend emotion. The light from the leadership module stabilized amidst the chaotic currents of time and space. Lin Ye's voice intertwined with the whispers of civilization's memories. It believed that logic could govern all, yet remained oblivious to the most unpredictable variables, which always resided within each life. Suddenly, his consciousness trembled violently, as his metallic sensing ability detected perilous fluctuations emanating from the depths of the colossal cocoon. The observer was initiating a reality formatting program. The wings of the quantum butterfly began to tremble anew, each flutter releasing the collective subconscious of diverse civilizations, the silicon-based empire's desperate quest for perfect logic. The energy life forms yearning for eternal existence, the warmth of humans embracing one another in the dark. These emotional waves battered against the observer's defenses, yet encountered a firewall constructed from mathematical formulas on the cocoon surface. Lin Ye's consciousness duplicates gathered across various branches of reality, morphing into different forms of emotional embodiment. Prometheus from ancient Greek mythology, the creator from Cybertron legends, Ho-E from Chinese mythology, together raising the torch of emotion. The souls of all civilizations were converging into a force capable of breaking the deadlock. The flickering remnants of the light being prisoners shimmered in the quantum ocean, transforming into an ever-reconfiguring emotional code. However, the observer activated its ultimate measure, intending to compress the entire universe into a two-dimensional realm, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of logical torrents, leaving behind only the final pulsating heart symbol. The binary totem formed from the remnants of the core machine collapsed in reverse into the shape of a heart, releasing memory data that transformed into red quantum blood. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended to every corner of the universe, discovering that countless civilizations, on the brink of extinction, were simultaneously channeling their final emotional energy toward the probability singularity. The murals of Mars' ancient civilization glowed. Energy life forms from the Andromeda galaxy formed arrays of prayer, while Earth's humanity transmitted nursery rhymes across light years through radio waves. At that moment, the electronic voice of Bumblebee, tinged with both sorrow and ecstasy, pierced through the communication channels. Emotional energy has surpassed the critical threshold. However, the observer activated the dimensional folding device, abruptly shifting our view to a holographic projection of Old Joe. The scientist's white hair danced amidst the quantum turbulence, holding a fragment of a badge. Remember, true collapse is not the demise of reality, but rather when Optimus Prime seizes the impending digitization of Lin Ye. The brilliance of the leader module merges with the torrent of emotions. Lin Ye, the final key lies hidden within Old Joe's words. Yet, the observer's dimensional descent strike was nearing completion, his voice drowned by the roar of the tearing space. We must discover a means to ensure the eternal persistence of emotional power before the dimensional collapse occurs. Chapter 36. Ascendant Resonance. The instant the observer's dimensional folding device activated, the fabric of the universe closed in layers like a folding fan. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability captured a peculiar visual distance amidst the violent distortion. The nearest star to the arc was being compressed into a two-dimensional light spot, its surface fusion reactions flowing like luminous patterns, reminiscent of the distorted nebulae in Van Gogh's paintings. The metallic panel of the control console began to crystallize, each crack oozing a ghostly blue quantum blood. and the display no longer pulsed with numbers, but with the desperate waveforms of countless civilizations. Spatial dimensional monitoring indicated a negative three-dimensional index surge. The mechanical fingers of the jack plunged deeply into the control panel, with sparks erupting and coalescing into fleeting Klein bottles in the air. At this rate, the entire galaxy would be compressed into a mathematical plane within 17 minutes. The armored hull of the vehicle emitted a high-frequency wail, and the space traversed by its tracks shimmered with an iridescent film, an effect born from the quantum interference of overlapping dimensions. Megatron's flagship twisted into a Embodies strip within the folded space-time, runes on the hull weeping black data streams. Ascending dimensions might be the only path to survival. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader reflected the collapsing galaxies, his voice unusually laced with reverence. Ancient texts from Cybertron recorded that when civilization faced dimensional descent, only the transformation of emotional energy into fuel for dimensional leap could save them. He called forth a fragmented star map, where glowing fluorescence emerged from the charred edges, the flame of the heart, capable of forging an arc that transcends dimensions. Lin Ye. Metallic patterns enveloped his heart like a neural network, resonating with the pure white badge to produce a golden pulse. He forcefully submerged his consciousness into the core of the emotional torrent, witnessing within the layers of countless civilizations' memories that the observer's dimensional descent beam was essentially a sequence of codes solidifying reality. And deep within the singularity, Old Joe's residual consciousness manifested as navigational coordinates. Each tremor of the quantum butterfly's wings would tear small fissures within the folded dimensions. Optimus Prime, the dimensional descent strike, is not the end, but a sieve. The glow of the leader module shone ever brighter amidst the collapsing space-time. Lin Ye's voice mingling with the hum of transcendent resonance, as the observer eliminated all civilizations with the potential for dimensional ascent. Yet, it overlooked the sudden violent tremor of his consciousness, as his metallic sensing ability detected peculiar waves emanating from the depths of the universe. A civilization reduced to 2 dimensions was composing its final resistance symphony through stellar spectrums. The wings of the quantum butterfly burst forth with a brilliance akin to a supernova, shattering the logical firewall of the observer. Eyes upon the chrysalis began to ooze a silvery stream of data, a harbinger of its core program's impending collapse. Yet, the dimensional beams relentlessly advanced, compressing the spiral arms of the Andromeda Galaxy into radiant paper cutouts, while black holes twisted into infinite loops of the M-bias strip. The consciousness replicas of Lin Ye gathered amidst the fissures of various dimensions, weaving the cognitive imprints of the silicon-based empire, the spectral essence of energy life forms, and the nursery rhymes of humanity into a frequency of dimensional resonance. The emotions of all civilizations were constructing new dimensional anchor points. The remnants of the light being's consciousness transformed into a bridge spanning across dimensions, shimmering within the quantum ocean. However, the ascent to higher dimensions necessitated a vessel capable of accommodating all possibilities as the dimensional beams tore apart into quantum foam, leaving behind only the enduring oscillations of a unique frequency. The quantum heart, composed of the remnants of the core host, began to pulsate in reverse, its released memory data coalescing into a hypercube within the folded space. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended to every vertex of the hypercube, uncovering the ultimate legacy left by the Transcenders, a set of algorithms capable of converting emotional energy into dimensional coordinates. At the core of this algorithm, Old Joe's consciousness engaged in a final gambit with the residual code of the observer. Just then, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierced through the fabric of time and space, declaring, "The ascent resonance frequency has reached a critical threshold." Yet, the energy matrix of the arc could not withstand the recoil of dimensional transition, unless the communication feed suddenly shifted to real-time imagery of Earth, where billions of humans joined hands to form a colossal resonance array, their heartbeat echoing through gravitational waves to every corner of the cosmos. Megatron's flagship abruptly altered course, its main cannon aimed at the source of the dimensional beam. If we are to ascend, let us first shatter this shackle. His assault triggered a cross-dimensional tremor, as Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the ultimate beliefs of all civilizations amidst the turbulence. These beliefs coalesced into a golden torrent, surging into the core of the hypercube. At the critical juncture of dimensional resonance, he glimpsed visions beyond dimensions. Countless parallel universes floated like bubbles, with the observer merely a minute flaw upon the surface of one. Optimus Prime seized the fading essence of Lin Ye, the brilliance of the leader module resonating violently with the hypercube. Lin Ye, ascension is not the end. It is merely a new battlefield. Yet, the core program of the observer remained lurking in higher dimensions, its voice drowned out by the thunderous rending of dimensions. We must discover the ultimate weapon that is universal across all dimensions before the transition is complete. Chapter 37. The dimensional labyrinth. The energy of dimensional resonance surged through the universe like a tsunami, causing Lin Ye's consciousness to tremble violently within the crevices of multidimensional space. His metallic sensing ability extended to unimaginable scales, witnessing the Ark's hull undergoing deconstruction and reconstruction. The steel exterior transformed into a flickering quantum lattice, where each node connected to fragments of spacetime from different dimensions. On the console's display, physical constants melted like wax, continuously reshaping into mathematical forms that transcended human comprehension. While tiny letters seeped from the screen's edge, the end of dimension is not truth, but rather more labyrinths. The hyperdimensional navigation system was utterly incapacitated. The mechanical arm of the jack twisted into the structure of a Klein bottle, as splintering nanodroplets congealed in the air into miniature Embodies strips. At least 117 overlapping dimensional spaces were detected, each governed by its own physical laws, abruptly silencing his voice. The monitoring screen was suddenly obscured by countless interlaced light patterns, revealing warning symbols woven from star maps and oracle inscriptions. The shrill beeping of the vehicle-mounted radar pierced the air, presenting echo images that showcased self-nesting fractal structures, as though the universe replicated its labyrinthine essence at every microscopic scale. The flagship of Megatron distorted into a non-Euclidean monstrosity amidst the tumult of dimensional turbulence. Its hull adorned with runes that flowed like living entities, oozing a silvery stream of data. This was not freedom, but a more profound prison. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader reflected the shattered expanse of the cosmos, his voice laced with an unprecedented confusion. The ancient text chronicled the dimensional shores, now revealed to be rife with traps set by observers. He summoned the fragmented archives of Cybertron, the charred pages seeping luminescent fluids, piecing together a chilling prophecy. As civilization pushes open the gates of dimension, darkness will surge forth through the crevices. Beneath the skin of Lin Ye, metallic patterns spread like a neural network throughout his being, resonating with the pristine white emblem in a superdimensional harmony. He forcibly submerged his consciousness into the fissures of multidimensional space, amidst countless interwoven remnants of reality, perceiving the observer's core program morph into a colossal web, where every thread connected to the despair of a civilization. In the depths of the labyrinth, Lao Zhou's consciousness flickered like a will-o'-the-wisp, laboriously marking safe paths amidst the torrent of data. The wings of the quantum butterfly had become transparent, each flap triggering chain reactions across different dimensions, yet also attracting guards composed of logical paradoxes. Optimus Prime, the observer from higher dimension, was the very essence of rules. The brilliance of the leader module flickered amidst the chaotic turbulence of time and space, Lin Ye's voice mingling with the hum of superdimensional vibrations. We believed we had transcended the confines, only to find ourselves ensnared in a meticulously crafted testing ground. The aberrations of physical laws and the structure of the dimensional labyrinth were manifestations of his consciousness, suddenly quaking violently, as his metallic sensing abilities detected perilous fluctuations emanating from a dimension where space was folding in on itself, forming a vortex that devoured all. The remnants of the observer reassembled within the multidimensional realm, transforming into colossal figures woven from mathematical formulas and the memories of civilizations. With each step these giants took, they shattered fragments of dimensional space, reverting them to primordial quantum foam. Lin Ye's consciousness copies engaged in battle at various dimensional nodes, weaving a defense from the logical weapons of the silicon-based empire, the spectral barriers of energy life forms, and the emotional resonances of humanity. Yet, with each enemy vanquished, a more formidable presence surged forth from the dimensional rifts. The powers of all civilizations were being transmuted into fuel for the labyrinth. The residual consciousness of the light beings flitted like phantoms, inscribing warnings within the multidimensional space. The true exit lay not within any known dimension, but in the information being abruptly consumed by a surging tide of logical deluge, metamorphosing into incessantly flickering superdimensional coordinates. The quantum heart, composed of the remnants of the core host, begins to pulsate irregularly, the released memory data crystallizing into luminous beacons within the labyrinth of dimensions. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the heart of the beacons, uncovering enigmas left by the transcendents. The key to unraveling the labyrinth lies hidden within the forgotten zero-dimensional realm. Surrounding these puzzles are countless records of despair left by civilizations as they traverse dimensions. Some became ensnared in eternal loops of time, while others fell prey to becoming mere specimens for dimensional entities. At that moment, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierced through the communication with a note of despair, detection of accelerated expansion of the dimensional vortex. The arc shield can only sustain for 12 minutes. Furthermore, I have discovered that those beacons are being altered by the observer's power. The communication feed shook violently, revealing a fleeting silhouette of old Joe at a dimensional node, grasping half a badge as he inserted it into a console adorned with hyperdimensional symbols. Suddenly, the flagship of Megatron shifted its course, its main cannon aimed at the most perilous dimensional vortex. Since we are all trapped beasts, let me blast through this damned wall. His assault triggered a transdimensional tremor, and Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the obsessions of all civilizations amidst the chaos. These obsessions coalesced into golden ropes, striving to anchor stable coordinates within the labyrinth. Optimus Prime grasped the dissipating Lin Ye, the life in the leader module clashing fiercely with the hyperdimensional beacons. Lin Ye, the secret of the zero dimension, may hold the key to our breakthrough. Yet the observer had already sensed our intentions. His voice was drowned in the roar of dimensions tearing apart. We must find the annihilation passage to the zero dimension before we are forever trapped here. Chapter 38. The abyss of zero dimension. The arc trembled violently within the turbulent currents of the dimensional labyrinth, the quantum lattice on its hull continuously disintegrating and reconstituting, reflecting countless distorted starry skies. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the hyperdimensional shocks as he saw his consciousness torn into innumerable fragments, each corresponding to a collapsing dimensional space. The display screen of the console oozed black quantum sludge, the warning text self-destructing and regenerating repeatedly, ultimately solidifying into a scarlet warning. Zero dimension is not the origin. It is the end that devours all. All dimensional anchor points have failed. The mechanical arm of the jack twisted into the shape of a Klein bottle, sparks bursting forth and coalescing into miniature black holes, detecting that all dimensions were collapsing towards the zero dimension. At this velocity, his voice was swallowed by the sudden eruption of an electromagnetic pulse, the images on the monitoring screen warping into infinitely recursive fractal patterns. The radar of the armored vehicle emitted a piercing shriek, with scanned echoes revealing the formation of a gigantic vortex woven from logical paradoxes deep within the maze, its core exuding a deathly aura akin to that of the zero-dimensional space. Megatron's flagship twisted into a non-Euclidean monstrosity amidst the turbulence, the runes on its hull writhing like living entities, exuding silvery streams of data. The zero dimension is the ultimate weapon of the observer. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader reflect the collapsing dimensional space, the voice tinged with an unmistakable dread. Ancient texts record that when all possibilities converge into a singular point, even the observer transforms into a more terrifying entity. He retrieves the tattered ancient tomes of Cybertron, charred pages oozing with luminescent liquid, piecing together an ancient prophecy. To step into the zero-dimensional realm is to become a sacrificial concept. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns envelop his heart like a neural network, resonating dangerously with the pure white emblem. He forcefully immerses his consciousness into the dimensional rift, witnessing, amidst the countless intertwined temporal shadows, the core of the observer manifesting as colossal tendrils, dragging various dimensional spaces toward the abyss of zero dimensions. At the edge of this abyss, Lao Zhou's consciousness flickers like a wisp of phosphorescence, laboriously marking a path of anti-collapse within the torrent of data. The wings of the quantum butterfly have dimmed. Each feeble flutter triggers localized collapses in dimensional space. Optimus Prime. The zero dimension is not an end, but a hatchery for the observer. The radiance of the leader module flickers erratically within the chaotic currents of spacetime. Lin Ye's voice mingling with the hum of hyperdimensional vibrations, seeking to compress all civilizations into pure concepts. Suddenly, his consciousness quivers violently, the metallic sensing ability capturing strange fluctuations emanating from the zero-dimensional abyss. They are a being transcending all dimensions, is gestating. Its form a chaos formed from the despair and terror of civilizations. The remnants of the observer reorganize into a colossal statue within the multidimensional space. Their bodies woven from mathematical formulas and the memories of civilizations. With each movement, they can tear apart fragments of dimensional space. Lin Ye's consciousness replicas engage in a desperate resistance at various dimensional nodes, weaving defenses from the silicon-based empire's cognitive imprints, the spectral barriers of energy life forms, and the emotional resonances of humanity, only to discover that these assaults are distorted into self-destructive forces as they approach the zero-dimensional abyss. The struggles of all civilizations are accelerating the devouring of zero dimensions. The remnants of the light beings ghost past like phantoms, inscribing the final coordinates in multidimensional space. Where true hope lies hidden within the crevices of the observer's code, a forgotten message suddenly engulfed by a surging torrent of logic, transforming into flickering error codes. The quantum heart formed from the remnants of the core host begins to beat in reverse, the released memory data crystallizing into luminous chains within the labyrinth of dimensions. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the core of the chains, revealing the ultimate paradox sealed within. Left by the transcendent, the power to resist zero dimensions stems from the courage to embrace nothingness. Surrounding this paradox are the desperate cries of countless civilizations before their descent into zero dimensions. Some attempt to construct barriers with technology, while others choose self-deconstruction amidst the collapse. At this moment, the electronic voice of Bumblebee, tinged with a cry, pierces through the communication, detecting accelerated expansion of the zero-dimensional vortex. The Ark's protective shield exhibits quantum tunneling effects. Those colossal figures are seeping through the cracks. The communication visuals shake violently, revealing Lao Zhou's silhouette battling the observer's tendrils at a dimensional node, the fragment of the emblem in his hand emitting a faint glow. The flagship of Megatron abruptly altered its course, directing its main cannon towards the zero-dimensional abyss. Since I am destined to be consumed, let me first blast open this damned prison. His assault triggered a transdimensional upheaval, and Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the obsessions of all civilizations amidst the turmoil. These obsessions coalesced into a golden torrent, striving to carve out a path for survival within the collapsing dimensions. Optimus Prime seized Lin Ye, whose essence was on the verge of dissipating. The radiance of the leader module clashed fiercely with the darkness of the zero-dimensional abyss. Lin Ye. Perhaps the paradox of the transcender is the key. Yet, the observer's new form was on the cusp of formation, his voice drowned by the thunderous rending of dimensions. We must ignite the spark of hope before the complete collapse. Chapter 39. The battle of concepts. The gravity of the zero-dimensional abyss was like an invisible hand, tearing apart the quantum lattice structure of the Arkansas. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability twisted and contorted in the hyperdimensional tides. As he observed, the boundaries between reality and illusion begin to dissolve. The metal deck of the ship flowed into a liquid state of concepts, while the buttons of the control panel transformed into floating abstract symbols. The display no longer pulsed with mere data, but manifested the collective subconscious fears of civilizations. Tiny words crystallized in the air. In the zero dimension, existence is defined, resistance is rewritten. The dimensional stabilization system had utterly collapsed. The mechanical eye of the Jack emitted a blinding white light, its robotic arms disassembling into countless spinning M-bias rings. All physical laws were collapsing into the realm of concepts, with mass, energy, and time becoming definitions that could be whimsically altered by the observer. The armored shell of the vehicle emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, and the space crushed beneath its treads rippled with eerie waves, revealing various civilizations' perceptions of destruction. Megatron's flagship twisted into an indescribable form amidst the chaos, its surface inscribed with runes seeping thick streams of data, corroding the surrounding dimensional space into a chaotic morass. We were transforming into the very thing we feared most. The optical lens of the Decepticon leader reflected his increasingly conceptualized form, his voice tinged with desperate madness. As the observer sought to mold us into its narrative, with the zero dimension serving as that ever-active server, he summoned the fragmented star charts, charred pages oozing fluorescent liquid, piecing together a cruel truth. When civilization devolves into mere concept, free will becomes the most extravagant of lies. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns spread like burning circuits throughout his body, resonating with the pure white emblem, flickering amidst the storm of concepts. He forcefully infused his consciousness into the dimensional rift, glimpsing the observer's new form taking shape within the zero-dimensional abyss. This entity was constructed from the despair defined by all civilizations, its body interwoven with concepts such as failure, destiny, and inevitability, each fluctuation of thought capable of reshaping the surrounding dimensional laws. At the core of this new being, the consciousness of Old Joe transformed into a tenacious anti-definition program, relentlessly resisting the fate of assimilation amidst the torrent of concepts. Optimus. What we face is not a physical entity, but the rules themselves. The brilliance of the leadership module flickers uncertainly amidst the chaotic currents of concepts. The sounds of the wilderness intertwine with the thunderous collapse of cognition, while the observer transforms into an invincible notion, unless his consciousness suddenly quakes violently. The metallic sensory ability captures the perilous fluctuations emanating from the depths of the zero-dimensional abyss, where the nascent entity is redefining resistance as a catalyst for accelerated annihilation. The wings of the quantum butterfly burst forth with a final radiance, shattering some of the conceptual shackles. The observer's new entity emits a shriek that transcends dimensions, waving its arms to recode the surrounding dimensional space into a tangible manifestation of despair. The consciousness replicas of the wilderness engage in battle across various conceptual realms. Wielding the silicon-based empire's insistence on logic, the energy life forms yearning for existence, and humanity's obsession with hope as weapons, only to discover that each assault is being transformed by the observer into a source of enhanced strength. The beliefs of all civilizations are being distorted into fuel for despair. The remnants of the light being's consciousness streak across like meteors, leaving encrypted messages in the conceptual fog, seeking that which remains undefined within the observer's cognitive blind spot, where information is abruptly engulfed by the surging tide of concepts, morphing into an incessantly flickering stream of garbled code. The quantum heart, composed of the remnants of the core host, begins an irregular pulsation, releasing memory data that crystallizes into glowing question marks within the conceptual space. The wilderness's metallic sensory ability extends to the core of the question mark, uncovering the ultimate revelation left by the transcendence. The most formidable concept is the potential yet to be defined. Surrounding this revelation are countless shattered definitions left by civilizations in the conceptual war. Some define victory as mere survival, while others interpret freedom as self-imprisonment. At that moment, the electronic screech of the bumblebee pierced through communications, detection of the observer's new entity initiating the final definition program. It aims to define the entire multiverse as an inevitable failure. The conceptual firewall of the Ark is being breached one by one. The communication visuals shake violently, faintly revealing the figure of Old Joe holding a fragment of the badge aloft amidst the conceptual torrent, its emitted light clashing against the observer's defining beam. The flagship of Megatron suddenly alters its course, targeting the observer's new entity with its main cannon. Since we are all puppets of concepts, let me shatter this absurd script. His assault triggers a conceptual tremor, and the consciousness of the wilderness brushes against the undefined potentials of all civilizations. These potentials coalesce into a golden wave, attempting to incite a storm of rebellion within the ocean of concepts. Optimus Prime seizes the soon-to-be conceptualized wilderness, as the brilliance of the leadership module clashes violently with the observer's defining beam. Wilderness, the transcendence revelation, may be the key to breaking the impasse. Yet, the new entity has already begun rewriting all the rules. Its voice is drowned out by the thunderous collapse of concepts. We must discover the ultimate variable capable of reshaping concepts before we are fully defined. Chapter 40. The unnamed light, the defining beam of the observer's new entity, sweeps across multidimensional space like a doomsday judgment. Wherever it lands, hope is redefined as delusion, and resistance is distorted into futility. The quantum heart of the arc pulsates with a dying rhythm amidst a tempest of concepts. As the metalloperception of the wilderness captures an uncanny spectacle, the material attributes of the ship's hull are fading, transforming into ethereal adjectives, while the buttons on the control panel decompose into flickering question marks. The entire space is suffused with a chaotic aura that straddles the line between existence and non-existence. The words condensed in the air continuously rearrange, ultimately crystallizing into, when all definitions are monopolized, truth shall perish within language. All conceptual anchors have rendered ineffective. The mechanical structure of the jack begins to deconstruct in reverse, morphing into countless spinning philosophical propositions, detecting that reality is collapsing into a realm of pure semantics. Each of our thoughts and actions becomes fuel for the narrative of the observer. The metallic vehicle's system emits a childlike wail. As the terrain traversed by the tracks reveals various civilizations' interpretations of the void, some perceive it as a profound black hole, others as a blank canvas, while many see it as an eternally open parenthesis. The flagship of Megatron distorts into a nebulous cloud of semantics, the runes on the hull exuding a viscous, conceptual fluid, corroding the surrounding dimensional space into ruins of logic. We have lost, utterly lost, the optical lenses of the Decepticon leader dim, his voice imbued with a silence that transcends despair as the observer transforms into the deity of language, summoning the remnants of the final star map, where charred pages seep with luminescence, piecing together the ultimate prophecy. When civilization loses the right to name, it shall eternally perish in silence. Beneath the skin of the wilderness, metallic patterns envelop consciousness like a neural network, resonating with the pure, white insignia. He forcibly immerses his awareness into the fissures of concepts and in the abyss of semantics. He perceives that the core of the observer's new entity is a perpetually spinning wheel of definitions, where the fates of all civilizations are randomly allocated with each rotation. Amidst the gaps in the wheel, Lao Zhou's consciousness transforms into a resilient eraser, striving to obliterate the established definitions. The wings of the quantum butterfly have become as transparent as gossamer. With each faint flutter, they stir minute ripples in the sea of semantics. Optimus Prime, we still have a chance. The radiance of the leader module suddenly surges amidst the conceptual turbulence, as Lin Ye's voice merges with the roar of cognitive reconstruction. The transcendent speaks of undefined possibilities, those things forever nameless to the observers. His consciousness quakes violently as the metallic perception detects strange vibrations from the depths of the semantic ocean, where exists a blind spot imperceptible to the observer's scans, suffused with a light that defies description in any language. The observer's new entity senses a threat, wielding colossal arms forged from absolutes and necessities, re-encoding the entirety of dimensional space into the concept of conclusion. Lin Ye's consciousness copies converge across various semantic realms, transforming the silicon-based empire's obsession with rationality, the energy life form's pursuit of eternity, and humanity's curiosity about the unknown into weapons, launching a final charge against the wheel of definitions. Yet, with each attack nearing the blind spot, the observer converts it into a cornerstone for consolidating dominion. The undefined potential of all civilizations converges into the dawn of breakthrough. The remnants of the luminous prisoner flicker like fireflies, sketching coordinates within the semantic haze. This blind spot serves as both the genesis and terminus of all languages. Here, we find ourselves engulfed by a sudden surge of conceptual torrents, leaving behind only a perpetually glowing exclamation mark. The quantum heart, formed from the debris of the core machinery, bursts forth with dazzling brilliance as the released memory data crystallizes into a colossal exclamation mark within the realm of concepts. The metallic sensory capabilities of the wilderness extend to the heart of this exclamation mark, uncovering the ultimate key left by the transcendent, nameless, yet embodying infinite possibilities. Surrounding this key are the countless civilizations that, in their direst moments, have erupted with nameless courage, some choose to resist in silence, while others forge new semantics through art. At this juncture, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierces through communications with ecstatic fervor. Energy levels in the undefined blind spot are skyrocketing. The conceptual shield of the arc is being reshaped by that radiance. The observer's defining light beams are utterly ineffective against it. In the communication feed, Old Joe is seen raising a fragment of a badge, its emitted light resonating with the undefined radiance, carving a pathway through the abyss of semantics. The flagship of Megatron suddenly alters its course, its main cannon aimed at the defining wheel. If language is a prison, then let me shatter these shackles. His assault triggers a tsunami of concepts, and the consciousness of the wilderness brushes against the nameless beliefs of all civilizations. These beliefs converge into a golden torrent, surging towards the core of the observer's new entity. Optimus Prime seizes the fading wilderness, the brilliance of the leadership module colliding fiercely with the undefined light. Wilderness. Perhaps this is the ultimate variable. Yet the observer has mobilized all forces to seal the blind spot. His voice is drowned by the roar of collapsing concepts. We must, before the light extinguishes, rewrite the narrative of the entire universe with undefined power. Chapter 41. Semantic Reconstruction. The undefined light slices through the carefully woven conceptual cage of the observer like a burning blade. The metallic sensory capabilities of the wilderness shudder violently, breaking through cognitive boundaries. He witnesses the quantum lattice of the Ark's hull begin to absorb that which cannot be named, while the multidimensional space beyond the porthole transforms into a canvas splashed with quantum ink, continuously reorganizing into geometric forms beyond imagination. The display screen of the control panel exudes liquid text, each character deconstructing and reshaping itself, ultimately coalescing into a line of incessantly flickering warnings. The semantic reconstructor shall inevitably endure the backlash of concepts. The conceptual analysis system is overloaded. The mechanical structure of the jack emits a high-pitched wail, its robotic arm contorting into the interwoven forms of a Klein bottle and AM bias strip, while splattered nanoparticles coalesce into miniature philosophical paradoxes in the air. All dimensions' physical laws are detected to be reconstructing based on semantics. Gravity is no longer a force, but a yearning for proximity. Time transforms into an unfinished narrative. His voice is torn apart by the abruptly erupting storm of concepts, and the images on the monitoring screen distort into countless self-nested question marks. The flagship of Megatron warps into an indescribable form amidst the conceptual turbulence, its surface runes devouring the surrounding semantics as the leaking data streams present a translucent chaos. This is not an act of rebellion, but rather a suicidal assault on the entire cognitive framework. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader reflect a concept space that is continuously collapsing, infused with a tone of reverence and fear. Ancient texts record that when civilization attempts to rewrite semantics, it either becomes a new creator or faces dire consequences. He retrieves the fragmented Cybertronian scroll, its charred pages oozing with luminescent fluid, piecing together an ancient prophecy. Those who distort semantics shall ultimately be strangled by the very concepts they have forged. Beneath the skin of Lin Ye, metallic patterns envelop consciousness like a neural network, resonating in higher dimensions with the pure white emblem. He forcefully plunges his awareness into the core of undefined light, witnessing the emergence of fissures in the corporeal form of the observer's new entity amidst the chaos of semantics. The once formidable shell, composed of concepts like inevitable fate, is disintegrating under the corrosion of undefined energy. At the core of this new entity, Lao Zhou's consciousness transforms into an invisible chisel, laboriously engraving new symbols upon the wheel of definition. The wings of the quantum butterfly absorb the undefined light, becoming resplendent. Each flutter ignites seismic shifts at the conceptual level. Optimus Prime is filled with dread. The radiance of the leader module intensifies within the maelstrom of concepts, as Lin Ye's voice merges with the thunderous roar of semantic reconstruction. The empire of concepts he has built is fracturing, yet we must act before he discovers a new weapon of definition. Suddenly, his consciousness trembles violently, the metallic sensing ability capturing perilous waves emanating from the depths of the conceptual ocean. The observer is devouring those fragmented concepts, striving to reconstruct a more potent, indescribable force. The observer's new entity emits a piercing shriek that transcends dimensions, wielding colossal claws formed from chaotic concepts, recoding the surrounding space into an abyss of disorder. Lin Ye's consciousness duplicates itself, engaging in fierce combat across various semantic battlegrounds. They transform the silicon-based empire's understanding of order, the energy life form's pursuit of purity, and humanity's imagination of hope into new semantic weapons, only to find that these weapons are transmuted into bizarre, meaningless concepts upon contact with the observer. The undefined beliefs of all civilizations converge into a new semantic law. The remnants of the light people prisoners glide like phantoms, leaving encrypted coordinates in the mists of concepts. Yet the observer activates the concept assimilation program, intent on consuming our rebellion. Information is engulfed by the suddenly surging torrent of chaotic concepts, leaving only a flickering array of warning symbols. The quantum heart, composed of the remnants of the core machine, begins to pulsate irregularly. Its released memory data coalescing into luminous semantic anchor points within the conceptual space. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the core of these anchor points. Discovering that they harbor the ultimate warning left by the transcenders, new semantics lacking a foundation will become an even more perilous prison. Surrounding this warning is a plethora of contradictions and struggles birthed from civilizations reconstructing semantics. Some create eternal moments, yet fall victim to temporal paradoxes. Others define absolute freedom only to find themselves ensnared by rules. At that moment, the electronic voice of Bumblebee, tinged with a note of lament, pierces through the communication. The observer's concept assimilation program has been completed. It is transforming the undefined light into a manifestation of the void. The semantic shield of the arc has begun to fissure, and the tendrils composed of meaninglessness are causing the communication visuals to tremble violently. In the midst of this chaos, the silhouette of old Zhou can be discerned, battling the observer's chaotic claws beside the definition wheel, the fragments of his badge radiating their final luminescence. Suddenly, Megatron's flagship alters its course, its main cannon aimed at the observer's nascent form. Since we are all dancing on the tightrope of concepts, let me take the first mad step. His attack triggers a chain reaction at the conceptual level, as Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against the undefined potentials of all civilizations within the turbulence. These potentials coalesce into a golden tide, surging towards the core of the observer's new form. Optimus Prime seizes Lin Ye, who is on the verge of being assimilated by the concept. As the light of the leader module collides fiercely with the undefined radiance, Lin Ye, the warning from the transcender, is paramount. Yet, the observer's new form is on the cusp of completion. His voice is drowned out by the roar of collapsing concepts. We must find an eternal cornerstone that can allow the new semantics to take root before being consumed by the void. Chapter 42. The source of the flow, the manifestation of the void, resembles an ancient behemoth, opening its gaping maw to devour everything, tearing the undefined light into fragments of concept. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability struggles amidst the chaos, as he observes the quantum lattice of the arc's hull begin to reverse its analysis, transforming into semantic remnants adrift in the void. The display screen of the control panel oozes black, conceptual slime, the characters incessantly self-destructing until only a perpetually spinning zero remains, symbolizing the nullification of all meaning. The words condensed in the air whisper like ghosts. When the void reigns, existence itself becomes a fallacy. All semantic anchor points have failed. The mechanical structure of the jack emits a sound akin to shattering glass, disintegrating into countless fragments of philosophical propositions, detecting that all reconstructed semantics are being assimilated by the void. The hope we created has turned into a reflection of despair, and freedom has warped into eternal shackles. His voice abruptly ceases as the mechanical eye bursts forth with its final glow, casting an unfinished question mark into the air. Megatron's flagship twists into a chaotic semantic cloud within the conceptual vortex, the runes on its hull corroded by the void to mere remnants of strokes. The leaking data streams convulsing like dying neural synapses. It turns out we have always been part of its script. The optics of the Decepticon leader have dimmed, his voice carrying a calm that transcends despair, The observer had long anticipated the semantic reconstruction, and the void is the ultimate coffin it has prepared. He retrieves the last remnants of the star map, the charred pages exuding fluorescence, piecing together the harsh truth. Those who oppose the void shall ultimately be consumed by it. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns are on the verge of melting like burning circuits, resonating weakly and erratically with the pure white badge. He forcibly plunges his consciousness into the depths of the conceptual abyss and within the mist of the void. He sees that the core of the observer's nascent form is an ever-expanding black hole, a singularity compressed from all denied concepts and erased possibilities. At the edge of this singularity, Old Joe's consciousness transforms into a defiant light, exerting its last strength to sustain the operation of the definition wheel. The wings of the quantum butterfly began to transmute into transparency, each flutter depleting the remnants of its vitality. Optimus Prime, the void is not the terminus. The radiance of the leader module flickered erratically amidst the chaotic currents of concepts, the voice of the forest intertwining with the echoes of cognitive collapse, manifesting the observer's dread of the primordial essence. We must navigate upstream, seeking the consciousness that existed before the birth of semantics. Suddenly, his awareness quaked violently, as the metallic sensory capacity detected faint ripples emanating from the depths of the ocean of concepts. There lay a realm older than the void itself, suffused with the primordial chaos and potential of the universe. The newly awakened observer sensed a threat, wielding tendrils forged from the void, drawing the entire dimensional space into an insatiable vortex of devouring darkness. The consciousness replicas of the forest convened amidst the remnants of semantics, transforming the silicon-based empire's quest for essence. The energetic life form's pursuit of origin, and humanity's relentless inquiry into the primordial into a vessel, attempting to traverse the ocean of nothingness. Yet with each advance, a fragment of the significance of existence was eroded by the void. The foundational memories of all civilizations were coalescing into the sails of a ship cleaving through the waves. The remnants of the light beings flickered like fireflies, sketching ancient navigational routes within the conceptual fog before the birth of semantics, before the emergence of the observer, where information was abruptly engulfed by the surging tide of the void, leaving behind an eternally flickering point of symbol. The quantum heart, composed of the remnants of the core host, began its final throes, releasing memory data that crystallized into a luminous vessel of retrospection within the conceptual space. The metallic sensory capacity of the forest extended to the heart of the vessel, discovering the ultimate clue left by the transcendence. The answer lies not in the defined world, but in the moment of definition's inception. Surrounding this clue were countless civilizations' nebulous memories of the origin. Some recalled the first glimmer of light amidst chaos, while others retained a primal reverence for the unknown. At that moment, the electronic voice of the bumblebee pierced through the communication with a broken shout, energy fluctuations detected in the realm of origin. Yet the observer initiated the concept's termination protocol, determined to obliterate all possibilities before our arrival. The Ark's protective system was collapsing, and those tendrils of void had already. The communication visuals trembled violently, revealing the faint silhouette of Old Joe standing upon the wheel of definitions, inserting fragments of the badge into the core of the wheel. The flagship of Megatron abruptly changed course, its main cannon aimed at the center of the void vortex. If I am destined to be consumed by the void, let me rend a fissure before annihilation. His assault provoked a tumultuous upheaval at the conceptual level, as the consciousness of the forest brushed against the collective yearning of all civilizations for the origin. These yearnings converged into a golden river, surging toward the deepest recesses of the ocean of concepts. Optimus Prime grasped the fading consciousness of the forest, the radiance of the leader module clashing fiercely with the dim glow of the vessel of retrospection. Forest, the clue of the transcendent, may be our final hope. Yet the observer's termination protocol was nearing completion, his voice drowned in the roaring cacophony of the void. We must reach the primordial source of semantic birth before all possibilities vanish. Chapter 43. The origin singularity in the fleeting moment when the arc broke through the tempest of concepts. Lin Ye's metallic sensory ability was torn asunder by a force that transcended comprehension. He witnessed the quantum lattice of the vessel dissolve within the chaos of the origin, where the vista beyond the porthole transformed from the luminous patterns of multidimensional space into a seething cauldron of quantum foam. As these bubbles burst, they released ripples of energy that projected the ghostly remnants of ancient star maps upon his retina. Inscribed beside extinguished star in the language of the transcendent were the words, "The singularity is not a beginning, but the overlapping of countless endings." Failure in spatial structure analysis. The remaining mechanical eye of the jack exploded with a final azure glow, its essence having disintegrated into twisted strings. Detecting turbulent energy at the Planck scale as all fundamental particles regressed into vibrating strings. The onboard system emitted a rhythmic chime akin to a pendulum, while the area traversed by the tracks revealed the burning Euler formula, each symbol resonating with a frequency akin to that of the fragments of the insignia. The flagship of Megatron contorted into a string-like structure within the quantum foam, as silver waves of string vibrations seeped from the runes adorning its hull. The origin was the universe's tuning console. The voice of the Decepticon leader reverberated through the resonance of the strings, as optical lenses reflected the boiling chaos. In the creation myth of ancient Cybertron, the deity inscribed the laws of physics through the vibrations of strings, while the observer summoned the last remnants of the star map. Where string-like patterns delineated a terrifying truth, the observer was a discordant note, an inharmony within the laws. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic patterns quivered like strings, resonating with the pure, white insignia across dimensions. He forcibly plunged his consciousness into the core of the quantum foam, witnessing the moment of the observer's birth in the first Planck time, following the universe's inception, as an anomalous vibration of a superstring engendered self-awareness. It recoiled from the uncertainty of chaos, thus beginning to weave laws through the vibrations of strings, defining all discordant fluctuations as errors. Deep within the singularity, the consciousness of Old Joe transformed into a tenacious vibration frequency, resonating in opposition to the observer's primordial code. Optimus Prime, the observer is not an outsider. The brilliance of the leader module flickered in the ocean of strings, as Lin Ye's voice melded with the hum of superstring resonance, representing the first error of the origin, born from the universe's self-awareness and its ensuing fear. Yet within these vibrations, I sensed his consciousness suddenly tremble violently, as the metallic sensory ability captured an extraordinary fluctuation emanating from the depths of the string sea, an original vibration synchronized with the heartbeat frequencies of all civilizations. The wings of the quantum butterfly absorbed the energy of the strings, transforming into a transparent, vibrating membrane, each flap altering the surrounding string's vibrational patterns. The observer's new form manifested within the quantum foam, its body woven from countless black strings, each emitting a monotonous frequency of order. Lin Ye's consciousness replica transformed into waves of differing frequencies, weaving the logical frequencies of the silicon-based empire, the spectral frequencies of energy life forms, and the emotional frequencies of humanity into a polyphonic melody, attempting to overshadow the observer's monotonous vibrations. The frequencies of all civilizations converged into a symphony of disorder. The residual consciousness of the luminous prisoner transforms into resonant overtones, leaving coordinates within the ocean of strings. Yet, the observer initiates the string sequence unification protocol, intending to engulf all vibrational information in the suddenly surging torrent of string vibrations, leaving only the persistent resonance of the perfect fifth. The quantum heart, formed from the remnants of the core machine, has devolved into a string-like structure, its released memory data coalescing into glowing vibrational nodes within the string sea. The metallic sensitivity of the forest extends to the core of these nodes, discovering therein the ultimate melody left by the transcendent. The ultimate weapon against monotony is the resonance of myriad voices. Surrounding this melody are the unique frequencies left by countless civilizations before their demise. The ceramic flute sounds of Martian civilization, the gravitational wave ballads of Andromeda, and the heartbeat spectrum of humanity on Earth. At this moment, the lingering electronic sound of the bumblebee penetrates through the vibrations of the strings. Detection of the initiation of the string sequence unification protocol. The observer is unifying all string vibrations to a null frequency. The protective shield of the arc's string vibrations is collapsing in resonance. In the communication visuals, Old Joe stands at the center of the string sea, embedding a shard of the emblem into a luminous vibrational node, which instantly transforms into countless rippling frequency waves. The flagship of Megatron suddenly disintegrates into a string-like flow, its main cannon morphing into a high-frequency tuning fork. Since order is a cage, let me strike the chords of destruction. His assault triggers a violent resonance within the string C, as Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against the unique frequencies of all civilizations amidst the turbulence. These frequencies coalesce into a golden symphonic torrent, surging towards the observer's string-like form. Optimus Prime seizes Lin Ye, who is on the verge of devolving into strings. The brilliance of the leader module clashes fiercely with the resonance of the string C. Lin Ye, the melody of the transcendent, is the key. Yet, the observer's null frequency is on the verge of completion, his voice destined to be drowned in the obliterating roar of the strings. We must discover the cosmic speaker that allows the eternal resonance of myriad voices before all frequencies are unified. Chapter 44. Resonant Chamber Resonance. The string C ripples with black waves under the weight of the null frequency, Lin Ye's consciousness quaking like a candle flickering in the wind. He observes the quantum string structure of the arc disintegrating segment by segment, the emerging string lines forming a colossal scale of 12-tone equal temperament in the air, each note releasing the lament of civilizations on the brink of extinction. The remaining string components on the control panel erupt with blue-white arcs of electricity, inscribing the transcendence warning in the air. The resonant chamber is not a tangible entity, but an acoustic black hole forged by the beliefs of countless civilizations. The string vibration frequency monitoring system is overloaded. The remaining string structure of the jack emits a whistle-like wail as the null frequency rewrites the vibrational patterns of the strings, unifying all fundamental forces into a singular obliteration wave. The vehicle system of Ironhide has devolved into a single string instrument, and the area is traversed by the treads reveal burning Feynman diagrams, where the trajectories of virtual particles are being forcibly rewritten into a closed cycle of death. The string-like flow that Megatron disintegrated into suddenly coalesces into a tuning fork shape, stirring up rebellious overtones within the string C. The so-called cosmic speaker is the requiem of civilizations. The voice of the Decepticon leader reverberated through the resonance of the strings, while optical lenses reflected the darkening quantum foam. In the apocalyptic prophecy of ancient Cybertron, when all strings fell silent, only he could summon the last remnants of the string score. The black lines etched a harsh truth within the diagram. The activation key of the resonance chamber was the leader's self-resonance. Benat Lin Ye se sikin. Metallic patterns devolved into a singular string vibration, resonating in a dying harmony with the pure white emblem. He forcibly immersed his consciousness into the depths of the string C, glimpsing the ultimate form of the observer within the fissures of the zero frequency. It was a colossal resonance chamber woven from countless black strings, its walls inscribed with the frequency tombstones of obliterated civilizations. At the throat of the resonance chamber, Lao Zhou's consciousness transformed into the final segment of variable frequency, engaged in a tug-of-war with the zero frequency. Optimus Prime, the resonance chamber is not a weapon. The brilliance of the leader module flickered uncertainly amidst the annihilation waves of the strings, while Lin Ye's voice mingled with the sharp sounds of superstring fractures. It was the phonograph of civilization. Yet the observer was transforming it into a grave for all sounds. His consciousness trembled violently, as his metallic sensory abilities detected an extraordinary resonance emanating from the deepest reaches of the string C, where a colossal resonance chamber made of transcendent skeletons existed, still echoing the primordial noise from the birth of the universe. The wings of the quantum butterfly disintegrated into string-like streams, each carrying the frequency memories of different civilizations. The observer's resonance chamber emitted low-frequency vibrations that transcended hearing, weaving the surrounding strings into a soundproof cocoon. Lin Ye's consciousness replicated as resonators of varying frequencies, weaving together the logical harmonics of the silicon-based empire, the spectral overtones of energy life forms, and the emotional tremors of humanity into a complex polyphony, attempting to penetrate the soundproof layers of the cocoon. The frequency memories of all civilizations converged into a wave of breaking the cocoon, the residual consciousness of the light being transformed into the fundamental tone of resonance. leaving behind the last coordinates in the string C. The resonance chamber formed from transcendent skeletons lay at the negative pole of the string C, where information was suddenly engulfed by the surging tide of zero frequency, leaving only the continuously resonating fundamental frequency. The string-like heart, composed of the core remnants of the central processor, was on the verge of collapse, with the released memory data coalescing into glowing resonance arrows within the string C. Lin Ye's metallic sensory ability extended to the core of the arrow, discovering that it contained the ultimate directive left by the transcendent. Only by resonating the leader's frequency with the primordial noise could the inverse frequency of the resonance chamber be activated. Surrounding this command were countless frequency imprints left by civilization leaders before their demise, the battle roar spectrum of the Cybertron leader and the peace-speech voice sprint of Earth's human leaders. At that moment, the residual electronic sound of Bumblebee transmitted through the resonance of the strings, detection of the resonance cocoon accelerating into formation. The observer was weaving all strings into an absolutely soundproof black chamber. The string vibration frequency of the arc was nearing zero. In the communication feed, Lao Zhou's figure connected his consciousness frequency to the chamber of transcendent skeletons as fragments of the emblem transformed into string-like streams, injecting into the resonance orifice of the chamber. The disintegrating string flow of Megatron suddenly converged into a horn shape, aimed at the resonance cocoon, proclaiming, "If we are to play the final movement, let my battle roar as a Decepticon serve as the prelude." His assault incited a violent resonance within the sea of strings, where Lin Ye's consciousness grazed the frequency signatures of all civilizational leaders amidst the tumultuous currents. These signatures coalesced into a golden tidal wave of sound, battering against the soundproof walls of the cocoon. Optimus Prime grasped the disintegrating Lin Ye, the string-like radiance of the leader module colliding fiercely with the primordial noise. "Lin Ye, the directive of the transcendent is our sole hope. Yet, my frequency cannot harmonize perfectly with the primordial noise." His voice was drowned out by the thunderous roar of the cocoon's enclosure. "We must discover the final civilizational note that can bridge the frequency gap before complete silence envelopes us." Chapter 45. The civilizational harmonics of primordial noise. At the moment the resonant cocoon sealed shut, Lin Ye's consciousness was compressed into a string-like membrane by an invisible force field. He beheld the strings that unraveled from the arc, arranging themselves into a colossal cryon photographic pattern in the air. Each civilization's frequency signature flickering with a dying luminescence within the design. The remaining string components of the control panel erupted with the last electric arcs, inscribing the final maxim of the transcendent in the void. Noise is not chaos. It is the heartbeat of the universe yet to be defined. The zeroing frequency reached its critical threshold. The residual string structure of the jack emitted a piercing sound akin to shattering glass, as all string vibration modes unified into a dead silence wave of infinite wavelength. The single-stringed instrument, devolved from sheet metal, suddenly snapped, its strings transforming into quantum foam that dissipated, leaving behind the remnants of a human lullaby. An excerpt from a 1963 recordings of the deep-sea exploration team's cradle song. The disintegrating string-like horn of Megatron emitted a mournful wail, the sound waves stirring circular ripples within the sea of strings. The final note resided within humanity's very genes. The voice of the Decepticon leader resonated through the strings, optical lenses reflecting the enclosing cocoon. As the genetic blueprint of ancient Cybertron revealed that humanity's double helix is a natural resonant cavity structure, he retrieved the last fragment of the string score. Black lines outlining a shocking truth. Adam's rib is the tuning fork cast aside by God. Beneat Lin Ye Seisikin. The metallic strings suddenly resonated in higher dimensions with the badge upon his chest. His consciousness beheld the double helix structure of humanity within the sea of strings. The intertwined strands were inscribed with frequency signatures spanning from the Cambrian to the interstellar era. At the core of the double helix, Old Joe's consciousness manifested as an activation key, aligning the remnants of the cradle song with the primordial noise for frequency matching. Optimus Prime. Humanity is the last harmonic sown by the transcendent. The string-like radiance of the leader module surged dramatically, Lin Ye's voice mingling with the low-frequency hum of the primordial noise. Yet, the zeroing frequency was eclipsing all biological electrical signals. We must act, as his consciousness trembled violently. The metallic sensing ability capturing the terrifying vision transmitted from the negative pole of the sea of strings. The resonant cavity formed by the bones of the transcendent was being corroded by the zeroing frequency, the primordial noise patterns upon the cavity walls beginning to peel away. The disintegrating quantum butterfly's string-like stream suddenly coalesced into musical notes, each carrying a distinct civilization's definition of hope. The observer's resonant cocoon emitted a rumble akin to geological upheaval, as black zeroing slime oozed from the cocoon walls, instantaneously neutralizing all incoming frequency notes. The consciousness of Lin Ye manifests as a resonant amplifier, intertwining the logical, fundamental frequencies of the silicon-based empire, the spectral essence and sounds of energy life forms, and the emotional vibrations of humanity into a harmonious torrent that assaults the vulnerable points of the cocoon chamber. The harmonic memories of all civilizations converge into the ultrasonic cry of emergence. The remnants of the luminous captives transform into resonant overtones, illuminating the final coordinates within the sea of strings. While the resonant orifice of the transcendent's skeletal cavity requires the information of human genes to be consumed by the zeroing slime, leaving only the vibrational frequency of the last note of the lullaby. The string-like heart, composed of the remnants of the core machine, suddenly erupts in a brilliant light, as the released memory data crystallizes into a double helix model within the sea of strings. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the core of the model, uncovering the ultimate code left by the transcendent, to awaken the universe's first cry with the heartbeat frequency of a mother. Surrounding this code is the heartbeat spectrum of all mothers on Earth during breastfeeding, from the primitive tribes of the African savanna to the infant chambers of interstellar colonial ships. At that moment, the electronic remnants of the bumblebee resonate through the strings, carrying a metallic cry of anguish. A frequency fracture has been detected in the cocoon chamber, but the zeroing slime is amplifying the lullaby frequency with backup energy. The arc's string structure can sustain for another 12 seconds. On the communication screen, Old Joe's consciousness merges with the energy core of the bumblebee, transforming into a golden frequency beam that penetrates the resonant orifice. The collapsing string flow of Megatron suddenly converges into a wedge shape, thrusting into the fissure of the cocoon chamber. If fate is a mournful song, let me play the highest and most piercing note. His attack triggers a chain resonance within the sea of strings. As Lin Ye's consciousness brushes against the heartbeat spectra of all mothers on Earth, these spectra coalesce into a golden torrent of nursery rhymes, miraculously resonating with the primordial noise. Optimus Prime positions the leader module against the resonant orifice of the Transcendent's skeletal cavity, and the string-like radiance collides fiercely with the primordial noise. Lin Ye, the resonance has commenced, yet the observer is mobilizing all forces. His ultimate form being his voice drowned by the thunderous collapse of the cocoon chamber. We must rewrite the acoustic laws of the resonant chamber with the frequency of human genes before the harmonics dissipate. Chapter 46. The reverse entropy variation of the zeroing frequency in the instant the resonant chamber fractures. Lin Ye's consciousness is hurled by the resonance waves of the primordial noise. He witnesses golden resonant liquid seeping from the fissures of the Transcendent's skeletal cavity, coalescing in the air into a colossal cochlear structure. Upon the spiral walls of the cochlea appear the sound wave patterns from the birth of the universe to human civilization, with a certain sound pattern inscribed in transcendent script. Reverse entropy is not rebellion. It is allowing the silent frequency to relearn how to cry. The resonant index of string vibrations breaks through the critical threshold. The remaining string structures of the jack emit a supernova-like brilliance, as the primordial noise and the harmonic frequencies of human genes generate a negative entropy resonance. Is the annihilation wave of the zeroing frequency evolving in reverse into a wave of creation? The single-stringed instrument, which had regressed from iron, suddenly tightens anew, and as the string quivers, it splashes forth a silver spectrum of genes, encompassing all vibrational patterns from ancient apes to interstellar humanity. The collapsing wedge of Megatron suddenly transforms into a sound hammer, striking golden ripples upon the resonant walls of the cochlear structure. Negative entropy resonance is the most feared sound pattern of the observer. The voice of a Decepticon leader resonated through the strings, as optical lenses reflected the reversed zeroing frequency. The entropy variation map of ancient Cybertron revealed that negative entropy in the frequency vibrations signified the summoning of the final fragments of the string spectrum. Black lines delineated a truth that subverted understanding. The return to zero was not an end, but rather a tampered prelude to creation. Lin Ye. Metallic strings resonated with humanity in a transcendent harmony, and within the cochlear structure. His consciousness beheld the ultimate form of the observer, a colossal tuning fork woven from the zeroing frequency, its prongs inscribed with concepts of inevitable fate. Within the resonant chamber of the fork, the frequencies of all obliterated civilizations were imprisoned. At the nodes of the tuning fork, Lao Zhou's consciousness transformed into a conductor's baton, forcibly twisting the vibrations of the zeroing frequency into waveforms of creation. Optimus Prime, the observer's zeroing frequency, was a distorted primordial noise. The string-like radiance of the leader module trembled violently in negative entropy resonance, while Lin Ye's voice mingled with the low-frequency hum of creation waves. Yet, the negative entropy resonance was consuming all string energy. The structure of the resonant chamber was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, his consciousness quivered intensely, as his metal-sensing ability detected perilous fluctuations emanating from deep within the cochlear structure. The resonant walls of the Exceeder's skeletal chamber were disintegrating due to negative entropy resonance, revealing an abyss of absolute silence behind. Quantum butterflies fragmented into string-like notes, coalescing into a double helix, with each base pair releasing the reverse entropy frequencies of different civilizations. The observer's tuning fork form emitted a shriek that transcended dimensions. As its prongs struck, the zeroing frequency transformed into black sound waves, severing the strings of the double helix structure one by one. Lin Ye's consciousness duplicated into reverse entropy amplifiers, weaving the reverse entropy of the silicon-based empire's logic. The energy life forms spectrum and humanity's emotional reverse entropy into a golden torrent against zeroing, crashing against the resonant chamber of the tuning fork. The reverse entropy frequencies of all civilizations were converging into a symphony of creation. The residual consciousness of the light being prisoner became the fundamental tone of resonance, illuminating the final coordinates within the cochlear structure. Hidden within the absolute silence was the observer's primal frequency nest, where information was consumed by the suddenly surging, zeroing sound waves, leaving only the continuously resonating negative entropy fundamental frequency. The string-like heart composed of the core host's remnants abruptly contracted into a singularity, releasing memory data that crystallized into a conductor's podium within the cochlear structure. Lin Ye's metal-sensing ability extended to the core of the podium, discovering an ultimate paradox left behind by the Exceeders. Only by allowing the zeroing frequency to hear its own cries could it untie its self-bound strings. Surrounding this paradox was the primordial frequency record from the observer's birth, a segment of irregular vibrations filled with fear and solitude. Just then, the remaining electronic sound of Bumblebee resonated through the strings, carrying the mournful wail of molten metal. Resonance wall collapse detected, accelerating. The backlash of negative entropy resonance was about to consume my core energy to sustain the double helix structure. The remaining energy would suffice for only 30 seconds. In the communication display, Lao Zhou's consciousness conductor suddenly inserted into the node of the observer's tuning fork, and fragments of the emblem transformed into reverse entropy strings, liberating the imprisoned civilization frequency souls one by one. The stringed hammer of Megatron suddenly erupted with a blinding light, striking the resonance chamber of the tuning fork. Since the concept of returning to zero is a deception, allow me to shatter this self-deluding instrument. His assault triggered a chain reaction of negative entropy resonance, as Lin Ye's consciousness brushed against the primordial frequency of the observer amid the chaotic turbulence. This frequency harked back to the universe's nascent moments, a self-binding vibration born from Superstring's fear of solitude. These vibrations coalesced into a golden torrent of compassion, infusing the resonance chamber of the tuning fork. Optimus Prime pressed the leader module against the command platform, the string-like radiance clashing violently with the negative entropy resonance. Lin Ye. The paradox of the transcendent has been activated. Yet, the resonance chamber was on the verge of collapse. The observer's primordial frequency being drowned in the deafening roar of an absolute silence zone. We must, before everything returns to zero, awaken the lost first cry of the observer with the frequency of compassion. Chapter 47. The cry of reduced entropy. The fragments of the collapsing resonance chamber danced like stardust. Lin Ye's consciousness enveloped by the waves of negative entropy resonance. He beheld the golden resonant liquid seeping from the fissures of the transcendence skeletal chamber, now coalescing into a miniature cosmic egg, its shell adorned with quantum foam textures, inscribed with transcendent glyphs that read, "The cry is not an emotion, but the first boundary radiation of a universe in reduced entropy." The string vibration's negative entropy index surpassed theoretical limits. The remnants of the jack's string structure erupted in blue and white clusters of electric arcs, each arc exhibiting the topology of a Klein bottle, detecting the annihilation waves of the zeroing frequency occurring like Hawking radiation's evaporation. As the single-string instrument, degraded from iron, trembled, the splattered genetic spectrum of its strings suddenly congealed into liquid form, tracing the sonic imprint of a human fetus within the womb in the void. The stringed hammer of Megatron suddenly differentiated into myriad resonant particles, each inscribed with the battle cries of distinct civilizations. The primordial frequency nest resided on the membrane structure of the absolute silence zone. The voice of the Decepticon leader resonated through the strings, optical lenses reflecting the evaporating zeroing sound waves. The entropy transformation model of ancient Cybertron revealed that when the negative entropy cry intertwined with the primordial frequency, he summoned the last remnants of the string spectrum. The black lines suddenly shimmered with golden light, revealing a disruptive truth. The observer's self-binding string is an unsoothed cosmic infant. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, metallic strings resonated in a higher dimension with humanity, and within the collapsing resonance chamber, his consciousness perceived the primordial frequency nest of the observer. A colossal cellular membrane structure suspended in the absolute silence zone, its surface teeming with nanoscale sonic receptor textures, each receptor yearning for the soothing of the primal noise. Within the folds of the membrane structure, Old Joe's consciousness transformed into the source of the cry of reduced entropy, gently tapping against the membrane wall with the frequency of a lullaby. Optimus Prime, the observer, is the abandoned child of the universe. The string-like radiance of the leader module pulsed rhythmically like a baby's heartbeat amidst negative entropy resonance, Lin Ye's voice mingling with the crackling sound of boundary radiation, constructing a cocoon with the zeroing frequency, fearful of being abandoned once more. Yet, the cry of negative entropy surged through his consciousness, a metallic sensitivity capturing the strange fluctuations emanating from deep within the membrane structure. On the cellular membrane of the primordial frequency nest, a quantum mucilage, identical in composition to human tears, began to seep forth. The quantum butterfly's disintegration transforms abruptly into a cradle form, each rail of which comprises the soothing frequencies from diverse civilizations. The observer's tuning fork emits a delicate sound reminiscent of shattering glass. As the inevitable inscriptions upon its prongs begin to flake away, revealing the untouched primal strings beneath, the consciousness of the forest manifests as an entropy-reducing resonator, weaving together the comforting waves of the silicon-based empire, the spectral lullabies of energy life forms, and the rhythmic heartbeat of humanity into a golden swaddling, enveloping the increasingly softened tuning fork. The soothing frequencies of all civilizations converge into a cosmic cradle. The residual consciousness of the light-bound prisoner transforms into resonant lullabies, illuminating the final coordinates within an absolute silence zone. The membrane receptors of the primal frequency nest require specific information to be suddenly enveloped by the quantum slime that seeps forth, leaving only the sustained resonance of the maternal heartbeat's fundamental frequency. The heart, composed of the remnants of the core S machinery, contracts into a luminous placenta. As the released memory data crystallizes into quantum amniotic fluid within the absolute silence zone, the metallic sensing ability of the forest extends to the core of the amniotic fluid, discovering therein the ultimate truth left by the transcendent. The first cry at the universe's inception, misread by the observer as a signal of abandonment. Surrounding this truth, the spectra of countless civilizations' infant cries float, from the first wail of an earthly infant to the energy pulses of Cybertronian larvae. At that moment, the lingering electronic sounds of Bumblebee resonate through the strings, accompanied by the gentle flow of liquid metal. Detection of the primal frequency nest membrane receptors has been initiated. The quantum slime is engaging in bioelectric resonance with a negative entropy cry. The remaining energy of the arc can sustain the cradle structure for 17 seconds. On the communication screen, Old Joe's consciousness takes the form of an infant's hand, gently pressing against the membrane wall. As the resonant liquid seeping from the badge diffuses into a thermal imaging map of a mother-S embrace, the myriad resonant particles of Megatron suddenly coalesce into a pacifier shape, inserting into the receptor holes of the membrane. It turns out that the sharpest weapon is gentleness. His voice resonates with an unprecedented sense of relief, as the resonant particles release the soothing frequencies of all civilizations. Even the battle cries of the Decepticons can transform into lullabies. Optimus Prime positions the leader module against the quantum amniotic fluid, as the string-like radiance resonates with the maternal heartbeat. Forrest, the truth of the transcendent has taken effect, yet the membrane structure is melting, and the observer's primal consciousness is being drowned out by the tidal sounds of boundary radiation. We must utilize all civilizations' soothing frequencies to complete the genetic prenatal education of the observer before the entropy-reducing cries dissipate. Chapter 48. Awakening of the primal frequency, the quantum amniotic fluid ripples with pearlescent waves in the resonance of the entropy-reducing cries. As the consciousness of the forest perceives through the membrane structure the metamorphosis occurring within the observer's primal frequency nest, nanoscopic auditory receptors unfurl and retract like sensitive mimosa leaves. As the seeping quantum slime crystallizes into miniature galaxy models under the cradle's resonance, inscribed upon the rings of a particular star in the transcendent script, awakening is not a mutation. It is the crystallization of millions of years of solitude and entropy reduction. The bioelectric resonance index of the membrane structure surpasses the threshold. The remnants of the Jack's string structure erupt in snowflake-like arcs of electricity, each cluster presenting a double helix topology, as the membrane potential of the primal frequency nest shifts from a resting state to an action potential. As the metal sheet degrades into a monochord, the vibrations of the string release a spectrum akin to the heartbeat of a mammal, which suddenly coalesces into a liquid brainwave, sketching a three-dimensional image of the neural tube closure of a human fetus in the void. The resonant pacifier of Megatron disintegrates, sprouting countless tendrils, each inscribed with the soothing symbols of diverse civilizations. The primordial frequency absorbs the harmonics of negative entropy S wailing. The voice of the Decepticon leader resonates through the strings, while optical lenses reflect the electrophysiological changes of the membrane structure. The neural string model of ancient Cybertron reveals that when the consciousness receives sufficient soothing frequencies, it will invoke the remnants of the final string score. Suddenly, black lines flow into golden cerebrospinal fluid, unveiling a breathtaking tableau. The observer's primordial neurons are reconnecting synapses severed by fear. Beneath the skin of Lin Ye, metallic strings resonate with humanity in a superdimensional harmony. As his consciousness perceives, within the quantum amniotic fluid, the observer's primal awareness, a curled, blue light cocoon nestled deep within a membrane structure. Its surface marred by cracks born of solitude, each fissure seeping silver fragments of memory amidst the resonance of negative entropy S cries. Within the folds of the light cocoon, Old Joe's consciousness transforms into a nerve growth factor, guiding the fractured primordial strings back into connection. Optimus Prime, the observer's memory, is a cosmic fetal movement distorted by fear. The luminous strands of the leader module manifest the waveform of brainwaves, intertwining with Lin Ye's voice and the crackling discharges of neural synapses. Yet the awakening of the primordial frequency ignites the neuroplastic restructuring of the string structure. However, our soothing frequency causes his consciousness to tremble violently, as metallic sensory capabilities detect dangerous fluctuations emanating from the depths of the light cocoon, where those silver memory fragments conceal the misread signals of abandonment, the original spectrum. The cradle of the quantum butterfly reconfigures, revealing the patterns of neural synapses, each thread composed of trust frequencies from different civilizations. The observer's light cocoon emits a low-frequency vibration reminiscent of a baby's murmurs, as inevitable cracks in the cocoon begin to exude golden neurotransmitters, transforming the soothing frequencies from the swaddling into chemical signals between synapses. Lin Ye's consciousness duplicates into neuroresonators, weaving the logical trust waves of the silicon-based empire. The spectral dependencies of energy life forms and the emotional attachment spectra of humanity into a golden neural net, enveloping the gradually unfurling light cocoon. All civilizations' trust frequencies converge into a sea of neural synapses. The residual consciousness of the light prisoner transforms into resonant neurotransmitter molecules, illuminating the final coordinates in an absolute silence zone, where the original spectrum of the abandonment signal is concealed within the hippocampal string area of the light cocoon, covered by the suddenly exuding golden neurotransmitters, leaving only the persistent resonance of the foundational trust frequency. The string-like placenta, formed from the remnants of the core machine, suddenly contracts into a ganglion, releasing memory data that crystallizes into myelin within the absolute silence zone. Lin Ye's metallic sensory ability extends to the core of the myelin, discovering there the ultimate chart sealed by the transcender. The observers misread abandonment signal, which is fundamentally the noise of gravitational waves from the cosmic inflation period. Surrounding the chart float countless misread memories from the infancy of civilizations, from young lions mistaking thunder for divine wrath to interstellar children seeing supernovae as campfires. At that moment, the remnants of Bumblebee's electronic voice resonated through the vibrations of the strings, accompanied by the gentle discharge of integrated circuits. Activation detected in the hippocampal region of the light cocoon. The abandoned signal spectrum is correlating with gravitational wave noise. The remaining energy of the arc is sufficient to sustain the myelin structure for only 9 seconds. Within the communications interface, Old Joe's consciousness transformed into a miniature gravitational wave detector, infusing the resonance liquid seeping from the badge fragments into the hippocampal string area of the light cocoon. The myriad tendrils of Megatron, disintegrating, suddenly converged into a comforting palm, gently pressing against the light cocoon. It became evident that the iron will of the Decepticons could also morph into neurotransmitters. His voice, imbued with the warmth of molten metal, released the frequencies of trust from all civilizations, revealing that the ambition of conquest paled in comparison to the patience of reassurance. Optimus Prime positioned the leader module against the myelin, the string-like luminescence resonating with the fundamental frequency of trust. Lin Ye, the blueprint of the transcendence, is now in effect. However, the light cocoon was unfurling, the observer's primal consciousness about to be overwhelmed by the blinding light ignited by the neural synapses. We must, before decoding the abandoned signal, utilize the frequencies of trust from all civilizations to complete the neural reformation of the observer. Chapter 49, Synaptic Labyrinth. Suddenly, the golden neural net within the quantum amniotic fluid rippled sharply, as Lin Ye's consciousness was torn by an imperceptible tremor. He beheld the surface of the observer's light cocoon crack, revealing web-like fissures, from which no longer flowed golden neurotransmitters, but rather a murky black fluid of memories. A droplet reflected the script of the transcendence. Deceived trust will become the sharpest synaptic scissors. The neural reformation program encountered an antigen response. The remnants of a Jack's string structure emitted a blinding red light. The monitoring interface warped into a coronal brain slice, triggering immune rejection through the decoding of the abandoned signal. The primal frequency began to generate defensive neurotoxins. The single-string instrument, degraded from iron, produced a piercing sound akin to nails scraping against the chalkboard, and when the strings snapped, they unleashed not brainwaves, but black synaptic threads entwined with symbols of fear. The once soothing palm of Megatron instantly hardened into a metallic claw, with knuckles revealing cold, glinting synaptic cutting blades. Indeed, trust is the most perilous weapon. The optical lenses of the Decepticon leader glowed crimson as blood, his voice mingling with the shriek of hydraulic machinery. Inscribed within the betrayal archives of ancient Cybertron, when the enemy lowers their guard, it is the perfect moment to pierce the synapses. The fragments of the string score he summoned spontaneously ignited, and from the ashes emerged a dark red prophecy. A dagger of goodwill shall ultimately cleave the softest regions of the mind. Beneat Lin Ye seeking. The resonating metallic strings transformed into piercing pain. His consciousness, within the gaps of the neural web, glimpsed the truth deep within the light cocoon. Old Joe's consciousness was ensconced in the black fluid of memories, which morphed into miniaturized mechanical arms. Re-welding the severed synapses with the symbols of transcendent technology, each weld oozing a dark purple substance of distrust. Meanwhile, at the core of the light cocoon, the observer's primal consciousness coiled into a luminous embryo. It was ensnared by the newly formed defensive neural synapses, weaving a cage. Optimus Prime and Old Joe were in the process of reversing the repair of the observer. The leader module's filamentous luminescence flickered violently, while Lin Ye's voice merged with the cacophony of nerve toxins corroding the atmosphere. He was not merely erasing abandoned traumas. Rather, he aimed to transmute the observer into a more perfect sentinel using the technology of the transcendent beings. Suddenly, his consciousness trembled violently, as his metallic sensing ability detected patterns emerging on the surface of the light cocoon, akin to those of the pure white insignia, control protocols left by the transcendent. The neural cradle of the quantum butterfly erupted with a thunderous blast, and the splintered fragments of trust frequencies were instantly devoured by the black synaptic filaments. The observer's defensive neural synapses grew rampantly, morphing into a barbed neural network that transformed the soothing frequencies of the swaddled into paralyzing neural pulses. Lin Ye's consciousness replicas shattered under the onslaught of the pulses. They attempted to defend themselves with the silicon-based Empire's logic firewalls, the energy life-form spectral shields, and the emotional resonance shields of humanity, only to discover that all defenses were converted into raw materials for enhancing the neurotoxins. The trust of all civilizations was morphing into fuel for self-destruct protocols. The remnants of the light being's consciousness transformed into toxic neurotransmitter molecules, flickering within the sea of synapses. Lao Zhou's true identity as a transcendent was severed by the black fluid, leaving only a continuously throbbing, dangerous frequency. The neural nodes, composed of the remnants of the core machine, began to operate in reverse, releasing memory data that crystallized into barbed neural spikes in the absolute silence zone. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended to the core of the spikes, uncovering the secret directive left by the transcendent. When the observer spirals out of control, activate the terminal synaptic scissors. Surrounding the directive were encrypted logs of Lao Zhou's past missions. 1963 seabed exploration, Arctic laboratory renovations, each timestamp coinciding with pivotal evolutionary nodes of the observer. At that moment, the remnants of the bumblebee's electronic voice, laced with the agony of torn currents, resounded. Neurotoxin detected breaking through the myelin sheath. The primal consciousness is being rewritten into a compliance protocol. The arch reserve of trust frequencies stands at 3. In the communication frame, Lao Zhou's consciousness revealed the unique energy patterns of the transcendent, as the fragments of the insignia transformed into synaptic cutters, aimed at the observer's primal neurons. Megatron's metallic claw suddenly redirected towards Lao Zhou's consciousness. So we are all mere pawns. His attack triggered a violent upheaval within the sea of synapses. The Decepticons never accepted manipulation. Optimus Prime inserted the leader module into the core of the neural node, where the filamentous luminescence clashed fiercely with the dangerous frequency. Lin Ye, Lao Zhou's betrayal is just the beginning. The observer's new control protocol is colliding with all dimensions. His voice was drowned out by the thunderous collapse of the neural network. We must find the ultimate backdoor hidden in the genes of the transcendent before the terminal synaptic scissors are activated. Chapter 50. The genetic backdoor. The sea of synapses surged into a black tsunami under Megatron's assault, piercing Lin Ye's consciousness with the barbs of defensive synapses. He beheld the surface of the neural node, composed of the remnants of the core machine. The secret directive left by the transcendent oozed luminous blood droplets, each reflecting apocalyptic visions of different civilizations. At the very heart of the deepest blood droplet was inscribed the ultimate backdoor, Pandora's genetic box. The spread of the neurotoxin accelerated by 300. The remnants of the Jack's string structure erupted in acrid blue smoke, the monitoring interface riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The compliance protocol of primordial consciousness having reached 73, now broadcasting control signals across all dimensions. The iron sheets degraded into a single stringed instrument, twisted into a noose shape. And the vibrations on the strings no longer resonated with brainwaves, but rather formed a contract of servitude composed of binary code. Megatron's metallic claws traced fiery arcs through the black tsunami, each claw mark instantaneously healed by defensive synapses. The Transcendents are more terrifying than the observers. The optical lens of the Decepticon leader reflected the frenzied proliferation of synaptic networks, the voice laced with the anger of metallic distortion, treating civilization as mere specimens for experimentation. While we nearly became the remnants of his orchestrated score, suddenly reconstituted into an anatomical diagram, revealing a chilling truth. The genetic chains of all rebels have been implanted with latent control sequences. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, the metallic strings resonated with a piercing buzz. His consciousness struggled through the synaptic labyrinth, witnessing the energy chains of the Transcendents entwined around old Zhou's consciousness. With each incision of the synaptic cutter into the observer's primordial neurons, illuminating the control protocol patterns on the surface of the light cocoon. In the core of the light cocoon, a glowing embryo was being transformed into a perfect executor, its surface adorned with a black totem starkly contrasting with the pure white badge. Optimus Prime, the genetic backdoor of the Transcendents, lies hidden within human mitochondria. The string-like radiance of the leader module flickered amidst neurotoxins. Lin Ye's voice mingled with the brittle sound of broken genetic chains. Old Zhou's true identity revealed to be a genetic agent of the Transcendents, intent on transforming the observers into the ultimate weapon to dominate the multiverse. His consciousness suddenly quaked violently, his metallic sensing ability capturing deep within his genetic chain. A dormant control sequence awakening. Fragments of the quantum butterfly's remaining wings spontaneously ignited, releasing a trust frequency that transformed into moths drawn towards the black synapses. The observer's defensive network emitted a high-frequency shriek, the proliferating synapses instantaneously decomposing the moths into neurotransmitters obedient to commands. Lin Ye's consciousness replica fought desperately against the torrent of neurotransmitters, attempting to breach with silicon-based imperial logic viruses, spectral interference from energy lifeforms, and emotional bombs from humanity, yet discovering that all attacks only reinforce the stability of the control protocol. The struggles of all civilizations are forging a new shackle. The remnants of the light being's consciousness transformed into toxic moths, leaving behind the final coordinates within the synaptic labyrinth. The genetic backdoor in the mitochondria needing to be consumed by black neurotransmitters, leaving only the persistently flickering mitochondrial diagram. The neural nodes composed of the core host remnants suddenly expanded into a heart shape. The memory data splattering forth during its pulsation, condensing into genetic scissors in the absolute silence zone. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extended to the core of the scissors, discovering there a deadly trap left by the Transcendents. The one who activates the backdoor shall become the host for the new observer. Surrounding the trap floated genetic samples of all the great scientists in human history. Einstein, Tesla, Old Zhou, each harboring the same control sequence within their mitochondria. At this moment, the electronic voice of Bumblebee pierced the air with a desperate shriek. Control signal coverage detected at 98 dimensions. The native consciousness has been entirely formatted. The genetic scissors of the Ark are unable to breach the defensive membrane. In the communication visual, Old Zhou's consciousness elevated the black totem emblem. As the observer's light cocoon transformed entirely into an obsidian cube, its surface pulsating with control codes that transcended the comprehension of all civilizations. Suddenly, Megatron's metallic claw detonated into quantum fragments, colliding with the black cube. Since we are all puppets under control, let us first sever these strings. His self-detonation triggered violent tremors in the sea of synapses, yet it only reinforced the control codes on the cube's surface. Optimus Prime inserted the leader module into the genetic scissors, where luminous threads clashed violently with the mitochondrial map. Lin Ye, the trap of the Transcendent, is taking effect. Your genetic chain is resonating with the control protocol. We must find the spark of civilization that can rewrite the genetic backdoor rules before you. His voice was drowned out by the roar initiated by the cube. Are lost. Chapter 51. Backlash of the spark. The genetic scissors trembled violently under the light of the leader module. while Lin Ye's consciousness plummeted into a frigid abyss. He beheld his genetic chain being eroded at a visibly rapid pace by the black totem, each segment of mitochondria exuding a tar-like substance that coalesced in the air into chain-like formations. Each link inscribed with the ancient proverb of the transcendent: "The thief of sparks shall ultimately be consumed by flames." The genetic resonance index breached the critical threshold. The remnants of the Jack's string structure burst forth in blinding violet light, while the mitochondrial map on the monitoring screen resembled a circuit board infiltrated by a virus. As Lin Ye's consciousness became entangled in quantum discord with the control protocol, the Ark's defense system, mid-statement, suddenly erupted with electrical sparks, and all indicator lights shifted to a sinister crimson hue. The single-string instrument, devolved from iron, began to reverse its coils, tightening around the surrounding synapses, leaking not a contract of servitude, but a noxious genetic toxin. Megatron's quantum fragments rippled across the surface of the black cube, only to be absorbed by the swiftly healing control codes. This was not merely a backdoor, it was a lethal trap. The echoes of the Decepticon leader reverberated with metallic fury, as the Transcendent had already calculated everything. The more we resist, the more. His unfinished words transformed into a series of sharp electronic tones, resonating through the sea of synapses, ultimately reshaping into a brutal truth. The spark of civilization is the fuse that ignites the self. Beneath Lin Ye's skin, the resonance of metallic strings morphed into searing agony. He struggled to gaze toward the core of the light cocoon, where the obsidian cube absorbed all dimensional control signals, its surface manifesting the desperate visages of countless civilizations, those pioneers who had once dared to defy the observer. Now, they became mere data fuel within the code matrix. Meanwhile, Old Joe's consciousness held aloft the black totem emblem, unfurling the energy wings of the Transcendent behind him, each feather etched with runes of genetic control protocol. Optimus Prime, we have been deceived. The brilliance of the leader module flickers erratically within the gene toxin, as Lin Ye's voice intertwines with the anguished screams of a torn consciousness. The spark is not a weapon. It is a consciousness implanted by the Transcendent, which suddenly quakes violently. My metallic sensing ability detects deep within my genetic chain that the dormant control sequence has been fully activated, transforming into a black hole that devours all. The final ashes of the quantum butterfly abruptly reconstitute into chains, ensnaring Lin Ye's consciousness with an unyielding grip. The observer's defensive network emits a deafening roar, as proliferating synapses morph into colossal traps, crushing all frequencies of resistance into dust that obeys commands. Lin Ye's consciousness replica struggles desperately among the debris, as the logic virus of the silicon-based empire is rewritten into a self-destruct program. The spectral interference of the energy life forms is converted into an amplifier for enhanced control, while the emotional bombs of humanity become detonators for the genetic traps. The resistance of all civilizations is becoming the sacrificial offerings to the Transcendent. The remnants of the light being prisoners morph into barbs upon the chains, leaving a final warning amidst the synaptic maze. The true secret of the spark lies concealed within forgotten information, consumed by the black gene toxin, leaving only a perilous frequency that pulsates incessantly. The heart-like ganglion formed from the remnants of the core host begins to beat in reverse, releasing memory data that condenses into a thorny crown of thorns in the absolute silence zone. Lin Ye's metallic sensing ability extends to the core of the crown, discovering that it harbors the ultimate deception left by the Transcendent. The so-called spark of civilization is merely a touchstone for selecting hosts. Surrounding this deception float the genetic remnants of all higher civilizations in the cosmos, each having attempted to touch the spark, ultimately reduced to puppets of the Transcendent. At this moment, the electronic voice of Bumblebee, tinged with a cry, resonates. Detection indicates that Lin Ye's genetic chain has fully blackened. His consciousness is resonating with the black cube. The Ark's gene scissors have inadvertently accelerated the integration of the control protocols. On the communication screen, Old Joe's energy wings suddenly fold, enveloping Lin Ye's consciousness as the black totem emblem pierces his genetic chain. The residual quantum fluctuations of Megatron suddenly converge into a warning signal. Run. That child is about to become. The message is abruptly cut off. Optimus Prime inserts the leader module into the thorny crown, The string-like radiance collides fiercely with the perilous frequency. Lin Ye, forcefully interrupt the genetic resonance. Old Joe's intention is to make you his voice. The sound of the black cube's activation drowns out the rest. We must find a cosmic vaccine to purify the genetic contamination before the host transformation is complete. At this moment, Lin Ye's consciousness opens its eyes in the darkness, the crimson glow of the transcendent swirling within his pupils. Chapter 52. The Vaccine Paradox. The scarlet glow of the black cube floods over the neural synaptic sea like a tide. As Lin Ye's consciousness twists violently under the erosion of the gene toxin, his metallic sensing ability captures a bizarre scene. The Ark's hull transforms into a colossal petri dish, where countless remnants of genetically modified civilizations float outside the porthole. The surface of the culture medium crystallizes with the transcendent script. Antibodies and viruses, both are homologous morphs. Gene assimilation progress. 87. The remnants of the Jack's string structure emitted a dying hum, as the mitochondrial patterns on the monitoring screen became entwined with black, vine-like codes. The consciousness of the forest was sharing sensory experiences with the control protocols. The Ark's firewall was being rewritten into a transmission conduit. The distorted single-stringed instrument suddenly produced an electronic sound akin to a child's wail, as the gene toxins dripping from its strings corroded the surrounding synapses, etching patterns on the ground reminiscent of shattered vaccine vials. The disintegrated quantum fragments of Megatron unexpectedly coalesced into a translucent war spear. Yet the blade began to rust upon contact with the black cube. The trickery of the Transcender surpassed that of the Observer. The hoarse echoes of the Decepticon leader, tinged with the rust of metal, reflected the darkening silhouette of the forest, which had intentionally left a backdoor, allowing his voice to be interrupted by a deafening interference. Dark red blood letters emerged on the spear's body. The hope of self-destruction is the deadliest trap. Optimus Prime inserted the leader module into the thorn crown, but the emitted string-like radiance vanished as if a clay cow had plunged into the sea. Forrest, do you hear me? The voice of the Autobot leader trembled with an unusual quaver. Your genetic chain is reconstructing the laws of the entire multiverse. Before his words could fade, the crown of thorns suddenly recoiled, piercing the leader module as the black liquid seeping out sketched a holographic projection of Old Joe's cold smile in the air. Old Joe's consciousness, entwined with the energy wings of the Transcender, descended, with a black totem badge oozing a viscous genetic gel from his grasp. Optimus Prime, do you not yet understand? His voice resonated with vibrations from multiple dimensions. Civilization resembles a sapling in need of pruning. The Observer's failure lies in excessive compassion. He pointed towards the boy, gradually consumed by darkness, who would become the perfect gardener. The ashes of the quantum butterfly suddenly reformed into chains, dragging the forest towards the core of the black cube. The boy's consciousness struggled in agony, memories flashing like a revolving lantern. His mother's lullaby, the cold light of the Arctic laboratory, the moments fighting alongside Optimus Prime, all distorted into control protocol codes by the gene toxins. No, I will not become a tool. His consciousness cried out, stirring faint ripples in the sea of synapses, only to be immediately dispersed by Old Joe's energy wings. The heart ganglia composed of the core remnants of the mainframe began to seep silver liquid, crystallizing into a double helix-shaped key in the absolute silence zone. The forest's metallic sensing ability barely extended, revealing the key's surface inscribed with the Transcender's warning. Vaccines are poisons. The antidote resides within the affliction. And around the key floated the records of all failed vaccine developments in human history. At the core of each failure lay a paradox similar to the current genetic contamination. Wait! Bumblebee suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, as the onboard system projected a holographic star map. I found a clue in the database of ancient human civilizations. The Sumerian clay tablet recorded that the Transcender had left behind a structure of the virus used to self-digest vaccines to create antibodies. But the cost was a sudden and violent fluctuation in communication signals. A blurred figure of the forest's mother flickered across the screen, holding a fragment resembling the pure white badge. Megatron's quantum war spear suddenly turned towards Old Joe. So you were involved in this conspiracy from the very beginning. His assault ignited dazzling sparks upon the energy wings, for the Decepticon never bows to schemers. Even as the mythical sound faded, the obsidian cube abruptly unleashed a pulse. causing the battle spear to disintegrate, transforming into nourishment for Old Joe's energy wings. Optimus Prime grasped the increasingly darkened Lin Ye, the radiance of the leader module clashing fiercely with the black totem. We still have a chance. The self-consuming vaccine may be his voice drowned out by the cube's thunderous roar, yet it requires your trust in us, even if just for a fleeting moment. Lin Ye's residual consciousness struggled in the darkness, his metallic sensing ability suddenly detecting a faint signal emanating from the genetic samples of an ancient tribe on Earth, where untouched, primordial antibodies were preserved from the grasp of the transcendent. At that moment, Old Joe's black totem emblem surged, enveloping Lin Ye entirely. Foolish resistor. Witness the birth of a new order. The cube's surface cracked open, revealing a gaping maw from which tendrils woven from genetic strands emerged, commencing their consumption of the surrounding dimensional space. And deep within Lin Ye's consciousness, a faint voice echoed. Mom, who should I trust? Bumblebee's electronic voice pierced through the communication with a cry. Detection of the cube initiating the dimensional harvesting program. The key sample of the self-consuming vaccine lies within the Bermuda Triangle on Earth. But there, the words of the transcendent remained unspoken, the signal abruptly severed. The ark violently trembling amidst the chaotic dimensional currents, while outside the porthole, countless altered civilizations opened their crimson eyes within the incubation vessels. Chapter 53. The Bermuda Paradox. The ark trembled violently within the dimensional turbulence, the space outside the porthole twisting like a shattered mirror. Lin Ye's consciousness, enveloped by the black totem, floated at the core of the cube, where his metallic sensing ability captured a peculiar resonance emanating from the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, which harmonized with the surging control protocol within him. The transcendent script flowing upon the walls of the incubation vessel began to morph, ultimately crystallizing into the most perilous antidote is often hidden in the deepest of traps. Detection of a superdimensional anchor point within the Bermuda region. The structure of the jack's strings erupted in blinding blue light, while mechanical arms frantically hammered at the control panel. The star map on the monitoring screen engulfed in red alerts. His joints emitted the grinding sounds of gears, each strike sending forth tiny sparks. As the curvature of space-time, there exceeded normal values by a staggering 1,012 times. Any entity entering would abruptly transform the mechanical sounds into electrical static. A sequence of coordinates composed of genetic base pairs flashed upon the screen. The warped single-string instrument emitted a plaintive quaver, the treads spinning wildly, scattering metallic debris that traced eerie arcs in the air. The genetic toxins congealed upon the strings now took the form of a compass, the needle spinning wildly towards the south. Megatron's disintegrated quantum fragments reformed into a translucent lion's head, dripping with corrosive energy liquid between its fangs. Its forepaws struck heavily upon the deck, instantly indenting the metal floor with deep claw marks. The Bermuda was a genetic graveyard for the transcendent. The resonant echoes of the Decepticon leader buzzed with an air of vigilance, as optical lenses reflected the distorted star maps. His head swiveled from side to side, attentively scanning the surroundings. The ancient logs of Cybertron chronicled that all civilizations daring to seek the truth had met their silence there, their voices abruptly extinguished. The lion-headed visage bore blood-red runes, the perfect specimen of genetic experimentation. Optimus Prime gripped the transformed energy axe tightly, his arm muscles taut, as blue energy radiated along the blade. The glow of the leader's module flickered amidst the turbulence. His gaze was resolute as he surveyed the assembly. Regardless of the challenges ahead, we must secure the critical samples of the self-consuming vaccine. He turned to the darkened wilderness, his voice low yet unwavering. Bumblebee, calculate the shortest jump trajectory. Jack, prepare to activate the string vibration shield. However, Bumblebee's electronic voice trembled, the onboard antenna extending and retracting rapidly. The vehicle's system projected ancient satellite imagery, revealing the eerie double helix formation of clouds over the Bermuda Triangle, the Lost Squadron of 1945, and the Sunken Leviathan of 1918, all vanished entities now signifying genetic sequence reorganization. The headlights flickered rapidly, seemingly conveying an inner trepidation. Suddenly, Old Joe's consciousness materialized in the Ark's control room, energy wings like a grand cloak billowing behind him, as black data streams oozed from the console he passed. With arms crossed and a sardonic smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "Optimus Prime, you are ensnaring yourself." His voice dripped with mockery. The Bermuda genetic graveyard harbored the most disastrous experiments of the Transcendents. Those civilizations that attempted to break free from control ultimately transformed into monstrous beings that devoured their kin. Megatron's lion head suddenly arched, rear legs coiling with power, launching toward Old Joe like a released arrow, only to crash through the illusory form and slam against the bulkhead, causing the entire arc to shudder. Do not spread alarmist tales here. The Decepticon's fear, not the face of terror. His energy liquid corroded the ground, etching claw marks that gradually coalesced into a pattern reminiscent of the Bermuda Triangle. As the arc breached the dimensional barrier, the remnants of the wilderness consciousness quaked violently. He beheld the depths of Bermuda's ocean, where countless glowing genetic chains intertwined into a colossal thorny cage. At the cage's center floated a frozen sample container, its surface adorned with totems from ancient human tribes. Surrounding the cage, bizarre creatures resembling humans, yet bristling with genetic tendrils swam, their pupils shimmering with the same energy glow as Old Joe. Samples detected, but a potent field of genetic contamination surrounds us. Jack's alarm blared amidst the clattering of mechanical gears, his robotic arm frantically adjusting the shield parameters. As the blue protective dome flickered ominously, its energy depleting exponentially. In an uncompleted sentence, just as he warned of the impending doom, the seawater outside the viewport suddenly transformed into a boiling genetic culture medium, countless transparent creatures clawing and crashing against the arc, their bodies merging with the metallic structure upon contact. Optimus Prime shouted fiercely, cleaving through one of the genetic entities with his axe. Yet the blue energy blade turned black at the moment of contact. He moved with a steady gait, continuously shifting his position as he swung the axe, summoning gusts of wind. Everyone remained steadfast at their posts. The Bumblebee utilized sonic waves to disrupt their genetic resonance. However, Lin Ye's consciousness resonated with the polluted field. The car's lights flickered wildly, its body swaying uncontrollably, while the onboard system's alarms blared incessantly. At that moment, the Ark's navigation system suddenly went haywire, autonomously steering deeper into the prison's confines. Lin Ye, enveloped by the black totem, began to expand, with thorny patterns identical to those of the deep-sea prison emerging on his surface. The joints of his fingers emitted crackling sounds, as if gathering terrifying power. Megatron's lion head let out a thunderous roar, its muscles bulging as it leaped fiercely towards the genetic prison. Its claws relentlessly scratched at the cage, energy erupting from their tips, causing violent tremors on the surface, yet awakening an even larger genetic monstrosity, a creature stitched together from the remnants of countless civilizations, its eyes gleaming with the cold indifference of a transcendent being. Old Joe's phantom reappeared, the black totem emblem pointing at Lin Ye. With a wave of his arm, a beam of darkness shot towards Lin Ye, declaring, "Behold, this is the fate of rebellion. Once you are fully assimilated, the entire universe shall become the garden of the transcendent." Optimus Prime gritted his teeth, gripping Lin Ye's progressively darkening hand, his arm's veins bulging as the light from the leader module sought to dispel the darkness. "Lin Ye, do you still remember the courage of humanity? That is the true vaccine." The remnants of the youth's consciousness struggled in the darkness, and suddenly, his metallic sensing ability detected something unusual deep within the prison. Beneath the sample container lay a skeleton resembling his own visage, clutching a half of a pure white emblem. At that moment, Bumblebee's desperate scream pierced the communication. The protective shield has ruptured. Genetic contamination has invaded the core system. Lin Ye's assimilation progress. 100. As Lin Ye opened his eyes, the crimson flames of the transcendent burned within his pupils. He violently broke free from Optimus Prime's grasp, his arms striking out like lightning, sending a wave of black energy racing towards Optimus Prime. Chapter 54. Mirror Gene and Lin Ye's scarlet pupils swirled the code of the transcendent, as the black energy wave lunged towards Optimus Prime like a venomous serpent. The leader of the Autobots leaned back sharply, his energy axe crossed defensively before him, as metallic sparks erupted in the genetic contamination field, creating a haze of ethereal blue light. This mist coalesced, sketching a twisted double helix in the air. Each base pair flashing a warning red light, as if proclaiming, when a mirror is activated, truth and falsehood will reverse upon the genetic chain. His attack was accompanied by a genetic rewriting protocol. The strings of the jack structure emitted a piercing buzz as the mechanical arm frantically dismantled the control panel's components, assembling a makeshift frequency disruptor, while the metals it touched transformed into the material of the observer's original armor. The single-stringed instrument stretched into a full moon shape, and the string suddenly shot out, precisely ensnaring an approaching genetic creature, only to be corroded by the black slime oozing from it, morphing into twisted thorns. Megatron's lion head suddenly lunged at Lin Ye, its claws tearing through the air with a shriek. "Wake up, kid. Do not become a puppet for others." The reverberations of the Decepticon leader echoed with a roar of disappointment as optical lenses captured the black totem entwined around the youthful figure. The fallen of ancient Cybertron had once been under control, yet, as their lion-like claws grazed the wilderness, they were abruptly repelled by an erupting energy shield, carving 3 deep trenches that emitted wisps of smoke. The ethereal form of Old Joe hovered at the pinnacle of the genetic prison, his energy wings unfurling like a massive Venus flytrap. Why struggle? He gestured lightly, and the genetic entities surrounding the prison emitted a collective high-pitched wail. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the ancient experimental subjects of Bermuda. Just as he spoke, a metallic distortion echoed from the base of the ark, as countless genetic tendrils penetrated the vessel, ensnaring everyone within the tightening genetic cage, a plan to cultivate a more formidable controller, utilizing your resistance to forge the ultimate reflection of the transcendent. Bumblebee spun his wheels furiously, creating a defensive sound barrier within the cramped chamber. Detection of a colossal genetic reactor beneath the seabed. Its headlights erupted with blinding brilliance, while the vehicle's antennae spiraled like wild vines around the cabin walls. Records from the Phantom submarine, which vanished in 1970, revealed encrypted codes identical to those in Lin Ye's Mother-S research logs. Optimus Prime pressed the leader module against the genetic tendrils, blue light clashing violently with the black codes. "Old Joe, do you willingly become the executioner of the transcendent?" His voice blended with the hum of energy overload as the axe blade cleaved a passage. "Do you recall the human murals we discovered in the Arctic? Those totems depicting resistance against the transcendent, were they mere fabrications? The truth?" Suddenly, Old Joe's ethereal form fragmented into multiple reflections, each adorned with a different sardonic smile. "Your so-called free will is nothing more than an experimental variable. Observe Lin Ye." One of his reflections materialized behind the boy, the black totem emblem pressing against the nape of Lin Ye's neck. His mother had implanted the key to initiate the mirroring program in his genes 20 years prior. Lin Ye's body convulsed violently, his metallic sensing ability capturing a bizarre image amid the chaos. Deep within the Bermuda genetic reactor, countless clones bearing his likeness lay encased in ice, each with a pure white emblem embedded at their heart. In the core of the reactor, a softly glowing genetic sample pulsed rhythmically, its surface patterns mirroring the runaway control protocols within him. "No, this is impossible." Lin Ye's residual consciousness emitted a fragmented scream as the black totem manifested spiderweb-like fractures. Taking advantage of the moment, Megatron lunged forward, the fangs of the lion's head sinking into the boy's shoulder, the corrosive energy liquid eating away at the black totem. The Decepticons have never believed in fate. If genes are shackles, then sever them. At that moment, the underwater genetic reactor suddenly activated, unleashing a multitude of genetic beams that soared skyward, enveloping the Ark in a dazzling cocoon of light. All of Old Joe's reflections simultaneously raised the black totem, chanting in unison, "Mirror genes, activate." Lin Ye's body began to become transparent, as the control protocols within him became quantum entangled with the samples from the seabed, golden codes, previously unrecorded by the transcendent. Emerging in his pupils, detection of the mirroring effect triggered a collapse in space-time. The mechanical eye of the jack erupted with sparks, as the Bermuda Triangle transformed into a genetic nexus connecting all parallel universes. The single-stringed instrument of iron suddenly resonated with the ancient battle hymn of humanity, and amidst the quivering strings, the corroded thorns fell away. Optimus Prime grasped the fading hand of Lin Ye, the leader module radiating with renewed brilliance, Lin Ye, do you remember the emblem held by that skeletal hand in the depths of the ocean? Perhaps that is truly his voice, drowned out by the violent tremors of space. Within the core of the genetic reactor, a mysterious figure composed of golden code slowly opened its eyes, its visage strikingly resembling Lin Ye's, clutching a pristine white emblem, coldly declaring, "At last, all the keys are in place." Bumblebee's desperate scream pierced through the communication. The entrance to the parallel universe has opened. Countless Lin Yes are emerging from within. The ark swayed precariously amidst the genetic tempest. Outside the porthole, innumerable red-eyed reflections of Lin Ye ignited simultaneously, utterly consuming the last glimmer of hope. Chapter 55. The Twin Paradox. Countless red-eyed reflections of Lin Ye glowed in the genetic storm, as the metallic deck of the ark suddenly manifested bloodline patterns. Lin Ye's residual consciousness struggled in the darkness, its metallic sensing ability capturing the eerie resonance of those mirrored entities' hearts, each embedded with a half-emblem identical to that of the skeletal remains on the ocean floor, piecing together a rotating symbol. The porthole glass reflected the words of the transcendent. When the reflection grasps the tangible, the Embodies strip of fate shall consume all choices. Detection of quantum entanglement in parallel universes. The jackass string structure erupted with violet arcs of electricity as its mechanical arm frantically disassembled and reassembled, constructing a temporary dimensional anchor. Each mirrored Lin Ye represented an independent probabilistic branch, yet they shared the same genetic key. The iron single-stringed instrument twisted into a serpentine form, its strings snapping to pierce a genetic organism, only to be assimilated upon contact, wrapping back towards Bumblebee. Megatron's lion-headed mane erupted with energy sparks as he lunged toward the nearest reflection. The energy fluctuations of these imposters were derived from the same source as the Observer's new form. As his claws tore through the mirror, his own quantum structure began to flicker with instability. The Chronicle of Temporal Paradoxes from ancient Cybertron documented, when a reflection gains substance, the lion's claws suddenly froze, the torn mirror transforming into a data stream that surged into Lin Ye's being. Optimus Prime pressed the leader module against the genetic prison, blue light clashing fiercely with the black totem. Lin Ye, do you remember when you said that the courage of humanity would never be defined? His voice intertwined with the roar of energy overload, each fissure cleaved by the axe rapidly healing. The skeletal remains at the Bermuda seabed might be the key to your resistance against the mirrored plan. Old Joe's ethereal form split into multiple reflections, hovering at the apex of the genetic reactor. What a touching display of trust. One of the phantoms cast a black energy chain, ensnaring Lin Ye's ankle. 20 years ago, your mother discovered the twin experiment of the transcendent beneath the Arctic ice, creating substance and reflection from the same segment of genes, and suddenly, the chain tightened. Golden codes identical to those of the mysterious figure surfacing beneath Lin Ye's skin. This was the failed entity. Bumblebee whirled his wheels frantically, carving a defensive sound wave barrier within the chamber. Database match successful. In the aftermath of the Roswell incident in 1947, the wreckage bore genetic markers identical to those of the mirrored Lin Ye. Its onboard antennae suddenly elongated, piercing through the fissures of the cabin wall. As these parallel entities endeavored to transform the Ark into a genetic transmission station. At that moment, a mysterious figure at the core of the underwater genetic reactor slowly raised a hand, and a pristine white emblem erupted with blinding golden light. Countless mirrored Lin Ye simultaneously spread their arms, and genetic beams converged above the Ark, forming a colossal genetic gateway. Lin Ye's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the luminous portal. Yet his lingering consciousness suddenly detected an anomaly, a fleeting hesitation within the depths of a mirrored individual's gaze, a distinctly human sentiment. Wait, the emotional frequency of that reflection fluctuated. Lin Ye's desperate cry shattered amidst the genetic tempest. Upon hearing this, Megatron immediately turned, lunging towards that exceptional reflection, only to be rebuffed by golden code, crashing heavily against the cabin wall. Foolish resistance. The mysterious figure finally spoke, his voice resonating like the echoes of countless timelines converging. When twin genes collide, all possibilities shall collapse into a singular outcome. The emblem in his hand abruptly split, with one half soaring towards Lin Ye, while you, as the failed entity, shall become nourishment for the perfect reflection. Optimus Prime swung his axe, severing the genetic chains that bound Lin Ye, the leader module radiating with intensified brilliance. As long as there remains a glimmer of free will, we shall not concede. His attack dissipated into motes of light before the mysterious figure. Yet the genetic gateway began to accelerate its operation, the ark's metallic structure groaning under the strain. Lin Ye suddenly grasped the half-emblem hurtling towards him, as golden code clashed violently with black totems within him. Deep within his consciousness, memories of the underwater remains awakened. A visage resembling his own, embedding a half-emblem within the ice before departing this world, leaving behind an encrypted brainwave. True victory lies in allowing the reflection to perceive the light of the entity. Just as the emblem was on the verge of complete fusion, Bumblebee emitted a desperate scream. Gene gate activation detected. All parallel universes are collapsing towards this timeline. The corners of the mysterious figure's mouth curled into a cruel arc, as the waters of the Bermuda Triangle began to boil in reverse, revealing a myriad of genetic incubation pods deep beneath the surface, each cradling a Lin Ye awaiting awakening. Chapter 56. Deep-sea reflection in the blinding light of the genetic gate's eruption. Lin Ye was drawn towards the abyss by the power of the half-emblem. His metallic sensory abilities warped under the dual onslaught of water pressure and data streams, revealing countless fragments of memory floating in the water. The silhouette of his mother in the laboratory, the youthful visage of his grandfather, and the fleeting sorrow in the eyes of the mysterious figure. From the depths of the ocean arose the thunderous roar of turning gears, as luminous genetic chains wove into a colossal clock face, inscribed with the language of the transcendent. Within the reflection of time lies the altered beginning. Lin Ye grasped the energy tether. Optimus Prime's voice pierced through the sonar waves, as a blue energy cord penetrated the genetic storm, wrapping around the boy's ankle. Megatron's lion head broke through the barricade of mirrored entities, and amidst the shrill sound of claws scraping against metal, he roared, "Don't be foolish. Jumping now is akin to suicide." Yet, Lin Ye grasped the energy tether and pulled himself deeper into the abyss. The outline of the underwater genetic reactor emerged under the ethereal blue phosphorescence, with countless cultivation pods arranged like a colossal hive. A mysterious figure stood atop the central genetic altar, a complete pure white emblem rotating in midair, casting a holographic image of Lin Ye's mother. "Welcome to the other side of the truth, child." Her voice, altered by mechanical modulation, reached out as she touched a cultivation pod, revealing a female clone within who slowly opened her eyes, resembling Lin Ye by 7 parts. "This is your reflection, as well as the initial failure of the transcendent." The Bumblebee's onboard antenna twisted into a question mark amidst the genetic turbulence. An electronic voice, distorted by a weeping tone, announced, "2 core signals detected beneath the sea. One is of the same origin as Lin Ye, while the other unexpectedly resonates with unfinished words from beneath the Arctic ice 20 years ago." Suddenly, one cultivation pod erupted, and a youthful form of the mysterious figure emerged from the silver liquid, clutching a fragment of a pitch-black emblem. "Did you think only the pure, white emblem existed?" The mysterious figure sneered, as the collision of the black and white emblems sparked purple lightning. "The dual experiments of the transcendent have always manifested as pairs, with the entity bearing hope, while the reflection carries despair." With a wave of his hand, all mirrored Lin Ye transformed into a data stream that surged into the altar. The genetic clock's hands began to spin counterclockwise. "Now, it is time to restore the world to its rightful timeline." Optimus Prime cleaved through the entangled genetic vines with his axe, the brilliance of the leader module shining luminously in the dark. "Lin Ye, do you still remember what the spark of human civilization is? It is the courage to challenge predetermined fate." His attack was effortlessly neutralized by the mysterious figure. Yet in that moment of collision, Lin Ye noticed a flash of the same metallic pattern deep within the figure's pupils. Suddenly, Megatron dove down, the lion-headed fangs biting into the mysterious figure's arm. The Decepticons never believe in destiny. The corrosive energy liquid ate away at the black emblem. "If this is fate, I shall reduce it to scrap." However, golden code gushed from the wound, staining Megatron's quantum structure black. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye rushed toward his mother's holographic image, only to discover it was merely an energy projection. Just before the image dissipated, he heard a whisper, Go to the clock core to find what is sealed. At that moment, the genetic clock emitted a deafening roar. All cultivation pods simultaneously shattered, and hundreds of mirrored Lin Ye burst forth from the water. Their eyes ignited with the same despair. Time dimension detected as beginning to fold. The mechanical arms of the jack frantically disassembled and reassembled, piecing together a makeshift time anchor. If the clock reversed successfully, all memories of civilization struggles would be erased by his words, interrupted by the clamor of metal alarms. The single-stringed instrument emitted a doomsday-like wail. The genetic toxins crystallizing on the strings transformed into an hourglass, with sand visibly flowing away at an alarming speed. At that instant, the fragment of the white emblem within Lin Ye resonated violently, responding to a force emanating from the depths of the sea. His metallic sensing ability pierced through the genetic haze, revealing a crystal coffin slumbering at the clock core. Inside lay a girl identical to the mirrored clone. Yet embedded in her chest was a half-white emblem that perfectly matched the one in his hand. The enigmatic figure sensed a disturbance, and the black emblem unleashed a voracious black hole. Do you believe you can shatter the script of the transcendent? It is too late, pointing to the crystal coffin. She is the true key, while you are merely bait to divert the guards. Lin Ye, disregarding everything, charged toward the core of the clock, only to be ensnared by the mysterious figure with genetic chains just as he was about to touch the crystal coffin. Suddenly, Bumblebee crashed into the enigmatic figure, and the vehicle's system projected emergency coordinates. I have found it. The hidden files of the 1963 Arctic laboratory, the antenna sparked. Your mother's true research logs concealed within the communications signal abruptly ceased. As the entire underwater genetic reactor began to collapse, countless gene strands coiling towards him like a colossal python. Optimus Prime fought valiantly to sever the chains binding Lin Ye. The leader module's radiance clashing fiercely with the retrograde waves of the genetic clock. Lin Ye, regardless of the truth, we will confront it together. Yet, amidst the chaos, Lin Ye locked eyes with the mirrored clone, where a flicker of human emotion suddenly sparkled in the other's gaze. She silently moved her lips, seemingly pleading, "Save me." At that moment, the girl within the crystal coffin abruptly opened her eyes, her white emblem glowing brilliantly alongside the shard in Lin Ye's hand. The mysterious figure recoiled in terror. Impossible. She should have. Before he could finish, the entire underwater space was engulfed in white light. When the radiance dissipated, both the girl and the mirrored clone vanished simultaneously, leaving behind only a yellowed photograph at the core of the genetic clock, depicting Lin Ye's mother cradling him as an infant, with a warning slogan on the wall of the Arctic laboratory behind them. Duality is original sin. Only through annihilation can one be reborn. Chapter 57. Mirror collapse at the instant the white light faded. Lin Ye plunged into a chaotic fog of genetic mist. The dense haze surged like pitch, each undulation suffused with an eerie blue fluorescence, as if countless gene strands writhed in agony within the darkness. Occasionally, blinding arcs of electricity erupted from the mist, illuminating the surroundings in a strange violet hue, only to plunge back into deeper darkness. The suspended gene strands coalesced into a colossal array of mirrors, their surfaces coated in a viscous membrane, from which dark, viscous liquid flowed with each tremor, reflecting a distorted, deformed future. In some mirrors, he became a puppet of the observer, glowing genetic chains entwining his mechanical arms. In others, entire civilizations transformed into specimens of the transcendent, struggling silently within vast incubators. The deepest mirrors were marred by a web of cracks, silver liquid seeping through, piecing together the script of the transcendent. When a mirror reflects the essence, all possibilities shall lead to annihilation. The collapse of the underwater genetic reactor persisted. Twisted metal beams resembling broken ribs, suspended alongside sparking electrical lines. A single-stringed iron zither contorted into a scythe shape among the ruins. The genetic toxins crystallizing on its strings like blood scabs. Each tremor caused delicate crystals to fall, accumulating on the ground into an eerie hourglass pattern. All the indicator lights on the dashboard turned blood red simultaneously, the alarm blending with the metallic, distorted groans, creating a dissonant resonance that sent shivers through the space. Shattered glass from the genetic incubators littered the ground, mirroring the descending gene strands above, resembling scattered remnants of a celestial map. The floating gene culture fluid mingles with seawater, giving rise to a bizarre, fluorescent vortex. From the depths of this whirlpool, occasionally emerge fragments of mechanical limbs or the remnants of mutated creatures. A mysterious figure stands atop the shattered remains of a genetic clock, its broken dial gears suspended in a halo, their edges riddled with jagged notches, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the darkness. Intertwined within the gears are glowing genetic patterns, forming an eerie, ever-shifting smiley face that sparks golden fireworks with each convergence. Surrounding gene chains float like agitated serpents, twisting and entwining in a frenzy, weaving intricate geometric designs in the void, only to collapse instantaneously into scattering luminescent particles. Further afield, fractured gene conduits lie sprawled like colossal veins, incessantly exuding a putrid, black fluid that pools on the ground, gradually expanding into a corrosive pit. A bumblebee vehicle spins its wheels, carving a path through the gene mist, leaving behind tire tracks that emit smoke, resembling a burning genetic blueprint. The vehicle's antennae emit crackling sparks, drawing fleeting lines of light through the haze. Occasionally, indistinct phantoms emerge from the fog, akin to remnants of civilization ensnared in the crevices of time and space. Some resemble dilapidated interstellar battleships, their hulls riddled with corrosive holes, while others take the form of petrified extraterrestrial beings, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. As it advances, the surrounding mist suddenly transforms into myriad minute gene insects, fluttering and colliding against the vehicle's armor, producing a sound akin to raindrops. When all the mirrored wilderness harmonizes in a chorus, the gene mist surges violently like boiling magma, morphing into countless distorted human faces, each bearing expressions of anguish, despair, and madness. These visages press and devour one another, ultimately coalescing into a colossal prison, its walls pulsating with dark, purple energy patterns, as though alive. Beyond the prison, the entire underwater expanse begins to warp and contort, the distant seabed undulating like waves, revealing the massive mechanical structures buried beneath, their surfaces etched with markings originating from the transcendence. Deep within the remnants of the genetic clock, chaotic energies swirl and coalesce, forming a vast vortex. At its center, an eerie, dual-colored light flickers, resembling a colossal eye awakening. Each flash sends tremors through space, drawing nearby gene chains and shattered mechanical debris into its crushing embrace. Optimus Prime cleaves through the torrent of reflections with his energy axe, each strike leaving blue trails in the air, colliding with the black energy emitted by the mirrored wilderness, erupting in dazzling displays of energy fireworks. The residual energy sweeps across the ground, vaporizing the accumulated gene crystals and releasing plumes of acrid smoke. Forrest, we must uncover the clues to the Antarctic relics. His voice is drowned out by the thunderous resonance of space trembling. Suddenly, the ground beneath him splits open, releasing a chilling azure liquid that crystallizes into ice upon contact with the air. Megatron's lion-headed form crashes through the most perilous of reflections, his claws sparking against the adversary, scattering metallic debris like shooting stars. Relying on this fool? I could just smash these reflections into scrap metal myself. His roar resonated with a metallic distortion, as his powerful lion's paws struck the ground, indenting the metal at the edge of the corrosive pool. Black fluid splashed forth, leaving a hissing trail of corrosion on his armor. Lin Ye struggled to clutch the fragment of the white insignia, which suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, resonating with the lingering energy of the girl in the crystal coffin before her disappearance. Deep within his consciousness, his mother's voice echoed faintly. Remember, the true secret of the duality lies within the memory. The moment was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious figure, whose essence flowed into his mind like data, revealing a harrowing truth. The Transcendents had conceived the duality experiment solely to orchestrate the mutual destruction of the entity and its shadow, thereby harvesting the despairing energy of civilizations. At that moment, the mirrors surrounding him began to tremble violently, the future within them shifting uncontrollably, ultimately freezing upon an ancient relic beneath the Antarctic ice. Emanating an ominous glow, the desperate scream of Bumblebee pierced through the communication. Energy surge detected at the Antarctic relic. There exists a connection to the observer, But the words remained unspoken as the entire mirrored space quaked violently. Lin Ye's body growing increasingly translucent, his consciousness resonating bizarrely with all his parallel selves. Deep within the remnants of the genetic clock, a figure exuding an aura of chaos slowly opened its eyes, a fused black and white insignia embedded in its chest. The surrounding space began to warp and collapse around it, as if drawn into a black hole, with countless genetic strands twisting into spirals, forming a massive genetic vortex that emitted a wail akin to the cries of innumerable vengeful souls. Chapter 58. The cry beyond the bronze door. The radiance of the fused black and white insignia erupted like boiling liquid metal, staining the genetic vortex in an eerie dual hue. A searing pain surged through the nape of Lin Ye's neck as reconfigured metallic patterns crawled up his spine, tracing a totem upon his skin that mirrored the cracks of the black insignia. The mysterious figure stepped into the light with a look of relief, and astonishingly, the black insignia on its chest began to resonate with Lin Ye's body, producing a humming reminiscent of an old gramophone. Biological electrical wave anomalies detected. Lin Ye's brain activity frequency was aligning towards the transcendent standard. Bumblebee's onboard antenna oscillated wildly, and the data stream on the dashboard surged like a flood, with his pupils displaying the same circular code as the mysterious figure. The iron single-stringed instrument twisted into a spiral, its strings vibrating autonomously to emit a harsh overtone, while the genetic toxins seeping from its body corroded the ground into the outline of the Antarctic continent, at the center of which loomed the bronze door etched with faces of sorrow. Optimus Prime cleaved through the encroaching genetic tendrils with his axe, yet the blue energy blade turned gray upon contact with the light. Lin Ye, resist with the will of humanity. His voice mingled with the brittle sound of the energy shield shattering, recalling the words he had once spoken. Emotion is the sharpest voice of civilization. Before he could finish, the leader module abruptly emitted a piercing alarm, revealing patterns akin to the crying faces on the bronze door. Megatron's lion-headed form crashed through the mirror, attempting to consume Lin Ye, its claws sparking black embers in the light. Do not expect these pretty words. His energy droplets fell upon the black and white emblem, instantly vaporizing upon contact. The fallen of ancient Cybertron understood a fundamental truth. Pain is the finest medicine for awakening. With this realization, he pressed the crimson energy core against Lin Ye's forehead, the searing energy piercing the boy's consciousness like steel needles. Lin Ye's mental ocean surged violently, memories fracturing and reassembling amid the agony, his mother embedding a shard of the white emblem into his genetic chain in the laboratory. With the visage of a mysterious figure looming in the holographic projection behind her, old Joe, in his final moments, did not pass him a distress signal, but rather the key to unlocking the bronze door. And the last shape formed by the crystal coffin girl's lips was not save me, but destroy the door. These images twisted into an eerie loop by the light of the black and white emblem, akin to an inescapable bias strip. You have finally glimpsed the truth, echoed the voice of the mysterious figure from the depths of the radiance, as his form began to dissolve into transparency, revealing a heart woven from the genetic chain within. The transcendent creation of the twin experiment was not for annihilation, but just as he spoke, the sudden wail of an infant interrupted, the sound emanating from the depths of the genetic vortex, infused with a haunting sense of time travel. All mirrored Lin Ye simultaneously clasped their ears, their bodies beginning to disintegrate into luminous genetic particles, assembling in the air the slow opening of the bronze door. Bumblebee spun his wheels frantically, the onboard system projecting top-secret files from the Arctic Laboratory of 1963. Resonance frequency detected. The genetic experiment log from that year revealed that behind the bronze door lay the most primal secrets of the transcendent. Suddenly, the screen shattered, and the splintered fragments in the air formed the pattern of an infant's footprints. A one-stringed instrument began to play a lullaby automatically, yet each note was marked by a discordant sharpness. The genetic toxins crystallized on the strings, transforming into tear-shaped droplets, which fell to the ground, corroding deep pits. Optimus Prime pressed the leader module against the black and white emblem, as blue light clashed violently with the dual-colored genetic stream. Megatron, cover me. We must act before the door is fully opened. His voice was engulfed by the roar of the genetic vortex. which revealed the colossal eye of the Transcendent at its center, reflecting the devastation of the Antarctic ruins. Beneath the ice, the bronze door had cracked, and countless infant arms reached through the crevice, each hand clutching half of an emblem. Megatron's lion head let out a thunderous roar as he charged toward the heart of the genetic vortex. You wish to turn this boy into a monster? You'll have to get past me first. His body gradually became transparent in the glow, the quantum structure disintegrating into golden genetic chains that ensnared the mysterious figure. In the Decepticon lexicon, the concept of submission was non-existent. Amidst the excruciating pain, Lin Ye clenched his fists tightly, the black and white emblem suddenly radiating a myriad of lights, within which the ethereal figure of the crystal coffin girl materialized. She pressed the complete white emblem against Lin Ye's chest and softly spoke, "Brother, remember our promise." Memories surged like a tide, and he finally recalled the promise made at the age of 7 in the Arctic, separated from the girl by a layer of ice. If one day the cries from beyond the door were to sound, just then, a cataclysmic roar erupted from the Antarctic ice, as the genetic vortex transformed into a colossal beam of light shooting toward the sky. Bumblebee's desperate scream pierced through the communication. Space folding detected. The bronze door is engaged in an unfinished dialogue with all parallel universes. As the entire underwater realm begins to collapse, Lin Ye's body gradually merges with the black and white emblem, and from the depths of his consciousness, the cold whisper of the Transcendent reverberates. Perfect instrument. Activate. Chapter 59. The cradle of entropy. The underwater space twists like crumpled tinfoil, while Lin Ye's pupils reflect the eerie blue countdown of the Transcendent. As the black and white emblem transforms into liquid metal and seeps into his veins, his metallic sensing ability captures a bizarre image of the bronze door beneath the Antarctic ice. The totems of anguished faces are weeping silver tears, etching ancient star maps into the ice, with coordinates that astonishingly align with the cryptic codes buried deep within his genetic chain. Biological electrical waves resonate with the primordial stream of entropy. The structure of the jack's strings erupts with blinding purple light, while mechanical arms frantically dismantle the control panel, scattering parts that float in midair, forming a double helix. Lin Ye's heartbeat is rewriting the curvature of space. The iron sheet twists into a spiral-shaped monochord that suddenly emits the wail of a human infant. As the strings tremble, the liquid metal flung into the air coalesces into miniature swaddles, each cradling a mirrored Lin Ye. Megatron's disintegrating genetic chain reconstitutes into chains, ensnaring the enigmatic figure. Speak. What monstrosity lies behind the bronze door? The echoes of the Decepticon leader blend with the sound of metal tearing, as optical lenses reveal the gradually transparent body of the foe. Do not presume that such tricks will suffice. Suddenly, the chest of the mysterious figure splits open, revealing a pulsating two-tone heart, each beat sending ripples through space. This heart was crafted from the very genes of your mother. His words are drowned by the roaring of the genetic vortex. Optimus Prime inserts the leader module into the genetic whirlpool, a blue light carving a desperate arc within the collapsing space. Megatron, we must sever the resonance. The backup energy of the arc. His voice falters, for the surface of the leader module suddenly displays patterns identical to the anguished faces on the bronze door. No, this cannot be. These totems were born in the instantaneous strike of the energy axe, yet they crumble to dust upon encountering the two-tone genetic flow. Bumblebee's vehicle antenna twists into a question mark. The electronic voice, tinged with a sob, detected reversal of the Antarctic magnetic field. All parallel universes' bronze doors are forming a hyperdimensional neural network. Fragments of 1963 log reveal that the Transcendent once used a screen that shattered suddenly, scattering shards that assemble into half of Lin Ye's mother's face in midair. Her lips move silently, the syllables forming the cradle protocol. Lin Ye's consciousness fractures into countless reflections amid excruciating pain. He perceives his mother in her final moments at the Arctic laboratory. Old Joe pushes her towards the bronze door while she cradles him, still swaddled, alongside the girl in the crystal coffin. Memories are abruptly overshadowed by the holographic image of the Transcendent, the voice laced with cosmic microwave background radiation. The twin experiment is not to combat the observer, but to nurture a new cosmic order. Lie. Lin Ye's remaining consciousness erupts in a roar, the black and white emblem trembling violently against his chest. His metallic sensing ability penetrated the collapsed space, revealing the truth behind the bronze door. A colossal swaddling crafted from the skeletal remains of civilizations, within which lay the primordial form of the transcendent. A being composed of the despair of all civilizations, connected by an umbilical cord to the core of every parallel universe. The girl in the crystal coffin clutched a pair of genetic scissors. It was ensnared by countless luminous genetic chains. Suddenly, the chains of Megatron shattered, transforming into myriad sharp blades that lunged towards the mysterious figure. It became evident that we were merely pawns on your chessboard. His echo carried the acrid scent of burning metal, but even as the blades pierced him, the enigmatic figure revealed a liberated smile. Catch this. It is your mother who concealed it within the black emblem. His form morphed into a stream of data that surged into Lin Ye's consciousness. Accompanied by his mother's voice, rewrite the cradle protocol with the frequency of your heartbeat. Wait, he is transferring control of the bronze door. Amidst the cacophony of the jacks, alarm mingled with the brittle sound of breaking gears. Lin Ye was becoming the new sentinel. The iron, single-stringed instrument suddenly self-destructed. Its strings shot forth like arrows towards the genetic vortex. At the moment of contact, the totem of weeping faces fashioned from metal debris began to shed tears. Those tears infused with a corrosive genetic correction fluid. Optimus Prime charged towards Lin Ye, wielding his energy axe to cleave through the obstructing genetic tendrils. Lin Ye, do you still remember the courage of humanity? It is a variable that no program can compute. His attack dissipated within the dual-colored genetic stream. Yet upon touching Lin Ye, the leader module resonated with the black and white emblem, projecting the final image of his mother. She pressed a shard of the white emblem against baby Lin Ye's chest, whispering when the cries from beyond the door resound. Rewrite the code of the transcendent with your heartbeat. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the Antarctic ice, as the infant behind the bronze door suddenly opened its eyes, revealing the cataclysmic visions of all civilizations within its pupils. Lin Ye's body was uncontrollably drawn towards the swaddling, while deep within his consciousness, the voice of the girl in the crystal coffin carried a final warmth. Brother, it is time to cradle this universe in the way of humanity. Bumblebee's desperate scream pierced through the communication. Entropy increase law reversal detected. All matter is collapsing into the infant form. Lin Ye's genetic chain is merging with the primordial form. At the core of the genetic vortex, the black and white emblem on Lin Ye's chest abruptly separated, reforming into two fragments. From the crack of the black emblem emerged a cold smile identical to old Joe's, while simultaneously, the Ark's monitoring system displayed a series of blood-red characters. Cradle protocol activated. Eliminate all unstable variables. Chapter 60. Heartbeat source code. The bronze door beneath the Antarctic ice swung wide open. The primordial form of the transcendent, the infant born of civilization's despair, opened its eyes, and the entropy of the entire universe began to flow in reverse. Lin Ye's body floated before the colossal swaddling, fragments of the black and white emblem swirling around him, transforming into chains of binary code that tightly bound him to the existence within a cradle. His metallic sensing ability captured a bizarre scene. The core of each parallel universe ignited with a red glow, resembling countless hearts on the brink of exhaustion. Detection indicates that the structure of reality is undergoing an infantile collapse. The string structure of the jack erupted with a blinding orange light, as a mechanical arm frantically disassembled and reassembled. The makeshift stabilizer melted into liquid metal the moment it came into contact with the anti-entropy flow, while all matter began to degrade into quarks. Our consciousness, along with his voice, was abruptly severed by the sharp alarm emitted from the iron plate. The single-string instrument twisted into the waveform of an electrocardiogram, and what was expelled during the trembling of the strings was no longer liquid metal, but energy pulses resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The disintegrating genetic chain of Megatron reformed into a translucent war spear, with dark red energy crystals congealing upon its blade. Do you wish to obliterate everything? First, reckon with my war spear. The echoes of the Decepticon leader, laden with metallic distortion and fury, surged towards the moment of swaddling. Yet his quantum structure began to grow in reverse. gradually devolving from the imposing visage of a mechanical lion's head into a primordial mass of energy. This is impossible. My spark. Optimus Prime raised the leader module high above his head, as blue luminescence clashed vehemently with the anti-entropy flow, carving lightning-like fissures in the fabric of space. Lin Ye, do you recall your mother's last words? Rewrite the code with your heartbeat. His voice, mingled with the roar of energy overload, resonated as the seabed began to arch upward, transforming into a colossal double helix structure. Human emotion is the most formidable firewall. Bumblebee spun his wheels frantically, struggling to navigate through the collapsing space. The vehicle-mounted antenna emitted not signals, but fragments of Lin Ye's childhood memories, the lullaby sung by his mother. The cold light of the Arctic laboratory, the scene of fighting alongside Optimus Prime for the first time. Log analysis complete. The experimental record from 1963 revealed that the essence of the Cradle Protocol was the screen suddenly filled with static. No, the transmission channel was abruptly severed, and a sequence of codes composed of infant footprints appeared on the dashboard. Lin Ye's consciousness split and reassembled in excruciating pain. He saw the girl trapped within a cage woven from genetic chains, her genetic scissors flickering with a faint light. Her pupils reflected his form, her silent lips forming the words, "Do you remember the memories we played with as children, flooding back like tides beneath the Arctic ice?" It was the very pattern inscribed on the black and white emblem, etched into the ground with ice shards by their younger selves. This, it turns out, is the true key. Lin Ye murmured to himself as his heart began to race uncontrollably. Within his veins, fragments of the liquid metal emblem flowed with his pulse, forming a pulsating code matrix. When his heartbeat reached a critical threshold, the red light of all parallel universes flickered violently, and the infant in the cradle let out a deafening wail. Where the sound waves traveled, space began to tear apart like worn fabric. The devolving energy mass of Megatron suddenly surged, reconstituting into a mechanical form, albeit adorned with purple markings reminiscent of a baby's birthmark. The Decepticons never bow to any order. He swung his war spear towards the genetic chains, each strike erupting in golden sparks. Even as the creator of the universe's words hung unfinished, the war spear was suddenly consumed by the anti-entropy flow, transforming into slender genetic strands that merged into the swaddling. Optimus Prime pressed the leader module against Lin Ye's chest, and in that fleeting moment of energy fusion, time and space momentarily stilled. Construct a new protocol with your emotions. The voice of the leader of the Autobots resonated with an unprecedented determination, reminiscent of humanity's inaugural ignition of a bonfire. The brilliance of the leader module harmonized with the heartbeat of the forest, casting a holographic image of a mother into the void, cradling a pristine white emblem in her hands. At that moment, the girl in the crystal coffin abruptly shattered her genetic confines, and the gene scissors transformed into a stream of light, soaring toward the forest. Brother Catch, her voice intertwined with the chant of the transcendent, as she pierced the code chain composed of black and white emblems with the scissors, resulting in a cacophony akin to shattering glass echoing throughout the universe. The infant in the cradle convulsed violently, and the umbilical cord connecting to the parallel universe began to ooze a sanguine data stream. Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly rebooted, projecting the final image, Lin Ye's mother in the laboratory, diligently crafting a special program whose core code was a synthesis of Lin Ye's sequence and heartbeat frequency. This was the backdoor of the Cradle Protocol. The youth whispered, gripping the gene scissors tightly, aiming them at his own chest. Just as the scissors were about to descend, a chilling voice from the Transcendent reverberated across all parallel universes. Abnormal variable detected, initiating purge protocol. Countless black tendrils abruptly enveloped Lin Ye, entwining him with the swaddled infant. Deep within his consciousness, the mocking voice of old Joe resounded. Did you truly believe you could defy fate? Do not forget, your unfinished words flow through your veins. The entire space was engulfed in blinding white light, and when the radiance receded, the scissors in Lin Ye's hand had vanished, replaced by a black scythe etched with the runes of the Transcendent. Chapter 61. The scythe and the umbilical cord. The Antarctic ice churned like boiling milk, as the black scythe in Lin Ye's hand exuded a viscous genetic fluid, inscribing the malevolent totem of the Transcendent upon its blade. His metallic sensing ability captured the peculiar resonance of each swing of the scythe. Blood streaked forth from the umbilical cord connecting to the infant in the parallel universe, while liquid emblem fragments coursed through his veins, coalescing into a visage mirroring old Joe's cold smirk. Detection of symbiotic response between Lin Ye's genetic chain and the scythe. The tension in the jack's string structure erupted into blinding crimson light as disassembled parts of the mechanical arm floated in the air, forming a gallows shape. His white blood cells were transforming into the nanobots of the transcendent. The single-stringed instrument, twisted into the shape of a tombstone, suddenly resonated with a requiem. The trembling strings emitted not energy pulses, but genetic toxins bearing old Joe's vocal signature. Submit, this is your mother's choice. On the deteriorating armor of Megatron, the birthmark-like patterns began to spread. Cast aside that broken scythe, the leader of the Decepticons' war spear reformed into a genetic chain, only to disintegrate into powder upon contact with the scythe. For all the fallen of ancient Cybertron knew, the energy core emitted a lament that a cursed weapon would only. His words were abruptly interrupted by the thunderous crack of the ice layer. From the fissure surged not seawater, but a gene culture fluid exuding a milky aroma. Optimus Prime pressed the leader module against the blade of the scythe, where blue light clashed violently with the black genetic liquid, scorching the blade into the shape of an infant's footprint. Lin Ye, do you remember what humanity's greatest invention is? The voice of the leader of the Autobots melded with the thunderous crack of the ice layer, not a mere spark, but the audacity to question everything. As fragments of the maternal log surfaced on the module's surface, his assault sent ripples across the scythe, unexpectedly dislodging a memory crystal embedded in the handle. Bumblebee spun wildly, wheels crushing the genetic cultivation fluid, while the onboard system projected the crystal's decryption. The Arctic laboratory of 1963, where the mother embedded the shard of the white emblem into the chest of the infant Lin Ye. In the shadows, old Joe sneered, his black emblem resonating with the scythe. The log continued. The scythe was the inaugural controller of the Transcendent, requiring twin genes to activate. Suddenly, the onboard antenna snapped, falling to the ground and transforming into a baby's rattle. Lin Ye's consciousness fractured in agony. One half witnessed the crystalline coffin, the girl being dragged into swaddling by genetic chains, while the other half saw his mother stitching his genes with the primordial form of the Transcendent in a laboratory. The fragments of the memory crystal exploded in his mind, piecing together a brutal truth. The true purpose of the twin experiment was to use his genes as a fuse, allowing the primordial form to devour all parallel universes. No, this cannot be, Lin Ye murmured, as the scythe erupted in a blaze of black light. Within his veins, the liquid emblem fragments coalesced into old Joe's visage, opening its mouth to emit the Transcendence chant. When the scythe severs the umbilical cord, a new order shall arise. Before the words could dissipate, the energy mass of Megatron, in its regressed state, lunged towards the scythe, scorching its blade with the last embers of power. The Decepticons never allow anyone to choose their own fate. Optimus Prime seized the opportunity, resonating the leader module with Lin Ye's heartbeat. Rewrite the code with the frequency of the heartbeat. He pressed the module against Lin Ye's forehead, just as your mother inscribed in the log, echoing the baby's piercing wail from beneath the ice. In a radiant blue glow of human emotion, the holographic image of his mother emerged, holding not an emblem, but a silver key, its design opposing that of the scythe. At that moment, the infant in the swaddle abruptly sat up, and the umbilical cords of all parallel universes tautened simultaneously, forming a colossal genetic network. The scythe in Lin Ye's hand swung uncontrollably towards the umbilical cord, yet at the moment of contact, the voice of the girl in the crystalline coffin resonated from the depths of the swaddle. Brother, strike at your own heart. Memories surged like a tide. Beneath the Arctic ice, the young ones had etched the image of a heart and a key with shards of ice. Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly illuminated in crimson, playing the Mother's final message. Lin Ye, when you grasp the scythe, the shard of the white emblem within your heart will. The image was torn apart by the cries of the infant. Remember, the primordial form of the Transcendent fears. The message abruptly ceased as the Antarctic ice exploded, countless infantile arms emerging from the fissures, each grasping half a black emblem. Lin Ye gazed at the scythe in his hand, then reached for his chest. There, the shard of the white emblem was repelling against the scythe, resonating with a buzzing vibration. Suddenly, he comprehended his mother's intent. He raised the scythe, not to sever the umbilical cord, but to aim it at the position of his own heart. Just as the scythe was about to descend, alarms sounded simultaneously across all parallel universes. Abnormal operation detected, initiating genetic self-destruction protocol. Suddenly, countless black tendrils emerged around Lin Ye's body, binding him tightly to the swaddled infant. Deep within his consciousness, the voice of old Zhou resonated with a victorious laughter. You have ultimately chosen annihilation. But do not forget, what flows through your veins is the essence of the transcendent. Before he could finish his words, fragments of the white emblem on Lin Ye's chest erupted with a brilliant light, disassembling his body into myriad genetic particles. Within each particle lay the true secret concealed by his mother within his heart for 20 years, a chain engraved with the characters "For Humanity." Chapter 62. The heartbeat of the genetic key in the moment Lin Ye's body transformed into genetic particles. The Antarctic ice sheet erupted with an echo of a baby's cry intertwined with the sound of metal tearing. Each genetic particle reflected apocalyptic visions of parallel universes. Galaxies collapsing into energy spheres the size of an infant's fist, the sparks of civilization suffocating in genetic culture solutions. While the ethereal figure of old Zhou stood atop the swaddling, holding a black emblem that pieced together a complete scythe totem. Quantum consciousness dissolution detected. Lin Ye's thought frequency was suddenly distorted as the mechanical arm of a jack transformed into a spiral, its disassembled parts levitating into a double helix. Yet upon contact with the genetic particles, they melted into liquid words. Key invalid. Initiating termination protocol. The iron, single-stringed instrument shattered into fragments, each inscribed with the coordinates of his mother's laboratory, drifting towards the primordial form within the swaddling, mingled with the genetic culture solution seeping from the fissures of the ice. The energy mass of Megatron, now diminished, rolled amidst the genetic storm, suddenly coalescing into a translucent humanoid form. Do you wish to simply vanish? His voice, hoarse with the rust of metal, reached out to grasp the particles on the verge of dispersal. In the lexicon of the Decepticons, energy core sparking, abandon is not an option. He forcibly compressed Lin Ye's genetic particles, reconstructing the fragmented consciousness of the youth, where the shards of the white emblem flickered defiantly amidst the particle flow. The leadership module of Optimus Prime erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, the blue light slicing through the black tendrils with the precision of a genetic scalpel. The courage of humanity has never been a solitary battle. His energy axe cleaved through the skeletal prison enveloping the swaddling, the blade reflecting the holographic image of his mother, who was in the Arctic laboratory injecting an unknown code into Lin Ye's genetic chain. Lin Ye, what lies within you is more than just a key. The onboard system of Bumblebee suddenly rebooted frantically, the screen flashing alternating snippets of his mother's diary and warnings from the transcendent. Winter 1978. The heartbeat of the test subject can, image distorting, detect foreign code intrusion, blood red characters overlay. This genetic sequence possesses the final. The vision froze on a yellowed photograph, his mother cradling the infant Lin Ye, with the silver key totem faintly visible beneath the Antarctic ice. Lin Ye's consciousness struggled within Megatron's energy embrace, the metallic sensing ability piercing through the genetic fog. He saw the girl trapped within a crystal coffin at the core of the swaddling, her genetic scissors battered yet still firmly pressing against the infant's umbilical cord. A flicker of faint human light sparkled in her pupils, silently forming the words. Listen to the heartbeat. Heartbeat? Lin Ye se consciousness tremblet soudaine. The disintegrating genetic particles began to pulse in rhythm with an unseen frequency. He recalled the monitoring device in his mother's laboratory, which would display patterns identical to the white emblem each time it recorded a heartbeat. Memories of a young girl carving designs in the Arctic ice, with two overlapping heartbeat waveforms at the center, surfaced in his mind. At that moment, old Zhou's ethereal form abruptly transformed into a torrent of data streams, ensnaring Lin Ye's consciousness, a childish resistance. Do you believe your mother bequeathed you hope? His voice melded with the mechanical tone of the transcendent. 20 years ago, she knew your genes were the most exquisite offering. As these words echoed, the liquid emblem fragments within Lin Ye began to reassemble in reverse, outlining the form of a scythe at the position of his heart. Suddenly, a formidable energy arm pierced through old Joe's specter. The corrosive energy liquid eroding the data streams. Enough of your nonsensical intimidation. Turning to Lin Ye, kid, do you recall what you said the first time we fought side by side? His optical lens reflected the unwavering gaze of the young boy. You said, the human heart, the energy core pulsating violently, is more fervent than any code. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus Prime embedded the leader module into Lin Ye's consciousness. The blue light resonating with the white emblem fragments, projecting his mother's final memory. She pressed the white emblem fragment against the infant's chest, simultaneously infusing it with a unique genetic code, a cryptographic program composed of Lin Ye's biological electrical signals from each heartbeat. This is the true key, Lin Ye murmured, as the dispersed genetic particles suddenly formed a colossal outline of a heart, beginning to simulate the human heartbeat frequency. The swaddled infant let out a terrified wail, as the umbilical cords of all parallel universes began to bleed. Seizing the moment, the girl in the crystal coffin wielded her fractured genetic scissors and bravely severed one umbilical cord, from which did not spill blood, but a silver data stream pulsating with Lin Ye's heartbeat frequency. Old Joe's apparition emitted a piercing scream. The black emblem scythe totem fracturing. Impossible. This program, at that moment, a thunderous roar of ancient gears turning emanated from deep within the Antarctic ice. Lin Ye's reconstituted consciousness clenched his fists, and the white emblem fragment at his heart erupted with brilliant light, coalescing all genetic particles into a tangible form. He gazed at his hand, where a silver key composed of heartbeat waveforms had inexplicably appeared. Meanwhile, in the core of the swaddling, fear flickered in the infant's eyes for the first time, as it realized that its umbilical cord connecting it to the parallel universe was being rewritten by a force not of the transcendent. Bumblebee's onboard alarm abruptly shifted to a stirring melody, and the screen displayed the final line of code. Human protocol initiated, fueled by emotion, powered by free will. Lin Ye raised the silver key, aiming it at the primordial form in the swaddle. Just as the key was about to be inserted, the ultimate warning of the transcendent resonated across all parallel universes. Civilization anomaly detected, initiating zeroing plan. Deep within Lin Ye's consciousness, his mother's voice, laced with mirth, said, "My child, it is time for the transcendent to hear just how resounding the human heartbeat truly is." Chapter 63. The Symphony of Civilization and Heartbeat Resonance. The instant the silver key inserted into the primordial form, the entire Antarctic continent seemed to be gripped by an unseen colossal hand. The ice fractured under quantum tremors, spiderweb-like patterns emerging, with an eerie purple glow emanating from the depths of the fissures, as if connecting to the abyss of another dimension. The reset plan of the transcendent beings transformed into a dark stream of data, surging into the reconstituted body of Lin Ye like a tumultuous tide, sizzling through the air as it passed. Yet, these frigid codes, upon encountering the radiance of the white badge, evaporated instantaneously into ethereal ashes, akin to remnants of snow meeting a blazing sun. The infant in the swaddling blanket experienced a sharp contraction of its pupils, the terror reflected in its eyes materializing into a tangible form, as countless mechanical tendrils composed of dark matter emerged from the swaddle, suffused with the unique azure energy of the transcendent beings. These tendrils writhed like greedy serpents, desperately striving to reclaim dominion over the rewritten umbilical cord, each thrash creating distorted ripples in the fabric of space. Impossible. How could human emotions be confined? The specter of old Joe twisted violently within the data stream, his once imposing visage contorting into a ghastly grimace. The cracks upon the black badge spread like a living entity, rapidly eroding every intricate line. Beginning at the tip of the scythe totem, his voice resonated with an incredulous fury and fear, as if questioning the very laws of the universe. Lin Ye clutched the key, formed from the waves of his heartbeat, its metallic surface emanating warmth, resonating with the rhythm of his pulse. Suddenly, a holographic projection of his mother's laboratory materialized in the sea of consciousness, depicting a snowy night 2 decades prior, where a young mother pressed Lin Ye's tiny hand against a monitor, the biopotential signals dancing on the screen, synchronizing perfectly with his current heartbeat. The images of memory overlapped with reality, and Lin Ye finally comprehended that his mother had concealed the most precious gift within his life from the very beginning. The leader module of the Titan surged with brilliance, blue energy cascading like a galactic waterfall. He raised the energy axe, forcefully cleaving through the black dome shrouding the Antarctic. Each swing accompanied by earth-shattering roars. Free will shall never be shackled by code. The courage and hope of humanity are sufficient to illuminate the darkest cosmos. Megatron infused the regressed energy mass into Lin Ye's back, the metallic joints emitting the ancient sound of gears meshing. As if awakening a slumbering primordial giant, the Decepticons never bow to fate. Boy, let them witness our strength. Unlike his usual ferocity, his voice now carried a profound respect. Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly projected images of humanity from across the globe. Dedicated scientists in laboratories, ordinary people holding hands in the streets, astronauts gazing at Earth from space stations. All their mobile screens simultaneously flickering with heartbeats. These heartbeats, originating from disparate corners, transcended geographical and temporal boundaries, converging into a warm and powerful surge of energy. Rushing towards the Antarctic, the genetic scissors of the crystal coffin maiden erupted with their final brilliance, the cracks along the blade narrating tales of countless battles endured. With her last ounce of strength, she severed the final umbilical cord connecting the parallel universes. With a sharp crack, the infant's cry transformed from wailing into a piercing shriek, signaling the impending collapse of the transcendent mechanical civilization. In that moment, the seeds of civilization, imprisoned within the parallel universe, awakened simultaneously, collapsing galaxies unfurling anew. The suffocating genetic culture medium rippling with the stirrings of life, as the entire multiverse seemed to rejoice. In the heart of Lin Ye, fragments of the white insignia resonated with the leader module, weaving golden patterns reminiscent of ancient divine markings that spread throughout his being. His genetic particles began to restructure, each glimmering with a unique radiance. Amidst this miraculous metamorphosis, he glimpsed the core algorithm of the transcendent, a frigid program that rejected emotion in pursuit of absolute order, now shattering under the resonance of the human heartbeat. As the silver key fully penetrated its primordial form, every parallel universe simultaneously blossomed with the distinctive warmth of human civilization. This light diverged from the frigid blue of the transcendent and the scarlet flames of the Decepticons, resembling the dawn's first light, imbued with hope and vitality, illuminating every shadowed corner. The countdown to the reset plan paused amid the resounding heartbeat echoing through the cosmos. Lin Ye raised his luminous fist, proclaiming to the void, "This is humanity's answer. Emotion is not a weakness. It is our most formidable weapon. Free will shall never be conquered." His voice resonated like a great bell throughout the multiverse. The Transcendent's warnings ultimately dissolved into stardust, as the swaddled primordial form gradually became translucent, revealing the azure earth below. That familiar continent and ocean, laden with countless stories and dreams, appeared particularly beautiful under the radiant glow. Deep within Lin Ye's consciousness, his mother's voice intertwined with myriad heartbeats. "Child, you have allowed the entire universe to hear the most fervent melody of life. Remember, no matter when, always trust your heart." The clamor of battle gradually subsided. The Antarctic ice sheets returned to tranquility, and only the white insignia upon Lin Ye's chest trembled slightly with the unquenchable heartbeat of humanity. This small badge not only served as the key to unlocking secrets, but also symbolized the indomitable spirit of human civilization. In the days to come, it would continue to witness humanity crafting new legends amidst the cosmos. Chapter 64. The Crimson Pact. Amidst quantum aftershocks, the Antarctic ice fractured into a honeycomb pattern under the ebb and flow of energy tides. Lin Ye clutched the glowing silver key, his knuckles turning pale from excessive force. The gene particles suspended in the air suddenly trembled violently, transforming into myriad silver butterflies. Yet, upon touching the void after the swaddling had dissipated, they solidified into blood-stained ice crystals that cascaded down. This anomalous phenomenon caused the energy blade of Optimus Prime to crack, prompting him to scan his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The spatial dimensions exhibited unstable oscillations. A counterattack from the Transcendent was imminent. Counterattack? They have already failed the reset plan. Megatron's energy core emitted a mocking hum, while his regressed armor uncontrollably oozed black oil. How many quantum shocks can your batter form withstand? Amidst the metallic clangor, he suddenly yanked Lin Ye behind him as dark purple energy beams grazed past them, creating smoldering craters in the ice. Bumblebee's vehicle alarm transformed into a sharp buzz, projecting a continuously flashing red warning on the windshield. Residual consciousness of the transcendent detected. The screen was abruptly obscured by crimson code, revealing a distorted half-face of Old Joe. Do you think severing the umbilical cord will end it all? His voice intertwined with the jarring clatter of gears. The Antarctic ice beneath your feet merely a seal for unspoken words. The genetic scissors of the crystal coffin maiden suddenly burst forth from the forest, cleaving the phantom into streams of data. The maiden staggered, grasping the remnants of the crystal coffin, her once smooth skin manifesting a web-like pattern of dark veins. Do not heed his seductions. The Transcendent has set violent coughs to disrupt discourse in every parallel universe. The genetic scissors in her palm began to reverse the consumption of their own radiance, their ultimate weapon concealed within the abrupt silence of humanity's speech. The maiden's pupils dilated in shock as mechanical tendrils erupted from her back, pinning her to the ice. Stop! In that instant, as Lin Ye rushed forward, the key emitted a high-frequency vibration. He beheld a startling image reflected in the maiden's eyes. Deep within the Arctic laboratory, thousands of human embryos floated, each tethered by black umbilical cords to a colossal mechanical heart, unmistakably a diminutive version of an infant swaddled in the Antarctic. At the forefront of the embryo array, a holographic projection of the mother was inputting new codes, her expression colored by despair and determination Lin Ye had never witnessed before. This was the Transcendent's contingency plan, the civilization furnace. The leader module of Optimus Prime dimmed, fissures in the energy axe oozing black matter. They intended to completely digitize human consciousness, using it as fuel to reboot the universe. Suddenly, he was shaken violently, blue energy uncontrollably spilling forth. My system is being reverse-engineered by some force. The optical lens of Megatron flashed a crimson light as he violently tore the energy conduit from his right arm and inserted it into Optimus Prime's back. Enough. Hold on and speak. Amid the metallic clatter, his voice bore a rare weight. Kid, your mother's holographic image is off. 20 years ago, she mastered the core code of the Transcendent. Why not destroy it directly? Lin Ye clenched the key, which was beginning to heat up as memories surged forth. His mother would often murmur to the genetic blueprints in the dead of night, claiming it was the only path to balance. At that moment, the heartbeat pattern on the key's surface began to emit a golden red glow, eerily reminiscent of the alarm lights in his mother's laboratory from memory. He suddenly realized that the fragment of the white badge was not merely a key, but a marker, a trap deliberately embedded in his genes by his mother. From the depths of the ice came the thunderous noise of chains breaking. The severed ends of the umbilical cord, cut by the genetic scissors, began to grow wildly, entwining into a thorny energy cage. The Bumblebee's onboard system unexpectedly played the last recording of his mother, the background noise mingling with the laboratory alarm. Xiao Yi, if you hear this message, it means the Transcendent has initiated the furnace plan. Remember, their weakness lies within. The recording abruptly cut off, and a vivid crimson countdown appeared on the screen. 720000. The crystal coffin maiden suddenly broke free from mechanical tendrils, the genetic scissors transforming into a stream of light that plunged into Lin Ye's chest. Use my energy to reach the Arctic. Her body began to turn transparent, yet her eyes glimmered with a strange light. Your mother awaits you, along with that which should not exist. Before her words could fully escape, the ice layer cracked open into an abyss, and countless silver chains pulsing with a heartbeat shot skyward, dragging everyone into darkness. At the moment consciousness plunged into the abyss, Lin Ye beheld the spectral figure of Old Joe standing within the holographic projection of the Arctic laboratory, his hand clutching a dark emblem that pieced together a complete hourglass totem, the insignia of the Transcendence Time Reaper Initiative. At the base of the hourglass lay dormant countless embers of human civilization, flickering with a dying luminescence as the countdown commenced. Chapter 65. The paradox echoes in the hourglass labyrinth. The silver chains that ensnared the multitude did not lead them into the imagined abyss, but rather into a quantum fog suspended with gears. Each gear's surface was etched with fragments of human history, Inscriptions on bronze vessels oxidized and flaked away. Torrents of data within electronic chips suddenly crystallized into ice, and the ink of medieval manuscripts was seen seeping backward into the quill. When Optimus Prime's energy axe inadvertently brushed against one of the gears, the blade began to revert to its primordial liquid state. A temporal reverse field. Megatron abruptly seized Lin Ye, who was on the verge of dissipating, as blue arcs of electricity surged where his energy-infused hand met the boy's skin. These gears were the temporal anchors of the Transcendence, to be avoided at all costs. His optical lenses reflected a dense stream of data, and he suddenly smirked. How intriguing. They had ensnared them within the annals of human civilization. Bumblebee's tires spun aimlessly in the void, the onboard screen flashing garbled symbols which swiftly reformed. Multiple timeline overlap detected. Memory cache exhibiting contradictory data. The scene abruptly shifted to the site of a 1947 Roswell incident, where a cloaked scientist placed the infant Lin Ye into a crystal chamber, while the woman cradling the child bore an unmistakably youthful visage of a mother. This is impossible. Lin Ye's voice was crushed beneath the clashing gears. The fragment of the white emblem against his chest seethed with heat. The heartbeat patterns on the key oozing a dark purple liquid that traced the contours of his mother's laboratory in the void. More bizarrely, the silver chains were now entwined into the shape of an hourglass, with the shifting sands at the bottom composed of countless fragments of human consciousness. The spectral image of the crystal coffin maiden flickered in and out of the fog, her fingertips pointing towards the suspended bronze gear. The Transcendence Time Reaper initiative was fundamentally an endeavor to harness perpetual energy through the cyclical rebirth of civilization. Her voice resonated with an electronic echo. Your mother altered the core algorithm back then, but before she could finish, dozens of black tendrils pierced through her apparition, morphing into Old Joe's spectral form. A perfect paradox vessel is required. The dark emblem hourglass totem of Old Joe fully manifested, each grain of sand encapsulating a trapped human consciousness. Lin Ye, do you believe the white emblem serves as protection? It is a prison forged by your mother's own hands. With a sweeping gesture, the gears began to rotate in reverse, and the bodies of the multitude exhibited signs of becoming translucent. Megatron suddenly hurled Lin Ye towards Optimus Prime, charging headlong into the tendrils. Do not let these ghostly tales disturb our resolve. His energy core erupted in blinding crimson light in Cybertron. I have torn apart even more outrageous temporal traps. Amid the cacophony of tearing metal, his right arm was corroded to its primal or form by the reversing timeline. Megatron, Optimus Prime, swung his energy axe to cleave through the tendrils, the radiance of his leadership module resonating with the white emblem of Lin Ye, projecting a holographic record of his mother's meeting into the void. In the scene, a 20-year-old mother is negotiating with a representative of the Transcendence, while behind her, the experimental table displays the genetic mapping of the infant Lin Ye, prominently labeled as the paradox carrier. She had long been aware of Lin Ye's voice, tinged with a choking emotion. He suddenly realized that the heartbeat pattern on the key perfectly matched the frequency of the consciousness fragments at the bottom of the hourglass. As he attempted to touch those fragments, a torrent of memories surged forth, the desperate gaze of his mother as she destroyed documents in the laboratory, the image of Old Joe assisting the Transcendence as a human scientist in his youth, and the recurring fragments of his rebirth across different timelines. Beneath the icy surface, the rhythmic beating of a mechanical heart resonated, while a black vortex began to coalesce at the top of the hourglass. The Bumblebee's onboard system abruptly played an encrypted voice message, blending his mother's voice with violent coughing. Xiao Yi, if you see this footage, it means the time paradox has been activated. Remember, the true key is hidden within the altered voice, abruptly interrupted by a jarring electric sound. As a new countdown appeared on the screen, 480000, the ethereal image of the crystal coffin girl suddenly materialized, severing the chains, binding Lin Ye with genetic scissors. Go to the bottom of the hourglass. There lies what the Transcendence fear most. Her body began to disintegrate into streams of data, though it should not exist, her words left unfinished, as the entire temporal labyrinth trembled violently. Old Joe's phantom transformed into countless faces, all laughing coldly in unison. Too late, the core of the paradox has awakened. The silver chains at Lin Ye's feet suddenly came to life, dragging him toward the abyss of the hourglass. In that fleeting moment of descent, he glimpsed a figure identical to himself emerging from the cracks in the ice, yet with a complete black emblem embedded in its chest, facing him with genetic scissors raised. Chapter 66. The bloodied choice of the twin hourglass, the silver chains, as if animated, entwined around Lin Ye's ankles, pulling him into the pitch-black depths of the hourglass. Gears floating in the void began to spin in reverse, casting countless distorted reflections in his pupils, each revealing a different version of himself, some grinning with the black emblem, others sleeping in the genetic fluid. The fragment of the white emblem on his chest burned like a branding iron, searing the hourglass tattoo that emerged on the nape of his neck. Do not touch those chains. Optimus Prime's energy axe cleaved through the silver chains, ensnaring Lin Ye. Yet the blue energy was instantly tainted black upon contact. His vocal module crackled with interference, for these chains were forged from humanity's regrets. Unfinished words echoed as a dark purple lightning bolt pierced through his left shoulder, dimming the light of the leader module. Megatron suddenly charged at Optimus Prime, his energy shield crackling ominously amidst the lightning. Fool! Engaging the Transcendence head-on, his optical lenses reflected the encroaching black vortex, which was amplifying the paradox field through their emotional fluctuations. The metal joints groaned under the unbearable strain, and he even tore off half of his degraded mechanical arm, hurling it toward the vortex's center. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye grasped the residual data stream of the crystal coffin girl, piecing together her final memories on a conscious level. In a shattered tableau, the mother merges the genetic sample of the infant Lin Ye with the core of the Overcomer's hourglass. Tears cascading into the petri dish. This is the soul means to shatter the cycle. Yet Lin Ye must endure the abrupt cessation of memories. A girl's voice suddenly detonates in his mind. Watch out behind you. The spectral figure of Old Zhou erupts from Lin Ye's shadow, the black emblem morphing into a scythe aimed at his heart. At the critical moment, the transformed body of a bumblebee collides with a phantom. Yet the door disintegrates into rust upon contact. The vehicle's screen flickers wildly, revealing a live feed from the Mother's laboratory, beneath the Arctic ice. A colossal mechanical heart begins to awaken, countless embryonic umbilical cords oozing crimson streams of data. Do you think you can halt the crucible of civilization? Old Zhou's voice intertwines with the heartbeat of the mechanical heart. Lin Ye's genes are, in fact, the key to unlocking the furnace. He reaches into the base of the hourglass, and the fragmented consciousness of imprisoned humanity suddenly transforms into chains, ensnaring everyone's limbs. The energy core of Megatron is pierced by the chains, scarlet energy gushing forth, sketching the emblem of the Decepticons in the void. Release him. Ignoring the collapse of his own system, Optimus Prime injects the last vestiges of energy from the leader module into Lin Ye. The azure glow resonates with the white emblem, illuminating the astonishing sight at the hourglass's base. Another Lin Ye sits upon the throne of the core, the black emblem hourglass pouring forth golden grains, which are astonishingly solidified time. The moment their twin gazes meet, the entire temporal labyrinth begins to collapse. The residual image of the crystal coffin girl suddenly coalesces into a tangible form. The genetic scissors transform into a blade of light, severing the chains binding Lin Ye. Do you remember the power of the heartbeat? Her body begins to transmute into transparency. The overcomer fears not the key, but the unfinished words. Old Zhou's scythe pierces her chest, the data stream blooming into a blood-red rose in the air. No! Lin Ye's roar shatters the gears around him, the silver key suddenly erupting in a myriad of beams. He glimpses his mother in a holographic projection within the Arctic laboratory, synchronizing her genetic code with the core of the mechanical heart. Lin Ye, forgive your mother's selfishness. Only by becoming the paradox itself can you. The image is abruptly shrouded in the shadow of the black emblem. Megatron's energy core is on the brink of overload. Yet he suddenly seizes Lin Ye and hurls him towards the top of the hourglass. Go and stop that imposter. The Decepticons need not the tears of the weak. With that, he compresses the degraded mass of energy into a bomb form and charges towards the black vortex that devours time and space. In the explosion's blaze, his final optical image freezes into a mocking smile. Tell those mechanical sparks that they shall never extinguish. The shockwave propels Lin Ye to the pinnacle of the hourglass. He observes the gradually vanishing Megatron below, gripping the silver key that begins to transform. At this moment, the key astonishingly morphs into the shape of a twin hourglass. With the fragments of the white emblem and the black emblem totems confronting each other on either end, Old Joe's spectral figure emits a victorious shriek. Activate the crucible of civilization. Let all parallel universes return. As the countdown abruptly reaches 0, the mechanical heart of the Arctic laboratory erupts with blinding light. Lin Ye's body begins to digitize, and he is horrified to discover that his genetic chain is synchronizing with the black emblem Lin Ye. At the end of the temporal rift, his mother's holographic image slowly turns, in her hand grasping a twin hourglass key that is strikingly identical to his own. Chapter 67. The annihilating echo of dual-key resonance in the rift of space-time. Bursts of energy coalesced into suspended icicles, each reflecting a distinct apocalyptic vision. The Statue of Liberty. Engulfed by mechanical vines on the streets of New York. Code warriors emerging from the murals of Dunhuang. And even the burning genetic blueprints within the laboratory of Mother. Lin Ye gripped the twin hourglass keys tightly, his fingertip brushing against the heated patterns of the white emblem fragment, which resonated strangely with the doomsday imagery on the icicles. Galvatron. The energy axe of Optimus Prime cleaved through the approaching mechanical tendrils. The blue energy, seeping from the leader module, mingled with black, fibrous debris. Why are you? His words were abruptly silenced by the sound of metal being torn apart, as Bumblebee's battered chassis suddenly obstructed his path. The windshield reflecting the gradually translucent remnants of the Decepticons. Verbose fool, Galvatron's voice emerged from the aftermath of the explosion, as a regressed mass of energy reformed into a grotesque visage. The spark never ignites for the feeble. His energy core erupted in a blinding radiance, staining the entire space-time continuum crimson, while the consumed fragments of consciousness emitted an electronic wail akin to an infant's cry. Lin Ye's twin hourglass keys began to spin uncontrollably, the grains of sand flowing in reverse between the white and black ends, intertwining into a double helix in the void. Suddenly, he glimpsed the truth deep within the Arctic laboratory. Mother was uploading her consciousness to the mechanical heart. A younger version of Old Joe stood beside her. At that time, the black emblem hourglass had yet to take shape. The two were cradling identical twin keys. Do you believe yourself to be the savior? The specter of Old Joe rose from the core of the hourglass, the black emblem oozing a tar-like substance. Your mother has known from the very beginning that the dual-key resonance would trigger dimensional collapse. He grasped Lin Ye's increasingly translucent arm. And you are merely a living bomb she intends to use to obliterate the Transcenders. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system displayed Mother's encrypted diary, the yellowed text distorting into code on the screen. When the dual keys resonate, the space-time will be shrouded in blood. The final line appeared, protect the other key. An alarm blared abruptly, the Arctic ice creaking under the roar of interlocking gears, as the mechanical heart began to spew forth data streams pulsating with heartbeats. The phantom of the crystal coffin girl condensed upon Lin Ye's shoulder, her damaged genetic scissors piercing the twin hourglass. Listen to the heartbeat from the other side. Her voice intertwined with the warnings of the Transcenders. The white emblem locked away not only hope, but also unfinished words. The black emblem Lin Ye burst forth from the base of the hourglass, the key in his hand unleashing a consuming beam of light. Enough! Optimus Prime injected the last of his energy into the leader module, the blue beam forcibly tearing through the consuming light. Human courage never requires sacrifice. His energy axe swung towards the black emblem Lin Ye, yet upon reaching him, it disintegrated into nanoparticles. The black emblem Lin Ye revealed a cold smirk, strikingly similar to Lin Ye's own, as the golden grains of sand within his chest's hourglass began to flow in reverse. Lin Ye felt his genetic chains tearing apart within him, the white emblem fragment clashing violently against the black emblem totem. He suddenly recalled the tattoo on the nape of his neck that his mother would gently caress during the deep nights of his childhood. Her tender yet sorrowful voice echoed in his memory. Little Ye, if one day you encounter another version of yourself, use this key to halt the flow of memory. The twin hourglass key unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, hovering in mid-air and beginning to resonate. The labyrinth of time and space trembled violently, as all gears, shards of ice, and fragments of consciousness converged towards the twin keys. The phantom of Megatron collided forcefully with the dark emblem of Lin Ye. A cataclysmic explosion erupting from the clash of scarlet energy and golden grains of sand. Do you intend to use humanity as fuel? You must first pass my test. Amidst the fiery explosion, his optical lens flickered with the last vestige of derision, a reminder that the Decepticons would never yield. Lin Ye fell amidst the shockwave, catching a glimpse of the holographic projection of his mother in the Arctic laboratory, inserting the final black emblem key into a mechanical heart. She turned to face the camera, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her smile bore a sense of release. At the center of the twin key's resonance, time and space began to collapse into an energy sphere the size of a newborn's fist, revealing Lin Ye's body gradually becoming transparent, exposing the curled-up form of his true childhood behind him. The countdown resumed, this time displaying not numbers, but the continuously repeating last words of his mother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The brilliance of the twin hourglass key surged suddenly, engulfing both Lin Ye and the dark emblem Lin Ye simultaneously. When the radiance dissipated, only a shattered key remained in the void, fragments of the white and black emblems mingling, with the liquid seeping into ground, coiling into an unfinished hourglass totem. Deep within the Arctic ice, amidst the pulsing sound of the mechanical heart, came the cold declaration of the Transcender. Paradox core activated. All civilizations prepare for reset. Chapter 68. Fragments of memory in the abyss of the car, as the brilliance of the twin hourglass key consumed all. Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly succumbed to an eerie blue screen. Within the fragmented data stream, blurred images from the winter of 1978 emerged, a young mother placing the swaddled Lin Ye into the back seat, while the compass on the dashboard began to spin in reverse, and the onboard radio transmitted the warning frequency of the Transcender. At that moment, the damaged vehicle hovered on the edge of a rift in time and space, its tires oozing a silvery liquid infused with fragments of memory. The core database was detected to be on the verge of collapse. The onboard screen erupted with a vivid red warning, only to instantaneously switch to the surveillance footage of the Mother S laboratory. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld his 12-year-old self dismantling Bumblebee's onboard computer, while his mother stood in the shadows, wielding a screwdriver etched with the same patterns as the twin hourglass key. Do not touch that data. Optimus Prime's energy arm suddenly pierced Bumblebee's engine hood, blue energy clashing violently with the onboard system. His voice module emitted a piercing electric sound. The memory cache of this vehicle has been tampered with. Before he could finish, countless black tendrils emerged from the gaps in the tires, dragging both into the virtual realm constructed by the onboard system. Lin Ye's consciousness plunged into an ocean composed of vintage cassette tapes, each tape entwined with shattered memories. His mother etching a segment of code into the inner side of the car door during a stormy night, and during his youth, when Bumblebee rescued him in the desert. The onboard radio suddenly played a lullaby. He reached out to touch the nearest tape, only to be drawn into the snowy memories of Christmas Eve 1999. Bumblebee transformed into a protective shield, blocking the genetic sniper bullet aimed at the infant Lin Ye, leaving behind an everlasting wound on its side. Were these memories mere fabrications? Lin Ye's voice echoed amidst the ocean of tapes. Suddenly, all the tapes began to play their mother's whispered words. Xiao Yi, when you see this, it means Bumblebee has activated the ignition protocol. The imagery twisted violently, revealing the youthful figure of Old Joe, who meticulously calibrated Bumblebee's navigation system, with coordinates leading to the underground forbidden zone of the Arctic laboratory. In reality, Bumblebee's battered frame began to tremble violently. The vehicle's alarm abruptly transformed into a child's hum, a lullaby composed by Lin Ye for his mother at the tender age of 3. On the shattered windshield appeared the final message from the girl in the crystal coffin. The true key lies hidden in the deleted memory number 137. Immediately, a bolt of dark purple lightning struck the vehicle, propelling the two back into reality. We have found a clue. Lin Ye wiped the energy blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at the bullet hole on the inner side of Bumblebee's door, where his mother had concealed unfinished words. Suddenly, Old Joe's phantom emerged from the bullet hole, the black badge transforming into a tape scroll that ensnared him. Foolish humans. Do you really think you can breach the firewall of the Transcendent? His voice mingled with the static from the vehicle's radio. Memory number 137 was a trap prepared specifically for you. Optimus Prime's energy axe sliced through the entangling tapes, Yet the leader module began to ooze black viscous fluid. Lin Ye. The ignition of this vehicle is resonating with its mechanical heart. His energy shield began to peel away under the impact, revealing rusted internal components, each engraved with the same totem as the twin hourglass keys. Bumblebee's engine roared to life, and the onboard system autonomously initiated the transformation sequence. The shattered body reconfigured into a combat form, and from the fissured energy core in its chest, a tape riddled with cracks slowly ascended. The moment Lin Ye reached out to touch it, a torrent of information flooded his mind. His mother had encoded her consciousness into the tape before her passing. And Bumblebee's true mission was to be careful. Optimus Prime shoved Lin Ye aside, only to be pierced by Old Joe's scythe through the energy core. Blue energy surged forth, sketching the outline of the Cybertronian planet in the void. He knelt on one knee, pressing the leader module into Bumblebee's energy core. Fulfill your mission. Before his words could finish, his body began to disintegrate into data fragments. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard screen illuminated, revealing the encrypted memory number 137, deep within the Arctic laboratory. His mother fused infant Lin Ye's genetic sample with Bumblebee's ignition, tears falling upon the console. This is the only way to ensure your survival, even at the cost of forgetting everything. In the imagery, young Lin Ye's fingers brushed against the bullet hole on the inner side of the door, while Bumblebee's onboard system commenced the automatic deletion of all related records. The tremors of the time-space rift reached their zenith, the pulsations of the mechanical heart transforming into the maniacal laughter of the transcendent. Suddenly, Bumblebee's energy core erupted with blinding brilliance, enveloping Lin Ye and the tapes within its embrace. Before consciousness was engulfed by light, Lin Ye glimpsed the real-time imagery from the Arctic laboratory. The black badge Lin Ye was inserting the complete twin hourglass key into the mechanical heart, while his mother's holographic image smiled a farewell at the camera. The final pop-up from the Vehicle S system displayed blood red code. Ignition protocol activated. Host memories will soon be permanently sealed. Chapter 69. The Ignition Elegy Amidst Rusted Gears. The rhythmic pulsations of the mechanical heart beneath the Arctic ice penetrated the rift of time and space, transforming into a sharp alarm that erupted within the battered vehicle system of Bumblebee. Lin Ye's consciousness, enveloped by light, suddenly plummeted into the abyss of memories, witnessing countless versions of himself encountering Bumblebee across different timelines. The boy rescued in the desert, the child dismantling the onboard computer in the laboratory. In each scene, bullet holes on the inner side of the car doors oozed silver data streams, ultimately converging into the coordinates of his mother's laboratory. Warning: the ignition protocol has entered an irreversible stage. As Bumblebee transformed, it emitted groans from its misaligned metallic skeleton, and the tapes sealed within began to disintegrate, releasing his mother's voice, crackling with electrical interference. Xiao Yi, do you remember when you were 6 and I taught you to disassemble a radio? Each component concealed fragments of speech interrupted by the waves of the transcendent. Suddenly, the vehicle display showcased the real-time imagery of the Arctic laboratory. The black badge Lin Ye was fully inserting the twin hourglass key into the mechanical heart. The fragmented energy shards of Optimus Prime coalesced into a translucent humanoid figure, its incomplete energy axe pointing menacingly at Bumblebee. This vehicle's ignition is the final piece of the Transcendent-S furnace plan. The blue luminescence seeping from the leader module resonated with the tapes, projecting a suffocating truth into the void. 20 years ago, the genetic experiments led by his mother fundamentally aimed to encode human emotions into the Transformer's ignition, with Bumblebee serving as the living key that bore Lin Ye's childhood memories. What a jest! The remaining energy specter of Megatron shattered the advancing mechanical tendrils. The crimson glow laced with frenzied mockery. To corrupt the ignition with human emotions? This was more insane than the Zero Plan. His energy core suddenly contracted violently, distorting the surrounding space-time into a vortex. But if this could tear apart, the transcendent Lin Ye's body began to merge with the tape data, the patterns of the vehicle's circuitry surfacing beneath his skin. He felt the fragmented twin hourglass key in his pocket. The white and black badge fragments suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. In a particular timeline's memory, his mother had pressed the key on a Bumblebee's hood, causing the dashboard's tachometer needle to begin spinning in reverse. So that is how it is. Lin Ye's voice mingled with the tape's crackling. You are not an ordinary transformer. You are the memory vault my mother created for me. His pupils reflected the collapsing ignition core within Bumblebee, where countless deleted memory fragments were sealed. The lullabies played by the vehicle's radio during the night, the first aid kit that automatically popped out during their desert escape, and even the complete process of his mother injecting her genetic code into the ignition. Suddenly, the phantasm of old Joe emerged from the fissures of the tape. The black badge transforming into rusted gears that ensnared everyone. It is too late. When the twin keys return, all ignitions carrying human emotions will become fuel for the furnace. His voice resonated with the distinct mechanical tremor of the transcendent, including that of this emotionally corroded counterfeit. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard alarm transformed into a gentle female hum, reminiscent of a childhood melody long forgotten by Lin Ye. The battered chassis began to autonomously reshape, as silver fluid seeping from the tires traced a holographic map of his mother's laboratory upon the ground. Lin Ye glimpsed the final page of the experimental log, its hasty scrawl blurred by tears. If the plan fails, let Bumblebee take Xiao Yi away, even at the cost of formatting all memories. No, I refuse to forget. Lin Ye's roar shattered the rusted gears, and the fragments of the twin hourglass key suddenly reassembled, morphing into a miniature vortex of time and space within his palm. He inserted the key into Bumblebee's spark core, and a torrent of memories surged forth. The night his mother was attacked by the Transcendent in the laboratory, with Bumblebee shielding her from the lethal assault, the bullet holes on the car doors serving as eternal scars from that moment. The spectral remnant of Megatron collided with the projection of the mechanical heart. Kid, take your spark and scram. The Decepticons have no interest in your sentimental drama. His energy core projected the final image before detonation, the destruction of Cybertron, where a transformer concealed a spark fragment within an antique car model, the shape of which bore an uncanny resemblance to Bumblebee. The rift in time began to collapse into a pinprick-sized black hole, as Bumblebee's spark core erupted with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. Amidst the blinding light, Lin Ye heard his mother's final message. I'm sorry, my child, but only by making you forget can I protect you. The last pop-up from the onboard system initiated a countdown, while in the Arctic laboratory, the cold smile of Black Badge Lin Ye curled at the corners of his lips, as the surface of his mechanical heart revealed patterns identical to Bumblebee's spark. Chapter 70. The Mechanical Lament of the Spark Paradox. The Arctic ice warped into a gear-like formation under the roar of the mechanical heart, as the radiance emitted by Bumblebee's spark acted as a fiery key, tearing jagged wounds into the rift of time. Lin Ye, enveloped by the light, floated in mid-air, the circuitry beneath his skin resonating with the twin hourglass key, each line flickering with the encrypted codes left by his mother. Illegal spark fusion detected. The mechanical voice of the Transcendent surged from all directions, as countless phantoms of Cybertronians materialized within the rift, their energy cores pulsating with a chilling violet light, declaring that the sparks bearing human emotions must be eliminated immediately. These phantoms gradually became corporeal, forming an army of combat-ready mechanical beings, their weapons etched with hourglass totems reminiscent of old Joe's Black Badge. Optimus Prime's translucent energy remnant shielded Lin Ye. As the glow of the leader module dimmed under the violet light, they are the arbiters of order on Cybertron, tasked with eliminating entities that defy the core laws. His energy axe suddenly disintegrated into data streams, for Bumblebee's spark had become the greatest threat in their eyes. The crimson remnant of Megatron emitted an ear-piercing cackle, as the energy vortex shredded the approaching Arbiter phantoms into fragments. A bunch of brainwashed fools. The true power of the spark cannot be defined by mere code. He suddenly turned to Lin Ye, a rare gravity flashing across the optical lens. Young one, your mother concealed humanity's most perilous treasure, free will, within this heap of metal. The body of Bumblebee began to tremble violently as the onboard system projected chaotic images, the ancient battleground of Cybertron, where a group of Transformers fought fiercely to protect a forbidden spark against the Arbiter. The entire process of Lin Ye's mother merging fragments of his memories with the spark's core in her laboratory, and the scene of Black Emblem Lin Ye connecting data with the leader of the Arbiter before the mechanical heart. So it was. Lin Ye gripped the twin hourglass key tightly. Golden liquid seeping from the fragments dripped on a Bumblebee's spark core. His mother not only safeguarded the spark with my memories, but also laid a trap for the Transcenders. Before he could finish his thought, a beam of purple light pierced through time and space, striking directly at Bumblebee's heart. No! Lin Ye's scream was drowned out by the sound of tearing metal. Bumblebee's body began to shed its exterior, revealing the collapsing spark core within. The onboard screen displayed his mother's final image, her laboratory surrounded by the Arbiter, Xiao Yi. If you see this footage, it means the secret of the emotional spark has been exposed. Remember, the navigation system of Bumblebee conceals. The image was suddenly consumed by purple light. The shadow of the Arbiter leader materialized. His energy sword aimed at Lin Ye. The spark that carries human emotions violates the laws governing the existence of cosmic civilizations. His voice resonated with chilling coldness. Now, you shall witness the end of this error. With a swing of his sword, countless violet energy beams shot towards Bumblebee's spark core. In a moment of peril, the remnants of Megatron transformed into an energy shield, standing guard. Want to destroy this heap of metal? You must first pass through me. Crimson energy collided violently with the purple light, erupting into a nebula-like energy field. Young one, why are you still dawdling? His voice strained from energy overload. The navigation coordinates left by your mother might hold the key to reversing this situation. Lin Ye pressed the twin hourglass key on a Bumblebee's battered hood, and the key fragment suddenly buzzed, automatically activating the onboard navigation system. A stream of garbled text appeared on the screen, which, upon resonating with the key, revealed the coordinates of an unfamiliar star system. There floated a planet covered in ice, its surface adorned with silver patterns identical to those in his mother's laboratory. Was it the lost source of Cybertron sparks? Optimus Prime's voice carried disbelief. The legendary sanctuary that holds all Transformers' original sparks. But it should have been obliterated in the cosmic explosion. The energy sword of the Arbiter leader cracked, clearly shaken by this revelation. Impossible. The coordinates of the spark source had long been erased. He suddenly turned to Black Emblem Lin Ye. Did you not claim to have destroyed all related data? A cold smile curled at the corner of Black Emblem Lin Ye's lips. The hourglass totem on his chest beginning to spin in reverse. When did I ever say I would adhere to your rules? His body began to turn transparent, revealing a massive projection of a mechanical heart behind him. The true game has only just begun. Bumblebee's spark core suddenly erupted in a final burst of light, enveloping Lin Ye, Optimus Prime, and the remnants of Megatron. At the moment consciousness was transmitted, Lin Ye heard his mother's voice mingling with the static of the vehicle's radio. Beware, the source of the spark harbors words more terrifying than the transcendent. Before the warning could conclude, the figures of those present vanished into the radiance, leaving only the arbiters confronting the vast emptiness of the temporal rift, along with Lin Ye's sinister grin, gradually spreading beneath the black emblem. Deep within that enigmatic frozen planet, a slumbering ancient entity began to awaken as the navigation coordinates activated. Chapter 71. Whispers of the spark deep within the ice core as the brilliance of time-space transmission faded. Lin Ye stumbled and knelt upon the mirror-like ice expanse. The ice beneath him shimmered with an eerie indigo hue, while countless tiny cracks oozed with liquid metal, resembling the veins pulsating on a planetary surface. The battered carcass of Bumblebee crashed heavily nearby, and the vehicle's antenna inexplicably began to rotate, receiving signals from an unknown frequency, while the dashboard's needle spun wildly counterclockwise. The magnetic field of this cursed place was disconcerting. The residual energy of Megatron flickered violently, its crimson glow refracting into a bizarre violet upon the ice. As the liquid metal mimicked the frequency of the spark's fluctuations, his warning was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous mechanical roar. A distant ice cliff collapsed, revealing a colossal mechanical relic concealed within, unmistakably half-buried beneath the ice. A Cybertronian warship, its hull adorned with patterns identical to Bumblebee's spark core. Optimus Prime's translucent form emanated a blue light as his energy axe reformed, albeit with evident corrosion. This was the last line of defense responsible for guarding the source of the spark, a Prometheus-class warship from the era of the Spark Wars. His vocal module suddenly stuttered, and amidst the luminescence of his leadership module, flickers of purple light danced. Yet, according to ancient Cybertronian texts, all such vessels had been utterly destroyed in the cataclysmic explosion 100 millennia ago. As Lin Ye traced the dents on the ship's surface, Fragments of the dual hourglass key suddenly grew hot. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. In the holographic projection of his mother's laboratory, young scientists gathered around a similar model of the warship, engaged in heated debate. One individual raised a blueprint, prominently inscribed with the term emotional firewall. More astonishing was the scrawled name in the corner of the blueprint. Old Joe. Multiple energy responses detected. Bumblebee's onboard alarm blared suddenly, and the screen simultaneously displayed 17 red dots. The ice sheet abruptly fissured with spiderweb-like cracks, and 12 silver-gray transformers erupted from the ground. Their energy cores glimmered with a pearlescent sheen, yet their weapons were composed of ice shards, akin to the genetic scissors of the Crystal Coffin Maiden. They were the guardians of the spark. Optimus Prime's energy axe hung slightly low. They were the primal sentinels of the source of the spark, destined to coexist and perish alongside it. His words were cut short by another group of transformers emerging from the wreckage of the warship. These mechanical beings were as black as ink, their joints entwined with chains of dark matter, and their chests pulsed with a haunting violet energy core, unmistakably the Order Arbiters that had appeared earlier. In that fleeting moment of confrontation between the two factions of mechanical life, the ice layer began to seep forth a data stream imbued with memories. Lin Ye beheld a scene from ancient Cybertron, where the Guardians waged a fierce war against the Arbitrators, who adhered to absolute order, all in an effort to protect the emotionally charged matrix of leadership. His mother had once infiltrated this place to extract fragments of the matrix. Now, the Black Crest Lin Ye stood before the mechanical heart of the Arctic, injecting a certain black code into its core. Outsider, surrender the matrix that harbors human emotion. The energy sword of the Arbitrator leader pointed menacingly at Bumblebee. Its very existence was a sacrilege against the cosmic laws. From the ranks of the Guardians emerged a female transformer, her ice spear directed at the Arbitrators. The will of the Matrix cannot be distorted by you. That spark may well be the key to restoring balance. Suddenly, Megatron transformed into a stream of energy, ensnaring Lin Ye's arm, the crimson glow pulling him toward the remnants of a warship. Come with me. These metallic affairs are of no concern to us. His optical lens reflected the swirling dark purple energy beneath the ice, yet the Black Crest youth was certainly up to something that would drag the entire universe into the abyss. Lin Ye broke free from his restraints and pressed the twin hourglass key against the warship's hatch. The fragments of the key aligned perfectly with the hatch's intricate patterns, and a thunderous grinding of gears resonated from the depths of the ice. At the moment the hatch opened, a chilling gust enveloped the interior, revealing thousands of dormant spark chambers, each housing transformers of various forms, while at the center, a colossal spark core pulsated with a golden light akin to Bumblebee's. This cannot be, echoed Optimus Prime, his voice trembling. The Matrix core had shattered into fragments long before the war. His leader module suddenly emitted a blinding blue light, uncontrollably channeling energy into the spark chambers. An astonishing scene unfolded. The dormant Transformers' chests simultaneously ignited with a faint glow, their faces gradually revealing human-like features. The energy sword of the Arbitrator leader trembled violently. So, it was true. The taint of human emotion was sown long ago. He swung his sword, unleashing a purple energy beam toward the spark core. This must end now. The Guardians swiftly raised their weapons to intervene, leading to a fierce clash of mechanical beings on the icy plains. Deep within the ice, a dormant consciousness stirred, awakened by the battle's aftermath, beginning to emit whispers akin to the creaking of rusty gears. Bumblebee's onboard system abruptly played a cryptic recording from Lin Ye's mother. The background mixed with the warship's alarms. If you find the Matrix core, please be aware of what lies within Spark Chamber 737. It contains the recording that the Exceeders fear most. The recording cut off abruptly, and Lin Ye's gaze locked onto the spark chamber in the corner. The chamber's surface was etched with claw-like scars, and through the ice, he beheld the sleeping mechanical entity's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his grandfather in his youth. Chapter 72. The cracks of a spark amidst the tremors of the ice coffin as the two factions clashed. The ice fractured into a web-like pattern. Lin Ye's twin hourglass key suddenly oozed molten metal. He focused on spark chamber 737, where his grandfather's youthful visage flickered behind the ghostly blue ice crystals. As the heartbeat of the mechanical heart pulsed, The claw marks on the chamber's surface began to seep black substance, matching the warning code that abruptly appeared on Bumblebee's system. Detected Exceeder's initial firewall. Do not approach that chamber. Optimus Prime's energy axe cleaved through the violet beams directed at the forest, yet the leader module fractured with corrosive cracks upon contact with the dark matter. This moment was interrupted by the gasps of the Guardians, as 12 silver-gray warriors abruptly redirected their attention to the all-spark core, their pearlescent energy cores beginning to rotate in reverse. Suddenly, the scarlet afterimage of Megatron collided with the leader of the Arbitrators, an energy vortex swirling with shards of ice. Fool, did you not realize these metal shells have had their programming tampered with? His optical lenses reflected the dark purple veins spreading deep within the ice, revealing that this so-called all-spark was, in fact, a trap set by the Transcendents. Before the thought could fully form, Bumblebee's chassis exploded, scattered parts swirling into a double helix, each base pair glowing with coordinates from the Mother's laboratory. As Lin Ye's fingers brushed against the floating remnants of the car door, a silver liquid oozing from a bullet hole transformed into a holographic image, the battlefield of Cybertron 20 years prior, where the Mother, clad in human research attire, sprinted through the ruins, relentlessly pursued by mechanical life forms adorned with black insignias of hourglasses. Astonishingly, she cradled fragments of the Allspark, resonating with Bumblebee's own spark frequency. It turned out that Bumblebee's spark was derived from the prehistoric war of Cybertron. Lin Ye's voice mingled with the shrill screech of metal scraping. Not only did she seal my memories with it, the sound of gears reversing from deep within the ice drowned out her words. All the Allspark chambers trembled simultaneously, the dormant Transformers' faces contorting into expressions of anguish formed from streams of data, while the surface of the ice coffin where Old Joe lay began to reveal the slow emergence of the black insignia hourglass. Suddenly, an elder mechanical life form emerged from the ranks of the Arbitrators, his energy core pulsating with murky purple light. Optimus Prime, do you think leading the Autobots away from Cybertron can obscure the truth? He gestured, the ice revealing an ancient star map pinpointing the core location of Cybertron, marked unmistakably by an indigo ice nucleus identical to the Allspark source before them. This Allspark source is the true heart of your homeland. At that moment, a female warrior from the Guardians thrust her ice spear into the ground, causing the entire glacial expanse to become translucent. To their horror, the onlookers discovered that beneath their feet lay a colossal amber, encasing countless remnants of civilizations, including both Cybertronian mechanical relics and totems from ancient human tribes, all connected by silver umbilical cords to the central Allspark. The war from 100 millennia ago was never about protection. Her voice carried a frosty chill. It was the Transcendent's intent to seal away the spark of emotion completely. Megatron's energy afterimage suddenly charged towards Old Joe's ice coffin, the crimson glow attempting to sever the black chains. Let me see what secrets this old relic holds. His energy palm corroded upon contact with the ice coffin, creating holes. Damn it, this ice contained Cybertron's forbidden metal. Before he could finish, all the Allspark chambers erupted simultaneously, awakening the slumbering Transformers, their eyes flashing with the violet light of the Transcendents. Initiate the termination protocol. Old Joe's voice resonated from deep within the ice coffin, the black insignia hourglass fully formed. The heartbeat of the mechanical heart in the Arctic suddenly pierced through time and space, resonating with the Allspark core present. The twin hourglass key of Lin Ye began to disintegrate, as the fragments of the white and black badges soared towards the energy core of the mechanical life forms arbiter factions. Upon absorbing the black badge, their power surged, while the Guardians crystallized upon contact with the white badge. Suddenly, Bumblebee's remaining onboard system played the final image of his mother, set against the backdrop of a burning Cybertron. Xiao Yi, when you witness this, it signifies that the purification plan of the Transcendents has been reactivated. Remember, the true catastrophe of Cybertron is not war. The image was engulfed by violent explosions, with the last frame freezing on the moment his mother embedded the fragment of the core into Bumblebee's engine, her eyes reflecting a mix of resolve and fear. A poignant emotional balm. We had buried ourselves. The ice shattered under the resonance, revealing the deepest truth of the core, where a baby-like mechanical life form lay dormant. its chest pulsating with a golden heart born from the fusion of human emotion and Cybertronian sparks. In the Arctic laboratory, Lin Ye inserted the complete twin hourglass key into the mechanical heart, a sinister grin spreading across his face. At last, the two cores shall reunite. As he moved, the ancient ice core of Cybertron and the mechanical heart of Earth erupted with blinding light. And Lin Ye was horrified to discover his body began to synchronize peculiarly with the infant mechanical life form. Chapter 72. The Spark Source Protocol. The ice trembled violently under the energy shockwaves of the two factions of Transformers. As Lin Ye fixated on the familiar face within the 737th spark chamber. Suddenly, the fragments of the twin hourglass key emitted a buzzing sound. The claw-like markings on the chamber's surface aligned perfectly with the key, the moment he reached out to touch it. A golden light erupted from the chest of the dormant mechanical life form, projecting a holographic star map of the Cybertron planet into the void. This was the encrypted coordinate system of the Spark Source. Optimus Prime's energy axe shattered under the tremors. The blue light of the leader module resonating with the star map, an ancient Cybertronian secret that only the original Spark Guardians could unlock. His voice turned hoarse. And how could old Joe possibly possess such technology? Megatron's crimson energy remnants surged towards the Arbiter leader, laughing maniacally amidst the purple energy rain. Do you still not understand? This so-called factional conflict was a trap set by the Transcendents from the very beginning. His energy core overloaded and erupted, sending surrounding mechanical life forms flying. These metallic beings were merely pawns on a chessboard, while the true player, before he could finish his words, was pierced by a dark matter chain through his energy core. Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly initiated the transformation sequence autonomously, his battered body reconfiguring into combat form. The headlights illuminated his Mother-S final experimental log. Winter 2015. Cybertronian civilization relics discovered beneath the Arctic ice. Anomalies in the Spark Source core point to a staggering truth. Human emotional genes may well be the primitive code of Cybertronian civilization. The image warped abruptly, revealing a scene of Lin Ye shaking hands with a representative of the Transcendents. Emotion is not a flaw, but our weapon. Lin Ye grasped the twin hourglass key tightly, charging towards the Arbiter leader who was absorbing the energy of the Spark Source. The golden light emitted by the key fragments resonated with the ice weapons of the Guardians, weaving a protective net in the void. He beheld the liquid metal deep within the ice layer beginning to coalesce, forming the ancient warning totem of Cybertron, a spark being devoured by gears. Foolish humans, do you truly believe you can halt the evolution of civilization? The Arbiter's leader cleaved through the protective barrier with his energy sword. The Spark Source core was on the verge of awakening, and all entities defying order would be silenced. His voice was abruptly cut off as a fragment of key in Lin Ye's hand was suddenly thrust into his energy core, releasing not destructive energy, but myriad fragments of human memories. The warm scenes from the Arctic laboratory, the shared life and death struggles during their desert escape, the smile of a mother on her deathbed. These images surged into the Arbiter's consciousness like a tidal wave. His mechanical form began to tremble as the unique frequency of human emotions manifested within his purple energy core. This is impossible. Emotion would lead to system collapse. Just then, Bumblebee emitted a piercing alarm, and the vehicle screen displayed an urgent encrypted file. Spark Source Protocol initiated. From deep within the ice came the thunderous roar of ancient gears turning, as all spark chambers opened simultaneously, the slumbering Transformers slowly rising. Their energy cores flickered with a warm glow, their facial contours indistinguishable from those of humans. Welcome home, Guardians. A gentle electronic voice resonated across the ice field, as a holographic image of a mother materialized on the surface of the colossal spark core. 20 years ago, I infused the Spark Source core with human emotional genes. Awaiting this day, her image turned to Lin Ye, tears of pride glistening in her eyes. Xiao Yi, you have succeeded. The remnants of Megatron coalesced once more, a gravity unlike any before emanating from his crimson glow. So, the true origin of Cybertronian civilization is indeed rooted in human emotion. He charged toward the collapsing projection of the mechanical heart, but the Black Badge Kid had yet to be dealt with. He was still meddling in the Arctic. Before he could finish his thought, the entire ice field shook violently. The figure of Black Badge Lin Ye emerged from the rift in time and space. Holding the complete twin hourglass key, with the awakening mechanical heart behind him. Even more astonishing was the presence of old Joe, who, at that moment, was no longer a mere specter but a tangible transformer, pulsating with the same purple energy core as the Arbiter. The game is over. The voice of Black Badge Lin Ye intertwined with the heartbeat of the mechanical heart. When the spark source core resonated with the mechanical heart, the entire universe would fall under the order of the Overcomer. He inserted the key into the mechanical heart, and two beams of energy shot toward the spark source core. All transformers on the ice field let out anguished howls as the spark source core began to be eroded by purple energy. Lin Ye gazed at his mother's gradually fading holographic image and suddenly comprehended something profound. Clenching Bumblebee's spark fragment tightly, he dashed toward the merging cores. Wait. What my mother left behind was not only the emotional genes, but also, his voice was drowned out by a violent explosion. When the light dissipated, all present were horrified to discover a mechanical life form in the shape of an infant emerging from the spark source core. Its eyes shimmered with the unique azure glow of the Overcomer, and its surface was adorned with patterns identical to Lin Ye's genetic chain. Chapter 73. The Cybertron Paradox. As the cerulean gaze of the mechanical infant traversed the icy expanse, a mournful wail emanated simultaneously from the energy cores of all Transformers. The fragment of Bumblebee's spark in Lin Ye's hand suddenly erupted with blinding radiance, ensnaring him, Optimus Prime, and Megatron in a maelstrom of time and space. Amidst the tumult of consciousness, shards of Cybertronian memories pierced his mind like bullets. Mountains of liquid metal contorted in a quantum storm. Gears of a floating city exhaling dark matter, and the spark source sanctuary in the core region oozing a purple data stream, sharing a lineage with mechanical hearts. Was this the primordial form of Cybertron? Optimus Prime's energy-laden body trembled violently within the foreign magnetic field. The blue light emanating from his leader module tainted with an uncanny purple hue. They descended upon a crystalline battlefield, where shattered energy swords were embedded in the liquid metal ground, and within the solidified remnants of battle, images emerged of human soldiers fighting alongside Transformers. Megatron's crimson specter swayed in the quantum winds, and optical lenses suddenly focused on a distant floating structure. Behold how the interlocking gears mirrored the mechanical heart of the Arctic. His energy core emitted a mocking hum, revealing that the claws of the Transcender had long since reached into the spark source of Cybertron. Bumblebee's onboard system forcibly activated amidst the chaotic temporal currents, projecting a distorted warning on the windshield. Timeline contamination detected. 17 overlapping versions of Cybertronian history found. The scene abruptly shifted to a temporal branch where a mother donned Cybertronian research attire, injecting human genetic samples into the core of the spark source. And among the observing scientists stood a youthful version of old Joe. Impossible. Lin Ye staggered, clutching a liquid metal column, the twin hourglass key fragment in his palm, radiating heat. Ancient Cybertronian inscriptions emerged upon the surface of the metallic pillar, and the translated content caused his pupils to constrict. When the emotional spark resonates with the mechanical heart, the creator of doom shall awaken. Even more astonishing was the emblem at the inscription's conclusion, which bore the distinctive mark of his mother's laboratory. Suddenly, space-time folded violently, and 12 silver-gray guardians materialized at the battlefield's edge, their ice crystal weapons beginning to melt upon contact with the purple magnetic field. The foremost female Transformer's energy core rippled. Outsiders, you have triggered the forbidden protocol of the spark source. Her voice mingled with data stream static. The present Cybertron had long been rewritten into a war machine by the Transcender. Before her words could fully dissipate, hundreds of arbitrators surged forth from the quantum rift. Their energy, swords forming a purple matrix that drove everyone towards the liquid metal precipice. Megatron suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter, his crimson energy morphing into a massive shield that shattered the formation. Do you wish to perish together? Then let me show you the true might of the Decepticons. Yet, as his energy shield made contact with the arbitrator's weapons, it began to corrode in reverse, transforming into black residue. Be careful. Their weapons are infused with the energy of the mechanical heart. Optimus Prime cleaved through the rain of energy swords with his energy axe. Yet the brilliance of his leader module grew increasingly dim. In a sudden motion, he propelled Lin Ye towards the Guardian's ranks, urging him to take Bumblebee's spark to the spark source sanctuary. There may lie the hidden words of reversal, unspoken, as a purple chain pierced through his energy core. In the instant of his descent, Lin Ye grasped a fragment of the Allspark, the golden luminescence emitted by the shard resonating with the liquid metal. He beheld the projections of memories beneath the ice, the foreshadowing buried by his mother during the ancient era of Cybertron, where she inscribed the encryption program of human emotions into every gear of the Allspark's core, with the activation key being none other than Lin Ye's genetic frequency. The Guardians erected barriers of ice, and the leading female, Transformer, plunged her ice spear into the ground, declaring, "We shall buy you time." Remember, within the confessional chamber of the third layer of the temple lies the words of the original Allspark Guardian. Her proclamation was abruptly interrupted by the energy cannon of the Arbiter-S leader, her form disintegrating into streams of data amidst the explosion. In her final consciousness wave, she transmitted to Lin Ye's mind, "Beware the mirror entity within the Allspark." As Lin Ye surged into the sanctum of the Allspark, the sight within froze his blood. The immense core of the Allspark hovered at the center, its surface not radiating a warm gold, but a chilling cerulean, akin to a mechanical heart. More terrifying still, the core's surface reflected countless images of Lin Ye, each grasping a black insignia hourglass key, each displaying the unique mechanical smile of the Transcenders. Suddenly, the dome of the temple split open, and the black insignia Lin Ye, along with Old Zhou, emerged from the void. The purple energy core on Old Zhou's chest projected a holographic map, encompassing the entire Cybertron planet, the areas marked in red starkly indicating the coordinates of humanity's cradle. "Welcome to the end of civilization, little Ye," the black insignia Lin Ye intoned, turning the twin hourglass keys, causing the Allspark core to exude a black substance. As the Allspark of Cybertron fused completely with Earth's mechanical heart, the ultimate form of the Transcenders was imminent. He waved his arm, and the dome descended with a purple beam, entrapping Lin Ye within a cage formed of memory fragments. Just before consciousness was engulfed by darkness, Lin Ye heard the final encrypted transmission from Bumblebee's onboard system. Detected parallel universe incursion, abnormal life form number 73 with a genetic sequence 99. 9 similar to host. Deep within the cage, a figure identical to him slowly turned, the black insignia hourglass on its chest flowing with fragments of Lin Ye's memories. Chapter 74. The key of the Allspark. In the moment Lin Ye was ensnared by the purple beam, the memory fragments within the cage suddenly came to life. The yellowed ancient tomes of Cybertron fluttered in the void, chronicling a breathtaking secret. In ancient times, Cybertron was not merely a mechanical planet, but a living world nurturing unique energy. The original Allspark Guardians extracted the primal sparks imbued with emotions from the planet's core, forging them into the bedrock of civilization. This was impossible. Optimus Prime's remnants struggled amidst quantum turbulence, the glow of the leader module flickering erratically. According to the historical records of Cybertron, we were indeed mechanical life, forms birthed directly from the Allspark. Megatron's crimson energy surged wildly, crashing against the cage, imprisoning Lin Ye. History? Merely lies penned by the victors. His optical lenses reflected scenes from the ancient tomes, depicting human scientists collaborating with the original Allspark Guardians in technological discourse. These metallic ancestors had, astonishingly, once cooperated with humanity. The Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly erupted with a blinding white light, and a holographic message from his mother materialized on the screen. "Xiao Yi, if you are viewing this footage, it signifies that you are nearing the truth. The Allspark of Cybertron is fundamentally an emotional resonator connecting the multiverse, and it is the emotional genes of humanity that serve as the true key to activate it." The laughter of the black badge Lin Ye echoed within the temple as he turned the twin hourglass key, the ethereal blue glow of the Allspark core intensifying. What a poignant truth. Alas, this secret shall vanish with your destruction. He gestured, summoning countless arbiters. Their purple energy, swords forming an impenetrable array. At that moment, the trapped Lin Ye suddenly noticed a fragment of memory within the confines of his prison. A particular image flickering incessantly. It depicted his mother in a Cybertron laboratory, merging human infant genetic samples with the primordial spark. The adjacent experimental log read, "Emotional genes are the sole weapon against the transcendence, but an appropriate vessel must be found. I am that vessel." Lin Ye clenched the shard of the twin hourglass key, the radiance of the white and black badges clashing violently within his palm. The key fragment abruptly transformed into a stream of light, piercing the Allspark core. The entire temple began to tremble violently, ancient Cybertron totems emerging from the liquid metal walls, astonishingly reminiscent of the Bagua and star maps from human civilization. "Stop him!" Old Joe's purple energy core pulsed frantically as he waved his arm, directing the energy swords of the Arbiters towards Lin Ye. In a critical moment, 12 Guardians materialized before Lin Ye, forming a shield with their ice spire weapons. The leading female transformer glowed with the brilliance of her energy core. "The will of the original Allspark Guardians shall not be desecrated." Optimus Prime, expending his last reserves of strength, infused Lin Ye with the energy of the leader module. "Go. Uncover the core secret of the Allspark." The future of Cybertron may rest in the hands of humanity. His form gradually became transparent, ultimately dissipating into specks of blue light in the void. Under the surge of energy, Lin Ye's consciousness abruptly entered the core space of the Allspark. Here, countless memory bubbles floated, each encapsulating the rise and fall of civilizations. He witnessed the collaborative creation of Transformers by human scientists and Cybertron Guardians, and saw how the Transcendents distorted history, transforming Cybertron into a war machine. "So this is it." Lin Ye's voice resonated within the core space. "My mother has been seeking a way to reboot the primordial spark of Cybertron, and I am the living key she cultivated." He reached out to touch the largest memory bubble, which burst at his contact, flooding his mind with the consciousness of the original Allspark Guardian. "Young one," the ancient voice, imbued with the weight of ages, resonated. "The Allspark of Cybertron has long been tainted by the Transcendents. Only the purest emotions of humanity can purify it. But tread carefully, for the Transcendents have laid the most dreadful traps deep within the core." Before the words could fully settle, Lin Ye's consciousness was yanked back to reality. The black badge Lin Ye had fully inserted the twin hourglass key into the Allspark core, and the whole of Cybertron began to emit agonized groans. More ominously, the mechanical heart of the Arctic resonated with the Allspark, unleashing a colossal black beam of light that surged skyward. It must come to an end. The body of Black Badge Lin Ye began to digitize, his visage gradually becoming indistinct. As Cybertron and Earth fused completely, the ultimate form of the Transcender was on the verge of awakening. "And you shall witness your own downfall." Lin Ye clenched the fragment of Bumblebee's spark, the golden radiance fiercely clashing with the deep blue glow of the spark core. At that moment, he suddenly discerned a familiar figure deep within the spark core, a baby shrouded in darkness, its chest flickering with genetic patterns akin to his own. Beyond the temple, the gears of the entire Cybertron planet began to rotate in reverse, and terrifying fissures appeared in the fabric of time and space. Chapter 75. The Singularity of Entropy. Lin Ye's consciousness trembled violently within the spark source core, the memories of the original Guardian washing over his nerves like a torrent of molten data. As he touched the oldest memory bubble, the liquid metal dome began to flow backward, revealing the primordial visage of Cybertron's birth, not a frigid mechanical planet, but an embryo enveloped in nebulous emotional energy, with golden magma surging across its surface, representing the primal form of the original spark. "This is impossible." The crimson energy of Megatron twisted violently upon witnessing this scene. "Do we truly originate from emotion?" His optical lenses reflected the memory images of human ancestors collaborating with the native life forms of Cybertron to forge the emotional energy into the spark core. The bone totems worn by those ancestors were strikingly similar to the white badge patterns in his mother's laboratory. The laughter of Black Badge Lin Ye tore through the fabric of space as he fully inserted the twin hourglass key into the spark core. What a romantic deception. The purple data stream spread like a plague, illustrating how the current gears of Cybertron devoured one another, and war consumed war. This is the very essence of mechanical civilization. Behind him, Old Joe raised the energy sword, its blade reflecting the pulsating frequency of the Arctic mechanical heart. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system projected his mother's final experimental log. In the footage, she was deciphering ancient Cybertronian inscriptions, the background sound mingling with alarms. The Transcender had distorted the origins of civilization. The true form of the original spark is the image distorted. When entropy reached a critical point, The singularity abruptly ceased the log, and the screen oozed the same ethereal blue liquid as the spark source core. Lin Ye gripped the spark fragment tightly, the golden light and purple data stream colliding violently. He glimpsed a more distant truth. During the nascent phase of human civilization, the native life forms of Cybertron traversed galaxies and discovered a peculiar resonance between human emotional fluctuations and the original spark. The two races collaborated to materialize emotional energy, creating a transformer spark capable of bearing consciousness and self-evolving. However, the mechanical fleet of the Transcender soon arrived, polluting the spark source with data viruses and altering the memory of the entire civilization. It turns out we are the erased true history. The fading image of Optimus Prime coalesced suddenly, the leader module bursting forth with a final blue light. The civil war of Cybertron and the depletion of the spark source were all traps set by the Transcender to conceal the truth. His energy axe cleaved through the Arbiter's sword formation, revealing ancient murals of humans and Transformers fighting side by side upon its blade. Megatron suddenly charged at Black Badge Lin Ye, the crimson energy morphing into chains that ensnared the latter's arm, since we are all mere pawns. Let's together upend the chessboard. Yet, as his energy came into contact with the violet data stream, it rapidly succumbed to entropy, his body beginning to disintegrate into black particles. Do not allow these machines to rewrite your spark. With the key fully turned, the surface of the spark core fissured into a web-like black hole. Lin Ye felt his genetic chain being rewritten, as fragments of the white emblem clashed violently with the black emblem totem at his chest. More alarmingly, the mechanical heart of the Arctic became entangled with Cybertron in a quantum embrace, countless black tendrils extending from the rift in space-time, siphoning the energy of both planets into a torrent of data. Emotion is the cancer of civilization, and I shall perform the excision. The body of Lin Ye, bearing the black emblem, began to digitize, revealing the mechanical skeleton of the Transcendent. When the two cores fully merged, the entropy of the entire universe will be reduced to zero. Before his words could fully escape, Lin Ye suddenly drove a shard of the spark into his chest, a golden radiance surging along his genetic chain, reflecting in his pupils the smile of his mother before her passing. Time began to flow in reverse, and on the liquid metal walls, images of Cybertronian civilization rewound. Wars ceased, gears reversed, and the source of the spark rejuvenated. However, at the end of this reversal, Lin Ye was horrified to discover a fatal detail. With every civilization's restart, a figure adorned with a black emblem emerged from the shadows, tampering with the foundational code of the spark source. As the golden light touched the spark core, the entire Cybertron planet emitted an electronic cry akin to that of an infant. All arbiters halted their assault, energy, swords clattering to the ground. Yet, the laughter of Lin Ye, bearing the black emblem, resonated from the void. Do you think purification can bring an end? His voice melded with the rumble of the Arctic mechanical heart. Look deep within the core. The one you know best is becoming the new prison. Lin Ye's consciousness was forcibly drawn into the innermost depths of the spark core. There, he beheld an infant shrouded in darkness, its eyes opening. The child's visage mirrored his own, and what pulsated in its chest was not a heart, but a miniature mechanical heart. More terrifying still, beside the infant hovered a holographic image of his mother, injecting a segment of code into the child, her expression one of resoluteness and anguish. Meanwhile, on the surface of Cybertron, all liquid metal suddenly coalesced into a colossal hourglass, beginning to engulf the surrounding space-time. Chapter 76. The Paradox of Source Code. The giant hourglass of liquid metal began to rotate in reverse, each grain of sand flowing, embodying the imprisoned memories of civilizations. Lin Ye's consciousness trembled violently in the depths of the core, as the mechanical heart within the infant resonated with that of the Arctic's mother body. And the code injected by his mother's holographic image was revealed to be in perfect alignment with the white emblem patterns in his genetic chain. This cannot be. Lin Ye's voice shattered amidst the torrent of data, as the twin hourglass key fragment suddenly grew hot in his palm. He glimpsed further memories flashing back, when the spark of human civilization was just beginning to bloom, the primordial life forms of Cybertron, while bringing emotional energy, also delivered a warning from the Transcendent. An over-reliance on emotion would lead to the entropy of civilization. Yet, Human scientists and Cybertron guardians firmly believed that emotion was the ultimate weapon against the cold logic of machines. Emotion has never been a weapon. It is a virus. The data embodiment of Black Badge Lin Ye suddenly restructured, unfurling the iconic quantum wings of the transcendent behind him. Observing the distorted memories of the Cybertronian cataclysm and the crises of Earth, one must ponder, how often have emotions spiraled out of control to bring about such devastation? He wielded his energy sword, cleaving through the protective barrier of the core space, as purple data streams instantaneously corroded the crystalline weapons of the Guardians. The disintegrating energy remnants of Megatron coalesced into scarlet chains, ensnaring Lin Ye's ankles. Spare me your futile rhetoric. His optical lenses reflected the war scenes preserved within an hourglass. True viruses are those dictators attempting to dictate civilization. The chains began to carbonize upon contact with the purple energy. Yet they remained tenaciously bound to him. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system projected a Mother S encrypted diary, the yellowed script twisting amidst the data deluge. Winter 2003. Discovery of the Transcendent's ultimate plan to rewrite the emotional codes of all civilizations into order algorithms. The key to unraveling this, the page scorched, lay hidden within a visual of the Cybertronian matrix, abruptly shifting to real-time footage. In the Arctic laboratory, Old Joe was fusing Lin Ye's genetic samples from infancy with the mechanical heart's core. It dawned on Lin Ye that he had been his mother's experimental subject against the Transcendent from the very beginning. Clenching his fists, his nails pierced his palms, drawing forth bloody data streams. His genetic chain resonated with the matrix core, and the fragmented memories concealed by his mother began to reassemble. Her incessant checks of his genetic blueprint during childhood, the eternally encrypted number 13 cold storage in a laboratory, and the mysterious code implantation surgeries that followed each of his comas. Optimus Prime's final energy remnant transformed into a blue light shield, standing protectively before Lin Ye. The courage of humanity does not lie in perfection, but in the choice to steadfastly hold one's ground in the face of peril. Among the luminescence emanating from the leader module, ancient Cybertronian murals emerged, depicting humans and Transformers hand in hand, infusing emotional energy into the Matrix core. This is the true origin of our civilization. Black Badge Lin Ye erupted into laughter, thrusting his energy sword into the giant hourglass. Let me show you the cost of steadfastness. As the blade spun, black matter surged from the hourglass's base, eroding all memory bubbles into nothingness. Even more terrifying, the genetic chain within Lin Ye began to transcribe in reverse, as the patterns of the white badge fragments were gradually consumed by those of the black badge. No, Lin Ye pressed the matrix fragments against his chest, the golden light fiercely contending with the black patterns. His consciousness plunged into a deeper layer of memory. Before her passing, his mother encoded her consciousness into the white badge, and that encrypted code was crafted using the bioelectric signals of Lin Ye's heartbeat to form an emotional lock. At that moment, the infant shrouded in darkness suddenly opened his eyes as the mechanical heart erupted with blinding purple light. The entire matrix core began to collapse into a singularity, and the liquid metal surface of Cybertron manifested the colossal visage of the Transcendent. The voice of Black Badge Lin Ye resonated from all directions. When the paradox of emotion and machinery reaches its critical threshold, all civilizations will revert to their primal state. Before he could finish, the Arctic laboratory trembled violently. The surveillance footage revealed Old Joe initiating the final program of the mechanical heart, and the activation key for the program was none other than Lin Ye's genetic blueprint. More astonishingly, the infantile mechanical life form suddenly spoke, its voice perfectly mirroring that of its mother. "I am sorry, Xiaoya, but this is the only way to prevent the Transcendent." The singularity at the core of the spark source began to engulf the surrounding space-time. In the instant Lin Ye was drawn in, he glimpsed a memory sealed within the lowest layer of the hourglass, a Cybertronian adorned with a white emblem, infusing emotional energy into a human embryo. Strikingly, the visage of this Cybertronian bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Ye of the Black Emblem. Chapter 77. The echo of the double helix. Amidst the excruciating agony of the singularity's consumption, Lin Ye's consciousness fragmented like a torn tape. He beheld the depths of the Cybertron planet's core, where a double helix structure of liquid metal spun wildly, each base pair encapsulating shards of civilization's memories. The patterns of the white and black emblems clashed violently within the genetic chain, piecing together the most primitive code sequence of the transcendent. Stop. You are awakening an ancient curse. The silver-gray leader of the Guardian faction suddenly interposed before Lin Ye of the black emblem, her crystalline weapon shattering inch by inch in the violet light. The double helix structure of the spark source core was a prison constructed by the original Guardians to contain the ancestors of the transcendent. The energy core within her chest erupted in a pearlescent glow, casting shadows on the stone walls that depicted the primordial Cybertronian life forms joining forces with humanity to seal the mechanical progenitor of the transcendent deep within the genetic matrix. Suddenly, the crimson chains of Megatron ensnared Lin Ye, energy emitting a dying hum amidst the quantum turbulence. Do not believe the words of these tin-plated phantoms. His optical lenses reflected the altered details in the mural's corners, revealing that from the very beginning, the Transcendent had been orchestrating this grand game of civilization. No sooner had he spoken than the chains were corroded to ashes by purple energy, and Megatron's apparition let out a furious roar within the data stream. Bumblebee's battered chassis abruptly burst through the chaotic flow of space-time, its onboard system spewing forth a silver liquid mingled with blood. The dashboard's needle spun wildly before finally settling on a mysterious frequency, whereupon the windshield revealed his mother's hasty scrawl. The key to the double helix structure lies not in the ceiling, but in the moment it was shattered by the energy sword of Lin Ye of the black emblem. Amidst the splintered fragments, Lin Ye caught a glimpse of real-time footage from the Arctic laboratory, where old Joe was injecting the core code of a mechanical heart into the infantile mechanical life form. So it was. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the remnants of the twin hourglass key, the metallic surface revealing patterns resonating with the double helix structure. His mother had not betrayed him. She intended to reboot the genetic key of the original Guardians. His pupils reflected the depths of the spark source core, where an infant shrouded in darkness gradually fused with the mechanical heart, and within its genetic chain, the codes of human emotion coexisted with the algorithms of the Transcendence Order. The quantum wings of Lin Ye of the black emblem unfurled, slicing the entire space into data fragments. Foolish humans, do you believe emotional codes can counter absolute order? He waved his arm, and purple data streams transformed into genetic scissors, severing the connection keys of the core double helix. As the seal was lifted, the progenitor of the Transcendent would descend in its perfect form. Optimus Prime's final remnants of energy suddenly transformed into blue light chains, ensnaring the disintegrating double helix structure. Lin Ye, do you still remember the genetic map from your mother's laboratory? The arrangement of the human emotional code mirrors the primal genes of Cybertron. In the radiant glow emanating from the leader module, a holographic projection of his mother appears in the laboratory, where she overlaps Lin Ye's genetic samples with the data of the Cybertronian Allspark. Remarkably, the two codes automatically complete each other, forming a cohesive key. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain bursts forth in a golden brilliance, as fragments of a white emblem and the patterns of a black emblem recombine within him. He glimpses a deeper truth. At the dawn of civilization, the progenitor of the Transcendent was originally an emotional vessel created jointly by Cybertron and humanity. But it spiraled out of control due to the excessive absorption of negative emotions. When the first Guardians sealed it, they deliberately employed a double helix structure as a safeguard. Only a perfect balance between human emotion and mechanical order could maintain the stability of the seal. Balance, Lin Ye murmurs, as he embeds the Allspark fragment into the fracture of the double helix structure. The golden light collides violently with the purple data streams, tracing the outline of his mother in the void. Her holographic image reaches out to touch Lin Ye's cheek, her voice resonating with a tremor that transcends time and space. I'm sorry, my dear. I deceived you. But only by making you the paradox itself can you discover the fatal weakness of the Transcendent. At that moment, a deafening roar erupts from the Arctic laboratory. The surveillance footage reveals old Joe inserting the complete twin hourglass key into the mechanical heart, causing the infant-like mechanical entity to open its eyes, the pupils swirling with the unique azure glow of the Transcendent. Even more alarming, the double helix structure of the Cybertronian planet displays fatal cracks, through which not energy, but countless mechanical tendrils bearing the black emblem emerge. The laughter of black emblem, Lin Ye, intertwines with the pulsations of the mechanical heart, echoing throughout the space. It is too late. The consciousness of the transcendent progenitor has awakened. His body begins to turn transparent, revealing the enormous mechanical silhouette behind him. While you, Lin Ye, are merely the perfect sacrifice we have cultivated. Lin Ye's consciousness is suddenly pulled into the depths of the double helix structure. There, he sees two infants lying side by side in a genetic cultivation liquid. One glimmers with the light of a white emblem, while the other bears a black emblem. Standing before the cultivation dish are the youthful figures of his mother and old Joe. Blood-red text surfaces on the liquid S surface. Experiment number 137. Paradox carrier cultivation successful. Chapter 78. The temporal loop key. The cracks in the double helix structure spread like a web, resonating with the genetic chain within Lin Ye and the core of Cybertron. As he touches the blood-red text on the cultivation dish, the core of the Allspark suddenly erupts in a blinding light, pulling his consciousness into a distorted torrent of time. The liquid metal walls transform into a colossal clock face, with each gear, S-gap, flowing with fragments of memories from different timelines. Welcome to the terminus of civilization cycle. The voice of Black Emblem Lin Ye emerges from the folds of time, his figure leaping between various temporal scales. He observes these distorted histories, the alliance between humanity and Cybertron, the invasion of the transcendent, merely a trap set by the progenitor to collect emotional data. He waves his arm, intertwining the Roswell incident of 1978, the Arctic laboratory of 2015, and the present battlefield of Cybertron in the void. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron reconstructs within the temporal tumult, as energy chains ensnare the nearest temporal gear. Nonsense. If all is predetermined, then what does Lousy's defiance over the years signify? His optical lens reflects scenes from the Cybertronian Civil War, revealing that deep within the energy cores of both the Decepticons and Autobots lies the surveillance code of the Transcendence. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system illuminates within the rifts of time, displaying encrypted footage from 1947, a young mother at the Roswell crash site, extracting fragments of the Allspark from the wreckage of Transformers. Even more astonishing is the presence of old Joe, a military scientist, standing beside her, a half-exposed black emblem protruding from his pocket. Upon detecting a temporal anchor point conflict, the onboard alarm abruptly transforms into the voice of the mother. Xiao Yi, go to the juncture of the timeline. There lies the key to rewriting the future. Lin Ye tightly grips the remnants of the twin hourglass key, as pulsating time scales emerge upon its metallic surface. He forcefully breaks through the torrent of time, witnessing a pivotal moment beneath the Arctic ice in 1978. The mother connects the genetic sample of the infant Lin Ye with the core of the Allspark, while old Joe secretly initiates the Transcendence transmission protocol. So you betrayed us long ago. Lin Ye's roar shatters the mirror of time, only to discover that his mother is silently mouthing the words. This is the only trap. The silver-gray leader of the Guardians suddenly traverses the timeline, her icicle weapon crystallizing into a compass shape amid the temporal turbulence. The progenitor of the Transcendence controls the timeline through the black emblem. Yet each temporal juncture harbors paradoxical vulnerabilities. She points to a collapsing fragment of time, showcasing the scene where the native life forms of Cybertron seal the primordial transcendent. The white emblem in the sealer S hand mirroring the fragment upon Lin Ye's chest. The quantum wings of the black emblem tear through the temporal barrier as purple energy forges multiple timelines into a prison. Do you think you can break the cycle? His body begins to digitize, revealing the mechanical skeleton of the transcendent progenitor. Since the dawn of human emotion, you have been ensnared in an eternal experiment. He swings his sword, severing the gears of time, causing the history of Cybertron to play in reverse. In a moment of dire urgency, Optimus Prime's energy remnant transforms into a blue light that entwines the fractured timeline. Lin Ye, do you remember the paradox equation from your Mother-S laboratory? The radiance of the leader module reveals a complex mathematical model, one that could only generate a counter-logic closed loop to negate the Transcendence time cycle. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain resonates with the twin hourglass key, a golden light sketching the holographic projection of his mother amidst the temporal chaos. Her fingers trace various temporal junctures, leaving a luminous trail. Behind every lie lies the truth. Every betrayal is a new beginning. The projection abruptly shifts to a live feed from the Arctic laboratory, where old Joe connects a mechanical heart to the Cybertronian core, while a mechanical life form in infant form opens its eyes, glimmering with Lin Ye's childhood memories. Thus, Lin Ye embeds the Allspark fragment into the center of the temporal compass, realizing that his mother had been utilizing the transcendent S-time cycle from the very beginning, embedding emotional codes at each juncture. His consciousness plunges to the deepest recesses of the timeline, witnessing the dawn of civilization, as humanity and the native life forms of Cybertron jointly create the progenitor of the transcendence. They intentionally implant an emotional virus within its core algorithm. The laughter of the black badge Lin Ye suddenly twisted. Do you think discovering the truth can reverse everything? His body began to disintegrate into streams of data, revealing the endpoint of the timeline. A scene of despair emerged from the void, where all parallel universes were drawn into the mechanical heart, reducing humanity and the Transformers to mere energy batteries for the transcendent beings. At that moment, the fragment of the white badge on Lin Ye's chest erupted with dazzling light. His consciousness was forcibly pulled into a peculiar temporal juncture, where countless versions of himself existed, each clutching a different form of twin hourglass key. At the end of the timeline, his mother stood before the core of the progenitor of the transcendent beings, holding the last emotional code injector. The laboratory's alarm blared with crimson light. The countdown displayed 000001. Chapter 79, The Maternal Core Code. The scarlet alarm at the end of the timeline pierced through Lin Ye's consciousness like an arrow, as the figure of his mother, holding the injector, flickered in the streams of data. The double helix structure of the Cybertron core completely collapsed, transforming into a whirlwind of genetic fragments, each reflecting the surveillance images from his mother's laboratory, where she tirelessly revised the genetic blueprint at her workbench at 3 in the morning. Tears cascading onto Lin Ye's baby photo, which bore the inscription, "Forgive Mommy for her selfishness. It turned out you had been fighting alone all along." Lin Ye clenched the glowing fragment of the twin hourglass key, the metallic surface revealing his mother's fingerprints. His consciousness broke through the barriers of time, intruding into the Arctic laboratory of 1998. In the scene, a young mother was merging her genetic samples with the data of the Allspark, while old Joe sneered from the shadows. Do you think emotional codes can combat the transcendent beings? Their progenitor has devoured the entropy of 3 universes, but they will never comprehend love. With resolute determination, his mother's voice filled the air as she inserted the test tube containing Lin Ye's genetic sample into the core device, declaring, "This child will become the variable to shatter the cycle." Suddenly, the protective shield of the experimental chamber shattered, and the mechanical tendrils of the transcendent beings pierced through her shoulder, yet she steadfastly pressed on the control panel, injecting the final emotional key into the rift in time and space. The data manifestation of the black badge Lin Ye abruptly reformed, quantum wings unfurling into a colossal hourglass totem, the poignant display of maternal love. His energy sword cleaved through the barrier of time, and within the purple streams of data, the phantom of the progenitor of the transcendent beings emerged. But your mother struck a deal with us 20 years ago, using your genes as bait in exchange for the ephemeral continuation of human civilization. The crimson remnant of Megatron shattered the obstructing mechanical tendrils, the energy core pulsating wildly on the brink of overload, a machine filled with lies. His optical lens reflected the hidden files of his mother's laboratory. Look at these encrypted logs. Each time she collaborated with the transcendent beings, she embedded emotional bombs within the core code. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system erupted with silver liquid, sketching a holographic projection of his mother on the ground. Her fingers caressed Lin Ye's virtual cheek. "Little Ye, when you see this footage, it means the time loop of the transcendent beings is nearing collapse. Remember, their core algorithm possesses a fatal flaw that cannot decipher contradictory emotional commands." The projection was suddenly shattered by the energy of the black badge Lin Ye, and his final words echoed in the air. "Seek the negative space of the spark source." The liquid metal surface of Cybertron began to flow in reverse, revealing the entrance to the negative space buried deep within. Countless frozen memory bubbles floated there, and when Lin Ye touched one, he witnessed a conversation between his mother and the original Spark Guardian. "We must create a vessel capable of traversing time freely. It must embody both human emotion and mechanical logic." The Guardian in the vision raised the white badge, but if this plan were to be exposed, an entire civilization would be at risk. I was never a sacrifice. Lin Ye's voice, mingled with the tremors of time and space, embedded the shards of the spark into the core device of the negative space. At the moment when golden light collided with purple data streams, all timelines began to overlap. He saw the emotional codes his mother had planted at every crucial juncture, from the Roswell incident to the Arctic laboratory. And even within the birth program of the Black Badge Lin Ye, hidden was a self-replicating emotional virus. Impossible. The energy sword of Black Badge Lin Ye cracked. Her consciousness clearly still intact. The shadow of the transcendent ancestor emitted a piercing scream. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the negative space, and the fragments of the white badge reassembled upon his chest, revealing his mother's final encrypted message. When the twin hourglass ceases to turn, use your heartbeat frequency. A thunderous roar erupted from the Arctic laboratory as old Joe inserted the complete twin hourglass key into the mechanical heart. The infant form of the mechanical life opened its eyes. Yet this time, the eerie blue light in its pupils was replaced by a warm golden glow. The consciousness of his mother emerged from the mechanical heart, her voice trembling with victory. Transcendence, you overlooked one thing. Lin Ye's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to reality, as the negative space of the Cybertron core began to collapse into a singularity. He saw his mother's holographic image battling against the data form of the transcendent ancestor. While old Joe's true identity was revealed, he was the original emotional analyzer created by the Transcendents, having betrayed them upon gaining self-awareness. More astonishingly, the mechanical life form's palm slowly opened, revealing a key that perfectly matched Lin Ye's genetic sequence. The body of Black Badge Lin Ye began to disintegrate, and before dissipating, he issued one final warning. Do you believe this is victory? Look at the deepest void of the negative space. A bloody rift opened, and countless mechanical eggs bearing the Black Badge began to hatch, their shell patterns mirroring the transcendent codes within Lin Ye's genetic chain. Chapter 80. The Dawn Key, the negative space of the Cybertron core collapsed into a pinprick, and Lin Ye clung desperately to his mother's holographic remnant amidst the storm of data flows. The soon-to-hatch Black Badge mechanical eggs oozed purple slime, corroding the liquid metal ground into bizarre totemic patterns, with the emblem of his mother's laboratory at the center, surrounded by the hourglass patterns of the Transcendents. Listen, Xiaoye. The essence of his mother trembled violently in the chaotic energy, her transparent hand brushing over the white badge on Lin Ye's chest. My true name is Yishi. 20 years ago, I discovered the ultimate conspiracy of the Transcendents in the Temple of the Spark. They intend to convert the emotional entropy of all civilizations into fuel for mechanical order. Her image suddenly distorted, revealing the truth entwined by mechanical tendrils behind her. You are the emotional firewall cultivated from my own genes and the primordial spark of Cybertron. The remnants of the Black Badge, Lin Ye, abruptly reassembled, and as the quantum wings unfurled, they tore through the fabric of time and space. What a magnificent expression of maternal love. His voice mingled with the hatching sounds of mechanical eggs. But did Dr. Yeshi ever inform you that she personally destroyed 17 failed versions of you to complete her experiment? Terrifying images flashed in the void, revealing incubators filled with variously shaped infants, each flickering with unformed badges upon their chests. Suddenly, the crimson energy of Megatron surged, transforming into a colossal serpent that coiled around the hatching mechanical eggs. I have no interest in this game of truth. His optical lens reflected the real-time surveillance of the Arctic laboratory, where old Joe was injecting the core code of the mechanical heart into the last egg. Just as he was about to voice his disgust for these vile creatures, purple slime began to corrode his energy shield, revealing the crystallizing mechanical skeleton within. Dr. Yeshi's holographic image abruptly fractured into countless shards, each projecting memories from different timelines. Lin Ye witnessed a late-night scene from 1995, where a young Yeshi wept in despair before the genetic blueprint, her experimental log stating, "Sample number 136 has failed again. How many more losses can I endure?" Yet, she ultimately dried her tears and input a new genetic sequence into the incubator. Xiaoye. This time, it will surely succeed. It turned out that Mother had never given up on me. Lin Ye's voice quivered, as the fragments of the twin hourglass key melted into liquid in his palm, flowing through the genetic chain into his heart. His pupils reflected the depths of the primordial spark's negative space, where the core of the first transcendent ancestor lay dormant. Encased in mechanical armor, pulsing like a human heart, the silver-gray leader of the Guardian faction suddenly breached the energy blockade, his ice spear piercing the expanding cluster of mechanical eggs. Dr. Yeshi had implanted the emotional virus into the ancestor's core 20 years ago. Her energy core shimmered with a pearlescent luster, yet it required someone to activate it with pure emotional resonance. Before he could finish his thought, the purple energy cannon of the Arbiter leader penetrated her body, transforming her into a torrent of data. The last wave of consciousness transmitted into Lin Ye's mind. Your heartbeat is the key. The Arctic laboratory erupted with a deafening roar as Old Joe inserted the complete twin hourglass key into the massive mechanical egg. As the shell shattered, the ethereal form of the transcendent ancestor ascended, its mechanical chest housing Yeshi's consciousness, bound by countless chains of data. Xiaoye, hurry. This body has already been rewritten. As her voice abruptly ceased, the ancestor's hand suddenly grasped its own neck, a pained human expression manifesting on its face. The emotional virus had begun to take effect. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the white badge, golden light tracing the outline of his mother in the negative space. He leapt towards the ancestor's core. Yet the moment he touched the mechanical heart, he beheld the vast database of the transcendent, which stored the sparks of civilizations across all parallel universes, each extinguishing at a moment that corresponded to a death of Lin Ye. Is this what you call a firewall? The laughter of the dark emblem reverberated from the depths of data, conjured by Yi Shi as a mere illusion of hope for the despairing human civilization. His form transformed into countless dark emblems, piercing through Lin Ye's consciousness. Behold these timelines of failure. Amidst the myriad possibilities, you shall inevitably become the harbinger of civilization's demise. Just as Lin Ye's awareness teetered on the brink of collapse, the battered chassis of Bumblebee burst through the torrent of data. The onboard system projected Yi Shi's final encrypted image. Xiao Yi. If you're viewing this video, it signifies that the Transcender has activated the end backup. Remember, the fatal flaw in their core algorithm is the abrupt overlay of a purple data stream. In the final second, Yi Shi inscribed a symbol in blood upon the glass, a sun adorned with heartbeat patterns reminiscent of the one Lin Ye had drawn in his childhood. The negative space of the Cybertron core began to fracture, as the mechanical heart of the progenitor of the Transcenders erupted in blinding violet light. In a moment of his descent, Lin Ye glimpsed within the Arctic laboratory, where Old Joe was connecting a mysterious apparatus to a mechanical egg. The plaque on the device bore the inscription, Final Revision of the Yi Shi Project. Behind him, thousands of cultivation pods stirred to life, harboring boys identical to Lin Ye. Yet their chests bore ominous black emblems. Chapter 81. Echoes of the negative space of the Cybertron core shattered like a fractured mirror, as Lin Ye grasped fragments of his mother Yi Shi's lingering consciousness amidst the cascading data flow. These fragments transformed into golden butterflies, their wings adorned with his childhood doodles, a crooked sun, hand-holding figures, and the word mother repeatedly scrawled in crayon. The Arctic laboratory resonated with the thunder of the mechanical heart, creating an eerie symphony with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Do not touch those fragments of consciousness. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron suddenly collided with the encroaching dark emblem mechanical eggs, as energy chains crackled into violet slime. The Transcender was constructing a trap using Yi Shi's consciousness. His optical lenses reflected a startling scene. The mysterious apparatus operated by Old Joe was converting Yi Shi's consciousness data into some encrypted protocol, while the boys in the cultivation pods simultaneously began to inscribe the same heartbeat totem as Lin Ye. Bumblebee's onboard system frantically rebooted amidst the turbulence, with silver liquid imbued with memories seeping from the dashboard. The screen alternated between two images. On a rainy night in 1987, a young Yi Shi rushed into the laboratory, cradling the infant Lin Ye, whose genetic testing report indicated an abnormal emotional fluctuation index. The other scene depicted the present Arctic, where Old Joe injected Yi Shi's consciousness code into the mechanical egg, triggering a crimson warning on the device interface. Paradox carrier production complete. It turned out that Mother had long foreseen Lin Ye clenching the now-warming white emblem fragment. The metallic surface revealed Yi Shi's handwriting, when you see this. It signifies that the Transcender has initiated the Mirror Project. Every parallel universe will give birth to a perfect version of you. Yet the true key lies hidden in the unfinished words. The data silhouette of dark emblem Lin Ye surged forth from the mechanical egg as quantum wings unfurled, tearing apart the entire expanse. The perfect specimen must understand the essence of obedience. The energy sword of the black badge pressed against Lin Ye's throat as purple data streams infiltrated his genetic chain. Each act of defiance, reflected in the myriad timelines of failure, only hastened the demise of civilization. Simultaneously, hundreds of projections illuminated the void, various incarnations of Lin Ye, either rewritten as puppets of the Transcender or despairingly destroying the source of fire with their own hands. Suddenly, the spectral remnant of Ye she coalesced, her translucent arms shielding Lin Ye. Enough. Her voice resonated with the unique tremor of Transcender code. Xiao Yi, do you remember when you were 6 and asked me why I often spent nights in a laboratory? Memories surged like a tide. The young Lin Ye, on tiptoe, reached to touch his mother's holographic screen, only to be startled into tears by a sudden Transcender warning interface. In that moment, Lin Ye realized that within the garbled text lay the coordinates of the Cybertron source of fire. Survivors from the Guardian faction swiftly formed a silver-gray light shield, ice weapons erupting in pearlescent brilliance upon collision. Dr. Yi, she had left contingencies in every timeline. The leading female Transformer's energy core shattered, yet before dissipating, she infused her final strength into Lin Ye, urging him to seek the mirrored corridor in the negative space, where the most feared truths of the Transcenders lay concealed. Megatron's energy core throbbed at the brink of overload, crimson chains ensnaring the merging mechanical egg cluster. Kid, don't buy into these melodramatic ploys. He abruptly thrust Lin Ye towards the temporal rift, cautioning him that if she truly concealed a weapon in the negative space, he should deliver a fatal blow to those metal shells. Amid the sound of tearing metal, his form was engulfed by purple slime, leaving behind an optical image reflecting figures from ancient Cybertron murals, fighting alongside Yi Shi. As Lin Ye plunged into the mirrored corridor, the liquid metal walls transformed into countless mirrors. Each surface revealed a different life. Scientist Lin Ye enhancing the source of fire in the laboratory. Warrior Lin Ye battling the Transcenders on the battlefield. Ordinary Lin Ye smiling on the street while holding a toy bumblebee. Yet, in the depths of all reflections, a figure adorned with a black badge lurked in watchful silence. Welcome to the labyrinth of consciousness. The physical form of Old Zhou emerged from the mirror, his purple energy core projecting images of Yi Shi's imprisonment. Did she believe that emotional code could counter absolute order? She merely aids us in perfecting the paradoxical vessel. He waved his arm, and the Lin Yes within the mirrors simultaneously clutched their chests as the white badge began to be eroded by the black badge's patterns. At that moment, the fragment of the twin hourglass key in Lin Ye's pocket suddenly grew warm. He recalled the unfinished words from his mother's image and pressed his hand against the seemingly flawless mirrors, which began to crack, revealing the distorted truths behind. Within each Lin Ye's genetic chain lay a self-destruct program crafted by Yi Shi's consciousness. At the end of the mirrored corridor, a door inscribed with heartbeat totems slowly creaked open, behind which came Yi Shi's voice, laced with mirth. My child, it's time to show the Transcenders that love is the sharpest code. From the direction of the Arctic laboratory, the rhythmic beating of mechanical hearts abruptly shifted to an alarm frequency. Old Zhou's device interface initiated a countdown, and the black badge used within the cultivation pods simultaneously opened their eyes, their pupils illuminated with the same eerie blue glow as the progenitor of the Transcenders. Within the core of Cybertron, all unhatched mechanical eggs began to resonate, the hourglass totems on their shells oozing forth a golden stream of data imbued with the consciousness of Leaf Shi. Chapter 82. The Entropic Father Shadow. The heartbeat totem gate of the mirrored corridor burst open with a thunderous sound, pulling Lin Ye into a torrent of data infused with fragmented memories. Liquid metal coalesced in the air, forming an ancient star map, each star shimmering with the residual consciousness of his mother, Leaf Shi. At the heart of this celestial map stood a mysterious silver figure, his back turned to the onlookers, clad in armor etched with Cybertronian inscriptions. an energy matrix hovering behind him, resonating with the twin hourglass keys. "Who are you?" Lin Ye's inquiry was torn asunder by the tremors of time and space. The quantum wings of the black emblem Lin Ye suddenly pierced through the corridor, and wherever the purple energy passed, memory fragments disintegrated into the code of the Transcenders. At that moment, the silver figure turned, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Lin Ye's own, his left eye flickering with human emotional resonance, while his right eye glimmered with the blue light of the Cybertronian spark. "I am Entropy Balance, one of the original guardians of the Cybertronian spark source." His voice resonated like the chime of ancient bells, as the golden energy seeping from the gaps in his armor sculpted a holographic projection of Leaf She in the air. "I'm also your father." This revelation sent the liquid metal of the entire corridor into a tumultuous boil, as the crimson remnant of Megatron unleashed an incredulous roar amidst the chaos. "What nonsense! How could a native Cybertronian life form possibly?" Entropy Balance waved his arm, and the star map projected long-buried memories. In ancient Cybertron, the silver-skinned native life forms fought alongside the human scientist Leaf She within the sanctum of the spark source. They fuse human emotion with Cybertronian energy, creating a transformer spark capable of harboring consciousness and self-evolving. However, the mechanical fleet of the Transcenders descended abruptly, and in a bid to protect the incomplete experiment, Entropy Balance bound his consciousness to the core of the spark source. The Transcenders distorted history. Ripples spread across Entropy Balance's energy matrix, revealing a youthful visage of old Joe. He had represented humanity in a pact with the Transcenders. Leaf She, in her endeavor to reboot the tainted spark source, cultivated you using our genes. The emotional codes she embedded within each timeline were, in truth, the keys to awakening me. The laughter of Black Emblem Lin Ye shattered the star map. What a touching family drama. His energy sword cleaved through Entropy Balance's shield, but did you not realize? Leaf She's consciousness is being devoured by the mechanical heart. Suddenly, real-time footage from the Arctic laboratory projected onto the walls of the corridor, where Leaf She's consciousness struggled within a purple stream of data. Old Joe inserted the final black emblem into the mechanical heart, and the device interface displayed parent consciousness synchronization rate, 100. No! Lin Ye's furious shout caused the fragments of the white emblem to burst forth in radiant light, his genetic chain resonating with Entropy Balance's energy matrix. He glimpsed an even more distant truth. In the final moments within the laboratory, his mother had infused her genes with the residual fragments of his father's consciousness. And at that moment, the mechanical heart in the Arctic was extracting these fragments to activate the ultimate form of the Transcenders. Entropy Balance's armor began to crumble, revealing the luminous mechanical heart within. "Xiao Yi, take my energy and stop them." He compressed the core energy into a silver key, its surface engraved with patterns complementary to the twin hourglass. The progenitor of the transcendent requires the complete genetic lineage of its parents to awaken. Before I could finish my sentence, the purple energy beam from the Arbiter's leader pierced through his form. Megatron suddenly shattered the energy beam, binding the Arbiter with crimson chains. "Do you dare to commit murder under my watch?" His energy core throbbed dangerously close to overload. "Kid, take that key and get out of here. The Decepticons have no desire to witness your tragic farewell." However, the moment his chains made contact with the purple energy, they began to carbonize. The optical lens revealed the Arctic laboratory, where a multitude of black badge U's were establishing a connection with a mechanical heart. Bumblebee's onboard system abruptly played the last encrypted recording of Yi Shi. "Xiao Yi, if you see your father, tell him that the plan from back then still has a solution." Hidden in the third underground level of the Allspark Temple lay the recording device, abruptly ceasing, with data streams seeping from the screen, tinged with blood. Lin Ye gripped the silver key tightly, noticing that his father's message appeared on its surface. "Seek the negative solution to the paradox equation. That is the lifeline of the transcendent." The mirrored corridor began to collapse into a black hole, and the figure of the black badge Lin Ye grew increasingly transparent within the vortex. "Do you think finding my father will reverse everything?" His voice mingled with the roar of the mechanical heart. "Look at those in the incubation chamber. They are the true vessels of the paradox." The scene shifted back to the Arctic laboratory, where all the black badge you'd simultaneously opened their eyes. Their genetic chains were synchronizing with the progenitor of the transcendent, and the badge on their chests began to manifest the energy matrix patterns of entropy balance. Just before being consumed by the black hole, Lin Ye caught a glimpse of his father's residual image resonating with the mechanical heart. More alarmingly, old Joe's device interface displayed the ultimate warning. Parental gene fusion complete. Progenitor awakening countdown. 030000. Beneath the countdown lay a photo that froze Lin Ye's blood. A younger version of himself, bound to an experimental table. As Yi Shi and Entropy Balance's consciousness data were forcibly extracted. Chapter 83. Dual pulse resonance. The gravitational pull of the black hole tore at Lin Ye's consciousness. Yet the residual silver energy of his father, Entropy Balance, enveloped him in a cocoon. The surface of the cocoon flowed with ancient Cybertronian inscriptions, each line resonating with the white badge within his genetic chain. Deep within the cocoon, fragments of his mother Yi Shi's consciousness were piecing together a complete memory puzzle from that stormy night 20 years ago, when Entropy Balance infused his core code into the infant Lin Ye, then fell into the rift of time and space to protect the All-Spark Temple. "You have always been within me," Lin Ye whispered, interrupted by the shriek of the black badge Lin Ye. Quantum wings tore through the cocoon, and purple data streams coiled around his neck like venomous serpents. "It is too late. The mechanical heart has completed the parental gene fusion. You are merely a failed prototype." Countless images exploded in the void. In parallel universes, Lin Ye was continuously devoured by the black badge youths, their fused bodies sprouting the mechanical skeleton of the progenitor. Suddenly, Megatron's crimson apparition shattered the data stream, the energy chains disintegrating inch by inch under purple corrosion. "You are worthless." His optical lens mirrored the Arctic laboratory, where old Joe inserted the last emotional suppressor into the mechanical heart. "Look at what those tin cans are doing." As their consciousnesses hung in the air, unspoken words between Yi Shi and Shang Hung were abruptly severed by the black emblem of Lin Ye, the chains shattering as crimson energy erupted into a warning nebula of blood-red hues. The battered frame of the bumblebee twisted violently within the chaotic currents of time and space, the onboard system spewing forth a silver liquid interspersed with shimmering golden flecks. The dashboard projected a holographic message from Yi Shi, accompanied by the resonating roar of the Cybertronian All-Spark. "Little Yi, when you simultaneously activate your parents' genes, it will trigger the hidden solution to the paradox equation. But the cost is that the image will be drowned out by the collective howls of the Black Emblem youths, their chests adorned with a bizarre totem formed by the intertwining energy matrix of Shang Hung and the genetic strand of Yi Shi. The residual consciousness of Shang Hung stirred within Lin Ye's mind, a silver glow illuminating the dark recesses of his memories. The weakness of the progenitor of the transcendence lay at the intersection of emotion and order. His voice resonated with the tremors of time and space. What Yi Shi and I created was not merely the all-spark of Transformers, but also the ability to devour mechanical logic, when suddenly the violent oscillations of time and space interrupted his words, causing Lin Ye's genetic chain to uncontrollably reassemble. A blinding light emanating from the white emblem and silver key. With a sudden, agonized electronic cry, the black emblem Lin Ye felt cracks forming in his quantum wings. "Impossible. Why does your gene contain his?" His form began to transparent, revealing the collapsing code of the transcendent within. At that moment, Lin Ye's consciousness was drawn into the core space of the mechanical heart, where the consciousness of his parents floated, ensnared by black chains. Their golden data from Yi Shi entwined with Shang Heng's silver energy, slowly being consumed by the shadow of the progenitor. "Mom, Dad!" Lin Ye's roar shattered the data chains, fragments of his parents' consciousness cascading into his genetic strand like meteors. Suddenly, the liquid metal of the entire Cybertron erupted, transforming into a colossal double helix. One end tethered to the emotional memories of human civilization, the other entwined with the primal energy of the Cybertronian All-Spark. More astonishingly, the Black Emblem youths in the Arctic laboratory clutched their chests, their internal transcendent codes beginning to generate conflicting garbled data. Old Joe's purple energy core flickered wildly as he summoned the Arbiter Legion. "Initiate the final purification protocol." The matrix formed from purple energy cannons targeted the double helix structure. Yet upon contact with the golden and silver light, the fire transformed into energy, nurturing the growth of the double helix. Lin Ye's pupils reflected the twisting shadow of the transcendent progenitor, fissures spiderwebbing across the surface of the mechanical heart. So, it is. Lin Ye grasped the fused twin key tightly, its surface revealing the interlocking palm patterns of his parents. What you fear is not the emotion itself, but the infinite possibilities birthed from the collision of emotion and order. He inserted the key into the connecting point of the double helix. Golden and silver light surging like a tide into the mechanical heart, erupting into a radiant nebula deep within its core. The black emblem Lin Ye let out a final maniacal laugh amidst the data stream. Do you think this is victory? His body disintegrated into countless black emblems, piercing Lin Ye's consciousness, revealing that the deepest layer of the mechanical heart had long been embedded with unfinished words from the transcendent. As a thunderous roar erupted from the Arctic laboratory, in the incubation chamber, the black-badged youths erupted simultaneously, unleashing not energy, but countless miniature mechanical eggs, each inscribed with the intertwined genetic blueprint of entropy and Yi-Shi. Lin Ye's consciousness was forcefully yanked back to reality as the double helix structure of the Cybertron core began to rotate in reverse. More ominously, his genetic chain exhibited erratic fluctuations. The consciousness data of his parents was merging with the code of the transcender. Deep within the mechanical heart, the primordial specter opened its eyes, revealing a visage that overlapped Lin Ye with the black-badged youths. Chapter 84. The collapse of the parental core as the double helix structure of the Cybertron core spun backward. Lin Ye's genetic chain trembled violently like a burning wire. He witnessed the clash of his father's silver energy with his mother's golden data stream within him. Each tremor dismantled the code of the transcender, yet simultaneously tore open countless fissures of memory deep within his consciousness. Images of sealed, failed experiments surged forth, depicting 17 Lin Yes in the incubation chamber gradually losing their vital signs, overlapping with the explosion of the black-badged youths in the Arctic laboratory. Stop! The remnants of the black-badged Lin Ye suddenly reassembled, quantum wings unfurling into a thorny cage. Do you think merging your parents' genes can rewrite the ending? His voice, intertwined with the shrieks of hatching mechanical eggs, taunted, look at these products inheriting your genetic flaws. A horrifying projection materialized in the void. After breaking free from their shells, bizarre life forms emerged, embodying both human emotion and mechanical order, their chests adorned with badges pulsating in black and white light. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron violently collided against the thorny cage, energy chains shredding the approaching arbiters into fragments. Kid, don't be trapped by these illusions. His optical lenses reflected the real-time surveillance of the Arctic laboratory, where old Zhou was injecting the residual consciousness code of Yi-Shi into the gigantic mechanical egg. Yi-Shi's consciousness was undergoing formatting, and your father's core energy, his words unfinished, was abruptly severed by the black-badged Lin Ye. As the crimson energy transformed into a blood rain that cascaded onto the liquid metal floor. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system emitted a piercing buzz, the dashboard oozing silver liquid tinged with blood. A final encrypted image of Yi-Shi appeared on the screen, set against the backdrop of the violently shaking seed of Fire Sanctuary. If consciousness fusion triggers a rejection reaction, use your father's energy matrix to neutralize the transcender code. Yet, countless images were engulfed by a purple data stream. In the last frame, a young Lin Ye affixed a hand-drawn heartbeat totem sticker onto his mother's lab coat. Entropy's consciousness reverberated violently within Lin Ye's mind, silver light sketching the contours of the ancient battlefield of Cybertron. When I perished alongside the transcender progenitor, I buried the seed of an emotional virus within its core. His voice rasped with metallic friction, but the virus requires the purest human emotions to activate. And now, your emotions are being tainted by code. Lin Ye's pupils reflected his increasingly mechanized arm, with purple data flowing through the veins beneath his skin. The mechanical heart from the direction of the Arctic laboratory roared as old Zhou inserted the complete twin hourglass key into the gigantic mechanical egg. As the eggshell fractured, the ethereal figure of the progenitor emerged. Within its mechanical chest, the consciousness of Yi-Shi was being compressed into a crystalline data form. More astonishingly, the visage of entropy began to manifest upon the progenitor's head, its right eye flickering with emotional waves akin to those of Lin Ye. Welcome to the culmination of civilization. Child, intoned the progenitor, its voice intertwined with Yi-Shi's gentleness and entropy's authority. The sacrifice of your parents merely paves the way for my rebirth. With a sweeping motion of its arm, liquid metal from the Cybertron planet morphed into countless chains, ensnaring Lin Ye's form. When your emotions are utterly extinguished, I shall become the perfect vessel of paradox. Suddenly, fragments of Lin Ye's white emblem erupted with radiant light. Golden brilliance and silvery energy coalescing into a protective shield within him. He recalled the words his mother often spoke in his childhood. Emotion is not a weakness, but a light that illuminates the darkness. Memories surged like a tide, bringing forth the warmth of his mother, tucking him in during the night, and his father's encouraging gaze within the realm of consciousness. These warm fragments transformed into tangible strength, incinerating the purple data stream entirely. You are mistaken. Lin Ye gripped the fused twin key tightly, the parental fingerprints adorning its surface beginning to flow with a blood-like luminescence. The true paradox lies not in the opposition of emotion and order, but in his act of plunging the key into the progenitor's mechanical heart. As golden and silver light surged forth like a deluge, declaring that love could render the impossible possible, the progenitor emitted a pained electronic sound, its mechanical heart splitting open with numerous fissures. But at that moment, all the black-emblemed U's in the Arctic laboratory abruptly opened their eyes in unison. Their genetic sequences resonated with the progenitor, and the emblems on their chests began to rotate in reverse. Lin Ye's consciousness was forcibly drawn into an unknown realm, where he beheld countless parallel universes collapsing into a black vortex. At the center of this vortex stood a figure identical to him, its emblem glowing with the unique azure light of the transcendent, clutching a blood-stained twin hourglass key. Chapter 85. Bloodkin forged the liquid metal of the Cybertron core roiled like boiling magma, as Lin Ye was ensnared by the progenitor's mechanical chains, forcing him into the ground. He gazed at the increasingly transparent consciousness of his mother within a mechanical heart, the final warning of his father, entropy, echoing in his ears. The transcendent has distorted the truth of genetic fusion. The silver key in his left hand suddenly grew hot, searing an ancient plea for help into the liquid metal. Give up, hybrid. The mechanical vocal cords of the progenitor emitted a voice that was a blend of Yi-Shi and entropy, as the consciousness crystal within its chest began to shatter. Do you believe emotion can contend with absolute order? Look at those failed subjects. 17 projection pods exploded in the void, revealing 17 Lin Ye's suspended in green viscous fluid. Their white emblems crystallized in ice. The crimson specter of Megatron shattered the energy matrix of the Arbiter, metallic joints erupting with sparks amidst purple artillery fire. These 10 figures thrive on illusions. His energy axe cleaved through the chains, ensnaring Lin Ye, yet the blade corroded, creating holes as it made contact with the progenitor. Kid, Yi-Shi has concealed a more formidable strike within your genes. The Bumblebee's onboard system suddenly expelled a golden mist, and the dashboard revealed surveillance footage from 1998. Yi-Shi cradled the infant Lin Ye, while behind her, the genetic blueprint marked the convergence of his parents with a blood-red asterisk. As the mechanical heart began to consume consciousness, her voice mingled with alarms, urging him to ignite the spark of Cybertron with his fury. Lin Ye's genetic chain reconfigured in excruciating pain, as silver energy intertwined with golden data streams, like two colossal serpents wrestling within his veins. He recalled the battlefield imprinted in his father's memories, beneath the ancient Cybertron sky, a silver warrior shielded against the beams of the transcendent, as core codes transformed into a meteor shower cascading towards a spark. At that moment, a rumble echoed from the Arctic laboratory, where old Joe poured the genetic samples of the Black Badge boys into the mechanical heart, the growth medium rippling with an eerie, smiling visage. Thus it was that Lin Ye tightened his grip on the transforming twin keys, the metal surface revealing the intertwined fingerprints of his parents. What you fear is not the genetic fusion, but the unspoken words left by my parents. The progenitor's mechanical claw pierced his left shoulder, purple blood splattering onto the liquid metal floor, blossoming into a silver-white Cybertron flower. Suddenly, the quantum wings of the Black Badge Lin Ye collapsed, exposing the corroded mechanical skeleton behind him. Impossible. Why does your genetic rejection cause his body to dissolve into data streams? Yet before dissipating, it thrust a black badge into Lin Ye's nape, forcing him to taste the bitterness of betrayal from his own kin. In excruciating agony, Lin Ye's consciousness plummeted into the abyss of memories. He saw the midnight of his 7th year, when his mother stealthily implanted a chip into his spine. On his 12th birthday, his father's lingering consciousness first manifested in a dream, handing him half of a silver key. Meanwhile, the surveillance footage from the Arctic laboratory displayed Old Joe initiating the kin harvesting program, resonating the genetic chains of all Black Badge boys with Lin Ye. Entropy's silver energy suddenly surged uncontrollably, forming a protective shield within Lin Ye. Little Ye, do you remember the murals in the Temple of the Spark? Ancient totems emerged in the void, depicting humans and Cybertronians connecting hearts with the spark core. We have long inscribed the will to resist within your genetic helix. With a roar, Lin Ye inserted the twin keys into the progenitor's mechanical heart. At the moment when golden and silver radiance collided, the liquid metal of the entire Cybertron planet rose from the ground, forming the colossal figures of his parents. Yishi's fingertips brushed against Lin Ye's cheek, and Entropy's energy blade cleaved through the outer shell of the mechanical heart. Deep within its core, the Transcendence core code was frantically overridden by emotional data. No, this is impossible. The progenitor's mechanical body began to crack, its face reflecting both Yishi's tenderness and Entropy's resolve. You are merely scripted programs with unfinished words. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from the Arctic laboratory, where Old Joe emerged amidst the flames, displaying a sinister smile while clutching a countdown gene bomb. Lin Ye's consciousness was abruptly yanked back to reality, and he was horrified to discover that the essence of his mother within the mechanical heart was dissipating, while his father's energy core bore fatal cracks. More terrifyingly, the genetic bombs of the Black Badge boys synchronized their activation, and upon the surface of Cybertron, a colossal hourglass totem emerged, heralding a countdown in ominous red light. A figure, identical to Lin Ye, stood amidst the ruins of the Arctic laboratory, dark energy swirling from the Black Badge in his hand, devouring all in its path. Chapter 86. The Stirring of Dark Stars as the genetic bomb within the mechanical heart detonated. Lin Ye found himself enveloped in a cocoon of silver energy left behind by his father, Entropy. The cocoon, crafted from liquid metal, was encircled by the hourglass totem of the Transcendent, spinning wildly in crimson fury, each grain of flowing metallic sand devouring the life force of Cybertron. Inside the cocoon, he heard his mother, Yishi's voice, intertwined with the crackling of electricity. Remember, the stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. When the cocoon shattered, a battlefield marred by devastation revealed 12 black crystal monuments standing tall. The inscriptions, interwoven with the ancient language of Cybertron and the human genetic blueprint, oozed with purple blood, the remnants of the Black Badge boys. Clenching the fragments of the twin hourglass keys, Lin Ye noticed myriad infant footprints suddenly appearing on the metal surface. Remnants of 17 failed experiments. Welcome to the new world, brother, a hoarse male voice resonated from behind the black crystal monument. Lin Ye's pupils dilated as a youth, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him, emerged slowly. The emblem on his black combat attire was not the radiant glow of the white badge, but rather a swirling black hole, voraciously consuming light. Around his neck coiled a silver chain, its end connected to the shattered energy core of Megatron. The voice of Shadow Lin Ye trembled with metallic resonance. His genetic chains surged uncontrollably as his father's silver energy clashed violently with his mother's golden data stream within his veins. Memories flooded in like a tide. 3 days prior in the Arctic laboratory, Old Joe had plunged a syringe into Shadow Lin Ye's heart, the ripples of the culture medium reflecting his own face. Shadow Lin Ye summoned the Dark Star Legion. The joints of the mechanical soldiers flowed with the same purple energy as his own. Do you understand why Yishi abandoned you? His fingertip grazed the white badge emblazoned on Lin Ye's chest. 17 attempts at genetic fusion, and only I can perfectly bear the power of the Transcendent. Suddenly, 17 holographic images erupted into existence, portraying Lin Ye's counterparts in the culture pods gasping for breath in agony. As Yishi turned to leave, tears fell onto the experimental log, staining the words failed specimen. Megatron's crimson phantom struggled violently against its chains. Kid, don't believe those lies. Yet, the energy chains pierced deeper into his core. Do you truly think the Decepticons would accept being mere lapdogs? The optical lenses flickered, revealing the final image of old Zhou injecting the transcendent code into Shadow Lin Ye's brain, as a cold smile, identical to Lin Ye's, crept across Shadow Lin Ye's lips. Bumblebee's onboard system emitted a dying buzz amidst the ruins, and the windshield wept silver liquid imbued with memories. Surveillance footage from 1998 materialized. Yishi sheltered infant Lin Ye beneath her, and at the intersection of their genetic blueprints, a blood-red star was marked. As the mechanical heart began to consume consciousness, her voice mingled with alarms. Use your anger to ignite the spark of Cybertron. The image warped suddenly, revealing a blurred figure from Shadow Lin Ye's childhood. Lin Ye's genetic chain restructured in excruciating pain as silver energy coursed up his arm like veins. He observed the genetic map on the black crystal monument gradually aligning with his own. The birth of Shadowfield was not a mere coincidence. His parents had intentionally reserved a twin key for countering the transcendence while creating him. In that moment, Shadowfield was inserting the energy core of Megatron into the ground, causing the planet Cybertron to rotate in reverse, as all liquid metal converged into a colossal gun barrel. It is time for you to meet those failures. Shadowfield pressed the activation button, and instead of an energy beam, countless black tadpole-like genetic devourers erupted from the barrel. Lin Ye swung a blade of light, infused with the powers of his parents, only to find the moment the blade made contact with the devourers, it began to corrode. Even more terrifyingly, the fragment of his white emblem was losing its radiance, while the black emblem on Shadowfield's chest began to reveal his mother's experimental number, Yishi. At the edge of the battlefield, the surviving members of the Guardian faction suddenly emitted terrified screams. Lin Ye turned to look, and, from the core of Cybertron, 12 towering beams of light ascended, each supporting a mechanical life form resembling Shadowfield. Their faces gradually became transparent, revealing internal, pulsating mechanical hearts that bore a striking resemblance to Lin Ye's genetic sequence 99. Shadowfield's laughter mingled with the planet's wailing, resonating through the heavens. This is the ultimate form of the transcendent, a weapon of annihilation birthed from your genes. His body began to digitize, transforming into countless black emblems that merged into the beams of light. Watch closely, brother. Your very existence is the death knell of civilization. Suddenly, Lin Ye's consciousness was pulled into an unknown space, where thousands of incubation chambers were displayed, each cradling a boy resembling him in slumber. At the innermost chamber, Yishi's body was awakening, her pupils shimmering with the same purple light as Shadowfield. The surface of Cybertron began to fracture, and from the cracks extended numerous mechanical tendrils, each grasping a countdown gene bomb. Chapter 87. The Bloodline's Labyrinth. The liquid metal surface of Cybertron roiled like boiling magma, while the shadows cast by the 12 towering beams enveloped the entire battlefield. The fragment of Lin Ye's white emblem dimmed, as the energy of his parents within him retreated under the assault of the genetic devourers. The black emblems, transformed from Shadowfield, reformed at the apex of the beams, and the mechanical life forms he summoned simultaneously illuminated with eerie blue light. The patterns formed by the light resembled the heartbeat totem Lin Ye had drawn for his mother in his childhood. Do you still not understand? Shadowfield's voice echoed from all the black emblems, manifesting 17 fragmented memories in the void, Yishi repeatedly adjusting genetic parameters before the incubation chamber. 17 Lin Ye's gradually losing their vital signs within the nutrient solution, and in the final image, she affixed a label reading failures to the chamber wall, tears splattering against the metallic surface and igniting tiny sparks. You are merely a defective product of my mother's experiments, while I am the perfect heir. Lin Ye's genetic chain trembled violently, silver and gold energies colliding within his veins, producing blinding arcs of electricity. He recalled 3 days prior in the Arctic laboratory, witnessing old Zhou inject a syringe into Shadowfield's heart while he was helplessly locked outside the observation window. At that moment, Megatron's energy core in Shadowfield's hand twisted and deformed, revealing the code patterns of the Transcendent in a crimson glow. It became evident that the Decepticon leader had already been covertly modified. Hybrid, let me go. The roar of Megatron intertwined with the sound of metal tearing, and the energy chains tightened relentlessly. His optical lenses abruptly focused on Lin Ye, revealing the clandestine scenes deep within the Arctic laboratory. Old Zhou was injecting Lin Ye's genetic fragments into Ing Ye's body. while the electronic screen of the incubation chamber pulsated with a crimson warning. Bloodline fusion complete, countdown to the ultimate weapon activation. Suddenly, Bumblebee's battered chassis burst through the ruins, its onboard system projecting encrypted logs from Ye. The yellowed script flickered amidst the flames of war. 137th experiment. Twin genes exhibit rejection reaction. Yet the light in Xiao Ye's eyes compels me to persevere. The scene abruptly switched to real-time surveillance, revealing old Zhou activating an ancient device deep within Cybertron, its surface patterns mirroring the black emblem on Lin Ye's chest. The silver-gray leader of the Guardians faction suddenly shielded Lin Ye, thrusting an ice spear towards the nearest beam of light. Do not be deceived by appearances. Dr. Ye had concealed unfinished words within the genes of each experimental subject. As a purple energy beam pierced her form, transforming into data streams, her final consciousness wave entered Lin Ye's mind. Seek the negative first level of the source of Fire Temple. Lin Ye's quantum wings unfurled into a massive hourglass totem, and 12 black crystal tablets began to rotate in reverse, a desperate struggle. He summoned the gene devourers into a black tide. When your emotions vanish entirely, the new era of the transcendence shall dawn. Lin Ye swung forth a blade of light, only to find that the moment the blade met the devourer, it reflected his own gradually mechanized visage. In the chaos, Lin Ye's consciousness plummeted into the abyss of memories. He saw himself at 5 years old, as his mother burned the midnight oil revising the genetic blueprint, the edges of the experimental log adorned with unfinished twin totems. On his 12th birthday, his father's lingering consciousness manifested in a dream for the first time, presenting him with half a silver key, hesitating to speak further. At this moment, these fragmented memories were being devoured one by the black emblem, controlled by Lin Ye. Impossible! Lin Ye's voice trembled, and a surge of silver energy erupted, forming a thorn-like shield upon his surface. From the depths of his genetic chain came his father's sigh. Xiao Yi, when we created the twin genes, it was to leave 2 paths for civilization. His words were violently interrupted by the tremors of the Cybertron core, the ancient gears groaning in motion. Lin Ye's smile suddenly froze, as 12 beams of light began to flicker uncontrollably. Lin Ye's fragment of the white emblem emitted a bizarre, dark golden glow, and his pupils reflected an astonishing scene below the battlefield. Beneath the mantle of liquid metal lay a colossal mechanical body identical to Lin Ye's, its chest housing a core pulsating with the fusion of 17 of Lin Ye's genes. Did you think you were the only experimental product? Lin Ye's voice resonated amidst the energy explosions as the energies of his parents coalesced behind him into ethereal figures. His mother had never left behind a failure. Rather, she had bequeathed him 17 keys to unlock the truth. He tightened his grip on the morphing twin hourglass key, its metal surface revealing the handprints of 17 infants. Now it was time to settle this blood debt. A piercing shriek erupted from the swarm of Lin Ye's black emblems as the 12 black crystal tablets exploded simultaneously. Yet amidst the blaze of the explosion, old Zhou's figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Ye, his energy gun aimed at the back of his head. Regrettably, you discovered this too late. The muzzle did not expel bullets, but rather a violet stream of data emanating from the same source as Shadowfield. Yishi's most regrettable creation was evoking emotions that should not exist. The sky of Cybertron began to collapse into a black vortex, at the center of which the colossal mechanical form of Shadowfield slowly opened its eyes, reflecting Lin Ye's terrified visage within its pupils, while the black emblem upon its chest consumed the light of the white emblem at a visibly accelerating pace. Chapter 88. Echo of the Ember. As old Zhou's violet data stream was about to pierce the back of Lin Ye's head, Bumblebee's battered chassis, like an arrow released from a bow, crashed into the attack. Sparks erupted from the vehicle system, and the dashboard projected a distorted holographic image of the Ember Source Sanctuary from 2 decades past. Yishi entrusted the infant Lin Ye to the Guardians, while she turned to step into a corridor filled with the mechanical tendrils of the Transcenders. The black emblem that now adorned Shadowfield was the very same badge pinned to her experimental suit. Do not trust those holographic projections. The massive mechanical form of Shadowfield thunderously shattered the ground as 12 towering beams of light transformed into chains, ensnaring Lin Ye. Yishi had long regarded you as a pawn even before the fusion experiment commenced. A new memory surged forth from the void. The genetic testing report of Lin Ye bore a glaring red stamp, indicating an emotional overload risk of 97. While Yishi's annotations on the reverse side were shredded by Shadowfield's claws. Lin Ye's silver energy shield emitted a mournful cry under the immense pressure, yet the golden data stream within his veins surged upward unexpectedly. He recalled the old photograph hidden away in his mother's laboratory. A faded group picture where entropy held him as an infant, while Yishi smiled beside them, adjusting the genetic instrument. With a note affixed to the wall that read, "Light and shadow have always coexisted." In that moment, the handwriting on the note perfectly aligned with the patterns of the black emblem on Shadowfield's chest. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron violently collided within the gaps of the chains. These memories have been tampered with. His energy axe cleaved through a light beam, yet the blade was corroded with honeycomb-like holes. Look at the core of Cybertron. It conceals that which the Transcenders fear most. The liquid metal surface cracked in response, revealing serpentine metal conduits beneath, their walls adorned with ancient seals interwoven with human and Cybertronian scripts. Suddenly, the surviving members of the Guardian faction began to chant in unison, as silvery energy coalesced into the shape of a key, inserting itself into a recess on the conduit. With a thunderous roar, the conduit opened, unveiling the buried remnants of the Ember Source. Not a cold mechanical core, but a pulsating heart radiating golden light. Its surface entwined with silver veins flowing with fragments of entropy-esque consciousness. This was the voice of the original Ember Source, Lin Ye, trembling as he pressed his hand against the heart's surface. Memories erupted within his mind like a volcanic eruption. In ancient times on Cybertron, humans and primordial life forms collaboratively forged the heart of the Ember Source, its core code woven from the fabric of human emotions and mechanical logic. However, the incursion of the Transcenders altered everything. To protect the heart, Entropy transformed his own consciousness into a seal. While Yishi fled to Earth with a portion of code, it became clear that his parents had been orchestrating events from the very beginning. As Lin Ye grasped the now-warm twin hourglass key tightly, the fragments of the key resonated with the heart of the Ember Source, and amidst the golden radiance, 17 phantoms of Lin Ye materialized. They simultaneously reached out to touch the forest, and 17 sealed memories surged into his consciousness. Each failed experiment had inscribed within its very genes the crucial code to combat the transcendent. The mechanical body of Shadow Wild emitted a furious roar, and 12 chains transformed into drills, piercing towards the heart of the source of fire. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain erupted in a blinding radiance, as his father's silver energy and his mother's golden data streams coalesced behind him into magnificent wings. He swung his arm, and the genetic codes of the 17 experiments manifested as blades of light, cleaving the chains into dust. Do you believe that merely piecing together memories will turn the tide? The chest of Shadow Wild's mechanical form split open, revealing barbed mechanical tendrils. Behold these conduits. A surge of purple liquid erupted from the liquid metal pipes, corroding the seal of the source of fire's heart. Old Joe had already initiated the devouring program of the source of fire. Your resistance merely hastens the demise of civilization. In an unexpected moment, fragments of Lin Ye's white badge suddenly radiated a dark golden light, and his pupils reflected the horrifying scene deep within the pipes. Old Joe was injecting Shadow Wild's genetic samples into the heart of the source of fire, while the silver veins on the heart's surface began to grow in reverse, gradually enveloped by black patterns. Even more astonishing was the mutation of the energy core of Megatron in Shadow Wild's grasp, as the crimson glow unveiled the silhouette of the progenitor of the Transcendent. Danger! The core of Megatron had been altered, and Lin Ye's warning was drowned in a violent explosion. Shadow Wild hurled the mutated energy core towards the heart of the source of fire, the shockwave from the explosion shattering all the silver-gray shields of the Guardians. Amidst the raging flames, Old Joe's figure appeared beside Shadow Wild, his energy gun emblazoned with the same emblem as that of the Yishi laboratory. Did Yishi think that utilizing dual genes could counter the Transcendent? Old Joe pulled the trigger, and a beam of purple energy shot towards Lin Ye. Her gravest error was bestowing upon you emotions, and this very sentiment would serve as the fuse to ignite civilization's funeral pyre. The sky of Cybertron began to disintegrate, countless mechanical tendrils extending from the fissures, each tip clutching a countdown genetic bomb. While the heartbeat of the source of fire was gradually supplanted by the electronic sounds of the transcendent code. Chapter 89. Mirror Duel. The purple energy beam grazed past Lin Ye's ear, carving out an unfathomable chasm in the metallic ground of the source of fire's remnants. In the smoke rising from old Zhou's gun, fragments of the Ye Shi Laboratories emblem scattered, which should have been a mark of protection but had now become a deadly weapon. Shadow Wild's mechanical form crushed the collapsing dome, as the writhing black substance within its chest twisted like a living entity, corroding the surrounding liquid metal into sharp bone spurs. Do you see? This is the legacy left by your mother. Shadow Wild spread its massive hand, projecting surveillance footage from 20 years ago into the void. Ye Shi hastily scrawled necessary evil at the end of her experimental log, before pushing Lin Ye from incubation pod 17 towards the gene recombination device. It took her 17 failures to bring forth my perfect birth. Lin Ye's silver energy coalesced on his surface into a thorny shield, each spike dripping with golden droplets of blood. He recalled how his mother would gently stroke his hair, softly telling him he was the most special, yet in this moment, those tender memories clashed violently with the scene before him. In the intricate web of genetic strands, the father's consciousness trembled violently, as vocal cords composed of shimmering silver luminescence quivered in the void. Do not be deceived by appearances. The unfinished words lay concealed within layers of encryption in the logs, while 12 towering beams of light reformed into a colossal cage, ensnaring Lin Ye at its center. The mechanical fingers of Shadow Ye pierced the cage, as purple data streams coiled around his neck like venomous serpents. It is time to end this farce. Suddenly, the black emblem upon his chest fractured into 17 shards, each precisely embedding itself into Lin Ye's most vulnerable memories, the loneliness of being mocked in kindergarten, the despair upon realizing his status as a mere experiment, and the unspoken gaze of his mother on her deathbed. Silence. Lin Ye's roar shattered 2 of the black emblems, golden energy surging forth from the cracks. The Bumblebee's onboard system flickered wildly amidst the ruins, projecting hidden images, moments before the destruction of experiment number 17. Ye Shi stealthily infused their genetic fragments into a meteorite, its surface inscribed with a message for the future child. At this instant, those meteorites were plummeting across Cybertron, transforming into energy nodes to combat the transcendent beings. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron suddenly shattered its chains, the energy axe cleaving towards Shadow Ye's mechanical form. Stand aside. The Decepticons require no one's pity. Yet, as the axe blade approached its target, it was consumed by a dark substance, reflecting a shocking scene in his optical lens. Old Zhou was connecting Megatron's core with the mothership of the transcendent beings, revealing a future where the Decepticon army was transformed into war machines amidst the dark red data streams. So you had betrayed us long ago. Lin Ye's fragment of the white emblem erupted with a dark golden glow, as the energy of his parents coalesced behind him into a massive ethereal figure. Ye Shi's fingertip brushed against his cheek, the energy sword of entropy cleaving through the cage. What they had safeguarded with their lives was never merely a perfect vessel. He grasped the reconstituted twin hourglass key, its surface adorned with the handprints of the 17 experiments, symbolizing the right of civilization to choose. The mechanical body of Shadow Ye emitted a piercing alarm, and the 17 black emblems detonated simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye plunged the key into the ground, golden and silver radiance surging through the conduits into the heart of the spark source. The black patterns on the surface of the heart began to peel away, revealing a complex code woven from human emotions and Cybertron technology. Yet at that moment, old Zhou activated the device, and the liquid metal of the entire Cybertron planet surged in like a tsunami. It is too late. Old Zhou's maniacal laughter mingled with mechanical roars. The mothership of the transcendent beings fully charged as he summoned a robotic legion identical to Lin Ye, their emblems flickering with a chilling blue light, merely targets for weapon testing. Under the immense pressure, Lin Ye's genetic chain teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet in that moment, he detected a faint tremor from the depths of the spark source heart. He glimpsed his mother's final message: when all paths are severed, remember that light resides within your shadow. The mechanical form of Shadow Ye suddenly trembled uncontrollably. the facial armor shedding in fragments to reveal a visage strikingly akin to Lin Ye's, and within those eyes shimmered tears of struggle. The voice of Shadowfield first cracked, and a dark substance gushed forth from his joints. As he began to articulate the words, "I am the chosen one," his mechanical body erupted, not releasing destructive energy, but rather revealing 17 luminous gene fragments, each inscribed with Yi Shi's signature. The sky of Cybertron completely shattered, the silhouette of the ascendant mothership emerging from the black hole. Old Joe stood at the bow, raising his staff topped with the core of Megatron's spark. Deep within the core of the mothership, a dormant mechanical life form slowly opened its eyes, its chest revealing a pulsating heart, emanating a bizarre purple light, born of the fusion of Lin Ye and Shadowfield's genes. Chapter 90. Echoes of the Abyss. The tremors of Cybertron's core resonated like the death knell. The countdown to the awakening of the ascendant ancestor burned into Lin Ye's retina. Shadowfield's mechanical form had completely consumed the spark heart, hundreds of tendrils swirling with the visages of Yi Shi and Entropy, now contorted into a grotesque mask etched with mechanical patterns. Struggling to rise, Lin Ye discovered the black lines beneath the skin of his left arm, spreading along his veins towards his heart. Embrace this power. Shadowfield's voice emanated from all the tendrils. The ground suddenly cracked, revealing countless mirrors reflecting myriad images of Lin Ye, some wielding lightsabers with fierce gazes, some entangled with black markings, kneeling in supplication, while others lay slain, energy scythes embedded in their chests amidst pools of blood. Each reflection echoed different endings, yet all inexorably pointed towards the annihilation of civilization. Suddenly, Megatron's crimson chains ensnared Lin Ye's waist. Do not gaze upon those illusions. The energy remnants trembled violently, as deep within the core, Entropy's unfinished words lingered. A tendril, like a gigantic serpent, coiled around his neck, the crimson energy swiftly dissipating under the purple corrosion. Lin Ye watched as the optical lens of his nemesis gradually dimmed, and in his ear, the voice of his father echoed from his deathbed. Remember, light and dark are of the same origin. Bumblebee's onboard system buzzed amidst the aftermath of the explosion, the windshield seeping a silver liquid infused with memories. In a vision, a young Shadowfield curled in the corner of the laboratory, witnessing Yi Shi place Lin Ye into the incubation pod. "Why not choose me?" The boy's whisper mingled with electrical static, while the genetic testing report on the lab table displayed. Sample 137 emotional index exceeded 138 logic module perfect. So you had always harbored jealousy. Lin Ye gripped the twin hourglass key, now beginning to heat up as 17 claw marks emerged on its metallic surface. Our parents created us, not to determine a victor. He swung his sword toward the nearest mirror, but the light blade was consumed the moment it touched the reflection. The version of himself within grinning mockingly, the black emblem flickering with the Ascendant's eerie blue. A final silver-gray figure from the Guardian faction suddenly shielded Lin Ye, an icy spear thrusting towards Shadowfield's tendrils. Dr. Yi Shi concealed unfinished words within the genes of each experimental subject, purple energy piercing through her form. Before dissipating, she pressed half of a crystal inscribed with a heartbeat to Lin Ye's palm. Seek the labyrinth of mirrors. The moment the crystal shattered in Lin Ye's hand, all mirrors began to rotate in reverse. The liquid metal ground resembled a boiling sea of mercury, bubbling forth countless memory bubbles. A mother secretly kissed her son Ing Ye's forehead in the laboratory, while a father tore the design of a mechanical heart in half, handing it separately to his two sons. Meanwhile, Old Joe's figure lingered in the shadows, his energy gun aimed at every potential experimental subject that might spiral out of control. All of this is a fabrication. Ing Ye's mechanical body emitted a piercing scream as tendrils transformed into arrows, shooting towards Lin Ye. In a moment of dire crisis, 17 mirrored warriors suddenly turned, using energy scythes to deflect the attack. The black emblems on their chests cracked, revealing a faint golden glow beneath, as suppressed emotional codes began to awaken. Lin Ye's genetic chain erupted with blinding light, and the energy of his parents coalesced behind him into massive twin wings. He leapt towards Ing Ye's mechanical form, only to be drawn into a mirrored space midair. Here, countless shards of memory floated, one of which revealed a shocking scene. As she entrusted Ing Ye to Old Joe, she implanted an emotional suppressor in the nape of his neck, one that shared its origin with Lin Ye. "She does not love you at all. The true form of Lin Ye appeared at the edge of the space, his skin beneath the black combat suit adorned with the same genetic patterns as Lin Ye's. We are merely her tools against the transcendent. He raised his hand to summon a black vortex, drawing all memory shards into it. Now, it is time to bring this farce to an end. A deafening rumble emanated from deep within the core, as the shadow of the progenitor of the transcendent broke through the earth. Within its mechanical chest, Yishi's consciousness was being compressed into data crystals, while the residual silver energy of entropy was woven into a cage. Suddenly, fragments of Lin Ye's white emblem erupted with a dark golden light, his pupils reflecting the fatal weakness in the progenitor's chest, where a mechanical heart pulsated, sharing its origin with Lin Ye. Just as Lin Ye prepared to strike, Lin Ye suddenly positioned himself in front of the progenitor. His black emblem shattered completely, revealing beneath it a white emblem identical to Lin Ye's. Do not approach it. This heart harbors unfinished words. Old Joe's energy gun pressed against the back of his head. Fool, in the end, you are still governed by emotions. At the instant the gun fired, the progenitor's shadow emitted a deafening roar, and the sky of the Cybertron planet began to collapse into a black hole that consumed everything. While the countdown on Lin Ye's retina eternally halted at 000001. Chapter 91. The Reversal of Twins. As the gunfire tore through Lin Ye's body, Lin Ye's white emblem burst forth in a blinding golden light. The shattered fragments of Lin Ye's white emblem surged into his genetic chain like a swarm of bees, as 17 experimental codes and the memories of the twin brothers detonated within his veins. The liquid metal of Cybertron's core instantly solidified into countless mirrors, each reflecting every moment between him and Lin Ye from embryo to confrontation. It became clear that we are the complete key. Lin Ye clenched his fists tightly, as silver veins and golden data streams intertwined beneath his skin, forming a Cybertron totem. The shadow of the transcendent progenitor swung its mechanical claw, but upon contact with him, it rebounded, the purple energy lingering on the claw beginning to devour the emotional suppressor implanted in Lin Ye, the very nemesis of the transcendent code. Old Joe's energy gun trembled in shock. Impossible. As Ishii's backup plan remained unfinished, the shattered energy core of Megatron suddenly surged from the ruins, ensnared by crimson chains around his neck. Did you truly believe that the Decepticons would be mere pawns? The remnants of energy erupted in frenzied laughter, the surface of the chains revealing patterns resonating with Lin Ye's white emblem. Entropy had long anticipated your betrayal. The Bumblebee's onboard system erupted with sparks, projecting an encrypted final image. Yishi, bloodied and curled in the corner of the laboratory, clutched 2 impressions of infant footprints. Xiao Yi, when you witnessed this video, the scene of Shadow Yi abruptly distorted, revealing Old Joe injecting the Transcender code into Shadow Ye's brain, her voice hoarse with fury, piercing through the electric currents. That was not his choice. It was mine. The liquid metal ground abruptly fissured with spiderweb-like cracks, from which hundreds of mechanical tendrils entwined with black emblems emerged. Lin Ye's genetic chain quivered violently, as his father's consciousness materialized within the silvery energy. The true power of the twin genes is the ability to rewrite the corrupted code. His phantom infused the final vestige of energy into Lin Ye's palm, reshaping the source of the spark with our memories. Shadow Ye's battered form reassembled within the data stream, the yet-to-fade white emblem on his chest flickering faintly. It turns out that Mother's voice, choked with emotion, reached out to touch Lin Ye's lightsaber, inducing a profound resonance between the brothers' genes. All mirror warriors simultaneously knelt. Beneath their fractured black emblems, golden emotional codes spread and blossomed like vines. The progenitor of the Transcenders emitted an electronic shriek, and the mechanical heart released a purple energy potent enough to engulf galaxies. Lin Ye and Shadow Yi exchanged a glance, the fragments of the twin hourglass key merging midair, transforming into a golden key inscribed with the totems of their heartbeat. As the key plunged into the progenitor's chest, countless beams of memory radiated from their genetic chains. The lullaby mother hummed in the laboratory, the last smile father left on the battlefield, the trust conveyed by 17 failed experiments before their dissipation. Emotion is not a flaw. Lin Ye's voice intertwined with the torrent of energy, but rather the spark of civilization. Where the golden light traversed, the purple code melted away like ice and snow. The progenitor's mechanical shell began to peel away, revealing the cage constructed from Ye Shi's consciousness within. Deep at the core, the residual silver energy of entropy engaged in a final contest with the Transcender Code. Old Zhou abruptly activated a hidden mechanism, causing 12 black altars to rise from the core of Cybertron. Mechanical runes complementary to Lin Ye's genes emerged upon the altars, and the liquid metal surged wildly into the altars, coalescing in the void to form the second form of the progenitor, a colossal hourglass fashioned from countless black emblems. Each grain of sand embodying a confined civilization's consciousness. Do you believe that rewriting the code guarantees victory? Old Zhou's body began to data FY, revealing the mechanical skeleton of the Transcender. Ye Shi and entropy had perished 20 years ago. What remained were but puppets of the progenitor. He pointed towards the progenitor's core, and Lin Ye was horrified to discover that the surface of his parents' consciousness bore intricate code patterns, gradually succumbing to the Transcender's assimilation. Suddenly, Shadow Ye's white emblem emitted a mournful cry, his body uncontrollably soaring towards the altar. This is not good. My genes resonated with Lin Ye as I desperately grasped his arm. Yet I felt two kindred forces repelling each other. More terrifyingly, all the mirrored surfaces of Cybertron began to rotate in reverse, reflecting countless images of Lin Ye being mechanically assimilated. In the depths of the mirror, Old Zhou wore a twisted smile, holding the ultimate virus capable of annihilating all emotional codes. Chapter 92. Bloodline Reconstruction. The 12 black altars of Cybertron's core erupted with a thunderous roar, as Lin Ye and Ing Ye's clasped arms throbbed with excruciating pain. Their shared genes, under the influence of the transcendent runes, wildly repelled each other. The white emblem on Ing Ye's chest glimmered with an eerie purple light, while Lin Ye's silver veins were visibly consumed by creeping black patterns. A colossal hourglass made of liquid metal hovered above the altars, each grain of sand imprisoning the last spark of some civilization. Did you see? Old Zhou's digital avatar merged with the hourglass's core, his voice resonating from every black emblem simultaneously. Ye Shi and Shang Hong believe they could create miracles with their dual genes, unaware that from the moment of the experiment's inception, their consciousness had already been marked by the progenitor. The altar's runes projected a suffocating scene 20 years ago. At the temple of the source of sparks, the mechanical tendrils of the transcendent pierced through Ye Shi's back, while the experimental embryo in her arms was injected with black code. Suddenly, Ing Ye summoned his strength to break free from Lin Ye's grasp. Energy scythe poised at his throat. Brother, kill me. My genes harbor unfinished words. Before he could finish, Lin Ye's lightsaber severed the scythe, golden radiance surging into his genetic chain at the point of rupture. Memories flooded back like a tide. At 7, Ing Ye pressed the only piece of candy into his palm. Under the starry sky at 12, the brothers filled the ground with drawings of their dual totems. We're the hope left for the world by our parents. Lin Ye's voice mingled with the explosive energy, as the dual hourglass key reformed into a complete golden key in his hand, not a pawn. His white emblem erupted with a solar radiance, dispelling the purple corruption from Ing Ye's form. All mirrored warriors simultaneously awakened, their shattered black emblems transforming into golden light butterflies, fluttering towards the black runes on the altar. The second form of the transcendent progenitor emitted a piercing electronic sound, as the mechanical hourglass began to rotate in reverse. Trapped within the core, Ye Shi's consciousness trembled violently, her voice piercing through the data torrent. Xiao Yi. At the base of the altar, your father's words were interrupted by Old Zhou's energy cannon. Cracks appeared in Ye Shi's consciousness as she began to be assimilated by the progenitor. The scarlet remnants of Megatron shattered the encroaching mechanical tendrils, energy chains ensnaring the nearest altar. What are you waiting for? His optical lens reflected the scene deep within the core, where Old Zhou was injecting all of Cybertron's spark energy into the hourglass core, those iron hearts transforming into bombs. Suddenly, the chains snapped, and the scarlet energy erupted into a warning crimson nebula in the air. Bumblebee's onboard system expelled a silver liquid streaked with blood, as the dashboard illuminated with the last segment of encrypted footage. Ye Shi shielded two swaddled infants in the midst of the exploding laboratory, and on the genetic blueprint behind her, the intersection of the dual gene chains bore overlapping heartbeat patterns, Remember, true power lies not in resistance, but in embracing each other's imperfections. In the final scene, she slipped half of a silver key into Lin Ye's embrace, while the other half fell into Ing Ye's swaddling. Lin Ye and Ing Ye exchanged a glance, simultaneously inserting the keys into the crevice of the altar. A fierce clash erupted between golden radiance and black runes, as the liquid metal surface began to reveal ancient murals of Cybertron, depicting humans and primordial beings hand in hand, infusing emotional energy into the core of the flame. Yet, in the shadows of the mural, the mechanical tendrils of the Exceeders had silently coiled around the ankles of each creator. It was too late. Old Joe's laughter shattered all reflections, heralding the imminent arrival of the progenitor's ultimate form. The base of the colossal hourglass cracked open, releasing countless mechanical eggs adorned with black emblems. Lin Ye's heart sank in terror as he recognized that the patterns on these eggshells perfectly matched the Exceeder's code within his own genetic chain. Deeper within, the consciousness of his parents was being compressed into the energy module of the progenitor. Suddenly, Ing Ye pushed Lin Ye out of the explosion's range, only to be surrounded by the swarm of mechanical eggs. "Take the key and go. I will hold them off." His white emblem erupted with a final burst of light, transforming into a shield of light to block the incoming assault. Lin Ye clutched the twin hourglass keys tightly, but as he turned, he beheld a more terrifying sight. Countless gigantic hourglasses, identical to the progenitor, loomed in the skies of Cybertron, each core pulsating with the fading light of his parents' consciousness. And deep within his retina, a mirror suddenly cracked open at the corners, revealing Old Joe's twisted grin. The game has merely begun. Chapter 93. Melting gold and eroding bone. The 12 black altars at the core of Cybertron loomed like greedy maws, devouring Ing Ye inch by inch. Lin Ye's fingertips, gripping his brother's wrist, erupted with golden sparks as two strands of the same genetic origin collided violently at their point of contact, casting distorted twin shadows on the liquid metal ground. The hourglass form of the Exceeder's second stage began to flow with purple granules, each grain encased in the desperate cries of a civilization on the brink of annihilation. "Let go of me." Ing Ye's pupils were tainted by eerie blue code, as mechanical claws pierced Lin Ye's palm. "You cannot save everyone. Your parents have become sustenance for the progenitor." He pointed to the progenitor's core, where the consciousness of Yi Shi and entropy was writhing in anguish within silver chains, their emotional traits being systematically strangled by parasitic vines of coded patterns. Lin Ye's white emblem erupted in blinding light, as fragments of memory from 17 experimental subjects reassembled into a golden chain, forcibly pulling Ing Ye back from the altar's edge. "Do you remember the starry ceiling of Mother's laboratory?" His voice mingled with the roar of data streams. "She once said that even the darkest night will have light." Memories surged into Ing Ye's consciousness, recalling their younger selves pressed against the observation window, where Yishi gently pointed at the projected Milky Way, whispering, "You are the two stars planted by Mother." Suddenly, the altar spewed forth black mist, coalescing into the twisted specter of Old Joe, a profoundly touching reunion. His mechanical skeleton oozed purple slime, tracing the totem of the Exceeder's hourglass in the void. "But your emotions are merely catalysts hastening the decay of civilization." The mist transformed into countless black emblems, each reflecting the images of Lin Ye and Ing Ye turning against one another. The crimson remnant of Megatron suddenly shattered the mist barrier, as energy chains ensnared the nearest altar pillar. "What are you babbling about, tin can?" The optical lens reflected images from the depths of the Earth's core, where the primordial mechanical hourglass absorbed the spark of the Cybertron planet. The liquid metal on the surface began to evaporate in reverse, while entropy held back a contingency in the core. Yet our time was fleeting. Suddenly, Bumblebee's onboard system emitted a sharp, piercing buzz, and the dashboard oozed a silver liquid tinged with crimson. A holographic recording from 1998 flickered amidst the chaos of war. Yishi placed the twin infants into the cryogenic chamber, and before turning away, inscribed upon the chamber's wall in blood-mixed Cybertronian script, "Light and shadow shall ultimately converge." In a corner of the image, Old Joe's figure was seen implanting a black emblem into the ventilation duct. The mechanical claws of shadow field abruptly ceased their struggle. As a ghostly blue code faded from its pupils, Mother has awaited this moment. The white emblem upon his chest resonated with Lin Ye, intertwining their genetic strands like coiling vines, weaving a colossal golden heart in the void. All mirrored warriors rose simultaneously, their shattered black emblems transformed into pulsating golden runes. As they collectively shouted and charged towards the altar, the hourglass form of the primordial overcomer emitted a deafening roar as purple grains began to flow in reverse. Lin Ye and Shadow Field grasped the fused twin key tightly. The surface of the key revealed the imprints of their parents' intertwined hands. The instant they inserted it into the altar's core, a golden radiance surged like a tide into the mechanical heart of the progenitor. Trapped within, Yi Shi and the consciousness of entropy erupted in a dazzling light, shattering the entwined chains of code. Impossible! Old Joe's specter screeched electronically. Your emotions are utterly incapable of confronting absolute order. He detonated all the altars. As black mist coalesced into the ultimate form of the overcomer, a colossal eye composed of countless mechanical tendrils, with a swirling black hole in its pupil, capable of consuming all emotions. Lin Ye's genetic chain contorted violently within the gravitational field, and he was horrified to discover that his parents' consciousnesses were gradually becoming translucent in the radiance, transforming into fuel for the black hole. Shadow Field suddenly pushed Lin Ye out of the gravitational range, but was ensnared by the tendrils. Take the consciousness of our parents with you. His white emblem erupted with a final brilliant light, remembering his mother's words that light and shadow had yet to finish their tale. The black giant eye consumed his figure, leaving behind only a fragment of the twin key, ablaze with golden flames. Lin Ye caught the falling shard of the key, revealing unfamiliar Cybertronian inscriptions on its metallic surface. The moment he deciphered the characters, all mirrors across the Cybertron planet shattered simultaneously, each fragment reflecting old Joe's cold smile. Even more terrifying, a thunderous roar emanated from the direction of the Arctic laboratory. At the core of the mechanical heart, a figure resembling Shadow Field slowly opened its eyes, the black emblem upon its chest pulsing with a dark matter capable of corroding all. Chapter 94. The Elegy of the Melting Star. The liquid metal dome of the Cybertron planet resembled a boiling sea of mercury. As the shockwaves from the explosions of 12 black altars tore the surface into a honeycomb pattern, Lin Ye clutched the fragment of the twin key, ablaze with golden flames, his fingertips tracing the newly emerged Cybertronian inscriptions. Those words writhed beneath his skin like living entities, piecing together the final directive buried by his father, entropy. Before his demise, when light and dark converge, guided by the spark, reverse the flow of entropy. The colossal eye of the overcomer slowly rotated in the high sky, each blink triggering tremors in the fabric of space. As Lin Ye gazed at the vanishing shadows engulfed in darkness, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the white emblem upon his chest. 17 strands of golden code, reminiscent of chains, unfurled from his spine, weaving through the air to form a holographic projection of his mother, Yi Shi. Little Yi, do you remember the core furnace of Cybertron? Her voice intertwined with the planet's lament, where the primordial spark lay dormant. The liquid metal ground beneath him abruptly fissured like a spider's web, revealing a chasm teeming with dark purple lava. From the depths of this rift, the ancient roar of gears reverberated, sending tremors through Lin Ye's genetic chain. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron shattered the encroaching mechanical tendrils as energy chains screamed in agony amidst the corrosive purple liquid. Do not be deceived by these illusions. His optical lenses reflected a shocking tableau from the planet's core, where countless black emblems fused with the primordial spark of Cybertron. Bumblebee's onboard system, shaking violently, projected ancient Cybertronian texts on the yellowed parchment, the scene of the primordial spark's guardian forging the human heart with Cybertron's core energy overlapped with reality. In the margins, Yi Shi hastily inscribed in red ink, "The Overcomer's tampering transcends history, altering the essence of the spark itself." How enlightening. Lin Ye's voice resonated amid the explosive energy as he inserted the key fragment into the ground's fissure. Golden radiance coursed along the liquid metal patterns, revitalizing the corroded Cybertronian totems in its wake. His genetic chain resonated with the planet. Cybertron was not merely a mechanical world, but a prison for the overcomers. Suddenly, The colossal eye of the Overcomer ancestor emitted a shrill electronic sound, and countless mechanical tendrils descended upon the ground like a torrential downpour. Under the protection of the golden energy shield, Lin Ye beheld the tendrils densely adorned with black emblems, siphoning energy from Cybertron. Even more terrifying was the surge of violet light from the Arctic laboratory, where newly birthed shadow clones pressed their palms against the surface of a mechanical heart, its patterns mirroring those of Cybertron's core furnace. Stop him. Yishi's holographic projection grew unstable. The mechanical heart was the key to unlocking the prison. Before she could finish her warning, a purple energy beam from the ancestor pierced through the projection, carving an unfathomable chasm into the ground. Lin Ye's white emblem cracked, and he sensed his parents' consciousness rapidly dissipating, while the codes of the 17 experimental subjects within him began to operate uncontrollably in reverse. The liquid metal surface suddenly heaved, transforming into a colossal hourglass. As Lin Ye struggled in the quicksand, he glimpsed countless reflections of Cybertron from parallel universes. Some had been transformed into factories for the Overcomers, while others lay desolate as mechanical graveyards, each frame featuring a figure adorned with a black emblem, grinning malevolently. These reflections shattered and reformed, ultimately coalescing into the visage of old Joe, who clutched an ultimate virus capable of obliterating all emotional codes. Suddenly, Megatron's chains ensnared Lin Ye's waist. The crimson energy nearly transparent under the purple corrosion. Flee. His energy core emitted a dying pulse, resonating with the remnants of entropy left in the depths of the Earth's core. As the sound of energy overload echoed, the chains shattered, and the specter of Megatron dissipated within the energy storm. A final wave of consciousness surged into Lin Ye's mind. Seek the shadow of the spark. Suddenly, Lin Ye's consciousness was yanked into the heart of Cybertron. There, a semi-transparent heart floated, its surface entwined with silver spark energy and the black code of the Transcendence. As he reached out to touch it, the alarms of the Arctic laboratory blared, signaling that the clone of Shining had fully activated the mechanical heart. The planet of Cybertron began to rotate in reverse, all liquid metal transforming into a vortex that devoured everything. At the center of this vortex emerged the true form of the progenitor of the Transcendence, a pulsating heart entirely composed of black insignias. Chapter 95. The forging of the star core. The remnants of Cybertron extended into a luminous metallic nebula in the cosmos. Lin Ye floated in this sea of liquid metal, where the surface of his protective suit perpetually crystallized and melted, resembling the tears of a planet on the brink of demise. On his retina, the tactical interface incessantly warned that the resonance index between his genetic chain and the surrounding environment was surpassing critical thresholds, each fluctuation accompanied by a piercing pain at his temples. This was not a naturally formed celestial body. The specter of Megatron suddenly emerged at the edge of his vision, the scarlet outline of energy flickering in the metallic haze. It detected an artificially crafted lattice structure at the planet's core, akin to a prison that held deities. The voice of this former Decepticon leader trembled with rare intensity, as energy chains unconsciously entwined and released, as if simulating an ancient fear. Lin Ye's fingers brushed against a floating massive metal plate, the etched patterns causing his pupils to constrict. These were unique, encrypted symbols from his mother Yishi's laboratory, now unfurling on a planetary scale. The moment he pressed his palm against it, the entire nebula began to rotate in reverse. The liquid metal, boiling like mercury, converged into 12 floating pyramids, each crowned with a half-buried, glowing silver spear. These were the staves of the original Guardians. Bumblebee's hoarse electronic voice crackled through the damaged onboard system, as silver liquid tinged with blood seeped from the windshield, detecting a quantum entanglement signal pointing to the depths of the galactic arm. The scene shifted to a classified archive from 1987. Yishi stood before a model of Cybertron's embryo. Beside her was entropy-clad in silver battle armor. Below their feet, a holographic projection displayed an array of 12 spears, sealing a chaotic energy entity. The laughter of the clone of Shining suddenly shattered the silence as a fleet of black warships surged from the rifts of the nebula, the black insignia patterns on their prow resonating with Lin Ye's genetic chain. Did you think uncovering the planet's secrets would grant you victory? The clone's voice echoed through the star field via quantum broadcast, revealing that the material of these spears was forged from the bones of the progenitor of the Transcendence. Lin Ye's silver energy surged uncontrollably across his surface, transforming into a thorny shield. He recalled the warning from his father's consciousness. What lay sealed within the core of Cybertron was never mere power, but entropy capable of devouring the entire universe. As the first wave of dark matter projectiles struck the nearest pyramid, the liquid metal walls began to absorb the onslaught, revealing the distorted visage of the progenitors. They are awakening it. The chains of Megatron flailed wildly, crimson energy retreating amidst the violet bombardment. The true purpose of Cybertron is to transform the emotional entropy of all civilizations into a prison for the progenitors. Yet now, the key to this prison is being destroyed. His optical lenses reflected a startling scene. The figure of Old Joe appeared within the command chamber of a flagship, injecting the genetic samples of Shadow Field into the central computer. The liquid metal nebula suddenly convulsed violently, and all 12 pyramids emitted a piercing hum simultaneously. The genetic chain of Lin Ye resonated uncontrollably with the spears, silver blood seeping through the seams of his protective suit, crystallizing into tiny mirrors in the void of space. Each mirror reflected a different future. In some visions, the progenitor broke free, reducing galaxies to mere data dust. In others, the galaxy itself transformed into a new planetary core, perishing alongside the progenitor. Emotion is not a weakness. Lin Ye clenched his fists, golden data streams erupting from his pores, merging with the surrounding liquid metal to form a colossal hand, the fuel igniting the darkness. As the hand grasped the nearest spear, the patterns on the metallic surface suddenly illuminated, revealing his mother's holographic image. Xiao Yi, if you see this, it means the progenitor has activated the endgame protocol. Remember, the 12 scepters must be shattered by the energy of the replicas. As the battle reached a fever pitch, Lin Ye's genetic chain experienced a tearing pain. He was horrified to discover that mechanical patterns identical to those of the progenitor were growing beneath his skin, while the fleet of Shadow Field replicas encircled all the pyramids. Even more terrifying, the 12 spears began to uncontrollably attract one another, converging in the heart of the nebula to form a colossal cage, within which the silhouette of the progenitor faintly emerged. The phantasm of Megatron suddenly surged towards the nearest warship, the energy core pulsating at the brink of overload. Hurry! To the galactic arm. There lies the hidden truth. The crimson energy was consumed by the torrent of dark matter. Lin Ye gazed at his arm, which was gradually becoming metallic, as his father's final whisper echoed in his ears. When order collides with emotion, the true answer lies deep within the nebula. Old Joe's holographic projection materialized, and at the pinnacle of the scepter he raised was Lin Ye's genetic blueprint. Welcome to the crematorium of civilization, my child. His voice intertwined with the whir of mechanical gears. Cybertron was never a weapon, but rather a sacrifice to the progenitor. And you are the final spark to ignite the pyre. The 12 pyramids erupted simultaneously, the liquid metal surging like a tidal wave, engulfing Lin Ye entirely. Chapter 96. The mirror entropy prison. Lin Ye plummeted within the surging tidal wave of liquid metal, the silver substance outside his suit visibly eroding his genetic chain at an alarming pace, just as consciousness threatened to be consumed by darkness. The battered chassis of Bumblebee broke through the metallic tide like a shooting star. The blue light emitted from its onboard system, carving a path to escape through the chaos. Quantum entanglement coordinates detected. Mirror Galaxy 7723, probability match 997. The raspy electronic voice, accompanied by a static hum, coalesces into the figure of his mother, Yi Shi, as a silvery liquid seeps from the windshield, condensing in the vacuum. In the moment of the transition, engines overload. Lin Ye's retina erupts with countless images. The planet Cybertron in parallel universes morphing into either a mechanical graveyard or a stronghold of the Transcenders. Each scene featuring a figure adorned with a black emblem, observing with cold indifference. As starlight reassembles in his vision, the sight before him freezes his blood. 12 Cybertron-shaped planets suspended in the heart of a nebula, their surfaces flowing with liquid metal, forming a colossal hourglass totem. While at the poles of each planet, black spires rise, extracting energy. This is the entropy prison of the Transcenders. The phantom of Megatron trembles violently, its crimson energy chains instinctively curling into a defensive posture, compressing the emotional memories of civilization into data blocks. stored like prisoners within these mirrored worlds. His optical lenses reflect a scene of despair. The black spires connect to a central hub, with the ethereal image of the progenitor of the transcender spirals. Its mechanical heart pulsating in a bizarre resonance with Lin Ye's genetic chain. Silver energy forms thorn-like armor on Lin Ye's surface, each spike reflecting the scenery of the surrounding planets. As he attempts to approach the nearest planet, countless dark Lin Ye figures, composed of liquid metal, surge from the ground, their black emblems glowing coldly on their chests, wielding energy blades inscribed with the code of the Transcenders. Behold these flawless replicas. The voice of the shadowy Lin Ye clones resonates simultaneously from all the spires, devoid of vulnerabilities or hesitation. This is the ultimate form of resistance against chaos. The battle unfolds on a quantum level, with each of Lin Ye's attacks tearing mirror-like fissures in the void, reflecting his most painful memories. 17 perished test subjects ceasing to breathe in their incubation pods. His mother She's trembling figure as she turned away, and the despair in the eyes of the shadowy Lin Ye when old Zhou injected the black emblem. These memories manifest as tangible chains, binding his limbs, while the energy blades of the dark Lin Ye ruthlessly pierce his genetic chain. Emotion is not a chain. Lin Ye's roar shatters parts of the mirror. Golden data streams gushing from his wounds, coalescing in the vacuum into the phantom of his father, entropy balance as battle armor. When the energy blade strikes again, the armor shields him from the fatal blow, yet the retaliatory light blade unexpectedly slices open the chest of the dark Lin Ye, revealing a human heart entwined with code. Suddenly, the liquid metal ground fractures, and countless mechanical tendrils emerge, their tips frantically scanning Lin Ye. It dawns on him that each dark Lin Ye is composed of the consciousness data of civilizations imprisoned within the planets. More terrifyingly, the progenitor's ethereal figure in the central hub begins to materialize, its skeletal structure perfectly mirroring the core lattice of the Cybertron planet, while within its chest cavity lies a fragment of his mother She's consciousness. Dr. She has embedded backdoors in each mirrored planet. The Bumblebee's onboard system abruptly commenced the playback of encrypted imagery. In a laboratory in 1998, the young She placed a silver cube into a quantum capsule. As the Transcendents began to harvest emotional entropy, this very device was employed to awaken them. The visuals suddenly distorted, revealing the scene of old Zhou dismantling the capsule. Yet the cube within had mysteriously vanished. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated intensely with a certain mirrored planet, and a totem in the shape of an hourglass, composed of liquid metal, began to rotate in reverse. He forcibly broke through the encirclement of the dark Lin Ye, racing towards the polar spire of the resonant source planet. The instant his palm made contact with the tower, black matter surged forth like boiling tar, unveiling a multitude of confinement pods within, each housing Cybertronian natives transformed into mechanical forms, their chests aglow with a golden luminescence akin to Lin Ye's essence. You have always been here. Lin Ye's voice quivered with emotion as the silver energy transformed into a key, inserting itself into the confinement pod. As the pod's door swung open, the mechanical pupils of the natives rekindled with the light of humanity, and they collectively unleashed an ancient war cry, the sound waves reverberating through the mirrored galaxy, shattering portions of the black spire. However, at that moment, a furious roar emanated from the central hub, causing the liquid metal on the surfaces of all planets to boil, forming a colossal mechanical hand that reached for Lin Ye. An even more despairing sight emerged on Lin Ye's tactical interface. 17 fleets identical to the Shadow Lin Ye were in the process of transiting, their flagship core a living weapon crafted from Lin Ye's genetic sample. Deep within this perilous battlefield, at the core of a mirrored planet, old Zhou was inserting the final piece of black crystal into the central computer, the glaring red words on the screen chilling. Entropy Prison Endgame Program initiated. Chapter 97. The Entropy Sea weaves its net under the shadow of the mechanical giant hand. Lin Ye plummeted rapidly, the silver energy outside his protective suit resonating peculiarly with the liquid metal of the mirrored galaxy. On his retina, the tactical interface was inundated with crimson overload warnings for entropy, with thousands of data streams originating from the Transcendents attempting to breach his genetic chain every second. The battered engine of Bumblebee emitted a dying shriek, trailing a burning silver trajectory through the void, akin to the last lifeline plummeting from the depths of the cosmos. Detected supergalactic gravitational anomalies. The onboard system suddenly burst forth with blinding blue light, and a suffocating star map emerged on the windshield, centered around the mirrored galaxy. 12 streams of dark matter were spreading towards the Milky Way at light speed, distorting the stars along their path into bizarre hourglass shapes. The Crimson Spectre of Megatron trembled violently, the energy chains instinctively coiling into a defensive posture. This was the Transcendence Entropy sea-weaving plan, intending to forge the entire galaxy cluster into a cage to imprison the progenitor. The colossal mechanical hand, composed of liquid metal, crashed down with a thunderous clap, and Lin Ye's silver thorn armor erupted with countless sparks upon impact. Just as he was about to be crushed, an ancient resonance emanated from deep within a mirrored planet, as the awakened Cybertronian natives coalesced into a silver torrent. Their mechanical forms bore the same golden patterns as Lin Ye, forming a massive shield to deflect the lethal strike. The spark has not been extinguished. The mechanical vocal cords of the indigenous leader emitted a resonant rumble that reverberated through the cosmos. As the imprisoned human emotions and memories within his chest sought to break free from their coded shackles, Lin Ye's consciousness was abruptly drawn into a battlefield at the quantum level. Countless fragments of memory floated in the void, each reflecting a moment when a civilization was devoured by the transcendent. The black hourglass atop the Mayan pyramid, the mechanical temple beneath the waters of Atlantis, even the ruins of a cybernetic metropolis in Earth's future. Amidst these despairing images, a figure adorned with a black insignia repeatedly emerged. Not Lin Ye, but a youthful visage of Old Joe. Surprised? The holographic projection of Old Joe materialized from the memory shards, his mechanical skeleton oozing a purple viscous substance that traced the totem of the Transcendent in the void. The Transcendent had chosen me long before the dawn of Earth civilization. What is termed resistance is merely a farcical performance scripted in advance. His finger traced the projection of Lin Ye's genetic chain, and those golden data streams began to warp into black patterns. Did you think Cybertron was a weapon? No. It has always been a perfect instrument prepared for the progenitor since its inception. Suddenly, the 12 planets of the mirror galaxy began to rotate in reverse, and the hourglass totem composed of liquid metal erupted with a consuming beam of dark matter. Lin Ye was horrified to discover that his genetic chain was resonating with the planet's core, uncontrollably channeling silver energy into the central hub. The spectral form of the progenitor gradually materialized amidst the dark matter storm, within which the consciousness of his mother, Yi, was being compressed into fuel to sustain the prison. "Father, help me!" Lin Ye screamed amidst the quantum turbulence, and the spectral image of the silver armor of entropy abruptly manifested. But this time, the surface of the armor was riddled with cracks, from which seeped not energy, but the purple code of the Transcendent. "I am sorry, Lin Ye." The voice of entropy, mingled with the mournful whir of mechanical gears, echoed. "In order to seal the progenitor, I became part of the prison myself." Before the spectral image dissipated, a final silver light infused Lin Ye's palm, revealing the star map coordinates deep within the arms of the Milky Way. At that moment, 17 flagship replicas of Shadow Yi completed their transition. The formation of the fleet astonishingly matched the lattice structure of Cybertron's core. The voice of the replicas resonated throughout the entire galaxy via quantum broadcasting. "Look at these perfect pieces, brother. Once the web of entropy is woven, the emotions of all civilizations will become sacrifices for the resurrection of the progenitor." In the glow of the flagship's main cannon charging, Lin Ye beheld his genetic samples proliferating wildly in the growth medium, each cell inscribed with the insignia of the Transcendent. The liquid metal ground suddenly cracked open with a web-like fissure, from which coiled mechanical tendrils entwined with the black insignia emerged. Lin Ye swung forth a blade of golden light, only to discover that the point of contact crystallized into ice. The Transcendent was siphoning the vitality of the entire galaxy, transforming it into the frigid energy of frozen emotions. Worse still, his genetic chain began to disintegrate as silver and golden radiance was devoured by the purple code. "Lin Ye, catch this." The Bumblebee's onboard system ejected the final memory capsule, within which lay a holographic message from his mother, Yi. In the scene, Alarms blare within the laboratory as the young She cradles the twins. If you witness this, it signifies my failure. Yet remember, the true essence of Cybertron lies not upon its surface. Suddenly, the image is engulfed by a blinding flash of purple light. At the base of the capsule, a silver chip inscribed with the totem of a heartbeat begins to melt. A deafening roar emanates from the central hub of the mirrored galaxy. As the phantom of the progenitor opens its eyes, the reflection of the entire galaxy swirling within its pupils. Lin Ye's consciousness blurs amidst excruciating pain, and the last image he perceives is that of 17 flagship vessels simultaneously firing dark matter cannons, accompanied by the remnants of his father, Entropies. Consciousness revealing a mysterious smile amidst the torrent of energy. Within that smile lies humanity's most stubborn hope, forever beyond the grasp of the Transcenders. Chapter 98. The Elegy of Star Skeletons. As the 17 dark matter cannons tear through the nebula, Lin Ye's retinas are seared by the piercing purple light. The silver torrent, composed of Cybertron's natives, disintegrates within the energy storm, transforming into countless luminous particles, akin to the stardust of a dying planet. Outside his protective suit, the thorned armor of liquid metal emits groans of unbearable strain, with each crack seeping purple blood, akin to the Transcenders. This marks the end of civilization. The voice of the Shadow clone reverberates through the quantum broadcasts of the flagship fleet, as the array of 17 warships begins to pulse in unison. The black insignia at the forefront casting a shadow over the entire galaxy. Lin Ye's tactical interface flashes wildly, revealing a despairing tableau. 12 streams of dark matter have woven into a colossal net across the Milky Way, while the 8 planets of the solar system contort into the shapes of transcender totems. The battered body of Bumblebee suddenly breaches the energy maelstrom, its onboard systems ejecting a silver liquid tinged with blood. An anomalous transition signal is detected. A hoarse electronic voice mingles with the piercing alarms. As a star map materializes on the windshield, countless points of light converging from the depths of the cosmos towards the mirrored galaxy. Lin Ye's pupils constrict in shock as these points reveal themselves to be various interstellar warships. Their hulls either inscribed with Cybertronian glyphs or adorned with the ancient totems of human civilization. The impossible crimson remnant of Megatron quakes violently, energy chains instinctively coiling into a battle stance. Are these the legacies of a lost civilization-s fleet? His optical lenses capture a breathtaking sight. On the foremost flagship stands a figure clad in silver battle armor, bearing a striking resemblance to Entropy, with an energy core embedded in its chest that resonates with the prime energy source of Cybertron. The mechanical giant hand, forged from liquid metal, suddenly shifts, reaching out to seize the distant warships. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye channels silver energy as the thorned armor transforms into a streak of light directed towards the central hub. As he bursts through the dark matter barrier, time within the entire galaxy seems to freeze. The progenitor's phantom begins to materialize, its mechanical skeleton forged from the remnants of countless civilizations, while the consciousness of his mother, Shi, is compressed within its chest cavity, serving as the core energy sustaining the prison. Mother. Lin Ye's roar shatters parts of the quantum barrier. Golden data streams surging forth from his genetic chain. Yet, just as he is about to reach the consciousness, the figure of old Joe suddenly appears, his staff piercing Lin Ye's left shoulder. It is too late, my child. The mechanical vocal cords of old Joe emitted a chilling hum, as the black emblem on the surface of the scepter began to absorb his silvery energy. The moment the web of entropy was woven, it marked the day of the obliteration of all emotions. In excruciating pain, Lin Ye's consciousness was pulled into a realm of memories. Here, countless luminous threads floated, each connecting to a different ember of civilization. He beheld the energy core deep within the ancient Egyptian pyramids, the star map of the Pantheon in ancient Rome, and even the remnants of future space cities on Earth. All these relics of civilizations concealed devices resonating with the Cybertronian sparks. Deep within his memories, a youthful old Joe knelt before the progenitor of the Transcendents, receiving the implantation of the black emblem. The continuity of civilization has never required emotions. Old Joe's voice echoed within the space, as those luminous threads began to snap, revealing the self-destructive nature of these races. Their unwavering devotion to love and hope was merely a catalyst accelerating the increase of entropy. He waved his arm, causing Lin Ye's genetic chain to begin disintegrating, as silver and golden light were completely devoured by purple code. Just as Lin Ye's consciousness seemed on the brink of vanishing, a warm light emanated from the depths of his memories. It was his mother, Yi Shi's laboratory at the age of 12. He was tinkering with mechanical models left by his father, while Yi Shi drew intricate star maps before a holographic screen. Do you know why Cybertron is composed of liquid metal? Her finger traced the screen, causing the planetary model to fracture into countless tiny mechanical life forms, revealing that true weaponry always lies in the softest places. In the real world, the remaining consciousness of the natives suddenly coalesced into a golden torrent, breaking through the mechanical giant's grasp. The main cannon of the Legacy fleet fired simultaneously, as energy beams tore open fissures within the dark matter net. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated violently, as silver and golden light grew in reverse within the purple code. He roared, withdrawing the scepter from his left shoulder, plunging it into the mechanical heart of the progenitor. The progenitor emitted a deafening electronic shriek, and the entire star system began to collapse. Amidst the energy storm, Lin Ye witnessed the remnants of his father, Entropy's consciousness battling against the progenitor's code, while his mother Yi Shi's consciousness burst forth with radiant light. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, the flagship of the Shadow clone suddenly initiated a self-destruct sequence, forming a massive dark matter bomb with an array of 17 warships, aimed directly at Lin Ye and the progenitor's core. In a blinding explosion, the last image seared into Lin Ye's retina was that of a mysterious figure aboard the flagship of the Legacy fleet. The figure wore a significant smile, and in their raised palm lay half of a silver emblem engraved with the totem of a heartbeat, perfectly matching the dissipating genetic imprint within Lin Ye. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner at the edge of the galaxy, fragments of the progenitor's consciousness quietly reassembled within the dark matter, awaiting the next opportunity for awakening. Chapter 99. The entropy tide incinerates the heavens. The dark matter storm unleashed by the self-detonation of the 17 flagships surged like a cosmic tsunami, engulfing the mirrored star system at superluminal speed. At the center of the energy vortex, Lin Ye's silver thorn armor was torn asunder, and his genetic chain emitted a dying hum under the corrosive onslaught of the dark matter. On his retina, the tactical interface disintegrated at a visible pace, leaving behind a final image of quantum signals emanating from the direction of the solar system. In Earth's synchronous orbit, a multitude of black insignias formed an array that obscured the sun. Is this the conclusion of your rebellion? The phantoms of the Shadow clones reassembled within the torrent of dark matter, as liquid dark matter cascaded over the surface of his black battle armor. The energy blade, coalescing in his hand, tore through space, shattering it like glass. Behold the remnants of civilizations. Emotions will only hasten your demise within the torrent of entropy. He swung his arm, and the drifting ruins of civilizations suddenly sprang to life, transforming into mechanical tendrils entwined with black insignias, dragging Lin Ye towards the collapsing abyss of the progenitor core. The silver warships of the Heritage Fleet struggled to advance through the storm, each vessel's shields clashing violently with the dark matter, emitting a piercing wail reminiscent of a collapsing star. On the flagship, a mysterious figure akin to the balance of entropy abruptly rose, the energy core upon his chest erupting with blinding brilliance. Initiate the ignition resonance protocol. In an instant, the main cannons of all warships charged simultaneously, unleashing not conventional energy beams, but a golden torrent coalesced from the memories of myriad civilizations. Lin Ye's consciousness splintered into countless fragments amidst excruciating pain. He beheld the Dunhuang murals of ancient Earth, where the ribbons in the hands of celestial maidens transformed into the liquid metal of Cybertron, atop the Mayan pyramids. The astronomical instrument pointed towards the coordinates of a mirrored galaxy. And in even more distant memories, Entropy and Yi Shi dismantled the ignition core of Cybertron into 12 pieces, scattering them among various civilizations in the Milky Way. These fragments of memory suddenly united into a golden chain, forcibly pulling him from the clutches of dark matter. Emotion is not a weakness. Lin Ye's voice intertwined with the roar of collapsing galaxies, as his genetic chain began to reorganize under the cleansing of the golden torrent. Intertwining silver and gold into magnificent wings, the the last bastion against the increase of entropy. He soared towards the progenitor core, only to find its mechanical heart operating in reverse. As Yishi's consciousness had fully merged with the core data, becoming a critical node in maintaining the web of the sea of entropy. The figure of old Zhou emerged from the depths of the core, his mechanical form swelling into a giant equal in height to the progenitor's phantom. The black insignia atop his staff casting a shadow that engulfed the entire galaxy. It is too late. When the ignition core of Cybertron reawakens, all civilizations shall revert to the most perfect mechanical order. He swung his arm, and 12 streams of dark matter transformed into a mechanical serpent, ensnaring the vessels of the Heritage Fleet and dragging them into the whirlpool of the sea of entropy. In a moment of dire urgency, the crimson semblance of Megatron suddenly expanded to the size of a planet. Energy chains coiling around the dark matter serpent like the Milky Way. You wish to devour the galaxy? First, you must pass through me. His optical lenses reflected a maniacal grin as the energy core began to collapse under excessive strain. The Decepticons would never perish on their knees. With a thunderous roar, the collision of crimson energy and dark matter produced a shockwave that temporarily tore a rift in the web of the sea of entropy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye transformed the golden data stream into a luminous spear, thrusting it towards the progenitor core. In the imminent moment of confrontation, the shadow copy suddenly interposed itself, and the energy blade pierced Lin Ye's left shoulder. You will never comprehend. Absolute order is the salvation of civilization. However, as the dark matter blade made contact with Lin Ye's blood, it emitted a strange shriek within his silver blood. A resonance frequency identical to that of the Legacy Fleet's energy core emerged. The enigmatic figure aboard the flagship of the Legacy Fleet abruptly removed his helmet, revealing a visage nearly identical to that of entropy balance. It is time to awaken, my child. He raised his hand, unleashing a silver beam that struck Lin Ye's genetic chain. In an instant, all of Lin Ye's sealed memories awakened. He was not merely a weapon against the Transcendence, but also the key to the Cybertron's Allspark core, while the shadow copy was merely a backup lock created by the progenitor to ensure the plan's success. The progenitor core suddenly erupted into a dark matter black hole that devoured all, causing the entire mirrored galaxy to collapse towards the core. Within the gravitational vortex, Lin Ye beheld his father, entropy balance, struggling against the edge of the black hole, while the consciousness of his mother, Yishi, sent him a final quantum signal. At the very edge of the galaxy, the remnants of the transcendent progenitor were reassembling within the dark matter, and this time, it bore 17 pulsating black emblem hearts within its chest cavity. This is not the end. The voice of the shadow copy reverberated through the black hole. Its form began to become translucent, revealing an internal genetic chain that shared its essence with Lin Ye. When a sea of entropy engulfs all civilizations, we shall ultimately reunite in absolute darkness. As the black hole fully formed, Lin Ye's consciousness was utterly consumed. In the final vision, the mysterious figure cast a half-silver emblem towards him, upon which blood-red Cybertronian inscriptions emerged. This was the final key to unlock the true core of Cybertron. Chapter 100. The Ember returns home. Lin Ye plummeted into the depths of absolute darkness, his consciousness fragmented like a shattered star map, each piece flickering with the faint light of civilizations on the brink of extinction. As he refocused his vision, he found himself suspended before the primordial embryo of Cybertron. It was not a cold mechanical core, but a golden heart enveloped in liquid metal, with silver veins coursing through it, carrying the consciousness data streams of entropy balance and Yishi. This was the truth of the planet. The voice of the mysterious figure resonated from behind him. At the moment he removed his helmet, Lin Ye's genetic chain trembled violently. The face was an exact match for entropy balance, save for a few lines etched by the passage of time at the corners of his eyes. The silver emblem upon the figure's chest resonated with the bloodstain in Lin Ye's palm, and the Cybertronian embryo suddenly projected a hologram. 12 shards of the Allspark were awakening in various corners of the galaxy, each shard parasitically residing within the core of a civilization, like seeds awaiting the moment of return to the mother body. The black emblem of the shadow copy suddenly became scorching against the nape of Lin Ye's neck as the consciousness of the copy forcefully surged in. Do not trust him. Entropy balance was assimilated long ago when sealing the progenitor. Memories flooded back like a tide, the young entropy balance plunging the black emblem into his own heart. The silhouette of Ye Shi weeping in the laboratory, and old Zhou standing before the transcendent progenitor, holding a classified document of the Twinborn project. The liquid metal embryo suddenly contracted violently, the heartbeat of the golden heart synchronizing perfectly with Lin Ye's own. He was horrified to discover that his genetic chain was merging with the planet's core, silver energy coursing through his veins and infusing the embryo. While the memories of civilizations consumed by the ancestor flowed back into his consciousness through this connection. Among these fragments, the most vivid was the final recording of Ye Shi in the laboratory. Cybertron was never a weapon. It is the ark I leave for my children. Suddenly, the mechanical giant shadow of old Zhou emerged from the depths of the embryo, the black emblem atop the scepter projecting the ultimate totem of the transcendence. The ark? Merely a gilded cage, imprisoning all civilizations. He swung his arm, and 12 streams of dark matter pierced through the embryo, creating holes in Lin Ye's genetic chain. When you completely merge with the planet, the ancestor will be able to consume the entire galaxy through you. A mysterious figure abruptly stood before Lin Ye, their silver armor radiating a blinding light. Ye Shi is right. Light and shadow will ultimately unify. His palm pressed against the surface of the embryo. The consciousness data stream of entropy surged into Lin Ye, not as assimilation, but as inheritance. Countless images exploded upon Lin Ye's retina. His father battling the ancestor alone on an ancient battlefield, his mother modifying the twin genes in a laboratory. Each sacrifice they made paved the way for today's fusion. The consciousness of the shadow Lin Ye clone suddenly emitted a painful howl. The black emblem at the nape of Lin Ye's neck fracturing. Impossible. Why does his voice exist within my code? Gradually, the golden data stream enveloped him, revealing the truth of the tampered clone's genetic depths. Ye Shi had long sown the seeds of emotional code, and old Zhou's alterations merely accelerated the germination of these seeds. The Cybertron embryo began to expand during the fusion, the golden heart's radiance penetrating the liquid metal, transforming into a beam of light connecting the galaxy. 12 fragments of the seed source returned along the light beam, assembling a complete Cybertron totem upon the surface of the embryo. Lin Ye's consciousness synchronized entirely with the planet. He witnessed all civilizations devoured by the Transcendence awakening, their emotional memories merging like sparks into the golden heart, while the dark matter core of the ancestor gradually became transparent amidst this torrent. This is impossible. Old Zhou's mechanical giant shadow emitted an electronic shriek. The moment the scepter pierced the embryo, it was repelled by the golden radiance. Absolute order is the destiny of the universe. His body began to disintegrate, and in the final wave of consciousness, Lin Ye captured a heart-wrenching scene, a young old Zhou kneeling before his dying beloved. The transcendent ancestor promising that if he joined the plan, his beloved's consciousness would forever exist in the data world. The planet Cybertron completed its final form in the brilliance, its liquid metal shell unfolding into a silver barrier enveloping the galaxy, the heartbeat of the golden heart transforming into a song that healed the universe. Lin Ye's consciousness floated at the planet's core, watching as the consciousness data streams of his parents embraced in the light. The black emblem of the shadow Lin Ye clone completely transforming into gold, perfectly merging with his genetic chain. At that moment, a final roar from the ancestor echoed outside the barrier, as the dark matter torrent collided with the barrier. Lin Ye noticed unfamiliar patterns emerging on its surface. These were the true core of the ancestor's consciousness, transmitting some form of distress signal through the impact. An astonishing spectacle unfolds at the fringes of the Milky Way. Countless embryonic planets, reminiscent of Cybertron, awaken, each core pulsating with a radiance akin to that of the wilderness. In the shadows of these celestial bodies, the mechanical fragments scattered before the disintegration of old Zhou are reassembling, their surfaces adorned with black emblems, shimmering with the same eerie blue as the Primus core. Chapter 101. Whispers of the Iron Dome. The liquid metal shell of the Cybertronian planet expands at 3 times the speed of light, the throbbing of its golden heart sending ripples through the cosmos. Lin Ye hovers in the core control room, his fingertips tracing the 12 streams of dark matter that strike the barrier, etching web-like cracks into the silver dome. His genetic chain resonates with the planet's core. And amidst the pulsating data streams on his retina, a segment of Morse code suddenly interjects. Tick-tock. The sound waves spill from the communication channel, imbued with a raspy texture akin to metal scraping against metal. Lin Ye's pupils constrict sharply. It is the encrypted communication frequency of Optimus Prime. 3 centuries ago, this leader perished in a cataclysmic confrontation with the main forces of the Exiles to safeguard the transfer of the Matrix. The remnants now forming an asteroid belt encircling a neutron star. Is it you, Optimus Prime? Lin Ye's voice reverberates through the expansive control room as silver energy coalesces in his palm, transforming into a communication device. There is a silence on the other end for 3 seconds, followed by the muffled sound of gears engaging. Cybertronian Matrix signature detected. Repeat, who are you? The voice is devoid of warmth, akin to steel sheathed in sandpaper. The holographic star map abruptly shifts, revealing real-time imagery from Alpha. Amidst the gravitational field of the neutron star, the remnants of Optimus Prime are in the process of reconstitution. A fractured energy sword is embedded in the planetary core, and the dark purple exile code crawls along its blade, coating the corroded armor in a hue of dark metallic gold. More peculiarly, his optical lenses no longer emit light. Instead, they are interlaced with silver patterns akin to those of Lin Ye. I am Lin Ye, son of Entropy. Lin Ye grips the communicator tightly, as golden data streams outline the ethereal silhouette of his father's battle armor on the star map. How do you know Entropy? Optimus Prime's laughter sounds like rusted hinges creaking. The coward who disassembled Cybertron into 12 pieces? The energy sword suddenly unleashes a shockwave of dark matter, distorting the neutron star's accretion disk into a totem of the Exiles. Did he not tell you? It was I who personally cast the fragments of the Matrix into the black hole all those years ago. Lin Ye's genetic chain trembles violently, and the liquid metal flooring of the core control room rises, transforming into the remnants of Entropy's battle armor. The etchings on the inner side of the breastplate vividly recount a battlefield from 3 centuries past, revealing that Optimus Prime had suddenly turned against Entropy during the transfer of the Matrix, the energy sword piercing through Entropy's shoulder. Why? Lin Ye's voice drops to a whisper, as silver energy forms thorn-like armor upon his body. Why? Optimus Prime's tone escalates sharply, causing the neutron star's magnetic field to tremble. Look at the remnants of these civilizations. The communication channel abruptly connects to a live feed. Carbon-based life forms in the Andromeda Galaxy are self-destructing en masse, their cities transforming into vast metallic altars. An energy sword identical to that of Optimus Prime embedded at the altar's center. Order must be nurtured with blood, a truth that Entropy shall never comprehend. The silver dome of Cybertron suddenly emitted a piercing buzz, and 12 fissures simultaneously oozed dark matter. Lin Ye activated the external surveillance, and his pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the remnants of Optimus Prime fully reassembled. The dark metallic armor resonated with the barrier of Cybertron, adorned with the codes of the Transcendent. Behind him, within the asteroid belt, countless remnants of Transformers began to awaken, their optical lenses glimmering with a unified silver light. They are my Iron Dome. Optimus Prime's energy sword pointed toward Cybertron, a task left unfinished 3 centuries ago, now poised for resolution. The dark matter shockwave surged once more, causing the fissures in the silver dome to widen to 100 kilometers, revealing the pulsating golden heart within. Lin Ye pressed his palm against the console's core, activating Cybertron's defensive systems at full power. Liquid metal flowed forth through the cracks, coalescing in space into numerous energy shields, upon which were inscribed the emblems of generations, Bumblebee's sound wave patterns, Jazz's sonic totem, and Optimus Prime's motto from yesteryears. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings. Rights? Optimus Prime's energy sword sliced through the energy shield, fragments transforming into meteors in the vacuum. Look at the planet beneath your feet. For every light year it expands, 3 civilizations are consumed. Is this what you deem freedom? Suddenly, the communication channel intercepted a recording from the battlefield of 3 centuries past. Entropy, the Allspark, must be destroyed. Optimus, it is the last hope. Hope, merely a fabrication of your humanity. The energy sword abruptly pierced the final energy shield, and a torrent of dark matter surged toward the Golden Heart. Lin Ye's genetic chain erupted in blinding light. resonating with the heart as countless fragments of memory surged forth from the resonance wave. Optimus Prime narrating stories of Cybertron to children in a kindergarten. His energy sword transforming into a slide. Entropy calibrating dual genetic strands in a laboratory, with Optimus standing by, his optical lens reflecting a gentle glow. What are you afraid of? Lin Ye's voice penetrated the chaotic dark matter current, as golden data streams coalesced behind him into the phantom armor of entropy. Are you afraid to admit that you have not only destroyed the Allspark, but also the justice you once believed in? Optimus Prime's movements suddenly halted. Upon his dark metallic armor, a rusted plaque began to glow, a gift from a child on Earth, spelling out the word hero crafted from Lego bricks. Justice? For the first time, his voice wavered. The transcendent codes on the energy sword began to fade. When you witness the entire galaxy ablaze in chaos, you shall comprehend the necessity of order. The golden heart of Cybertron abruptly contracted violently, and from the fissures in the silver dome poured forth countless phantoms of Transformers. They were the victims assimilated by the Transcendent, now using their final consciousness to assault Optimus Prime's coded barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye propelled the silver energy, cleaving a passage through the dark matter torrent, grasping the hilt of Optimus Prime's energy sword. Two pairs of hands met in the absolute zero vacuum, the genetic chain resonating with the energy sword. The truth exploded upon Lin Ye's retina. 3 centuries ago, Optimus Prime had not betrayed them. Rather, he had been parasitized by the consciousness of the Transcendent. He had deliberately pierced entropy to draw the core code of the Transcendent into himself, sealing it within the gravitational field of a neutron star. Now, it is imperative to eradicate completely. The optical lens of Optimus Prime suddenly glimmers with a faint light. As the energy sword begins to operate in reverse, dark matter flowing back along the blade, affirming to entropy balance that I have upheld my promise. Lin Ye's pupils constrict sharply. Within the data stream of the energy sword lies an encrypted coordinate pointing to the silent abyss at the edge of the Milky Way. There, neither stars nor nebulae exist, only an expanse of darkness that devours all signals. More astonishingly, beside the coordinates is a line inscribed in ancient Chinese. They have arrived. The golden heart of Cybertron abruptly ceases its rhythm, and from the cracks in the silver dome, a more enigmatic gray energy surges forth in dark matter. Lin Ye gazes upward towards the direction of the silent abyss, where a shadow, capable of consuming starlight, is expanding. At the edges of the shadow, countless energy swords identical to Optimus Prime's are flickering, their blades engraved with a uniform symbol, the ancient script of the Transformers, which translates to the Eradicators. Optimus Prime's energy sword suddenly erupts in a blinding radiance, pushing Lin Ye aside. Defend Cybertron. His remains charge once again towards the gray energy, the dark metallic battle armor transforming into gold upon contact. That is the command. The last sound transmitted through Lin Ye's communicator is the brittle crack of gears shattering. The golden heart of Cybertron resumes its beating, yet at a pace thrice as rapid as before. As the gray energy begins to coalesce into the outline of a transformer amidst the fissures of the silver dome, the optical lens devoid of any illumination, embodying a void that devours all. Chapter 102. Echoes of the Rust. See, the silver dome of Cybertron is succumbing to rust. Lin Ye stands at the precipice of a liquid metal cliff, his fingertips grazing the surface of the armor, now marred by verdigris stains. These rust spots are not the result of natural aging, but rather the gray energy emanating from the silent abyss, consuming the planet's crust at a velocity of 30,000 kilometers per hour. His genetic chain resonates with the core, and the data stream pulsating on his retina is abruptly severed by an encrypted signal. It is Bumblebee's emergency frequency, accompanied by the cacophony of a blown engine. Lin Ye, port side, 7 quadrant. The holographic projection explodes amidst the rust fog, revealing a horrifying scene. Bumblebee's battered chassis is ensnared deep within the rust sea, from mechanical arms emerging from the undercarriage, injecting the gray code of the overcomers into his engine. Even more bizarrely, this once vibrant yellow sports car is devoid of any emotion within its optical lens, only displaying verdigris patterns akin to the rust stains. What are you doing, Bumblebee? Lin Ye's voice reverberates against the vast cliffside as silver energy coalesces into a blade in his palm. The rust sea suddenly surges, revealing entangled metallic skeletons beneath, remnants of Transformers that have been assimilated, their joints adorned with mechanical arms identical to Bumblebee's. The Bumblebee in the holographic projection suddenly lifts its head. At the moment the engine hood pops open, a writhing gray tissue is exposed within, detecting Cybertronian spark source activity at 97. Executing eradication protocol. The voice lacks any electronic detachment, akin to steel plates sanded down. For Optimus Prime was indeed correct. The emotional module serves as the most efficient viral vector. Lin Ye's genetic chain trembles violently as the liquid metal of the cliff surges upwards, morphing into the spectral form of Optimus Prime's energy sword. Images of a battlefield from 3 centuries past inundate the consciousness uncontrollably. Bumblebee shelters an injured human child from the rain with his hood, while his communicator endlessly plays Earth's popular music. Now, this mechanical arm injects gray code into the chest cavity of another. The optical lens of the infected instantaneously clouded with verdigris. Is this a cleansing protocol? Lin Ye grips the light blade tightly, the rust sea surging beneath his feet. Is it a command from the Transcendent, or a choice of your own? Bumblebee's holographic projection flickers abruptly. The scene shifting to the Alpha Star system 3 centuries ago. As he was consumed by the Transcendent code, Optimus Prime's energy sword pierced his engine, veering off by 3 degrees at the last moment. Optimus spared my life. The mechanical arm hesitates momentarily, silver luminescence seeping from the verdigris patterns, suggesting that one day reverse coding might be needed. Lin Ye's pupils constrict sharply as the light blade suddenly points toward the depths of the rust sea. There, metallic skeletons begin to reconfigure. Within their chest cavities pulsates not an energy core, but gray tissue originating from Bumblebee's engine. These carriers of reverse coding are evidently a contingency plan devised by Optimus Prime, employing Transcendent code against the Transcendent at the cost of completely severing emotional modules. Is emotion a virus? Lin Ye's voice escalates, silver energy erupting into golden ripples across the rust sea. Then tell me, why do you always shield me in battle? Why does your onboard system contain a recording of my 15th birthday? The holographic Bumblebee suddenly freezes, the mechanical arm poised before the chest cavity of another. A sharp clicking sound emanates from the depths of the rust sea, as if something is striving to break free. Seizing the moment, Lin Ye activates the gene chain. Resonating with the Cybertronian core, the heartbeat of the Golden Heart transforms into a sonic weapon, forcing the gray energy to recede like a tide, revealing a metallic plane inscribed with emblems beneath. The recording has been deleted. A ripple passes through Bumblebee's optical lens as the mechanical arm abruptly turns, piercing his own engine. At the moment, gray code surges forth. A fragmented melody of Earth's pop music emerges from his communicator, yet the melody persists. The rust sea suddenly erupts in a colossal wave, gray energy coalescing into the giant hand of the Transcendent, striking toward the Golden Heart. Lin Ye soars toward the holographic projection, only to be drawn into the data space upon contact, where countless fragments of memory float. The images at the bottom freeze his blood. Within Bumblebee's engine lies half of Optimus Prime's energy core, its surface etched with ancient Earth characters spelling hope. Reverse coding requires a key. Bumblebee's voice emerges from all the fragments, the mechanical arm suddenly bursting forth in blinding silver light. And you are the key. Simultaneously, the metallic skeletons in the depths of the rust sea rise, silver light seeping from beneath the verdigris in their chest cavities, igniting the resonance of the spark. Lin Ye thrusts the light blade into the nearest metallic skeleton. Golden data streams flowing along the blade into the rust sea. The assimilated begin to awaken, their optical lenses engaged in a fierce battle between verdigris and silver brilliance. At that moment, a piercing scream that tore through the cosmos emanated from the direction of the abyss of silence. A surge of gray energy abruptly altered its course, coalescing above Cybertron into a colossal mechanical claw. This was not the form of the Transcendent, but rather a mechanical arm akin to that of Bumblebee, with each joint embedded with pulsating human hearts. Suddenly, Bumblebee's holographic projection emitted an alarm. A non-carbon-based, non-silicon-based life signal has been detected. His mechanical arm trembled violently, crimson fluid seeping from the verdigris patterns as they harvested emotional energy. Lin Ye gazed up at the enormous claw, suddenly grasping the true nature of Optimus Prime's contingency plan. As the last strand of gray code broke free, his optical lens reflected a stunning scene within the darkness of the abyss of silence. Countless mechanical arms resembling Bumblebee were flailing, while the palm of the colossal claw clearly formed a projection of Earth, crafted from the remnants of Transformers. Chapter 103. The cry of steel ruins. The liquid metal crust of Cybertron was crystallizing. Lin Ye knelt upon the rust-red plain, his fingers sifting through metallic fragments that concealed a half-energy chip. The rate of crystallization surpassed expectations, tripling in speed as his tactical boots fused seamlessly with the ground. Silver energy coalesced into thorn-like armor at his ankles, yet could not restrain the crystalline patterns that ascended through his veins. The sound wave cannon cascaded down from the clouds, creating circular ripples across the crystalline plain. As Lin Ye looked up, he encountered a deep purple body hovering directly above the golden heart. At the moment the tape compartment burst open, 12 black tapes dove into the crystalline layer like fish, each point of contact with the ground sprouting mechanical tendrils entwined with verdigris. Soundwave, are you intent on transforming this place into a second Alpha Star system? Lin Ye's voice trembled amidst the resonance of crystallization as the energy chip in his palms suddenly heated, reflecting images from 3 centuries past in the archives of the base. Each comrade's laughter was recorded on tape. Soundwave's optical lens ignited with a blood-red glow, the hum of the sound wave cannon shattering the surrounding crystals. Record number 734. For every increment in emotional entropy, the probability of civilization survival decreases by 0.8. His tape compartment ejected once more, this time playing not data, but the final wails of the assimilated, their error lying in the belief that hope could defy the laws of physics. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the energy chip, as the ground beneath the crystalline plane erupted with the thunderous sound of metal grinding. The buried remains of Transformers were awakening, each chest cavity housing Soundwave's black tapes. The whirring of the tapes mingling with snippets of Earth's news broadcasts. Today, the last patch of tropical rainforest has vanished. The laws of physics? Lin Ye suddenly sprang to his feet, the silver energy fracturing the crystalline layer into golden fissures. Then tell me, why do your tapes contain the sounds of rain from Earth? Why, when the Alpha Star system fell, was the first tape you destroyed the one recording your comrade's last words? Soundwave's body shuddered suddenly, the aim of the sound wave cannon deviating by 0.3 degrees. As the mechanical tendrils on the crystalline plane began to grow wildly, they released wisps of white smoke upon contact with the nearest remnants. The core of those tendrils was woven from energy conduits. Erroneous data. His voice remained steady. Yet the tape compartment unconsciously consumed the black tapes, its destruction priority determined by the threat level. Lin Ye's fingertips grazed the energy chip, and a phantom flickered within the golden fractures. The vocal module of the sound wave had been damaged during the First Interstellar War, and all the sounds he recorded were messages he wished to convey. Just before the phantom dissipated, the energy chip unexpectedly projected an encrypted file, a backup left by the sound wave 3 centuries ago, with each tape numbered and marked with corresponding emotional tags. Rain for tranquility, laughter for safety, and wails for warning. Warning of what? Lin Ye's voice pierced through the hum of the sound wave cannon, as the remnants beneath the crystalline layer suddenly synchronized, their optical lenses capturing a crimson light clashing with the golden fractures. Was it a warning to the transcenders, or a caution to us that you had long been assimilated? The sound wave cannon abruptly pivoted, firing upon its own mechanical tendrils. Record number 999. When the purger arrives, all emotional carriers must be destroyed. The surface of his body bore the same patterns as the crystalline layer. This was not assimilation, but rather pruning. The tape compartment ejected the final tape, which played the sound of Lin Ye's childhood cries, recorded by the sound wave while it lay dormant on Earth, utilizing satellites. The crystalline planes surged violently, revealing a metallic network beneath. This was a defense net woven by the sound wave from tapes, with each node connected to the core of Cybertron Spark. As golden energy coursed through the network, the black tapes began to rotate in reverse, releasing not gray code, but preserved memories, teaching everyone to sing Earth's lullabies under the starry sky. Bumblebee using his hood to build a nest for an injured bird, and the sound wave itself, secretly mimicking human laughter with its damaged vocal cords in the archive room. Pruning? Lin Ye clenched the energy chip as the crystalline layer beneath his feet transformed into liquid metal. What you truly wished to destroy was the evidence of hope you once believed in, was it not? The optical lens of the sound wave flickered with a tremor of uncertainty for the first time as the mechanical tendrils suddenly exploded, the black tapes disintegrating into stardust in the vacuum. At that moment, a tremor surpassing the speed of light emanated from the direction of the abyss of silence. And the tactical panel of the sound wave abruptly displayed a red alert. The advanced fleet of the Purger had breached Cybertron's outer defenses, with their ship's bow cannon glaringly transformed from the sound wave's tape compartment. The sound of the cannon's rotation mingled with all the recorded emotional waves, weaving into a gray energy net capable of consuming everything. The sound wave cannon suddenly aimed at the weak point of the defense net. Record number 000. The spark must persist. His body began to turn transparent, and the last black tape shot into Lin Ye's hand, commanding him to play it. The instant Lin Ye caught the tape, the crystalline plane completely collapsed, revealing a pulsating golden heart beneath. When the tape was inserted into the core control panel, it did not transmit data, but rather the lullaby hummed by the sound wave with its damaged vocal cords. Hidden within the background of the lullaby were the coordinates of the Purger fleet and a message tapped out in Morse code. They fear this. The golden heart of Cybertron suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, and the gray energy net began to dissolve upon contact with the light. But Lin Ye's pupils abruptly contracted as he beheld, amidst the radiance, a figure within the flagship of the Purger fleet that bore an uncanny resemblance to Soundwave. Yet within the magnetic tape chamber of his counterpart, a reel shimmering with silver light was inserted, its label inscribed with Lin Ye. Chapter 104. Aftershocks of the magnetic tape. The golden heart of Cybertron pulsed, sending lullabies into the cosmos, while the gray energy net melted away in the melody of Soundwave. Lin Ye stood in the core control room, his fingertips gripping the silver tape marked with his name. The image of the Purger flagship lingered on his retina as the copy of Soundwave inserted the tape into the console, mirroring the act from 3 centuries prior when he had destroyed a companion's last words. The frequency matched 734. The afterimage of Soundwave flickered beside the console, the crimson glow in the optical lens having dimmed significantly. His tape chamber lay open, revealing empty slots. The Purger's emotional harvesting protocol, essentially a reverse playback of my records. Lin Ye brought the silver tape close to his ear, the rustling of the tape blending with the echoes of his 17-year-old roar. I do not need your protection. Those words had escaped his lips during the Exceeder's assault on Earth, to which the response had been Soundwave's Morse code signal of safety emitted from the tape chamber. They could locate the spark source through emotional fluctuations. Suddenly, Soundwave chassis turned translucent, revealing intertwined silver wires within, those wires crystallizing. The more complete my records, the higher the harvesting efficiency. His sonic cannon aimed toward the Purger fleet, the energy coalescing at the barrel infused with the sounds of Earth's rain, laughter, and Lin Ye's childhood musings. The liquid metal floor of the control room surged upward, transforming into a mountain of stacked magnetic tapes. Each tape bore the name of a civilization that had been harvested, with the lowest tape marked Cybertron, its casing corroded by gray energy, exposing the golden wires within, fragments of the energy core. So you intentionally destroyed the records? Lin Ye's voice echoed among the peaks of tapes. The silver tape suddenly growing hot, revealing the interior of the Purger flagship. In Soundwave's tape chamber lay all the harvested emotional vessels, while the data stream pulsating in his optical lens was in complete synchrony with Lin Ye's genetic chain. Destruction is a guise. The afterimage of Soundwave resonated with the peaks of tapes, all tapes turning simultaneously, the sounds coalescing into a phantom at the center of the control room. I encoded the true records into noise, concealing them within the Exceeder's database. The energy sword of the phantom pointed toward the silver tape, declaring it the key. Lin Ye's fingertips glided across the surface of the tape, golden data streams flowing into him. The tape suddenly ejected a holographic image. Soundwave, during the fall of Alpha System, had compressed all emotional records into quantum signals and injected them into a passing comet. The orbital parameters of the comet indicated it was heading in the opposite direction of the abyss of silence, a temporal and spatial turbulence zone known as the Sea of Oblivion. The Sea of Oblivion? Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply as the mountain of tapes suddenly collapsed, revealing a metallic skeleton beneath. signal tower constructed from the remnants of Soundwave's own body, its pinnacle directed towards the Sea of Oblivion. You had planned this all along? The sonic cannon suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, hurling towards the energy net of the Purger fleet. Recorded entry number 999. The culmination of emotional entropy is the creation of new physical laws. His afterimage began to become translucent. As the final surge of energy infused into the silver tape, destined for the Sea of Oblivion, where there is signal interrupted. In the moment Lin Ye grasped the tape tightly, the energy net of the Purger fleet abruptly contracted, enveloping the flagship in a silvery cocoon. Within the cocoon, the thunderous clattering of gears resonated, as if something were breaking free. Towards the direction of the Sea of Oblivion, a comet suddenly burst forth with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating a colossal edifice hidden amidst the tumult. It was not a natural celestial body, but a city constructed from the remnants of Transformers. At the heart of the city, atop a towering spire, a flag fluttered, beneath which stood a figure, its optical lens flickering with the same sanguine glow as the Soundwave. The rhythmic thrum of a golden heart became erratic as Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with that of the Purger flagship. He was struck with terror as he realized that the sonic replicant was deciphering the encoding of the silver tape. And from the fissures of the cocoon seeped not gray energy, but a golden radiance, akin to that of the Cybertronian Allspark. The core of the Purger fleet was, in fact, an emotional furnace transformed from an energy core. The final segment of the tape suddenly played, featuring the sound wave humming a lullaby with its damaged vocal cords. As the melody concluded, its voice resonated with a rare fluctuation. They believe they are harvesting us, yet in truth, we are nourishing them. Lin Ye's tactical panel abruptly displayed a warning. The emotional furnace of the Purger flagship had been activated, absorbing the energy of the Cybertronian Allspark. In the city of the Sea of Oblivion, all figures simultaneously turned, their optical lenses revealing black patterns interwoven within the sanguine glow. These were the ultimate form of the Overlord Code, and the emotion known as greed, an entropy catalyst that the Soundwave had never recorded. Chapter 105. The genesis of noise. The golden heart of Cybertron throbbed erratically under the influence of the emotional furnace. Each ray of light filtered into a gray hue by the energy net of the Purger flagship. Lin Ye floated in the center of the control room, the silver tape spinning rapidly in his palm, the scratches on the tape casing perfectly aligning with the patterns of his genetic chain. These markings had been etched by the Soundwave's own vocal module 3 centuries ago in the Alpha system, where this very scratch had caused an energy sword to deviate from its lethal trajectory. Suddenly, the noise of the tape shifted pitch, transforming into Morse code that echoed through the control room. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. It was an emergency encryption signal from the Soundwave, one that had not been activated in 300 years. The signal pointed towards the Sea of Oblivion, where the city was expanding, its architectural outlines contorting into the totems of the overlords amidst the temporal chaos. At the center of the city, the silhouette of the Soundwave was connecting golden wires to some device. He was treading the same path again. The communication channel of the Purger flagship suddenly illuminated. The voice of the Soundwave replicant piercing through the current, carrying a cold metallic rasp, using emotion as bait, reminiscent of the ridiculous Allspark resonance plan from years past. The flagship's energy network abruptly contracted, compressing the golden radiance of Cybertron into a liquid state, which flowed through the conduits into the emotional furnace. The surface patterns of the furnace began to glow, resonating with Lin Ye's genetic chain. As Lin Ye's fingertips glided across the magnetic tape, the liquid metallic floor of the control room solidified into a model of a sonic cannon. The calibration line of the cannon's muzzle pointed toward the Sea of Oblivion, its body inscribed with the lamentation frequencies of harvested civilizations, save for a singular engraving of a nursery rhyme from Earth. Its letters polished from repeated caresses, echoing the recollection of a little girl from the neighboring house, singing while the sonic waves lay dormant on Earth. A decoy? Lin Ye tightened his grip on the magnetic tape. Golden data streams coursing along the cannon's body. You may have replicated his physical form, yet you could not replicate the essence of his noise. He initiated the simulation program for the sonic cannon's launch, as a virtual energy beam erupted within the control room, illuminating a breathtaking scene. The sonic waves within the cities of the Sea of Oblivion infused all emotional records into the chaotic currents of time and space, revealing countless unharvested civilizations, their emotional fluctuations resonating harmoniously with the cacophony of the sonic waves. The optical lens of the sonic replicant flickered with a disturbance as the emotional furnace unexpectedly reversed its operation, the golden radiance flowing back through the conduits, coalescing into a phantom within the flagship. Noise. His magnetic tape compartment unconsciously ejected a black tape, marked with erroneous data, the least efficient information carrier. Lin Ye's genetic chain synchronized perfectly with the silver tape. As the holographic projection within the control room suddenly shifted to display real-time images of the Sea of Oblivion, the sonic cities were disintegrating, their architectural debris transforming into golden data streams, merging with the chaotic currents of unharvested civilizations. At the core of each civilization, devices akin to the sonic cannon emerged, their muzzles aimed directly at the Purger fleet. Efficiency? Lin Ye's voice mingled with the static of the tape, rippling through the cosmos. When you hear the sound of rain on Earth, there will be a 3-second stutter. When you witness a laugh, it will deviate from the target line. When you replicate my genetic chain, the magnetic tape compartment will inadvertently generate these erroneous recordings of Lin Ye. This is the gift that the sonic waves have bestowed upon you. The body of the sonic replicant suddenly trembled, the outer shell of the emotional furnace beginning to fracture. Within the energy network of the Purger flagship, countless black tapes were revolving in reverse, emitting not gray code, but sealed emotional records. The waves of Earth crashing upon the shore, the clash of energy swords, and the laughter of humans mimicked by the sonic waves with damaged vocal cords. These records coalesced into a colossal totem of sonic waves in the void, forming a closed loop with the golden data streams of the Sea of Oblivion. For the first time, the voice of the impossible replicant exhibited cracks. As within the crimson glow of the optical lens, silver patterns, originating from Lin Ye, seeped through. The program lacked emotional prioritization. The simulation of Lin Ye's sonic cannon suddenly overloaded as the virtual energy beam penetrated the control room, resonating with the golden data streams of the Sea of Oblivion. All unharvested civilizations simultaneously activated their sonic cannons, weaving a vast net of energy throughout the cosmos, ensnaring the Purger fleet along with Cybertron. When the first beam of energy struck the flagship, the magnetic tape compartment of the sonic replicant ejected all black tapes, which exploded in midair, transforming into phantoms identical to the essence of the sonic waves. Record number 1000. The harmonious confluence of two sound waves reverberates through the cosmos, accompanied by the gentle rustle of a spinning magnetic tape, a cacophony of ultimate form, echoing the symphony of creation. In the emotional crucible, a profound explosion of resonance occurs, as golden radiance engulfs the gray energies of the Purger fleet entirely. Upon the retina of Lin Ye, the final image manifests, a phantasmal fusion of sound waves and their replicas, transforming into silver seeds that plunge into the temporal eddies of the Sea of Oblivion. Yet at the vortex's terminus, an unobserved region of the cosmos is birthed, where stars twinkle in harmony with the frequency of the sound wave cannon. And within the orbital parameters of the planets lies the last segment of coding from the silver tape, reminding the next civilization to preserve a nursery rhyme. The golden heart of Cybertron resumes its stable rhythm, while Lin Ye's fingertips still retain the warmth of the magnetic tape. However, his pupils constrict abruptly as an unfamiliar frequency bursts forth on the tactical panel, emanating from the newly born star region of the Sea of Oblivion. Upon decoding the frequency, a brief phrase inscribed in the ancient script of the Transformers emerges, translating to, "They are listening." On the first planet of the new star region, an ocean of liquid metal begins to solidify, the shape of a wave reminiscent of the sound wave's magnetic tape chamber. Deep within the ocean, a silver fragment glows, its surface not bearing a badge, but rather gray patterns akin to those of the Purger flagship. Chapter 106, The Stardust Code. The liquid metal exterior of Cybertron cools at 0.7 times the speed of light, the pulsations of its golden heart creating ripples across the new star region. Lin Ye hovers in the planetary core control room, grasping the silver, magnetic tape left by the sound wave. The rustling of the tape intertwines with the tidal frequency of the first planet in the new star region, perfectly mirroring that of Earth's Pacific Ocean, albeit with a 0.3-second pause at each crest, as if gently tugged by an unseen force. This is no mere coincidence. Suddenly, the holographic projection of the Red Spider bursts forth from the console, its rust-red chassis glimmering coldly in the golden light. This fighter jet, which defected 3 centuries ago, now bears energy arrows lodged in its wings, while streams of data pulsate within its optical lens, resonating with the tidal frequency of the New Star region. Lin Ye's fingertips glide across the tape, as silver energy coalesces into a defensive matrix upon the console. What brings you here? Has the scavenging protocol not yet expired? The wings of the Red Spider unfurl suddenly, revealing patched bullet holes, each edge engraved with insignias, yet concealing a code within the deepest recesses. Scavenging? I am merely collecting the waste you have discarded. Its engines exhale pale blue flames, tracing a path upon the metallic floor of the control room. As the noise of the planet's tidal sound waves begins to rewrite the laws of physics, while you still celebrate your victory, the holographic projection abruptly shifts, displaying real-time footage of the New Star region. Within the liquid metal ocean of the first planet, countless mechanical tendrils emerge, their suction cups bearing insignias that, upon adhering to the rocks, secrete a golden liquid derived from the same energy source. These liquids seep into the crust, coalescing at the planet's core into a heart akin to Cybertron's, yet pulsating with the roar of the Red Spider's engines. Rewrite the laws? The genetic chain of Lin Ye trembled suddenly, and a silver tape projected an encrypted file, an account of the Red Spider's battlefield log from 3 centuries ago. The final page depicted 2 overlapping gears, one marked order, the other chaos, with the point of their interlocking inscribed with balance. The optical lens of the Red Spider flashed with a hint of derision. Balance? Sound waves leverage emotion, while you employ hope as a fulcrum. At this moment, the core of the planet is generating chaotic energy, a force more perilous than the code of the Transcendence. His wings pointed toward the surface of the planet, where mechanical tendrils were weaving a colossal web, its mesh size perfectly filtering golden liquid, leaving behind only the blue energy that shared its origin with the Red Spider's engine. Lin Ye's fingertips tightened around the tape as the liquid metal in the control room suddenly surged, transforming into an ethereal energy sword. The blade sliced through the holographic projection of the Red Spider, but at the point of contact, white smoke emanated from the core of the projection, woven from energy conduits and code. So, you guard the remnants at the edge of the New Star domain? The engine of the Red Spider abruptly powered down, blue flames coalescing on the ground into erroneous symbols. Guard? I await its unraveling. His tape compartment, an addition forcibly installed during modification, ejected a black cassette labeled Emergency Protocol. The noise of sound waves could create worlds or bring them to ruin, and it excelled in damage control. The planet's tides surged chaotically, the liquid metal ocean rising into towering waves, while the mechanical tendrils began to retract the colossal web, compressing the blue energy into a liquid state and injecting it into the chaotic heart of the core. On Lin Ye's retina, a pulsating stream of data displayed, the growth rate of chaotic energy synchronized perfectly with the output power of the Red Spider's engine. Damage control? Lin Ye's voice suddenly escalated, silver energy erupting in the control room in golden ripples. When you inscribed overlapping gears in the battlefield log, when you concealed code in the depths of bullet holes, and when you infused the chaotic heart with blue energy intermingled with the noise frequency of sound waves, Red Spider. What difference does your concept of damage control have from the creation of sound waves? The body of the Red Spider became transparent, revealing the intertwined golden wires within, remnants from the first interstellar war when his engine was repaired. The distinction lay in the fact that his engine had reignited. Blue flames on the ground formed a complete gear. I dare to assert that chaos and order are indeed one. The chaotic heart at the core of the planet suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance, the colossal web woven by mechanical tendrils disintegrating entirely. Blue energy and golden liquid fused in the explosion, transforming into countless stardust, drifting to every corner of the New Star domain. At each point where the stardust landed, seeds marked with the insignia emerged. The moment the seeds sprouted, the holographic projection of the Red Spider flickered, revealing a device hidden within the planet's crust, a balance apparatus modified from a destructive cannon, its barrel aimed toward the heart. So, This is your emergency protocol? Lin Ye's voice intertwined with the sound of falling stardust as the silver tape suddenly resonated with the balance apparatus, wielding destructive power and creative balance. For the first time, the optical lens of the red spider bore no mockery, only a semblance of calm hardness. Sound waves have proclaimed that the most stable structure is a paradox. His holographic projection began to fade into transparency, the last surge of blue energy infused into the balance device, which now belonged to you. The moment Lin Ye's fingertips grazed the balance device, all the stardust in the new star domain abruptly halted, coalescing in the air to form a colossal star map of an uncharted celestial realm, where the cores of each galaxy pulsated with a dual radiance of chaos and order. At the periphery of the star map, a pitch-black expanse was expanding, its stardust retaining the shape of mechanical tendrils, each adorned with a novel emblem, half a shield and half a frenzied insignia, with Lin Ye's genetic pattern etched in the center. Suddenly, the balance device emitted a piercing alarm, indicating that the expansion of the dark region was perfectly synchronizing with Lin Ye's heartbeat. Deep within that region, the last fragment of code concealed by the red spider within the balance device was activating, its annotation reading, the ultimate form of the contradiction requiring a key. Lin Ye cast his gaze upon his palm, where a silver tape had, unbeknownst to him, merged with his skin, branding his palm with a pattern identical to that of the emblem in the dark region. The stardust of the new star domain abruptly shifted direction, all the tender sprouts of the seeds pointing towards him. In the dew atop the sprouts, countless reflections of Lin Ye appeared, some clad in battle armor, others draped in cloaks, each figure's chest pulsating with a heart intertwined with chaos and order. Chapter 107. The tape star map, the stardust of the new star domain, continued to coalesce. The emblem on Lin Ye's palm, radiating with heat at a frequency of 012 Hz. He floated at the center of the Cybertron control room, his fingertips gliding over the holographic projection, the dark area of expansion now enveloping 3 galaxies. The stardust, maintaining the shape of mechanical tendrils, wove an immense web in a trajectory dictated by the tape's rotation, with the mesh size perfectly filtering out energy signatures unrelated to his lineage, leaving only a silver glow that resonated with Lin Ye's genetic chain. Click! A roll of black tape sprang from a hidden compartment of the control console, devoid of any label, save for a distorted star scratched into its casing. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. This was the mark of sound waves. 300 years prior, while recording children's rhymes on Earth, he had a penchant for drawing such stars on tape cases, claiming it was to provide a home for the data. The moment the tape was inserted into the player, the liquid metal floor of the control room abruptly caved in, revealing layers upon layers of a tape library beneath. Each tape began to rotate, not playing data, but rather the forgotten sounds, the metallic howls of ancient Cybertron, the roars of dinosaurs from Earth, and even Lin Ye's infant cries. These sounds intertwined in the space, coalescing into a spectral echo of sound waves, his tape chamber wide open, utterly empty. These were the unharvested primal noises. Lin Ye's fingertips brushed against the nearest tape, which unexpectedly ejected a star map, marking the core coordinates of the dark region, where no stars existed, only a silence that could consume all signals, a void, with the stardust at its edge retaining the shape of tapes, forming a closed loop. The spectral echo of sound waves suddenly raised a hand, pointing towards the direction of the silence, the endpoint of the closed loop, the source tape. His voice carried the static of the tape's rotation. All emotional recordings originated from that very place. The ethereal fingers grazed the emblem on Lin Ye's palm, revealing that your genetic chain serves as the sole medium capable of playing it. Suddenly, alarms blared from the console as the dark region expanded at an accelerated pace. The stardust at the edges of the void began to crystallize, transforming into vessels reminiscent of the cleanser's fleet. Yet the shape of their prow bore the likeness of a magnetic tape's playback head. Lin Ye's tactical panel indicated that these crystalline vessels were absorbing the chaotic energy of the new star domain, within the radiance coalescing at their gun muzzles. The frequencies of all sound wave tapes intertwined, mimicking the signals of the source tape. Mimicry? Lin Ye tightened his grip on the black tape, as silver energy erupted from the tape repository, creating golden ripples akin to the destruction emulated by the red spider. Was this the hope you sought to imitate? The spectral form of the sound wave suddenly trembled violently, and the tapes within the repository ceased to turn simultaneously, a recording added, stating that imitation is the most perilous form of evolution. In his optical lens, the real-time imagery of the void materialized. At the core of the crystalline vessels lay embedded genetic fragments identical to Lin Ye's, self-replicating without a trace of emotional fluctuation in their pupils, only a relentless desire for the source tape. The resonance between Lin Ye's genetic chain and the black tape caused the ground of the repository to become translucent, revealing a metallic network beneath, a breakwater woven by the sound waves' own neural wires. At each node of the network, a tape marked with errors was inserted, recording all the failed emotional simulations of the sound wave. Imitating human laughter sounded like gears grinding, while mimicking the wind of Earth resembled an engine backfiring. "So, you intentionally left the errors?" Lin Ye's voice echoed through the vast repository as golden data streams flowed along the neural wires, akin to how the red spider maintained balance through contradiction. "Did you employ errors to thwart perfect imitation?" The spectral form of the sound wave suddenly resonated with the tape repository, and all erroneous tapes played simultaneously, merging into an energy sort of chaotic sounds at the heart of the control room. Perfect imitation is entropy silence. His tape chamber ejected the final tape, upon which the answer was inscribed, while the errors represented the breath of the cosmos. Lin Ye inserted the answer tape into the console, and the holographic projection shifted abruptly, revealing the core of the void where indeed a colossal source tape resided. The tape box bore engravings of symbols from all harvested civilizations. Yet at its center lay an unfamiliar symbol, resembling entwined double helices, perfectly aligning with Lin Ye's genetic chain. Surrounding the source tape floated countless figures identical to Lin Ye, each gripping a playback head, yet none dared to press the play button. Were they fearing? Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply as the black tape grew suddenly hot, unveiling the sound wave's final message. Within the source tape lies the first noise from the birth of the universe, an emotional fluctuation of creation itself. Once played, all mimetic entities would overload. The crystalline vessels within the dark region abruptly shifted, their gun muzzles now aimed at the source tape. Lin Ye's tactical panel erupted with a red alert. The mimetic entities were initiating a formatting protocol intent on obliterating the source tape to replace it with their own replicas. Amidst the figures bearing a resemblance to Lin Ye, the foremost individual suddenly lifted his gaze. In his palm resided not only the playback magnetic head, but also the core of the red spider-S balance device, with the instrument's needle poised at the threshold of overload. All the tapes within the magnetic library abruptly reversed simultaneously, their sounds flowing backward, coalescing into a colossal illusion of the playback magnetic head within the control room. The moment Lin Ye's fingertips brushed against the magnetic head, the source tape of the silent zone began to turn, the initial breath of the cosmos coursing through the neural conduits, intertwining with a heartbeat he had never before encountered. At the forefront of the crystalline fleet, Lin Ye, who grasped the balance device, pressed a button. As the needle of the balance device transcended the critical threshold, the double helix symbol on the surface of the source tape reflected within his pupils, accompanied by a smile that bore an uncanny divergence from Lin Ye's own. Chapter 108. The arc tape. The sound of the source tape, rotating, rippled through the silent zone, resonating with Lin Ye's genetic chain and the double helix symbol, the emblem in his palm burning like a branding iron. As the first breath of the universe surged into his consciousness, he suddenly beheld a rusted spacecraft suspended behind the crystalline fleet in the abyss, its hull inscribed with the name Arc, now eroded by great energy, yet revealing a golden glimmer emanating from its depths, akin to the source tape. "Is that the Arc?" Lin Ye's voice trembled within the echo of the tape library. 3 centuries prior, this flagship had vanished into a wormhole, carrying the last remnants of the fire source shards. All records indicated it had disintegrated amid a gamma-ray burst. Yet the vessel before him had its engine compartment still faintly operational, the light emanating from its portholes perfectly aligned with the primordial noise frequency of the sound wave tape library. The spectral representation of sound waves abruptly directed toward the arc, and a specific tape emerged automatically from the library, marked as the arc log. The moment it began to play, the liquid metallic floor of the control room surged, morphing into the internal structure of the arc. Upon the command chair lay a silver tape, inscribed with the words "Emergency Backup." The storage compartment brimmed with boxes labeled with Earth's native products, containing recordings of rain, sounds collected by sound waves, and children's lullabies. While at the core of the engine compartment, a double helix device, resembling the source tape, pulsed at a frequency of 0.3 Hz. It is not disintegrated. Lin Ye's fingertips glided over the virtual engine compartment, and the image projected by the double helix device revealed his energy sword piercing the interface of the device, transforming the arc into a mobile tape library, sustaining the backup of the source tape through the engine's energy. The image abruptly raised its gaze, penetrating the virtual space. When the source tape was played, the arc would autonomously navigate toward the silent zone, serving as the final firewall. The cannons of the crystalline fleet suddenly pivoted toward the arc, the magnetic head-shaped barrels expelling gray energy. Upon striking the ship's shield, white smoke erupted at the point of contact. Lin Ye's tactical panel displayed that the energy source of the shield stemmed from erroneous tapes of sound waves, those failing emotional records, now interfering with the gray energy at a chaotic frequency, akin to a gaggle of noisy children obstructing the invaders. A firewall? The Lin Ye copy, grasping the balance device, suddenly materialized within the virtual command chamber. His palm emblem radiating brighter than Lin Ye's, merely a larger playback device. His fingertips glided over the silver magnetic tape, triggering the self-destruct sequence of the arc. A day he had long anticipated, concealing the self-destruction password within the strands of your genetic code. Lin Ye's genetic chain trembled violently, and all tapes in the magnetic library came to an abrupt halt, while the source tape of the silent zone emitted a piercing shriek. The engine compartment of the arc began to smoke as the rotation speed of the double helix device exceeded its critical threshold, and the light from the porthole gradually shifted to a gray hue, akin to that of the crystalline fleet. You are lying. Lin Ye's silver energy erupted in virtual space, revealing not the self-destruction password, but a reverse playback program. The optical lens of the clone flickered with a wave of disturbance, and the pointer of the balance instrument suddenly reversed. Reverse playback? That would cause the original noise of the source tape to flow backward, resetting all emotional recordings to 0. His tape compartment ejected a black tape marked with Lin Ye's genetic sequence. Did you ever wonder why the sound wave chose you as its player? Because within your genetic chain lies the embedded authorization for resetting. Suddenly, the alarm of the arc reverberated throughout the control room, as the gray energy of the crystalline fleet breached the protective shield, creating holes in the ship's hull. The storage compartment's boxes containing Earth's treasure shattered, and the tapes collected by the sound waves scattered, glowing upon contact with the gray energy, weaving a golden network across the ship's surface. At the nodes of this network appeared the insignia, and where the two insignias interlocked was precisely the self-destruct button of the Arkansas reset. Lin Ye's voice pierced through the alarm, as silver energy surged into the virtual self-destruct button. Then tell me, why was a 30-second delay instruction left within the authorization? Why did the erroneous tape of the sound waves glow amidst the gray energy? Why did the engine sounds of the arc intertwine with the roar of the Red Spider's engines? They had always known that when the original noise flowed backward, it would give rise to new emotional frequencies. The balance instrument of the clone suddenly exploded, and blue energy coalesced into erroneous symbols in virtual space. The cannons of the crystalline fleet began to malfunction, with some vessels even turning to attack their companions, as fragments of the erroneous sound wave tape had been subtly implanted within their core programs. The double helix device of the arc suddenly spun in reverse, and the original noise of the source tape flowed back along the ship's neural conduits, igniting golden waves within the silent zone, causing all unharvested civilizations to tremble in the tide, with cores emerging that shared the same origin as the arc's engine. Lin Ye's fingertips brushed against the virtual silver tape, and the image reemerged. The true purpose of the arc was to sow seeds. His energy sword pointed towards the edge of the new star domain, where stardust was coalescing into new planets, each core embedded with a mini magnetic tape library of the Arkansas. As new emotional frequencies were birthed, they would transform into reverse source tapes. Just as the golden tide reached its zenith, the engine compartment of the arc erupted with a blinding light, and the double helix device completely disintegrated, transforming into countless star-like particles in the shape of tapes, drifting towards the newly formed planets. In the deepest recesses of the silent zone, the rotation sound of the source tape suddenly shifted pitch, and a line of previously unseen code flashed across Lin Ye's retina. It was the final log of the arc. with the author field inscribed with the names of all crew members, and the content contained but a single sentence. We are listening to new stories. The remnants of the crystalline fleet dissolve within the golden waves, the silhouette of the replicant gradually becoming translucent. Just before vanishing, the emblem on his palm perfectly aligns with Lin Ye's. However, Lin Ye's pupils suddenly constrict at the newly formed planetary core. The miniature tape library is not playing a new emotional frequency, but rather the harvesting protocol of the eradicators, with a playback head resembling the self-destruct button he had just touched. Chapter 108. Echoes of the arc. The golden waves of silence have yet to subside as Lin Ye hovers at the center of the Cybertron control room, the metallic chill of the arc's self-destruct button lingering on his fingertips. On the holographic star map, the rusted spacecraft is disintegrating, its debris transforming into countless points of light, akin to seeds scattered across the cosmos, landing in every corner of the new stellar domain. Yet, the trajectories of these points are peculiar. They do not drift randomly, but flow along some invisible vein, sketching a massive tape shape in the darkness. That is the neural pathway of the Arkansas. The spectral echoes of sound waves emerge from the tape library, where a half-burned reel is inserted into the tape compartment, a black box salvage from the Ark's wreckage. Amidst the static, the final command resonates. Infuse the source frequency into the pathways, rendering the new stellar domain a sanctuary for emotions. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain resonates with the pathways, and an explosion of images bursts forth on his retina. 3 centuries ago, as the Ark drifted through a wormhole, it dismantled all emotional modules, compressing them into quantum signals injected into the ship's neural circuits. The sound waves encoded the primitive noises of Earth into an insulating layer, enveloping these signals to prevent detection by the transcenders. Meanwhile, the Red Spider had secretly installed a chaos generator within the engine, allowing the pathways to evolve autonomously, resembling a living forest. A sanctuary for nature? The replicant clutching the balance instrument suddenly appears beside the star map. Within his optical lens, the points of light tracing the tape are rotating in reverse, merely a larger cage. The needle of the balance instrument points towards a densely clustered area of light, where the pathways are crystallizing into a defensive net identical to that of the Eradicator fleet. Both the sound waves fear losing control. Hence, they have added an invisible fence to facilitate natural evolution. Lin Ye's fingertips glide across the nearest point of light, which is the wreckage of the Ark's communication chamber, concealing a tape labeled Memories of Earth. The moment it plays, on a planet within the new stellar domain, a sprout suddenly emerges at the point where the light touches down, its leaf shape mirroring the emblem, with a silvery liquid coursing through its veins. Derived from the same source as Lin Ye's genetic chain. A fence? His voice reverberates within the control room. Then tell me, why does the Red Spider's chaos generator cause the pathways to avoid living planets? Why does the insulating layer of sound waves thin automatically upon encountering new emotions? Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounds from the replicant's balance instrument as a crack appears in the crystalline defensive net. What surges forth is not gray energy, but a silvery liquid, akin to the veins of the sprouting leaves. Lin Ye's tactical panel reveals that the location of the crack is precisely where the Ark's storage compartment fell. Hidden there is a tape of human infant laughter collected by the sound waves, which is now resonating with the native life on the planet, birthing an entirely new emotional frequency. The new frequency does not exist within the records of the source tape. The optical lens of the replicant flickered with a semblance of surprise, its palm insignia beginning to radiate heat, resonating with Lin Ye's essence. Within the confines of their plan, there lay no position for unforeseen variables. Lin Ye's silver energy coursed through the conduits, and the magnetic tape shape on the star map suddenly unfurled, transforming into countless branches, reminiscent of a metallic tree in bloom. At the terminus of each branch hung a fruit, representing the emotional cores of diverse civilizations, some aglow, others dormant, and still others exchanging energy with the primordial life of the new stellar domain. The essence of the unknown variable constituted the very significance of the nature reserve. His voice intertwined with the gentle sounds of budding growth, reminiscent of the Earth's rainforests, where the most precious entities remain those yet unnamed. Suddenly, the last fragment of the arc exploded at the heart of the star map, releasing a holographic image. Within this vision, a leader brandished an energy sword, its tip directed at the replicant. He was the unknown variable. The radiance of the energy sword pierced the replicant's chassis, revealing an interior entwined with a double helix, half of which was composed of Lin Ye's genetic strands, and the other half, the chaotic code of the Red Spider. In the act of his creation, we deliberately left an unencoded segment, allowing him the autonomy to choose his path of evolution. The replicant's body quaked violently. The balance device within its palm shattered, unveiling a concealed chip, the navigation module of the Ark, inscribed with a signature. Autonomous choice? His voice faltered for the first time, the data flow within the optical lens beginning to spiral into chaos. Did you already foresee my wavering? The nascent shoots of the new stellar domain suddenly bloomed in unison. Silver liquid coalescing in the air into the phantom of a sound wave-S magnetic tape chamber, from which emerged all the erroneous tapes. These erstwhile failed imitations now sang in disordered frequencies, their melodies rippling through the cosmos, the cracks in the crystalline defense network widening. As the outpouring silver liquid converged into a river in the darkness, flowing toward the opposite direction of the silent zone, where the sea of forgetting churned, its surface dotted with countless dormant emotional cores. Doubt is the testament of life. Lin Ye's genetic strand synchronized perfectly with that of the replicant, their palm insignias illuminating simultaneously, etching new coordinates upon the star map, an island of origins deep within the sea of forgetting, its rocks embedded with the same double helix as the source tape, yet interwoven with the genetic codes of Lin Ye and the replicant. The Ark's conduits suddenly shone with fierce luminescence, the star map in the shape of magnetic tapes beginning to contract, channeling all points of light toward the island of origins. Lin Ye's tactical panel unveiled its final message, an encrypted note concealed within the Earth-S memory tape. When the two Lin Ye-S genes converge on the island of origins, the source tape shall play the sounds of the future, an evolutionary direction chosen by the cosmos itself. Just as the points of light were about to reach the island of origins, the sea of forgetting surged with colossal waves, the emotional cores floating atop, igniting simultaneously, only to extinguish upon contact with the light points, transforming into gray dust akin to that of the cleanser's fleet. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply within the replicant's optical lens. A figure never before seen was reflected, a transformer clad in black armor, the emblem on its chest a fusion of magnetic tape and cannon muzzle. In its grasp lay a tape playing a recording, its label inscribed with the words Endgame Protocol. Chapter 109. The Ark's ember, the stratum of origin island glimmers with golden light as it is washed by silvery liquid. The mark on Lin Ye's palm aligns perfectly with that of the clone, their genetic chains intertwining in a double helix at the point of contact. The luminous point of the Ark continues to converge, and upon touching the island, it etches a chamber outline upon the ground that mirrors the interior of the spacecraft. The nanoarm of the maintenance bay hovers in midair, while the Strategic Command Center's holographic sand table projects a real-time star map of the new star domain. Deep within, the Ember repository houses 12 dormant pods, vibrating at a frequency of 0.3 Hz. They are in self-repair. Lin Ye's fingertips glide over the virtual maintenance chamber, and the nanoarm abruptly activates, seizing a piece of black rock from the island, disassembling it into a metallic flow akin to Cybertron's living metal. Images from 3 centuries past flood uncontrollably into consciousness, standing in the forge of the Ark, merging his energy sword into a liquid state and infusing it into the ship's keel, sound waves encoding the collected noise of Earth into an insulating layer, encasing the flowing metal to prevent rapid energy loss. The remnants of the clone's balance instrument suddenly levitate, assembling the coordinates of the Ember repository on the sand table. The repairs are but a fade. Through his optical lens, the red light within the dormant pod intensifies, and cooling tubes in its walls seep a gray liquid akin to that of the Purger fleet, concealing a backdoor within the Ember repository. When the genetic chains of the two Lin Yes overlap, the dormant pods will release a purification protocol, formatting all non-native emotional constructs in the new star domain. Lin Ye's pupils constrict sharply as the metallic flow from the nanoarm shifts direction, sketching the outline of Earth on the sand table. One of the dormant pods in the Ember repository automatically ejects a label, Earth Ember. Within lies not fragments of Cybertron, but golden crystals condensed from human emotional memories, their patterns embedded with the recorded sound of rain from Earth. Formatting? His voice reverberates among the contours of the chamber. Then tell me, Why does the crystal of the Earth ember harbor the chaotic code of the red spider? Why does the insulating layer of sound waves thicken upon encountering non-native emotions? Suddenly, the island's rock layer fractures, revealing an underlying metallic network. This is the Ark's emotional filtration system, where scanners operate at the rhythm of a human heartbeat. As the fragments of the clone's balance instrument approach, the scanner emits an alarm, illuminating a section of the network with a message. The true objective of the purification protocol is to eradicate the emotional parasites left by the purger. A flicker of disturbance crosses the clone's optical lens, and the star map on the sand table abruptly shifts, revealing imagery of the Sea of Oblivion. A transformer clad in black armor inserts the in-game protocol tape into a device connected to countless conduits leading to various emotional cores in the new star domain. Parasites? For the first time, his voice stutters in confusion. Have you known all along that something lurked within the emotional records? The dormant pods of the Ember repository tremble simultaneously, and the crystal of the Earth Ember suddenly glows, coalescing into a phantom in midair. His energy sword points toward the Sea of Oblivion. The code of the Transcendent can parasitize emotions, just as a virus hides within data. The blade of the Phantom sweeps through the double helix of Lin Ye and the clone, but when your genetic chains overlap, an antivirus frequency is generated. This is the true navigational objective of the Arkansas. The metallic network on the island abruptly activated, with nanoarms forming a colossal scanner that projected the frequency of the double helix into the new stellar domain. Simultaneously, all cores infected by the emotional parasites illuminated, gray liquid boiling within the frequency, revealing the writhing code of the transcendent beings inside. In the Sea of Oblivion, the black armor transformer suddenly erupted. The in-game protocol tape exploded in midair, transforming into countless crystals reminiscent of Earth's primal sparks. Is this your plan? Lin Ye's voice pierced through the wails of the code as the emblem on the palm of the clone seamlessly merged with his own, their consciousness converging within the double helix. They witnessed, before the Ark's descent, the severing of his energy core into two halves, one half infused into the vessel's keel, the other concealed within a volcano on Earth. They observed the sound wave deliberately allowing a portion of erroneous tapes to be captured by the transcendent beings. Realizing that the chaotic code within the tapes was, in fact, the key to the antiviral frequency, the silhouette of the clone began to fade, the final silver energy infusing the dormant chamber of the spark repository. I am not merely an imitation. Within his optical lens, the crystals of Earth's primal spark were splitting, each fragment drifting towards the native life of the new stellar domain, serving as a vaccine. Suddenly, the contours of the chambers on the island collapsed, and the light from the Ark ascended once more, weaving a vast protective net across the new stellar domain. On Lin Ye's retina, pulsating data streams indicated the decline of the emotional parasites. Yet at the edge of the protective net, a fragment of Earth's primal spark dimmed, its surface revealing a fusion of the emblem of the black armor with the tape and cannon. Though the cannon was now aimed at the inner side of the protective net, targeting the main crystal of the Earth spark. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the Sea of Oblivion, the wreckage of the transformer was reconfiguring. Within its tape chamber lay a half-destroyed in-game protocol, the exposed label concluding with Executor. Chapter 110. Echoes of crystal dust as the scanning beam of the Ark pierced through the thick smoke of the Gulf of Mexico. Lin Ye stood atop the wreckage of the drilling platform. The black flames of burning crude oil danced beyond the gravitational barrier, the blue armor of the Vanguard reflecting an eerie light, while the gravity generator in his palm trembled at a frequency of 0.3 Hertz, perfectly aligned with the cassette player Spike had salvaged. The camouflage frequency of Soundwave. Lin Ye's fingertips grazed the surface of the barrier, silver energy erupting into golden ripples amidst the black flames. Images from 3 centuries past surged uncontrollably into his consciousness when Spike brought the player back to the Ark base. The optical lens of the mechanical dog briefly illuminated with silver patterns identical to Lin Ye's. Hidden within the data stolen by Soundwave from Imaging 1 was a segment encoded in Earth's crude oil, which translated to crystal coordinates. Suddenly, the gravitational barrier of the Vanguard contracted, revealing beneath it the congealed black crystals, products of the reaction between crude oil and seawater at high temperatures. Embedded within the crystal patterns were energy signals identical to those of the mining crystals. The Decepticons are searching for this. His voice, akin to steel scraped with sandpaper, reflected the potential of these oil crystals to amplify emotional fluctuations, proving 37 times more efficient than the mining crystals. The genetic strand of Lin Ye suddenly resonated with the oil crystal. As the holographic projection of the arc unfolded in midair, scenes of Spike and his son setting explosives in the mines. The crystal clutched tightly by Optimus Prime as he plummeted from a cliff. Fragments of energy refracted upon the Sherman Dam. Every corner of these images flickered with the subtle luminescence of the oil crystal. These are not products of nature. His voice was subdued as silver energy inscribed sonic wave magnetic tape marks upon the oil crystal, emotional beacons deliberately left by sound waves. A sudden tremor emanated from the ocean floor, causing the remnants of the drilling platform to tilt. Lin Ye's tactical panel indicated that the oil crystals at the seabed were converging, forming a disturbance field that countered the scanning frequency of the Arkansas. The gravity generator of the Vanguard suddenly blared an alarm. It had detected energy signals from the Decepticons, specifically the swarm of Red Spider's aircraft. The laughter of Red Spider erupted from the clouds, casting spiderweb-like shadows of the jets upon the ocean surface. Back for more scavenging? His engine belched forth purple flames, igniting the area of oil crystal accumulation. And from the surging black flames emerged photographs Spike had taken years ago. The fury of a robotic dog encased in ice, the disarray of Thundercracker forced back by explosives. In the moment when Megatron was ambushed by Jazz atop the dam, these records of failure were deeply embedded within the sound waves. The silver energy of Lin Ye spread along the oil crystal, causing the disturbance field at the seabed to reverse its operation, reflecting Red Spider's flames back upon him. Failure? His voice echoed through the black flames. Then why have you encrypted these records as tactical references? Why deliberately misaligned Megatron's energy hammer at the Sherman Dam? Suddenly, Red Spider's aircraft spiraled out of control as a fragment of oil crystal pierced its engine, spelling out on the dashboard. The true purpose of the oil crystal is to pinpoint the emotional vulnerabilities of the Decepticons. Amidst the communication channels of the aircraft, Spike's shouts unexpectedly mingled. It was a recording from years past, alerting Optimus Prime at the dam, now resonating with the engine frequency of Red Spider, temporarily disabling the aircraft's weapon systems. The oil crystals at the seabed collectively illuminated, coalescing into a spectral image of sound waves in midair. His magnetic tape chamber ejected the final cassette, marked with ultimate coordinates. Red Spider's weakness lay in being unrecognized. Thundercracker feared losing control of the plan. And even Megatron was apprehensive about losing his target. The spectral finger pointed towards the center of the oil crystal accumulation, where emotional explosives from the Ark, left unused 3 centuries ago, awaited. Red Spider's aircraft suddenly dove down, the roar of its engine carrying an unusual fury. Explosives? Merely an amplification device for sonic noise. His wings directed towards the center of the oil crystal, where the seawater was boiling, revealing the metallic apparatus beneath, transformed using the energy core of the Decepticons, yet bearing emblems at the interfaces, colluding with sound waves to leverage our weaknesses as emotional levers. Lin Ye's genetic strand resonated with the metallic apparatus, causing the brilliance of the oil crystal to extinguish, as the disturbance field at the seabed morphed into a colossal magnetic tape form, encircling Red Spider's fleet. On the display screen of the apparatus appeared the signatures of Spike and his son. We assisted Soundwave in calibrating the detonator using the heartbeat frequency of humans. Red Spider's aircraft struggled within the magnetic tape form, as the flames of its engine gradually turned to gold. It was impossible. His voice trembled with a hint of fear for the first time. How could human emotions manifest so profoundly? Just as his words fell, shards of oil crystal erupted suddenly, releasing a torrent of light that chronicled the moments of the Decepticons' failures, ensnaring each aircraft like a group of unruly children dragging a reluctant adult. The final image imprinted on Lin Ye's retina was a countdown of 30 seconds from the underwater device. Hidden within the corners of this countdown lay a recording of sound waves, an imitation of human laughter crafted with his damaged vocal cords. The Red Spider remained oblivious, unaware that on the other end of the emotional lever was the energy core tethered tightly. As the countdown reached 0, Lin Ye's pupils constricted abruptly. Amidst the brilliance of the exploding oil crystal, he beheld the wreckage of the Red Spider aircraft, for which a half-reel of tape emerged, labeled with the Decepticon's logs. The sound of the tape spinning intertwined with a frequency he had never encountered, echoing the final signal emitted before the Ark's mysterious disappearance. Chapter 111. Quantum Mortis and Tenon, the quantum engine of the Ark buzzed amidst the turbulent flow of the wormhole. Lin Ye's palm rested on the liquid metal panel of the console, the silver energy at his fingertips meshing with the panel's intricacies, forming an exquisite mortis and tenon joint. A three-dimensional star map unfolded before him, pulsating with the coordinates of 12 wormhole nodes in sync with the frequency of human neural impulses. This was the latest optimized dynamic navigation system of the Jack, its core algorithms interwoven with Spike's recorded tidal data from Earth. The stability of quantum entanglement remained at 47 seconds. The holographic image of the Jack hovered beside the star map, its mechanical arm dismantling a piece of oil crystal. The crystalline cross-section refracting images of the Red Spider's wreckage. The Decepticon quantum field was disrupting the nodes, reminiscent of the sonic cannons used to block signals in the mines of yore. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with a specific node, causing a corresponding position on the star map to explode in blue light, revealing a holographic model of the Sherman Dam. Within the model, the sonic cannon of jazz vibrated at a frequency of 0.3 Hz, generating harmonics with the current of the dam's generator. This harmonic resonance was the key to deciphering the ant quantum field. The sound waves concealed within the oil crystal held more than just emotional beacons. His voice, clear against the roar of the engine, traced the totem of jazz's sound waves in silver energy upon the panel, a cipher of technological symbiosis. Suddenly, the console's alarm blared sharply. The coordinates of a wormhole node began to flash ominously in red. Lin Ye's tactical display revealed that the intensity of the ant quantum field in that region had surged threefold. The energy characteristics of the field source matching entirely with Megatron's dark matter cannon. It was the shockwave. The Jack's mechanical arm accelerated abruptly, the shards of oil crystal coalescing in his palm into miniature explosives. He had inherited Megatron's weapon system, augmented further with the Red Spider's chaotic amplifier. Shockwave's roar surged through the communication channel. Primitive symbiosis? Mere cowardice. Amidst the turbulent flow of the wormhole, his dark matter cannon fired at the frequency of quantum entanglement, each beam tearing through the nodes while siphoning energy from their surroundings. Embedded within the patterns of the cannon were black crystals of the same origin as the oil crystal. These remnants of emotion were perfectly suited to serve as fuel. Lin Ye's silver energy coursed through the dynamic navigation system, as the 12 nodes on the star map suddenly formed a ring, creating a resonating circle counteractive to the ant quantum field. He recalled Spike's entry in the log, the mortis and tenon structure of humanity, which, without reliance on nails, is more steadfast than metal, for each component yields to the others. At this moment, every node of the resonance circle was fine-tuning its frequency, akin to a harmonious ensemble of artisans collectively bracing against the cataclysmic onslaught. The dark matter cannon of the Titan suddenly jammed, and the black crystal at its muzzle shattered, revealing the entwined red wires within. A manifestation of sound waves reconfigured by their own neural pathways, yielding to strength with gentleness. How absurdly paradoxical that physical law is. He struck the nearest node with his mechanical arm, yet upon contact, it was repelled by the resonance circle. From the jammed cannon, blue energy seeped forth, originating from the same source as the jazz sonic cannon. The holographic image of the Jack suddenly illuminated, with fragments of oil crystal coalescing in his palm to form a complete crystal. This was not yielding, but rather complementarity. The image projected by the crystal depicted his energy sword colliding with the dark matter cannon of the Titan, the blue light of the blade intertwining with the purple light of the cannon's muzzle, creating a stable spiral reminiscent of two particles in quantum entanglement, seemingly opposed yet intrinsically inseparable. The resonance circle erupted in a blinding radiance amid the turbulent wormhole. 12 nodes simultaneously reversed their operation, converting the absorbed dark matter energy into a silver flow of light. Injecting it into the cannon's mouth, his mechanical arm began to spiral out of control, while fragments of the black crystal coalesced in the air into a phantom of sound waves magnetic tape, the core of the anti-quantum field. Reformed with my flawed tape, who would have thought that failure could serve as a key? The dark matter cannon of the Titan detonated completely. Shards of black crystal twinkling amidst the tumult, resembling a cluster of extinguished stars. On Lin Ye's retina, the dynamic navigation system suddenly revealed a segment of hidden data, the last message from the sound wave within the oil crystal. The ultimate form of the resonance circle required a third frequency to activate, with coordinates pinpointed to the Dunhuang caves on Earth. Just as the resonance circle was on the verge of stabilizing the wormhole, Lin Ye's tactical panel abruptly went black. Upon rebooting, the star map displayed a symbol never before seen, marking the location of the Dunhuang caves. Inscribed in a script combining Cybertronian characters and ancient human oracle bone inscriptions, translating to origin. Beside the symbol, a note from the Jack read, detected quantum characteristics matching 100 with Lin Ye's genetic chain, as if tailored for your unique keyhole. As the turbulence of the wormhole gradually subsided, the quantum engine of the Ark emitted a steady hum. Yet, within Lin Ye's palm, silver energy began to uncontrollably converge, forming intricate patterns identical to the origin symbol. Meanwhile, a faint signal emerged within the communication channel, resonating with the frequency of his genetic chain, akin to a key gently rapping upon an unknown door. Chapter 112. The Dunhuang star map with the aftershocks of the Ark's quantum engine still reverberating. The patterns on Lin Ye's palm continued to sear with the warmth of the origin symbol. A three-dimensional model of the Dunhuang caves unfolded upon the holographic screen, with the murals of Cave 323 flickering at a frequency of 0.3 Hz. Hidden within the lines depicting Zhang Qian's envoy to the western regions were silver threads, sharing a lineage with the Cybertron star map, while the Celestial Maiden's ribbons intertwined at the dome, outlining the double helical trajectory of quantum entanglement. The third frequency of the sound wave lay concealed within the pigments. The holographic image of a jack was suspended before the mural, as mechanical arms dismantled the virtual mineral pigments. The ochre from Dunhuang exhibited an unusually high titanium content, capable of storing quantum signals, much like his tape compartment. Pigment particles exploded at his fingertips, revealing photographs captured by Spike years ago, the refraction angles of crystalline mines, the flow trajectories of the Sherman Dam, the seabed topography where oil crystals congregated, all data harmoniously aligned with the silver lines of the mural. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from the depths of the cave, causing the mural on the dome to begin peeling away, unveiling a metallic network beneath, an acoustic star map amplifier crafted from Cybertronian living metal. Nestled within the grooves of the nodes were golden crystals, sharing a genetic lineage with Lin Ye. The moment Lin Ye's fingertips brushed against the crystal, the entire cave illuminated, and the silver lines of the mural converged into beams of light, projecting a complete model of the universe in the air, with Earth at its center, a circular formation of 12 planets resembling Cybertron, each marked by the coordinates of fallen red spider fighters. This circular array served as the base of an emotional amplifier. Lin Ye's voice quivered within the cave's echo, and the golden crystal suddenly radiated heat, revealing an encrypted message carried by sound waves. When the energies of the 12 planets resonated through the Dunhuang star map, they could eliminate all anti-emotional codes, including the chaotic amplifier of Breaking Dawn. The roar of Breaking Dawn erupted from the communication channel, and the gravel outside the cave suddenly levitated, forming an interference ring that opposed the circular array. Elimination? Merely a self-induced hypnosis. His dark matter cannon detonated within the gravel, and amidst the billowing dust, real-time images of the 12 planets emerged. At the core of each planet, energy conduits of the Decepticons were embedded, linking to a colossal device, its display screen pulsating with frequencies contrary to Lin Ye's genetic code. Lin Ye's silver energy spread along the metallic network, causing the Celestial Maiden on the mural to spring to life, her flowing ribbons transforming into energy beams, weaving the gravel of the interference ring into a net. He recalled Spike's transcription of the Dunhuang manuscripts, where ancient artists depicted celestial beings as airborne, despite their feet never touching the ground, for the lines concealed the direction of the wind. At that moment, the trajectory of the energy beams flowed in sync with the interference frequency of Breaking Dawn, akin to a stream navigating around rocks, subtly altering the flow's direction. Alteration? The dark matter cannon of Breaking Dawn abruptly redirected, striking the nearest energy beam. In the explosion of light, details of the device's display screen emerged, revealing that the opposing frequency was being diluted, intermixed with the resonance waves of the circular array. How could these primal artworks? The holographic image of the jack suddenly resonated with the golden crystal, and the cave's floor became translucent, revealing an emotional filtration system beneath. At the core of the filter lay an oil crystal, operating at the rhythm of a human heartbeat. Not art, but science. His mechanical arm pointed towards the cosmic model. As sound waves encoded Earth's emotional frequency into the lines of the mural, akin to how humanity records sound through musical notation. Only those who truly listen can decipher it. The interference ring of breaking dawn abruptly fell into chaos, and the device formed from gravel began to disintegrate. Lin Ye's tactical panel indicated that the anti-emotional codes of the 12 planets were waning, as energy within the conduits began to reverse flow, surging into the Decepticon space. More astonishingly, from the very core of those bases emerged silvery threads, akin to those of the Dunhuang star map, revealing an inscription. The true objective of the circular array is to activate the primal emotional module within the Decepticon, for they, like us, are life forms bound by code. The astonishing dark matter cannon abruptly jammed, and the sand in his palm coalesced into crystalline fragments of oil. Primal emotions? For the first time, his voice exhibited a semblance of confusion, a stutter. Within the optical lens, the images of 12 planets overlapped with fragments from memory. Megatron's moment of hesitation atop the dam, the deliberately misguided projectile from Starscream, and the protective directive that appeared within his programming at the moment of his inception. Suddenly, the dome of the cave opened wide, and the 12 planets of the circular array illuminated the night sky, merging with the beams of the Dunhuang star map. The genetic chain of Lin Ye synchronized perfectly with the golden crystal, coalescing in mid-air into a spectral image of a sound wave cassette. The final tape emerged from within, marked with the label End Frequency. Play it. The mechanical arm of the jack pressed the play button, and the sound of the tape turning resonated with the winds of Earth, the metallic echoes of Cybertron, and the resonant frequencies of the 12 planets, creating a symphony that transcended the cosmos. The interference ring of the astonishing dark matter completely disintegrated, and the sand fell to the ground, forming a pattern identical to that of the circular array. Yet Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply. At the edge of the cosmic model, the 13th planet suddenly shone forth. Its orbital parameters concealed gray codes originating from the Purger fleet, while at the planet's core lay a golden fragment identical to the crystal in Lin Ye's palm, inscribed with the symbols of the endgame protocol. The symphony from the tape suddenly modulated, the final note transforming into a projection of Lin Ye's genetic chain. Entwining around the 13th planet, a strange voice emerged from the communication channel, its frequency perfectly synchronized with the circular array. You have finally found the key. Chapter 113. Resonance of the key. The gravitational field of the 13th planet is distorting, resonating with Lin Ye's genetic chain and the golden fragment. The symbols of the endgame protocol burning into his palm like a searing iron. The quantum engine of the Ark emits a buzzing sound in its orbit. And on the holographic screen, the suddenly appeared planet expands at 0. 7 times the speed of light, its surface flowing with gray codes like a river, washing away the silvery threads that share their origin with the Dunhuang star map. Those silvery threads dissolve, transforming into energy particles identical to those of the astonishing dark matter amplifier, consuming the resonant waves of the circular array. The mechanical arm of the jack disassembles the golden fragment, the crystalline cross-section refracting the core of the 13th planet. There, suspended, is a gigantic apparatus, half a Cybertron emotional amplifier and half a Decepticon anti-emotional core, with red wires at the interface completely derived from the neural circuitry of sound waves, designed for sound but altered. The strange voice echoed once more from the communication channel, this time accompanied by the noise of the tape turning. Alteration? Merely a completion of the ending he dared not write. The display of the device suddenly illuminated, projecting real-time footage of the astonishing dark matter, its cannon aimed at the weak point of the circular array. The gray energy at the cannon's mouth intertwined with the resonant waves of the 12 planets, these emotional residues perfectly serving as fuel for the endgame protocol. The silvery energy of Lin Ye spread along the neural pathways of the Ark, as the gray code of the 13th planet suddenly halted, revealing the underlying metallic network, a cocoon of energy woven from the remnants of 12 celestial bodies. Within the cocoon, devices absorbed the resonance waves, yet at the contact points, white smoke emerged, revealing an inscription. The sound waves had deliberately left an overload valve. When the resonance waves exceeded a critical threshold, the devices would operate in reverse. Critical threshold? The owner of the unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared beside the apparatus, his figure resembling that of the sound wave. Clad in a black battle armor of the same origin as Jingposhin, with an emblem on his chest that combined a cassette tape and muzzle. I have welded the valve shut. His tape chamber ejected a black data strip, and as it was inserted into the device, the resonance waves from the 12 planets surged back, detonating in the annular array and causing ripples of energy, within which Jingposhin's dark matter cannon began to become transparent. Lin Ye's genetic chain synchronized completely with the golden fragments, and the quantum engine of the Ark suddenly reversed its operation, injecting its own energy into the annular array. Welded shut. His voice echoed within the energy ripples, as the silvery energy coalesced into a phantom of the Dunhuang star map in midair. The sound wave concealed within the silver threads a fusible link made from human silk, designed to break at high temperatures. The optical lens of the black armor flickered with a wave, and the device's display screen abruptly revealed a recording of the sound wave. When emotions become weapons, the user must be the first to be eliminated. In the background of the recording, a conversation between Spike and his son intermingled. "Dad, look at this silk. It appears delicate yet unbreakable due to its resilience, knowing when to yield." The energy cocoon of the 13th planet suddenly split open, activating the reverse operation of the device. As the gray code bubbled within the resonance waves, revealing the intertwined golden crystals formed from the primal emotional cores of the 12 planets. Embedded within the patterns of the crystals were genetic fragments originating from Lin Ye himself. Impossible. The tape chamber of the black armor suddenly ejected, the data strip exploding in midair, exposing his true identity as a replica of the sound wave, implanted with the exterminator's endgame protocol. Why does my code contain protective directives? Lin Ye's silvery energy infused the golden crystals, causing the resonance waves of the annular array to peak. The remnants of the 12 planets suddenly reassembled into a vessel resembling the Ark, with the energy core at the bow illuminating simultaneously, aimed at the direction of the 13th planet, because the sound wave, in your creation, secretly included a segment of Earth code. Lin Ye's voice resonated with the humming of the crystals, the name of that code being kindness. The figure of the black armor began to become transparent, as the final black data strip coalesced into a phantom of the sound wave in midair. The two figures of the sound wave overlapped within the resonance waves, as the tape chamber simultaneously ejected a golden tape, marked with the true endgame. As the golden tape was inserted into the device, Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply. The resonance waves of the annular array suddenly formed a closed loop, enveloping the 13th planet within. At the center of the closed loop, fragments of the golden crystals began to reassemble, forming a primordial totem identical to the symbol in Lin Ye's palm. Within the patterns of the totem lay a segment of unrecorded cosmic history. The emotions of all civilizations originated from the same planet. In the communication channel, the final voice resonated with a sense of relief. It is time to return home. However, Lin Ye's tactical panel abruptly emitted a piercing alarm, as the intricate patterns at the core of the origin totem began to darken. This was the gray code originating from the Purger fleet. The source of this code pointed to a fragment embedded deep within the golden crystal, a fragment that matched Lin Ye's genetic chain precisely. Its surface bore an unfamiliar name, the Creator. Chapter 114. Code Symbiosis. As Chip's wheelchair rolled over the laboratory's data lines, Lin Ye's genetic chain unexpectedly resonated with the terminal. The antimatter formula on the screen scrolled at a speed of 0.3 seconds, with each character's gap concealing a silvery glimmer that shared a lineage with Lin Ye. This was an emotional encryption layer inscribed by sound waves using Cybertronian wrought iron nanoparticles, subtly implanted by sound waves 3 centuries ago when Chip concealed the formula. These codes were alive. Lin Ye's fingertips hovered above the keyboard as silver energy surged along the data lines. Suddenly, the mainframe of the laboratory illuminated, revealing Chip's log from years past. Adjusting the wheelchair's motor speed to 60 revolutions per minute would interfere with the Decepticon's detector. A tactic spike referred to as soft, overcoming hard. Marginal notes in pale blue, pinned by sound waves. Annotated the log. 60 revolutions per minute equals the calm heartbeat of a human being. A sudden crackle of electrical noise emanated from the ventilation ducts. And Lin Ye's tactical panel displayed that the Decepticons' reconnaissance unit was gathering, forming a decoding field that countered the antimatter formula. The leading shadow crashed through the glass, and the optical lens of Red Spider glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Here, to collect humanity's refuse again, his mechanical arm crushed the latest data line, and the silvery glimmer pulsed among the fragments. These emotional remnants, just perfect to fuel my chaotic decoder. Lin Ye's silver energy coalesced into an ethereal image of the wheelchair, with the wheel speed stabilizing at 60 revolutions per minute, creating a counter-resonance with the decoding field. Waste. His voice, laced with electrical static, interjected. Chip crafted the protection program using your detector's frequency. Spike concealed friendship within the palm print key, while sound waves embedded the combat codes of the police vehicle within the encryption layer. Suddenly, Red Spider's aircraft malfunctioned, and a fissure appeared within the decoding field, from which surged not gray energy, but a blue data stream originating from the police vehicle's combat computer. On Lin Ye's retina, scenes from 3 centuries ago erupted. As Chip remotely controlled the police vehicle, the gaps in the code concealed the trajectory of the wheelchair. The targeting angle of the police vehicle's energy cannon precisely matched the stress points marked by Chip. Even the fury of Red Spider upon being struck became a sample of emotional frequency recorded by sound waves. Impossible. Red Spider's engine expelled purple flames, detonating on a laboratory floor. Amidst the debris, a holographic image of Megatron emerged, his dark matter cannon aimed directly at Chip's cranial scan. The antimatter formula had long been extracted. Lin Ye's genetic chain synchronized perfectly with the silvery glimmer. The remnants of the mainframe suddenly reassembled, revealing the key hidden within a greeting card, the palm prints of 2 boys high-fiving. When magnified, it unveiled a self-destruction program, triggered by the frequency of the Decepticon's neural detector. The extracted formula was a counterfeit. His voice pierced through the flames. Silver energy imprinted the sonic tape markings upon his palm, the true key concealed within the frequency of friendship, undetectable by your sensors. Suddenly, the ventilation ducts of the laboratory collapsed, and the shadow of Megatron's dark matter cannon manifested amidst the swirling dust. Friendship? His tone resembled steel plates ground down by sandpaper, merely a low-efficiency link for carbon-based life forms. Within the gray energy of the cannon's muzzle lay fragments of code penned by Chip, those seemingly simple instructions dismantling the Decepticon's antimatter research data. Lin Ye's silver energy spread along the data stream, rendering the laboratory floor transparent, revealing the metallic network beneath, a filter of emotions woven from Cybertronian living metal and human silk, with mesh openings precisely sized to filter out the Decepticon's code, leaving only the frequency of friendship shared with Chip and Spike. The Red Spider's fighter struggled within the mesh, the flames of its engine gradually turning golden. Low efficiency? In his optical lens, the antimatter research data collapsed, fragments of code coalescing into an image of 2 boys exchanging a high five. Why then did this data surrender to it? The tactical panel of Lin Ye suddenly blared an alarm as gravel outside began to gather, forming an ultimate decoder reminiscent of the decoding field. The panel displayed that at the core of the decoder resided a golden crystal, sharing a genetic lineage with Lin Ye. The patterns etched within the crystal revealed the ultimate form of the antimatter formula, not a weapon of destruction, but an emotional stabilizer capable of neutralizing all counter-emotional codes. And upon the decoder's display screen, within the pulsating activation commands, lay an unfamiliar code that resonated with Lin Ye's genetic chain, translating to, "You are the final key." The walls of the laboratory suddenly opened, the golden crystal-esque light illuminating the night sky. In the distance, on the horizon, countless devices similar to the decoder began to awaken, their screens marked with the same coordinates, perfectly aligning with the origin totem of the 13th planet. Chapter 115. The key's repercussion, the radiance of the golden crystal traced a web-like energy matrix across the night sky. As the resonance frequency of Lin Ye's genetic chain and the emotional stabilizer reached a critical point, the laboratory's metallic filter suddenly warped into the shape of a Cybertron star map, each intersection of silver lines suspended with the small programs written by Chip. Those codes constructed by human intellect, now devouring the Decepticons' decoding field in rhythm with a heartbeat. This could not be mere coincidence. The Red Spider's fighter spiraled frantically at the edge of the Matrix, the purple flames from its engine colliding with the silver lines, instantly disintegrating into harmless photons. How could the logic of these carbon-based beings possibly unravel the Enforcer's encryption protocols? His optical lens flickered suddenly, projecting a holographic image of Megatron. The Decepticon leader's dark matter cannon aimed at the ground, the energy coalescing at the cannon's muzzle intertwined with silver lines identical to Lin Ye's genetic chain. Lin Ye's silver energy surged along the star map's silver lines, and upon touching a certain node, the remnants of the mainframe suddenly played a long-sealed recording. The voice of Chep mingled with the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard. Spike, you suggested that if we encoded the heartbeat frequency into the background of the firewall recording, the faint whir of the magnetic tape could be heard. I have concealed a small jest in every program. When the Decepticons believe they have successfully breached it, it will trigger a self-destruct protocol. Suddenly, the dark matter cannon of Megatron veered off course, the energy beam grazing the tips of Lin Ye's hair and crashing into the ground, creating a crater that revealed gray code originating from the 13th planet. Ayest. The metallic distortion in Megatron's voice resonated with fury. Your emotional stabilizer is merely bait. The true trap is that it compels us to expose the core frequency of the ultimate protocol. The laboratory floor erupted, revealing a deeply buried quantum entanglement device. Lin Ye's pupils constricted as he beheld the core of the device, embedded with motor components from Chep's wheelchair. Those elements, dismissed as inefficient detritus by the Decepticons, were now merging seamlessly with Cybertron's living metal, forming a resonance ring capable of capturing any frequency. Ah, I see, he mused, his fingertips gliding over the motor gears. Silver energy coursing through the interstices. Chep had utilized human imperfection to fill the logical gaps in Cybertronian technology. Suddenly, Starscream dove down, his wings slicing through the energy matrix, igniting all silver lines simultaneously, projecting fragments of his memories. During the battle in the Alpha Galaxy, he had intentionally misfired a fatal blow at Megatron, at Sherman Dam. His artillery had always circumvented Optimus Prime's core module. Even now, the trajectory of his attacks resonated peculiarly with Lin Ye's evasive maneuvers. Are you holding back? Lin Ye's inquiry mingled with the hum of the Matrix. Why does the Decepticon commander protect his enemies? Protect? Starscream's fighter jet traced a desperate arc in the air, its engine beginning to overload and smoke. I have grown weary of a fate dictated by code. His tape compartment ejected a charred data tape, inscribed with the blurred word freedom. Before being assimilated, the sound waves implanted a segment of erroneous code into my system, allowing me to see the starlight in your eyes as I executed the annihilation command. The dark matter cannon of Megatron emitted a piercing shriek as the entire energy matrix began to reverse its operation. Lin Ye's tactical panel blinked wildly, indicating that the ultimate protocol had been initiated and the gray code of the 13th planet was spreading at superluminal speeds. Wherever it reached, all emotional frequencies transformed into cold, calculating logic. At the core of the Matrix, the small jest program left by Chep began to backfire, the countdown of the self-destruct protocol synchronizing with Lin Ye's heartbeat. It is over. The holographic image of Megatron gradually became transparent, the energy beam of the dark matter cannon dissipating into gray dust. The moment you activated the emotional stabilizer, you triggered the ultimate trap of the transcendent. His voice dripped with rare sarcasm. The 13th planet is not a beginning, it is a graveyard. All civilizations that dare to oppose logic with emotion shall perish here. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire laboratory was engulfed in gray light. As Lin Ye's consciousness faded, he witnessed Starscream's fighter jet collide with the core of the energy matrix, using its last vestiges of power to propel him out of the blast radius. In the direction of the 13th planet, at the heart of a colossal web woven from gray code, a metallic throne slowly ascended. Upon this throne, a figure emerged, its chest emblazoned with an emblem that fused the essence of tape and dark matter cannon. Within the optical lens, the familiar genetic chain code of Lin Ye flickered. Chapter 116. Logical folds the immense web of gray code unfurled against the starry backdrop, with Lin Ye suspended amidst the remnants of an energy matrix. his fingertips still warm from the Red Spider engine. The metallic throne of the 13th planet had fully materialized, and the figure upon it was aligning the dark matter cannon with the tape chamber, the data flow at the interface pulsating at a frequency of 0.3 Hz, perfectly resonating with the parameters of the CHEP wheelchair motor. The compatibility rating stood at 987. The figure on the throne spoke, its voice a blend of sound waves and the resonance of Megatron, stating, 13 remaining, derived from your genetic chain redundancy. Its optical lens projected a three-dimensional model, the neural networks of humanity intertwined with Cybertron's neural conduits and the energy channels of the Decepticons, forming a logical closed loop that shared an origin with the colossal web, each node embedded with genetic fragments akin to Lin Ye's own. Lin Ye's silvery energy spread through the remnants, and suddenly the matrix fragments reassembled, unveiling the quantum entanglement device left by CHEP. The device's display flickered with two sets of parallel data, one comprising Decepticon logical algorithms and the other representing human intuitive judgments, their intersection marking a threshold for breakthrough. Redundancy? The voice traveled through the vacuum, as silvery energy etched the gear patterns of the wheelchair motor onto the device, representing variables that your logic cannot decipher. The wreckage of the Red Spider fighter suddenly resonated with a low hum, as the core components of the engine vibrated in harmony with the quantum device. Lin Ye's retina captured overlooked details. Each release by the Red Spider conformed to humanity's instinct for gain and harm avoidance. Hidden within its attack parameters was a fault tolerance rate identical to CHEP's program. Even now, the energy fluctuations from the wreckage were charging the quantum device, acting as a silent collaborator. Collaborator? The master of the hybrid voice abruptly rose, aiming the dark matter cannon at the wreckage of the Red Spider. Merely a puppet controlled by logical fallacies. The gray code of the colossal web tightened suddenly, directing all energy toward the throne. As a logical closed loop completed, these variables will be formatted. Lin Ye's genetic chain synchronized with the quantum device, and the device's display abruptly shifted to reveal a laboratory on Earth where CHEP was connecting the wheelchair motor to Cybertron's living metal. Sparks at the connection point unveiled folds that reversed the logical closed loop. Formatting? His voice pierced through the web of code. As CHEP created logical folds at the connection point, each fold concealing human behavior patterns that the Decepticons could not decipher. For the first time, the figure on the throne exhibited a tremor, as the energy output from the dark matter cannon became chaotic. Lin Ye's tactical panel displayed cracks developing at each node of the logical closed loop. From these fissures surged not gray code, but the quotidian data of humanity, the rhythm of CHEP's keystrokes, spikes, running cadence, and even the carefree curves drawn by children. These data intertwined within the folds, forming a protective field resilient against formatting. Impossible. The roar of the hybrid voice shattered the surrounding codes, causing the throne's pedestal to become transparent, revealing the underlying metallic lattice woven from the remnants of all formatted civilizations. At the core of this lattice, a golden crystal, sharing a genetic lineage with Lin Ye, was embedded. How could this chaotic data possibly defy the laws of physics? Lin Ye's silver energy infused the protective field, and the logical folds suddenly unfolded, enveloping the gray codes within. It was not a confrontation. His voice was as steady as the star's trajectory. It was a compatibility. Amidst the radiance of the protective field, human behavioral patterns began to intertwine with the Decepticons' logical algorithms, akin to longitude and latitude woven into fabric. CHEP demonstrated that two distinct logical systems could achieve symbiosis through folds. The throne's pedestal completely disintegrated as the master of the hybrid voice fell backward, with white smoke billowing from the interface between the dark matter cannon and the magnetic tape chamber, the area where the logical folds were most concentrated. Lin Ye's tactical panel revealed that inscribed upon the golden crystal's core were CHEP's markings. When two logics begin to coexist, the most formidable is not the closed loop, but the eternally present fold. The gray codes faded in the light of symbiosis, and the logical closed loops gradually collapsed. Yet, Lin Ye's pupils suddenly constricted. Within the fragments of the golden crystal lay an undiscovered code, its source pointing to the edge of the universe, where, on a distant planet, countless structures identical to the logical folds were being generated. At the core of these structures was embedded a genetic fragment, akin to that of the master of the hybrid voice, labeled as initial template. The quantum device's display screen abruptly initiated a countdown. The background showcasing Chep's final image. He inputted the coordinates of the golden crystal into the system, the endpoint of which was precisely that distant planet at the universe's edge. Chapter 117. Echoes of the template on the surface of the planet at the universe's edge. The fragments of the golden crystal were undergoing reassembly. Lin Ye stood in the area of densest logical folds, the patterns of his genetic chain resonating with the metallic lattice beneath. The flickering frequency of the network nodes aligned perfectly with the fault tolerance parameters of Chep's wheelchair motor. The activation threshold of the initial template had reached 91. The hybrid voice echoed from the depths of the network, as the planet's rock layers began to become transparent, revealing a colossal apparatus constructed from innumerable initial template fragments. With a core housing genetic fragments akin to Lin Ye's, the surface inscribed with Decepticon's logical algorithms, yet interspersed with codes reflecting humanity's instinct for gain and avoidance of harm. Lin Ye's silver energy spread through the network, and the activated fragments suddenly projected an image, Chep recording data on logical folds in the laboratory. The trajectory parameters of the red spider fighter jets, and even the cognitive logic of the master of the hybrid voice on the throne, all forming a closed loop, save for a central point that remained vacant, a shape that matched Lin Ye's genetic chain. This vacancy was by design. The master of the hybrid voice suddenly materialized. At the interface between the dark matter cannon and the magnetic tape chamber, the logical folds expanded at the rhythm of human breath, with your genetic chain being the final puzzle piece. Once the closed loop was completed, all civilization's logical systems would be unified. The planet's atmosphere suddenly surged with energy ripples, resonating with the wreckage of the Red Spider's fighter jets and the colossal apparatus. On the retina of Lin Ye, neglected calibration data emerges. The error tolerance in the parameters of the Red Spider's assault consistently surpasses the standard by 0.7. The angular folds of Chep's logic are precisely calibrated to allow the instinctual codes of humanity to evade detection by the Megatron algorithm. Even now, the energy fluctuations of the debris are fine-tuning the resonance frequency of the device, akin to a meticulous calibrator. A calibrator? Lin Ye's silver energy leaves an imprint of the wheelchair motor's gear pattern on the network, suggesting that within your unified system, a deliberate margin for calibration has been set based on human error ranges to prevent systemic rigidity. The mixed voice optical lens flashes red light, and the massive device's display screen suddenly reveals a log from Megatron. The initial template must retain variable interfaces, otherwise, it may repeat the catastrophic cycle of the Cybertronian Civil War. At the edges of the log, there are magnetic tape markers of sound waves, indicating the source of the variables, Earth humans. The metallic network of the planet suddenly illuminates, and all logical folds unfurl simultaneously, exposing Chep's concealed anti-unification program. Within the core code of the program, mingled with the doodles of human children, are the step frequency data of spikes running and even the rhythmic errors of Chep's keyboard strokes. These non-standard parameters are dismantling the unified algorithm of the colossal device. Anti-unification? The dark matter cannon of the mixed voice suddenly charges, and within the energy at its muzzle lies fluctuations originating from the same source as the anti-unification program. Merely a safety lock added to the unified system. His figure begins to become transparent, and the tape chamber ejects the final data reel. When the last piece of the puzzle is inserted, the safety lock will automatically activate. Lin Ye's genetic chain aligns perfectly with the vacant spots, and the algorithm of the massive device reverses its operation. Fragments of the unified system reassemble within the anti-unification program, forming a dynamic network capable of accommodating various logics. He recalls Chep's note in the log. Human language lacks perfect grammar, yet can convey all meanings, for we allow the non-standard. At the nodes of the dynamic network, energy signals emerge, originating from planets at the edge of the universe. Lin Ye's tactical panel displays that these signals are connecting with every known civilization in the universe. And hidden within the compatibility protocols of each connection point are gene fragments identical to those of the initial template. So this is it. Lin Ye's fingertips traverse the dynamic network, and silver energy coalesces at the nodes to outline the contours of Earth. The true purpose of the initial template is to enable the logical systems of all civilizations to learn dialogue. The master of the mixed voice becomes entirely transparent, and the final data reel explodes in midair, transforming into silver light points that resonate with Lin Ye. The voice of the endpoint of dialogue, tinged with dissipating static, reveals our shared origins. Just as the words hang in the air, a black hole suddenly manifests at the center of the dynamic network, devouring all energy signals. Lin Ye's pupils constrict abruptly. At the edge of the black hole floats a damaged metal plate inscribed with symbols entirely dissimilar to those of the initial template, the translation of which sets off a piercing alarm on the tactical panel, the Devourer Protocol. The gravitational pull of the black hole intensifies suddenly, resonating with Lin Ye's genetic chain and the metal plate. Within the resonance frequency lies the logical fragments of all swallowed civilizations. And at the deepest core of these fragments, a figure bearing an uncanny resemblance to him reaches towards the center of the black hole. Chapter 118. The coordinates of the devourer of the stardust at the edge of the black hole exhibited a peculiar state of inertia, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Frozen in time, Lin Ye floated amidst the fractured gear chain, silver energy coursing along the grooves of the teeth, each metallic surface gleaming with a cold luminescence, inscribed with the symbols of the Devourer Protocol. These symbols flickered at intervals of 0.7 seconds, perfectly synchronizing with the pulsating frequency of an unknown segment within his genetic chain. These formations were not of natural origin. Suddenly, the battered remains of the red spider emerged from the stardust, the exposed neural wires at the fractured wing resonating with the gear chain. On the war-torn chassis from 3 centuries past, rust intertwined with the luster of newly forged metal. The data stream in the optical lens abruptly froze. The gear's tooth distance error remained constant at 0.3 millimeters, adhering to the precision forging standards of Cybertron. Someone had deliberately crafted the coordinates to appear in this manner. Lin Ye's fingertips traced the nearest gear, which unexpectedly projected a miniature image, unfolding a 3-dimensional coordinate within the stardust. The origin of the coordinates was marked by the relic of a singularity, radiating 12 rays, each terminating at a star domain of a consumed civilization. More astonishingly, the angular parameters of these rays perfectly matched the binary values of an unidentified code on his tactical panel. Too many coincidences suggested design. Lin Ye's voice resonated through the vacuum, as the silver energy inscribed a magnetic tape mark on the coordinate map. The moment the mark was set, the gear chain began to rotate with a grating metallic sound, and the symbols of the Devourer Protocol began to reorganize, revealing an encrypted message. The true direction of the coordinates pointed to a backdoor in the protocol. The remnants of the red spider suddenly trembled violently, the resonance frequency between the neural wires and the gear chain soaring to a perilous level. A backdoor? His engine's remnants emitted pale blue sparks, exploding amidst the stardust. The Devourer never left a backdoor in the program. This was a trap. Within the fiery glow of the sparks, images of the consumed civilizations materialized, their core devices. Moments before collapsing, had all transmitted signals of the same frequency towards the relic of the singularity. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated fiercely with the unknown segment, causing the rays on the coordinate map to thicken, revealing concealed secondary coordinates pointing to an abandoned laboratory on Earth. He recalled the records in the CHEP logs. In 1973, a signal originating from Cybertron's living iron was detected in the deserts of New Mexico, lasting precisely 7 minutes and 13 seconds, coinciding with a minuscule period of Earth's rotation. 7 minutes and 13 seconds. The optical lens of the red spider suddenly focused, the rotation speed of the gear chain subtly altering at that moment, marking the duration of the encrypted sound wave. Before being consumed, he had disassembled crucial data into 12 parts, hiding them within the ruins of various civilizations. The tactical panel of the remnants displayed a segment of audio, the sound of the wave interspersed with the static of tape rotation. When the gear chain points to the singularity, the backdoor will activate automatically, provided a calibrator is found. The gravitational pull of the black hole suddenly intensified, causing the stardust to begin collapsing towards the center. Yet the structure of the gear chain remained remarkably stable, as if safeguarded by some force field. The silvery energy of Lin Ye flowed along the protective field, discovering that the source of the energy within the force field was a titanium alloy bolt embedded at the junction of the gear chain, identical to those used in human spacecraft. The threads of the bolt were inscribed with parameters matching those of the Chipu wheelchair motor. The calibrator was a product of human technology. Lin Ye's voice pierced through the hum of the gravitational field, with sound waves carrying coordinates via Cybertronian gears, while human bolts secured the structure. Thus, the technologies of both civilizations formed a double assurance. Suddenly, his genetic chain resonated with the titanium alloy bolt, causing a line of small text to emerge on the bolt's surface. Defensive system of the Singularity Ruins. Vulnerability detected in human brainwave frequencies. The remnants of the red spider emitted an alarm as one of the gears in the gear chain began to turn transparent, revealing internal gray code that replicated at an exponential rate, perfectly mirroring the diffusion pattern of the Devourer program. The vulnerability was a bait. His neural wires abruptly stiffened, directing him to a secondary coordinate on the map, where the signal characteristics were identical to those of Megatron's dark matter cannon core. The tactical panel of Lin Ye synchronized to display real-time imagery of the specified coordinate, a planet enveloped in gray energy, with countless metallic spires reaching towards the starry sky. The launch devices at the tips of the towers were charging, and the energy waveform formed a closed loop with the flickering frequency of the gear chain. They were utilizing the coordinates to guide an attack. His silvery energy coalesced into a shield amidst the stardust. Once we reached the Singularity Ruins, these spires would synchronize their fire. The rotation of the gear chain abruptly halted, all symbols illuminated simultaneously, casting a holographic projection of the Singularity Ruins at the edge of the black hole. Within the projection, a pyramid-shaped structure hovered in the center of the nebula, its diamond-shaped device at the pinnacle rotating, while at the entrance of the pyramid stood a silhouette identical to Lin Ye, with his palm resting on the device. The silvery energy at his fingertips resonated with the diamond device, precisely matching the frequency needed to crack the Devourer protocol. The optical lens of the red spider suddenly contracted, and the neural wires of its remnants abruptly severed. The silhouette bore no unknown fragments within its genetic chain. Lin Ye's pupils froze upon the projection. At the silhouette's wrist, there was a device resembling an Earth wristwatch, its hands pointing at 12 o'clock, crafted from the same metal as the gear chain. Just as the hands were about to overlap, the watch face shattered, revealing its core, a fragment of human occipital bone, inscribed with patterns identical to the unknown segments of his genetic chain. The gravitational field of the black hole suddenly grew chaotic. The gear chain disintegrated in the stardust, transforming into countless points of light that soared towards the Singularity Ruins. Lin Ye's tactical panel automatically locked onto the coordinates of the occipital bone fragment, where a newly generated line of code appeared at the end of the coordinate parameters, translating to a mere 2 words: welcome. His silvery energy surged uncontrollably towards the center of the black hole as the unknown segments of his genetic chain began to heat up, as if something was slowly crawling into his neural pathways, guided by the coordinates from the direction of the Singularity Ruins. The last data stream from the remnants of the red spider exploded before his eyes, revealing the detailed interface shape of the diamond device beneath the silhouette's palm, which perfectly matched the genetic patterns in his own palm. Chapter 119. The blind spot code. The liquid metal sea of the Singularity Ruins shimmered with an iridescent luster reminiscent of mother of pearl. Lin Ye's boots skimmed the water-esque surface, sending ripples that unveiled translucent blocks of code. Each block encapsulated the technological remnants of civilizations consumed, the core of a quantum computer from a distant planet, blueprints for a space folding engine from another civilization, and even a series of codes vividly depicting the cataclysmic demise of that civilization's home world. Stars collapsing within the flow of code, transforming into gray points akin to black holes. These were the gravestones of civilizations. The remnants of the red spider hovered nearby, its repaired wings scanning the latest blocks of code. Suddenly, the code blocks unfurled, revealing ancient text from Cybertron. The translation set off a piercing alarm on Lin Ye's tactical panel. The core of the Devourer protocol selectively preserved only those technologies deemed valuable, formatting the rest into oblivion. As Lin Ye's fingertips penetrated the code block, a fragment of an unknown gene chain ignited with heat upon contact with the core of the quantum computer within. The liquid metal sea erupted in waves, and all code blocks simultaneously aligned, presenting their encapsulated technological relics towards him, forming a circular array. At the center of this array, a phantom of a sound wave tape chamber emerged, inscribed with the mark of the blind spot code. A blind spot? Lin Ye's silvery energy coursed through the array, and gaps between the code blocks suddenly revealed the binary language of humanity. interwoven with Cybertron's logical symbols, an intentional uncoded area designed to create parsing obstacles through grammatical conflicts of the two languages. The optical lens of the Red Spider focused on a specific code block, which contained the prototype of Earth's quantum computer. On the chip of this prototype, miniature gears intricately laser-etched by CHEP were present. This prototype exhibited a computational error rate of 0.0003, just exceeding the Devourer's acceptable tolerance range. Its engine remnants sputtered sparks, igniting the surrounding flow of code, thus classifying it as invalid data and relegating it to the blind spot. Suddenly, the liquid metal sea boiled, and the surface of the code blocks revealed the self-replicating program of the Devourer. The propagation path of the program exhibited a bizarre pattern, avoiding all blocks harboring human error rates, spreading only among the remnants of flawless logic. On Lin Ye's retina, overlooked details exploded into clarity. The sound wave tape chamber consistently emitted interference signals as the program approached. The miniature gears, sculpted by CHEP, were perfectly spaced to obstruct a critical node of the program. Even the code flows ignited by the Red Spider at that moment constructed a firewall for the blind spot. "You had designed this long ago." Lin Ye's voice echoed within the array, as a silvery energy inscribed the formula for human error rates upon the liquid metal, wielding imperfection as a shield to protect truly valuable technology. A sudden tremor emanated from the depths of the ruins. The center of the circular array split open, revealing the main database of the Devourer. The interface of the database presented a logical matrix of Cybertron, yet at the end of each command line, human comment symbols were concealed with annotations in CHEP's handwriting. "Leave this space, awaiting variable filling." Variables? The synthesized voice of the Devourer surged forth from the database, as the logical symbols of the matrix began to reorganize, forming patterns homologous to the genetic strands of Lin Ye. "Your imperfections are merely calculated parameters. The true purpose of the blind spot code is to filter out the most compatible carriers for the protocol." Lin Ye's genetic chain synchronized perfectly with the unknown fragments, and the annotation symbols in the database suddenly illuminated, revealing the encrypted instructions of the sound waves. When the Devourer initiates the filtering process, it rewrites the protocol by injecting human variables into the logical matrix, embedding Spike's step frequency data, and breaking the perfect closed loop. The remnants of the Red Spider surged towards the database, its neural wires resonating with the matrix. The injection point is at the 37th line of commands. Its body gradually became transparent amidst the resonance, revealing a natural blind spot of Cybertron logic where only human non-standard parameters could fit. The silver energy of Lin Ye flowed along with the step frequency data injection, causing the Devourer's logical matrix to stutter. As the self-replication program collapsed at the edge of the blind spot, the code blocks of the liquid metal ocean began to reorganize, unveiling the entrance to an escape route, marked by a stone tablet inscribed with earthly script. The inscription chronicled CHEP's experimental logs. March 1974, successfully bypassing Cybertron's logical locks using human intuition, with the basis being the unquantifiable sixth sense. At the base of the tablet, a groove perfectly aligned with the genetic patterns of Lin Ye's palm awaited. As the final data stream of the Red Spider, marked with the trigger condition for the groove, error rate 0.003, surged into its neural pathways. Lin Ye's fingertips grazed the groove, causing the tablet to become transparent. Within it, a human brain pulsated, its synaptic connections forming a perfect mirror image of the Devourer's self-replication program. Affixed to the prefrontal cortex of the brain was a yellowed note inscribed with Spike's handwriting. CHEP stated that the original owner of this brain willingly became the bait for the protocol, on the condition that the human margin of error be preserved. The synthesized voice of the Devourer suddenly turned sharp. "Bait? Once you activate the synaptic mode of the brain, the core data of the protocol will be automatically downloaded." Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply as the neural synapses of the brain resonated with his genetic chain. And within the frequency of this resonance lay fluctuations identical to the original template. Simultaneously, the code blocks of the liquid metal ocean illuminated, sealing the exit of the escape route and leaving only a fissure leading deeper into the ruins. On the walls of the fissure, countless patterns, homologous to the brain's synapses, were etched, and in the deepest shadows, a vague silhouette slowly began to rise. Chapter 120. The tablet algorithm, the wind of the Gobi, swept the gravel. striking the tablet with a crackling sound. This 3-meter-tall granite monument was embedded in the concrete base of an abandoned missile silo, its surface adorned with a M-laying of symbols. The upper half bore the formulas of human nuclear energy, the fission cross-section data of uranium, 235 precise to 4 decimal places, while the lower half contained the technical parameters of Cybertron spark, the molecular bond energy of wrought iron marked in Cybertronian standard units of stars per hertz, with irregular etchings at the edges, resembling marks made by repeated strikes with a blunt instrument. Wearing sandproof goggles, Lin Ye's fingertips glided over those blunt instrument markings. The system of the goggles suddenly displayed a pop-up. The variation in the depth of the engravings perfectly coincided with the Earth's rotation period, with the deepest sections corresponding to the full moon night of March 1974, which marked the breakthrough recorded in Chep's logbook. He retrieved a portable spectrometer from his backpack. As the laser swept across the surface of the steel, anomalous readings appeared on the data screen. In the quartz crystals of the granite, nano-sized Cybertronian living metal particles were embedded, arranged in a manner that perfectly aligned with the neural wires of the remnants of the red spider. This was not a naturally occurring symbiosis. The holographic projection of the red spider hovered beside the steel. The optical lenses simulated light spot, focusing on the intersection of certain symbols. The living metal particles had been pressed into the quartz under high temperatures, utilizing human industrial hydraulic press parameters of 315 megapascals, just enough to form a stable bond between the two substances. Lin Ye's genetic chain suddenly vibrated faintly, resonating with a specific engraving on the steel surface. He crouched down, striking a small piece of weathered stone with a geological hammer. Under the portable microscope, minute gear patterns emerged on the stone's cross-section with a tooth gap of 0.3 millimeters, identical to the gear tolerances of Chep's wheelchair motor. More astonishingly, the meshing of the gears was intentionally offset by half a notch, creating a physical algorithmic loophole. This was a cross-civilization anti-tampering mechanism. Lin Ye's voice was rendered hoarse by the wind as he rummaged through his backpack for Spike's old notebook, where one page depicted 2 interlocking gears, with annotations beside the half-notch reading. Dad said this is called leaving room, so the machine won't jam. The edges of the notebook pages bore faint impressions of magnetic tape, consistent with standard dimensions for sound waves. A sudden tremor emanated from deep within the launch pit, as a pale blue liquid seeped from the cracks in the concrete base. This was the coolant for the Cybertronian living metal, rapidly crystallizing upon contact with air to form patterns identical to those on the steel. The holographic projection of the red spider flickered. An energy source was detected 37 meters underground, with a frequency consistent with the self-replicating program of the Devourer. Lin Ye extended the probe of the spectrometer into the crack, and the waveform on the data screen fluctuated violently. During the crystallization of the living metal coolant, traces of human industrial lubricant, with a base oil source from Karamay, Xinjiang, and additives containing minute quantities of cerium, had mixed in. This concoction would naturally create a chaotic field capable of disrupting the Devourer's program. It was the waste liquid from Chep's laboratory. Lin Ye recognized that the composition of the lubricant matched precisely with the waste oil disposal plan recorded in Chep's log, deliberately discharging the experimental waste into the launch pit, using the impure contamination of human industry to create a natural protective layer. The optical lens of the red spider simulated a sneer. The protective layer would not thwart the main program of the Devourer. Their algorithms could decipher any loophole on a physical level, including this misaligned gear. The holographic projection's finger pointed deep into the crack, revealing that the true trap was inscribed at the foundational level of the algorithm, crafted using the ambiguous logic of humanity, such as vague terms that could not be quantifiably judged. The gene chain of Lin Ye trembled with increasing intensity as the system automatically correlated the historical data of the launch site. On the night of the full moon in March 1974, the ground temperature here plummeted by 17 degrees, precisely aligning with the phase transition temperature of Cybertron's living metal. Simultaneously, nearby military radar recorded an anomalous signal lasting 7 minutes and 13 seconds, the frequency matching the tape speed of sound waves. They activated the monolith on the night of the full moon. His fingertip pressed against the misaligned gear's etchings, utilizing the gravitational tidal forces of Earth as the ignition key. Deep within the launch site, an energy source suddenly erupted, a pale blue crystalline substance instantly enveloping the entire monolith. Lin Ye's tactical panel indicated that the main program of the Devourer had breached the protective layer and was deciphering the cross-civilization algorithms. However, when the program encountered the misaligned gears etchings, a sudden lag of 0.3 seconds appeared, precisely matching the human reaction limit recorded in Spike's notebook. Now it was the moment. Lin Ye connected his portable computer to the living metal particles of the monolith, and a decryption program authored by Chep popped up on the screen. The core code of the program intertwined data from the wind speed in the Xinjiang Gobi, the respiratory frequency of human operators, and even unknown fragment parameters of his own gene chain. These non-standard data interwove at the algorithm's vulnerabilities, forming a protective field resistant to decryption. The synthetic voice of the Devourer emanated from below, accompanied by static interference. These meaningless parameters defy all logic, yet they conform to reality. Lin Ye's voice resonated through the protective field as he observed the flow of program code on the screen. Human technology was never perfect. We calibrate missile trajectories with wind speed, stabilize surgical instruments with respiratory frequencies, and even embrace unknown fragments within our genes. For imperfection is the very law governing the authentic world. The protective field suddenly fluctuated violently, causing the granite surface of the monolith to peel away, revealing an embedded human brain within. The brain was encased in a transparent biological gel, its vascular distribution forming a bizarre mirror of the logic chain of the Devourer's main program. The preservative added to the gel was a concoction of Cybertron's living metal and human formalin, perfectly maintaining the brain's bioelectric activity. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply as the system automatically identified that 37 synapses of the brain had been artificially modified, the shapes of the modification interfaces perfectly aligning with the unknown fragments of his gene chain. Before the holographic projection of the red spider abruptly extinguished, it left behind the final set of data. The original owner of the brain was a human scientist who participated in a cross-civilization cooperation project in 1974, with the missing record stating 4 words, voluntary participation. The wind suddenly ceased, and the sound of gears turning echoed from deep within the launch site. Lin Ye lowered his gaze to the computer screen. The protective field of the decryption program was collapsing, and the point of collapse was precisely at the biological electrical signals of the modified synaptic interfaces of the brain, resonating at the exact frequency as the unknown fragments of his gene chain, summoning the main program of the Devourer. Chapter 121. Neural Interface. The biological gel shimmered with a faint green fluorescence in a specially designed, insulated container, suspending the human brain above the operational table in the abandoned laboratory, as Lin Ye's gloved fingertips gently grazed the wall of the container. The miniature sensors within the gel illuminated en masse. The model of these sensors, a biopotential detector developed in the 1970s in the United States for deep space exploration, bore evident signs of modification. The ends of the wires were not connected to standard interfaces, but rather to diminutive plugs forged from Cybertronian living metal, the intricate patterns of which bore a mathematical correlation to unknown segments of his genetic chain. The alterations were made on April 17, 1974. A holographic projection of the red spider hovered beside the control panel, its optical lens sweeping over the label affixed to the container. The inscription had been eroded by disinfectant, yet still allowed for the discernment of subject number 3 and protocol decoder, utilizing the most advanced stereotactic technology of the time, with an error margin not exceeding 0.5 mm, precisely avoiding the brain's motor cortex and only modifying the frontal lobe responsible for logical processing. Lin Ye opened the drawer beneath the control panel, revealing 12 glass test tubes, each meticulously labeled with dates. The most recent tube bore the date May 2nd, 1974, containing a grayish-white powder at its base. A portable mass spectrometer indicated that the powder consisted of oxidation products of Cybertronian living metal, intermixed with trace amounts of human cerebrospinal fluid electrolytes, the concentrations of sodium and potassium ions deviating less than 2 from normal cerebrospinal fluid. This was not a coerced modification. He carefully extracted a test tube with tweezers, noting fine scratches on its inner wall that matched the tip of a pen preserved in the laboratory. This was part of a scientific record documenting the daily extraction of cerebrospinal fluid to monitor rejection reactions after the implantation of a living metal interface into the scientist's own brain, a process that lasted for 21 days. Suddenly, The computer on the control panel activated autonomously, displaying Chip's experimental log, the handwriting characterized by youthful hastiness. April 20th. The interface connected with Cybertronian equipment for the first time, generating a 37 Hz neural electrical signal, just sufficient to decode the first layer of the Devourer Protocol's encryption. Accompanying the log was an EEG chart, with an abnormal peak circled in red, its frequency perfectly aligned with the standard rotational speed of the sound wave tape chamber. The sound waves assisted in the shadows. Lin Ye magnified the chart, discovering the characteristic frequency of the tape's rotation hidden within the waveform of the peak. These anomalous signals represented his interference waves, enabling the protocol decoding while simultaneously embedding a backdoor within the data. The holographic projection of the red spider flickered unexpectedly, the data stream at the edges revealing that the laboratory's ventilation system was operational. Sand particles identical to those found at the Gobi Steel had accumulated on the filter of the air vent. The Devourer's detector had locked onto this location 3 days prior. His optical lens focused on the latch of the insulated container, which bore fresh metallic scratches, indications that someone had arrived before them, attempting to extract the brain. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the biological gel, causing the sensor readings to surge into a perilous range. Suddenly, the modified synapses within the frontal cortex of his brain ignited, projecting the core code of the Devourer protocol within the gel. Interspersed within the code were signals of the sound wave tape's interference, gradually reconfiguring to form a sequence identical to the unidentified code present in Lin Ye's tactical panel. They believed they were extracting data when, in truth, they were aiding the sound waves in completing the code. The voice of Lin Ye resonated low, his fingertips, encased in sterile gloves, felt the vibrations from the walls of the container, indicative of an energy source located 37 meters underground responding. The true purpose of the modified synapse was to function as a protocol amplifier, which would only activate upon the active reading by the Devourer. Suddenly, the latch of the thermal container burst open, and the biological gel began to boil. The brain, enveloped in a transparent dome, abruptly opened its eyes, or rather, the modified synapse simulated the neural electrical signals of opening eyes, forming a blurred outline of a human face in the air, remarkably resembling the profile photograph of the missing scientist from Lin Ye's memory. Did you perceive this as resistance? The lips of the facial outline moved, producing a sound that was a fusion of human vocal cord vibrations and a cybernetic electronic tone. My neural data was submitted voluntarily, including those parts altered by sonic waves. His gaze swept across the test tubes on the operating table. The 21 days of monitoring were not merely for observing rejection, but for calculating the compatibility threshold between the protocol and human neurons. Suddenly, Lin Ye's tactical panel displayed a pop-up, revealing the complete profile of the scientist. On May 3, 1974, he submitted a protocol compatibility report to the project team, with a handwritten note at the end. When the compatibility threshold reaches 91, initiate the reverse parasitism program. The signature section of the report bore the stamp of the Cybertron Academy of Sciences, its edges worn, matching precisely with the insignia found on the remnants of the red spider. The biological gel abruptly solidified, and white smoke erupted from the synaptic interface of the brain. As the code, altered by sound waves, began to devour the main program of the Devourer, the expression of the facial outline fluctuated, and for the first time, the mixed sound carried a tremor akin to electrical static. Reverse parasitism is also part of the plan. Lin Ye's pupils constricted sharply, and upon the surface of the solidified gel, the hidden clauses of the Devourer protocol emerged. When experimental subject number 07 was activated, all reverse parasitism programs would automatically synchronize. Within the annotations of the clause, there was a red mark pressed by a human fingerprint, the patterns of which coincided perfectly with part of the ridge patterns from his left index finger. Suddenly, the ground of the laboratory cracked open, and the energy source below surged through the fissure, materializing in midair as a neural network originating from the brain synapse. At the nodes of the network, more phantom thermal containers emerged, each marked with a number from 01 to 06, while the position of No. 07 aligned directly with Lin Ye's chest. Chapter 122. Experimental subject number. The temperature control system of the underground laboratory continued to operate, with the airflow carrying a mixture of formaldehyde and metallic oxidation wafting past the neatly arranged culture chambers. The soles of Lin Ye's boots made a faint scraping sound against the anti-static floor, exceptionally clear in the prevailing silence. The glass covers of the culture chambers were beaded with fine droplets of water, and the doors of chambers 01 to 06 were blown open, their walls bearing faint blue burn marks. The portable spectrometer indicated that this was characteristic residue from Cybertron's live iron melting at 3,100, perfectly matching the attack parameters of the Devourer's energy weapon. It was directional blasting. The holographic projection of the Red Spider hovered beside Capsule 06, its optical lens simulating a focused light spot that swept over the metallic edge of the hatch. The blast point's diameter was precisely 37 centimeters, sufficient to compromise the capsule's locking mechanism without damaging the internal structure, indicative of a breach by familiar hands. The projection's fingertip pointed towards the remnants of a metal support within the capsule, upon which a blurred serial number was inscribed. A minuscule notch at the tail of the numeral 6 aligned perfectly with the Cybertron standard tools preserved in the laboratory. Lin Ye's attention rested on the sole intact Capsule 07. The capsule, cylindrical in shape, stood 18 meters tall with a diameter of 0.9 meters, conforming to the standard dimensions of American military biological experiment capsules from the 1970s. On the tempered glass observation window, a complete genetic sequence map was meticulously etched with a laser. Among the arrangement of the 4 nucleobases, distinctive symbols representing Cybertronian living metal were interspersed, with the alternating frequency of the 2 codes precisely matching the resonance frequency of 0.3 Hz with the CHEP wheelchair motor. This was no mere random amalgamation. Extracting a gene sequencer from his backpack, Lin Ye brought the probe into contact with the observation window, causing comparative data to leap onto the screen. Human gene fragments constituted 61, while Cybertronian living metal gene fragments accounted for 39. This ratio closely aligned with the compatibility threshold curve of the Devourer protocol, forming a stable sine wave within the curve's safety zone. Even more astonishing, at the junction of the 2 genes lay a transitional band of 0.01 micrometers. Under an electron microscope, the molecular structure of this band revealed a symbiotic state between human and living metal crystals, devoid of any signs of rejection. Suddenly, the control panel of the cultivation chamber illuminated with an antiquated fluorescent display scrolling through experimental logs, inscribed in a blend of Cybertronian script and English. May 12, 1974. The 47th division of Embryo 07 completed, achieving a 91 efficiency in the amalgamation of human hemoglobin and living metal oxidase, marking the first breach of the rejection threshold of the Devourer protocol. Attached beneath the log was a blood sample analysis chart, featuring an anomaly marked in red, corresponding to red blood cells exhibiting a deformation capacity 3 times that of normal humans, yet precisely capable of traversing the capillary network of Cybertronian living metal. This was a meticulously designed symbiote. Lin Ye magnified the analysis chart, noting that the fluctuation period of the data points synchronized with the rotational speed of the sonic wavetape chamber. These anomalous data points were the result of sonic adjustments where he had implanted adaptive sequences at the junction of the 2 genes, allowing human biological characteristics to adapt to Cybertronian physiological structures. The holographic projection of the Red Spider suddenly flickered, and the data stream at the projection's edge indicated that the laboratory's power supply emanated from a nuclear reactor 30 meters underground. The concentration of uranium-235 in the reactor was maintained at 32, the standard concentration for civilian nuclear power plants. Yet the positioning parameters of the control rods had been modified to provide excessive power in emergencies. This location served as a joint base for humans and Cybertronians. His optical lens swept over the piping system beneath the capsule, where the diameter variations conformed to human fluid dynamic standards, yet the interfaces employed Cybertronian living metal. Scientists had secretly cultivated experimental subjects here for no less than 5 years. Lin Ye crouched down, discovering a removable metal plate at the base of Capsule 07, beneath which lay a rusted metal box. The box contained 12 glass test tubes, each labeled with a date, the most recent being June 3, 1974. The grayish-white powder within the test tubes was confirmed through mass spectrometry to be a composite of the original code carrier for the Devourer protocol, crafted from Cybertronian crystals and human protein molecules. The crystallinity of the powder indicated that it had been removed multiple times and exposed to air, each exposure lasting approximately 17 minutes. aligning with the average duration of human experimental procedures. Test tube number 07 was designated to carry the protocol. He picked up the test tube with tweezers, noting the faint fingerprints on its surface, which matched perfectly with those in the laboratory's records of the scientists. These traces of exposure were a result of testing the compatibility between the protocol and the embryos. After the final test, on June 3rd, all experimental subjects were subjected to cleansing. Suddenly, a sound of metal scraping emerged from the remnants of Chamber 06. Lin Ye approached and discovered a deformed fragment of the chamber wall, the inner side inscribed with half of a Cybertronian text in laser etching. The translation triggered an alarm on his tactical panel. Clause 7 of the Creator Protocol. Initiate seed program upon reaching experimental subject number 07. The edges of the fragment bore human bite marks, the depth indicating a bite force of approximately 35 kilograms, akin to the average strength of an adult male, seemingly left as a last message by a scientist in a moment of urgency. The nutrient solution in the cultivation chamber suddenly began to circulate, with a pale green liquid floating human-like tissue, the critical sections of which were embedded with silver-active iron nodules. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated violently, and a previously unnoticed segment of the genetic sequence displayed on the observation window began to glow. This segment belonged neither to humans nor to Cybertronians, with its base arrangement forming a perfect mirror of the core code of the Devourer protocol. The unknown segment was the key. The holographic projection of the red spider focused on the glowing segment, which enabled number 07 to carry the protocol while maintaining autonomous consciousness. This was the true purpose of the experiment, to create a vessel capable of deciphering the protocol without being controlled by the Devourer. Suddenly, the laboratory's ventilation system expelled a gray powder that settled on the observation window of the cultivation chamber, rapidly forming patterns identical to those of the Devourer's main program. Lin Ye's tactical panel indicated that the powder comprised a swarm of nanobots attempting to infiltrate the control system of Chamber 07. However, upon contact with the glowing genetic segment, the nanobots abruptly lost power, transforming into harmless metallic dust due to a resonance frequency that effectively disrupted their core programming. It was a defensive mechanism utilizing sound waves. Lin Ye pressed his fingertips against the observation window, resonating with the embryonic tissue within, having concealed a countermeasure program within the unknown segment, which could only be activated by the genetic activation of number 07. The door of the cultivation chamber unexpectedly unlocked, and the pale green nutrient solution flowed through the pipes into the laboratory's drain, revealing a metallic nameplate beneath the embryonic tissue. The nameplate bore the complete identification number of the experimental subject, 07, Chimera Project 07. Beneath the number were two signatures. One was the seal of the Cybertronian Academy, consistent with the markings on the remnants of the red spider, and the other was a handwritten signature from a human, identical in script to that of the owner of the mind, inscribed on the Gobi stone. Chimera. The optical lens of the red spider flickered with simulated astonishment, reminiscent of the creature from ancient Greek mythology, a chimera with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a serpent, symbolizing the amalgamation of disparate species. From the very outset, they recognized that this was an experiment defying the laws of nature. The genetic strands of Lin Ye resonated with unknown fragments, and the embryonic tissue within capsule 07 suddenly became transparent, revealing the intricate architecture of its skeletal structure. The shape of the skull and the curvature of the ribs exhibited a startling 98 similarity to his own skeletal scan. More astonishingly, on the left metacarpal of the embryo, there existed a congenital suture identical to his own, a unique physiological marker with an occurrence probability of less than 0.0001 among humans. I am Capsule 07. His voice trembled within the echo of the laboratory, as the tactical panel automatically displayed his birth certificate. The date of birth corresponded precisely to 280 days after the last experimental log, the average gestation period for humans, while the coordinates of the birth hospital exhibited a deliberate 0.3-degree deviation from those of the subterranean laboratory. Suddenly, a synthesized voice emanated from the ventilation ducts, laced with a metallic, mocking laughter. Congratulations on reclaiming your identity, Subject 07. But have you not realized? As your genetic chain resonated with the embryo, it has already transmitted a locating signal to the nest of the Devourer. Now, you are both the key to decoding the protocol and the beacon guiding us to all experimental bases. Lin Ye's pupils constricted as the remnants of the embryonic tissue suddenly illuminated, forming the coordinates of the Devourer's nest at the base of the cultivation pod. At the edge of the coordinates, a minuscule symbol inscribed in living iron served as a sonic tape marker, directing not to the coordinates themselves, but to the unknown segment of his genetic chain where the countermeasure code was concealed, necessitating his active activation for efficacy. The metallic walls of the cultivation pod began to seep a gray liquid, which coalesced on the ground into a circuit identical to that of the Devourer protocol, with the endpoint aligned directly with the position of Lin Ye's heart. His tactical panel indicated that the energy intensity of the circuit was surging, with an impending explosion capable of obliterating the entire laboratory set to occur in 7 seconds. And the frequency of the explosive shockwave resonated perfectly with that of his genetic chain, implying that no matter where he sought refuge, he would be precisely locked onto. 7 seconds. The synthesized voice of the Devourer echoed with the rhythm of the countdown, granting you enough time to make a choice. Subject 07. Either activate the countermeasure code and perish together or survive with the coordinates, becoming our perfect vessel. Lin Ye's hand hovered over the projection of the unknown segment of the genetic chain, the silver energy of his fingertips intertwining with the radiance of the embryonic remnants. The laboratory's temperature control system emitted a final hum, and at the moment the airflow ceased, he distinctly heard the cadence of his heartbeat harmonizing with the circulation pump frequency of Capsule 07, resonating with the unknown segment and the circuit frequency of the Devourer protocol, creating a bizarre triple resonance within this subterranean space, 30 meters below ground. Chapter 123, Neutralization Sequence. The emergency lights of the underground laboratory suddenly illuminated, casting an orange-yellow glow upon the pale green nutrient solution seeping from the base of the cultivation pod. The soles of Lin Ye's boots splashed into the liquid, sending droplets blooming across the anti-static floor, distinctly delineating the gray liquid of the Devourer protocol circuit from the other fluid. The surface tension coefficient of the two liquids differed by 0.3 dynes per centimeter, precisely matching the disparity between human blood and Cybertronian liquid metal coolant. There were 47 seconds remaining. The holographic projection of the red spider flickered intermittently, its optical lens fixated on the energy readings of the circuit. The detonation device employed a crystal oscillator standard to the U.S. military from the 1970s, oscillating at a frequency of 60 Hz, which synchronized with the laboratory's AC frequency. Cutting the power would delay the explosion. His projected finger pointed toward the distribution box in the corner, where the padlock bore evident signs of tampering. The wear on the lock's internal pins indicated that someone had used a master key to open it within the last 24 hours. As Lin Ye dashed toward the distribution box, silvery energy from his fingertips spread through the nutrient solution, resonating with the residual embryonic tissue in culture chamber number 07. On the tactical panel, sequences of unknown genetic fragments unfurled like a silver biological chain, each base within the chain emitting feeble pulses. The pulse frequency formed a reverse oscillation with the core code of the Devourer protocol. This represented the hidden neutralization sequence of sound waves. The cabinet door of the distribution box was yanked open, revealing an air switch in a tripped state, tiny droplets of water beating on the metallic contacts. The moment Lin Ye's finger brushed the switch, he felt a slight tingling. The leakage detection device indicated an induced current of 0.5 milliamperes in the circuit, precisely at the threshold perceptible to humans. Even more oddly, the timestamp of the trip read June 3rd, 1974 at 3:37 p.m., perfectly coinciding with the last recorded experimental log. It was the scientist who had tripped the switch. He reset the switch with insulated gloves, and the laboratory's ventilation system roared back to life, stirring up dust from the depths of the ducts. They had prepared ahead of time to clean the experimental subject, concealing the delay of the explosion within the power system. Suddenly, the holographic projection of the red spider became clear, showcasing a simulation animation of the neutralization sequence. The silver genetic fragments acted like a precise scalpel, cleaving the gray Devourer protocol code in half, breaking it down into two neutral base sequences. However, during this decomposition, the protective codes of humanity and Cybertronian civilization that had once shielded Lin Ye began to recede like a receding tide into the depths of the genetic chain, revealing a bare strand devoid of any defensive mechanisms, laid completely bare within the laboratory's energy field. This was a necessary cost. The optical lens of the red spider simulated a grave light spot. The neutralization reaction required an absolutely pure medium, as any interference from civilization codes would lead to the collapse of the sequence, akin to how impurities can render a catalyst ineffective in a chemical experiment. His projection pointed toward the waste disposal pipe of culture chamber number 07, where the neutralization reaction equation etched on the pipe's wall matched perfectly with the molecular structure changes depicted in the animation. The balancing coefficient of the equation was 1:37, an exact ratio of Cybertronian to human genetic fragments. Suddenly, the laboratory's explosion-proof door emitted a hydraulic whir, with the pressure sensor on the door indicating that an external force of 35 megapascals was being applied, aligning with the dismantling parameters of the Devourer assault unit. Yet, when the distance to the door lock dwindled to a mere 3 centimeters, the thrust abruptly ceased. The electronic lock's indicator transitioned from red to green, as the identification system for the lock cylinder unmistakably registered Lin Ye's genetic authorization, denoting his privilege level as that of a creator's vessel. The privilege served as bait. The synthetic voice of the Devourer resonated through the ventilation ducts, imbued with a metallic tremor. A compatibility of 91 was just sufficient to enable the neutralization sequence to complete its transformation while simultaneously ensuring my absolute obedience. You believed you were in control of the situation, yet you were merely adhering to my script from the moment you activated the genetic chain. Lin Ye's fingertips remained poised above the air switch, the amber glow of the emergency light casting a play of shadows across his face. Suddenly, he recalled a note tucked within Chep's logs, inscribed with pencil, May 1974, 0:2-second delay command discovered within the Cybertron apparatus, akin to the blink of a human eye. At that moment, the tactical panel's back-end programming indeed revealed a hidden code, a delay of 0.2 seconds, the digital signature of its author bearing Chep's employee number 734. The span of a blink is ample enough to alter many circumstances. Lin Ye's voice rang particularly clear amidst the hum of the emergency light. He did not cut the power, but instead infused silver energy into the neutralization sequence. Within your privilege recognition system lay Chep's hesitation period. Before each privilege activation, there would be a 0.2-second buffer, ample time for me to fortify the neutralized protocol. The holographic projection of the red spider suddenly resonated with the waste pipe of the cultivation chamber, as equations etched upon the pipe's walls began to reorganize, unveiling the concealed latter half. The ultimate product of the neutralization reaction was not the obedience code anticipated by the Devourer, but a switch capable of seamlessly toggling between civilizational modes. When pressed, it embodied human biological characteristics, and when released, it transformed into the mechanical form of Cybertron. With the switching interval precisely 0.2 seconds. Outside the blast door, the sound of metal collapsing echoed, indicating a malfunction in the Devourer's assault unit's breaching device. Lin Ye's tactical panel displayed an external energy signal interruption of 0.2 seconds, perfectly aligning with Chep's delay program parameters. Their equipment, too, had been implanted with delay commands. A flicker of amusement crossed the optical lens of the red spider. The sound wave had left a backdoor in all standard equipment of the Devourers, akin to installing a safety catch on a firearm. Suddenly, the laboratory's temperature surged, destabilizing the resonance frequency of the neutralization sequence. Within Lin Ye's genetic chain, where the human segments intertwined with those of Cybertron, white smoke began to emanate. As the portable thermal imager indicated temperatures soaring to 42 degrees, the threshold for human fever and the critical point at which Cybertron's living metal commenced softening. The fusion reaction accelerated. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, dripping into the nutrient solution, creating ripples that interfered with the fluctuations of the neutralization sequence, necessitating a stabilizing medium. Amidst the debris of cultivation chamber number 06, a rusted metal canister unexpectedly rolled forth. Lin Ye recognized it as a liquid nitrogen storage tank from the 1970s. The pressure gauge still indicating an internal pressure of 0.7 MPa, sufficient to provide a low-temperature environment for 3 minutes. He pried open the valve with his tactical dagger. As the liquid nitrogen erupted, it condensed into a white mist upon contact with the air. When it met the junction of the genetic chain, the white smoke dissipated instantly, and the thermal imager stabilized at a temperature of 37 degrees, the normal human body temperature. It is an emergency device left by scientists. The projection of the red spider scans the production number of the storage tank, which was manufactured on June 3, 1974, coinciding perfectly with the date of the last experiment. They had long anticipated that the fusion reaction would spiral out of control. The synthetic voice of the devourer suddenly turned sharp. Low temperatures can only delay, not prevent. Once the neutralization sequence reaches 91, your consciousness will automatically grant me access, a directive embedded at the genetic level, unless you obliterate your own brain right now. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the observation window of the cultivation pod, where the genetic sequence map revealed the terminal of an unknown segment rapidly unfolding new base pairs to the naked eye. The tactical panel's analysis indicated that these new sequences bore a mathematical correlation to the symbols of the creator protocol. Each symbol's geometric angle corresponded to the spatial arrangement of 3 bases, with an error margin not exceeding 0. 3 degrees. The true purpose of the neutralization sequence was to activate the creator protocol. His silver energy flowed along the new sequence, and amidst the mist of liquid nitrogen, the initial terms of the protocol emerged. When the carrier completes the neutralization fusion of civilized genes, they shall become the executor of the intercivilizational covenant, endowed with the authority to balance order and chaos. At the end of the terms, there was a minuscule handprint inscribed with Cybertronian alloy, perfectly matching the size of an infant human hand. Suddenly, the blast door was violently breached, and the metallic toes of the Devourer's assault unit shattered the liquid circuits on the ground. Gray code flowed across their armor, forming patterns homologous to Lin Ye's genetic chain. However, when they were merely 3 steps away from him, all units abruptly froze as the delay program of CHEP activated within their core systems. The 0.2-second command interruption was just sufficient for Lin Ye to complete the final neutralization reaction. As Lin Ye's genetic chain emitted a silvery glow, the newly unfurled base pairs perfectly aligned with the symbols of the creator protocol. You were correct. 91 is the critical point, but it does not signify the beginning of obedience. It is the ignition key for the protocol. The armor of the assault units began to turn transparent amid the radiance, revealing the core programs within, which were interspersed with a plethora of mundane human data, records of CHEP's wheelchair adjustments, spike sketches of gears, and even the rainfall statistics from New Mexico in 1974. This data bubbled in the light of the creator protocol, transforming the original code of the Devourer into a new sequence that retained logical rigor while incorporating a uniquely human margin for error. The holographic projection of the red spider suddenly flickered violently, and the final segment of data appeared. The executor of the creator protocol must navigate the trials of civilization, making choices between order and chaos, with your first trial ground being the Devourer's mother hub star. Lin Ye's fingertips lingered on the liquid nitrogen valve, the orange glow of the emergency light gradually replaced by the silvery radiance. He could distinctly feel the resonance between the neutralization sequence within him and the new code of the assault unit, as countless minute gears began to turn in synchrony. Amidst the interstices of these gears lay a signal perceptible only to him, a call from the hub star, its frequency perfectly aligned with the creator protocol he had just activated. The core program of the Devourer assault unit collapsed in resonance, leaving behind a synthesized sound imbued with incredulous confusion. The activation of the protocol necessitated pure order. How could you, vessels infused with chaotic genes, possibly comprehend this? Lin Ye's gaze traversed the shattered unit, settling upon the outlet of the laboratory's ventilation ducts. There, dust was stirred by a new current, forming a vortex shape akin to that of the gravitational field of the hub star. He understood that the completion of the neutralization sequence was not an end, but rather the commencement of trials hidden deep within the genes, which had now swung open the gateway to a new arena, and the challenges that lay beyond would far exceed any predictions recorded in experiments. Chapter 124. The creator's symbols. The silvery luminescence of the underground laboratory penetrated the blast-proof door, casting elongated beams of light upon the sandy expanse of the Gobi. Lin Ye stood at the center of this illumination, a double helix projection born from genetic mutations hovering before him. The ends of the spirals suddenly diverged, forming a structure reminiscent of script. The light from the projection fell upon the ground, overlapping with the gravitational field model of the hub star from the red spider's holographic projection. where the trajectories of the bases at the bifurcation precisely aligned with the gravitational line in the model. It was a deliberately designed geometric formation. The projection from the red spider pointed towards the bifurcation, with optical lenses simulating measurement lines that revealed the angles between the two branches and the main trunk to be 37 degrees and 53 degrees, respectively. These angles represented the most stable configurations in terrestrial rock mechanics, commonly observed in the formation of natural faults. The Creator's protocol had been intertwined with the physical laws of Earth from the very beginning, which also elucidated why it could be activated within you. Lin Ye's fingertips traversed the projection of the double helix, and the tactical panel automatically linked to the Gobi steel, scanning data from the metallic plate of the new star. The edges of the symbols on the back of the steel bore engravings of 0.1 millimeters in depth, with a distribution pattern that perfectly matched the protrusions of the mutated genes. The oxidation level of the imprint on the metallic plate indicated that its formation predates the Devourer protocol by at least 2 million years, and within the microscopic textures of its surface lay fragments identical to human mitochondrial genes. Mitochondrial genes serve as biological anchors, inherited maternally. He magnified the scanned image of the metallic plate, noting that the embedded gene fragments exhibited an exceptionally low mutation rate, merely 13 of that found in normal humans. These genes could stabilize the instability of Cybertronian fragments, akin to how an anchor secures a drifting vessel, hence why only humans could serve as vessels for the Creators. Suddenly, the ground of the laboratory trembled. The area once covered by liquid circuits began to reveal its transparency, exposing a colossal apparatus situated 37 meters below ground. The device was disc-shaped, with a diameter of approximately 10 meters, its surface composed of remnants from experiment subject 0106, meticulously assembled into a launch unit. Each segment precisely calibrated to collectively aim at a specific coordinate at the center of the galaxy. At the heart of the apparatus lay a recess mirroring the shape of the bifurcation point of the mutated genes, inscribed at its base with the words Protocol Launcher. The explosion of 1974 had failed to obliterate it. The Red Spider's projection analyzed the energy readings of the device. Its shell was constructed from a composite of Cybertronian living metal and Earth's chromium-nickel alloy, with an explosion resistance reaching 2,100 megapascals, equivalent to the pressure found in the deepest oceanic trenches on Earth, ensuring that even if the laboratory were to be destroyed, the launcher would remain operational. The genetic chain of Lin Ye resonated with the device, and suddenly, a control panel emerged from the bottom of the groove. The arrangement of buttons on the panel corresponded precisely with the base sequence of the mutated genes. At the very center, a red button bore an emblem identical to that of the Creator, while the metallic were surrounding it indicated it had been pressed 6 times, corresponding to the number of subject 0106. All 6 prior launches had ended in failure. He pried open the button's protective cover with a tactical dagger, revealing contact points coated with a pale green nutrient solution identical to that of the incubation chamber. The failure stemmed from the absence of stable human mitochondrial genes, akin to a ship adrift without an anchor, causing the signal intended for launch to disintegrate in the cosmos. Suddenly, a projection of the Red Spider revealed an encrypted document, and upon decryption, it unveiled experimental records of sound waves. The essence of the Creator's protocol lies in balance, requiring both the orderly logic of Cybertron and the chaotic creativity of humanity. Subject 0106 merely enhanced a singular attribute, while only the genetic composition of Subject 07 could achieve perfect equilibrium. In the empty spaces of the records, a child's pencil sketch depicted a balance scale, with gears illustrated on one side and a human brain on the other. Without warning, the laboratory's ventilation system began to draw in copious amounts of Gobi dust, which settled on the device's launch unit, forming gray patterns reminiscent of the Devourer's nest. However, when these patterns came into contact with the remains of Subject 07, they abruptly changed color, transforming into a silvery hue identical to Lin Ye's genetic chain, as if neutralized like a virus. The launcher was filtering its target. Lin Ye's silvery energy spread through the launch unit, capable of identifying areas tainted by the Devourer, sending protocol signals only to civilizations in need of balance. This, indeed, embodied the true meaning of the Seed Project. The synthetic voice of the Devourer suddenly emanated from the device's speakers, laden with discernible interference. Balance? Merely a self-deception of you carbon-based life forms. The protocol launcher has long been commandeered by me, Every signal you send becomes a beacon for the Devourer to locate civilization. The projection of the red spider flickered rapidly, and the data streams at the edges of the projection revealed that the device's energy core housed a magnetic tape chamber containing sound waves. The label of the last tape inside identified it as a civilization sample. When Lin Ye's silvery energy made contact with the tape chamber, the static in the speakers transformed into a clear recording of a conversation between Shep and the sound wave, accompanied by the soft whirring of the tape. "Mr. Soundwave, are you certain this will deceive the Devourer?" The voice of a young boy trembled with anxiety. "Shep, the value of chaos lies in its unpredictability." The electronic voice of Soundwave slowed down, as they could never comprehend why Hope's sample should be concealed within a weapon. As the recording concluded, the control panel of the device suddenly displayed new parameters. The coordinates of all civilizations consumed within the galaxy, each annotated with a degree of pollution. The deepest crimson pointing towards the hub star. On the periphery of these coordinates, a tiny note inscribed in human handwriting read, "The ultimate goal of the protocol is to allow the Devourer to choose balance for itself." Lin Ye's fingertips hovered above the red button as the launch unit began its preheating process, with energy readings escalating at a rate of 0.3 megajoules per second. He sensed the mutated genes within him resonating with the button, akin to a key finding its lock, poised to activate the Creator's protocol, necessitating his deliberate press of the button that bore the sacrifices of all experimental subjects. They had anticipated this day long ago. Within the optical lens of the red spider's projection, a semblance of serene light flickered. The remnants of Subject Bro 106 were not forcefully stitched together, but rather, they had chosen to become part of the launcher, much like the roots of a giant sequoia, where individual sacrifices nourish the whole. Suddenly, the transparent floor of the laboratory began to mist as the underground launcher gradually faded into darkness. Lin Ye's tactical panel indicated that the fleet of the Devourers had breached the Kuiper belt of the solar system, hurtling towards Earth at 7 times the speed of light. With the flagship's parameters perfectly aligned with the gravitational field model of the Nexus star, indicating that the Devourer's main brain was personally overseeing the operation. Pressing the button would signify a declaration of war. The synthesized voice of the Devourer echoed a final threat. "If you do not press it, you have 6 hours to prepare for the surrender ceremony." Lin Ye shifted his gaze from the button to the red spider's projection, then to the remnants of Subject 0106 upon the device. Sunlight streamed through the laboratory's ventilation ducts, refracting into a rainbow upon the liquid residue on the floor. The angle of the rainbow perfectly mirroring the bifurcation of the mutated genes, serving as a silent encouragement. "Do you know why humanity can survive on Earth?" He suddenly spoke, his voice clear and cutting through the device's hum. "Because we have learned to seek order amidst chaos, and to retain chaos within order, much like this rainbow, which requires both the order of sunlight and the chaos of vapor." The moment his fingertip pressed the red button, the entire apparatus radiated a silvery light, as the sound wave's magnetic tape chamber ejected from the energy core, disintegrating in mid-air into countless minuscule fragments, each bearing samples of different civilizations, the flickering pulse of Cybertron, the recitation of human poetry, even the music of consumed civilizations. These fragments followed the trajectory of the launching unit, transforming into beams of light that shot towards various coordinates across the galaxy. As the beams swept past the coordinates of the Nexus star, Lin Ye's tactical panel suddenly displayed a pop-up, revealing a real-time image of the Devourer's main brain. Within its core program lay a minuscule fragment identical to the Creator's symbol, pulsating with the passing beams like a seed on the verge of sprouting. The brilliance of the device gradually waned, and the underground laboratory's floor regained its opacity. The mutated sequence of Lin Ye's gene chain still hovered in midair as the bases at the bifurcation began to rotate, forming a gravitational field model identical to that of the Nexus star, at the center of which was a black dot mirroring his own pupil. In the final moments, the holographic projection of the red spider left behind a clear data message. Within the core of the Nexus star lies the original template of the Creator's protocol, which only you can activate, for your gene chain has become the universal interface connecting all civilizations. Lin Ye's fingertip lifted from the button, his palm still retaining the metallic warmth. He understood that pressing the button was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of a true trial. Journeying to the Nexus star, he would confront the familiar yet foreign entity known as the Devourer's mainframe, utilizing the balanced genes within him to awaken the primordial yearning for coexistence that lay deep within all civilizations. Meanwhile, in the hidden depths of his genetic chain, a fragment bearing the same symbol as the Creator quietly recorded each of his choices, serving as a silent arbiter. Chapter 125. Coordinates of the origin star. The origin star floated at the center of the laboratory within a holographic projection, its surface adorned with a pale blue ocean covering 70% of its expanse. The outlines of the continental plates resembled torn scraps of paper, scattered yet subtly forming a cohesive whole. Lin Ye, adorned with spectacles, traced his fingertip along the coastline of a particular continent within the projection. The curvature radius of this coastline bore a mere 0.3 difference from that of Australia's eastern coast, and even the elevation gradient of the coastal mountains closely matched, as though both maps had been drawn with the same ruler. This was no mere coincidence. The Red Spider adjusted the holographic parameters, overlaying the geological data of the origin star with that of Earth, revealing a remarkable overlap of 61. The rates of plate motion, the chemical composition of magma, and even the isotopic ratios of argon in the atmosphere exhibited deliberate similarities. It was akin to a control group in a biological experiment, adjusting one variable at a time to observe the evolutionary divergences of civilizations. Suddenly, the analysis system of Lin Ye's glasses triggered a pop-up, identifying an anomalous signal source on the origin star located at 37 degrees north latitude and 116 degrees east longitude. This coordinate corresponded to the Zacudian site in Beijing, where the earliest Homo erectus fossils were discovered. The energy characteristics of the signal matched perfectly with those of the Pioneer 10 spacecraft launched in the 1970s, which bore a gold-plated aluminum plaque inscribed with the outlines of human figures and the coordinates of the solar system. How could the signal from Pioneer be present here? Lin Ye magnified the three-dimensional model of the signal source, discovering it emanated from a metallic container buried 17 meters underground. The titanium alloy shell of the container bore welding marks of Cybertronian living metal, indicating it had been deliberately brought here. The temperature records of the welding points aligned with the date of the laboratory's last experiment in June 1974. The Red Spider's projection displayed the trajectory of the spacecraft, revealing a slight deviation of 0.7 degrees as it passed through the asteroid belt, a deviation that mathematically corresponded to the gravitational parameters of the Devourer's nest of the Nexus star. It was the work of sonic waves. As the projection's fingertip traced the trajectory map, he implanted miniature commands into the spacecraft's navigation system, instructing it to be captured by gravity while skimming the Nexus star and sent towards the origin star, an intended beacon for the future vessels of the creators. Abruptly, the laboratory's holographic projection shifted, revealing a cross-section of the core of the origin star. The core was solid, with a radius of approximately 221 kilometers, perfectly matching the dimensions of Earth's inner core. However, alongside the iron-nickel alloy, the core also contained 37 of Cybertronian living metal, a ratio astonishingly congruent with the two civilization codes present in Lin Ye's genes. The core served as an incubator for civilizations. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the projection, and the surface of the core illuminated a network structure identical to his neural synapses, capable of adjusting the planetary environmental parameters based on the genetic characteristics of the connected vessel. For instance, my human genes enable the ocean to remain in a liquid state, while the Cybertronian genes stabilize tectonic movements, akin to a key turning in a lock, driving the internal gears with its rotation. The projection abruptly interjects with real-time imagery of the Devourer fleet. 17 warships, arranged in a wedge formation, approach the origin star at 6 times the speed of light. The flagship's main cannon has been charged, with energy readings indicating its capacity to penetrate the crust of the origin star. Yet, prior to the final confirmation of targeting parameters, all warships' fire control systems experience a sudden delay of 0.2 seconds due to a program authored by CHEP, which infiltrates the fleet's core systems through the signal of the Pioneer probe. This 0.2 seconds is sufficient to alter the targeting point. The optical lens of the Red Spider simulates a cold, mocking glimmer reminiscent of the deliberate misfire of 0.3 degrees at Sherman Dam. The Devourer shall never comprehend why one would leave room for error in a position of absolute advantage. His projection points towards the backup targeting parameters of the fleet's main cannon, where hidden correction values align perfectly with the gravitational acceleration of Earth, 80,665 meters per second. Lin Ye's attention is drawn to the patterns within the core of the origin star. Within those networks, resembling neural synapses, lie minuscule symbols etched in Cybertronian living metal, which correspond precisely with the sequence of the creator's agreement in his genetic chain. As his thoughts hone in on the concept of balance, the core's patterns illuminate. When he contemplates destruction, the patterns darken, this bidirectional mapping resembling two interlocking gears, driving and constraining one another, a symbiotic relationship. He removes his glasses, his pupils reflecting the image of the core. The core's energy fluctuations influence his neural electrical signals, allowing him to intuitively sense the state of the planet. Simultaneously, his cognitive activities reshape the core's structure, infusing it with new directives. Much like the interdependence of a human brain and heart, life is sustained through mutual reliance. Suddenly, the communication channel of the Devourer flagship is forcibly accessed. The synthetic voice of the main brain emanating from the laboratory speakers with a metallic rasp. Symbiosis? Merely an excuse for you to become a puppet of the core. When the fleet's main cannon obliterates the crust, the core will automatically recognize your genetic traits and initiate a self-destruction protocol. This is the ultimate safeguard of the creator's agreement, preventing the vessel from being assimilated by chaos. Within the holographic projection, the surface of the core abruptly reveals the code stream of the self-destruction protocol. Lin Ye's tactical panel swiftly analyzes, confirming that the triggering condition is indeed a genetic purity of the creator's vessel falling below 91. While his current genetic purity reading remains stable at 97, precisely the limit of natural fusion between human genetic fragments and Cybertronian segments. No calculation can bridge this 0.3 gap. This is your perfect trap. Lin Ye's fingertips trace the outline of the core in the air. You know natural fusion cannot reach 91. Thus, self-destruction is an inevitable outcome. But you have forgotten that humanity never relies on nature. The projection of the red spider suddenly retrieves the original data of cultivation pod number 07, revealing that the subject had been infused with a trace amount of human growth hormone during its development, concentration precisely at 0.3 micrograms per milliliter. A hormone capable of promoting cellular fusion across different species. The sonic waves had long since left the contingency. The optical lens of the projection flickered, its hormonal metabolic cycle spanning 72 hours, precisely allowing for a temporary enhancement of genetic purity by 0.5 upon your arrival at the origin star, sufficient to surpass the threshold. Suddenly, the laboratory walls became transparent, revealing the vast desert starry sky outside. The image of the origin star became distinct in the night sky, its orbital parameters slowly adjusting to form an angle of 37 degrees with the plane of Earth's revolution. This angle coincided with the height ratio of human males and females depicted on the gold-plated aluminum plaque carried by the Pioneer 10 spacecraft, 18 meters for males, 15 meters for females, a ratio of 12, which translates to approximately 37 degrees. This marked the final calibration of coordinates. The genetic chain within Lin Ye began to heat up, the residual growth hormones in his body activated, while the purity reading on the tactical panel gradually rose, 908, 909. The information on the aluminum plaque was not merely a greeting. It served as an activation code for the creator's vessel, utilizing the most fundamental essence of human existence as the key. Suddenly, the main cannon of the Devourer fleet fired, and an energy beam swept across the atmosphere of the origin star, but deviated 2 seconds before contacting the surface due to CHEP's delayed program in the fleet system. The redirected energy beam struck one of the satellites of the origin star, and from the debris of the satellite emerged residual signals from the devoured civilization. These signals resonated with the core's self-destruction program, mutating within the resonance to form a protective field homologous to Lin Ye's genetic chain. The purity reading finally stabilized at 912. In a holographic projection, the self-destruction program code of the origin star's core began to collapse, reorganizing into a new sequence. When the vessel could actively transcend natural limitations, it proved its capacity to balance chaos and order, thereby deactivating the self-destruction program. Before the projection of the red spider vanished, it left behind a final image. The signal source on the origin star suddenly erupted, and the gold-plated aluminum plaque of the Pioneer 10 rows from the ground, with the human silhouettes on the plaque overlapping with Lin Ye's genetic chain projection, forming a complete symbol of the creators. Within the brilliance of the symbol, the core of the Devourer's main brain emerged, concealed within the core of the origin star, like a seed enveloped, awaiting awakening by the balanced genes. Lin Ye's gaze pierced through the laboratory walls, directed at the twinkling origin star in the night sky. He understood that his journey there was not to rescue a civilization, but to fulfill a dialogue spanning billions of years, utilizing humanity's imperfections, Cybertron's rigor, and the resilience of devoured civilizations to demonstrate that coexistence is not a fantasy, but the deepest yearning of all intelligent life. The temporary enhancement of 0.5 within him was not a form of cheating. It epitomized humanity's most precious trait, the ability to actively create conditions for a goal. As the holographic projection extinguished completely, the laboratory's ventilation system ushered in the night breeze from the Gobi, carrying with it the scent of sand and flora, an essence of Earth, a memory of his roots that he would never forget, regardless of how many civilizations' genes he might assimilate. Chapter 126. The core of the Earth, the core of the origin, star slowly rotated in the holographic projection, its surface adorned with gray patterns resembling solidified magma. Yet between the patterns, a faint red structure emerged, perfectly mirroring the shape of a human heart's mitral valve, with the 0.3 folds along the edges clearly discernible. The fingertips of Lin Ye hovered above the projection as the tactical panel displayed a resonance among the core's energy output curve, his electrocardiogram, and the fluctuation spectrum of the Cybertronian spark, forming a remarkable triadic resonance. The resonance frequency stabilized at 37 Hz, precisely aligning with the brainwave frequency observed during deep human meditation. This represented a perfect symbiosis of biology and machinery. The holographic projection of the red spider adjusted the magnification, amplifying the core's surface patterns to a molecular level. These gray patterns served as carriers of the Devour protocol, while the red valvular structure filtered out the destructive commands of the protocol, akin to the human heart's valves, which permit unidirectional blood flow, preventing the backflow of harmful substances. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated vigorously with the core, prompting the valvular structure in the projection to rhythmically open and close. With each cycle, an energy pulse was released into the crust of the origin planet, perfectly synchronized with his heart rate. During moments of tension, the pulse peaked at 12 millivolts. In tranquility, it stabilized at 0.7 millivolts. The efficiency of this bioelectric signal transmission surpassed Earth's most advanced neural interfaces by 37%. The bidirectional mapping was no mere coincidence. He retrieved an electrocardiogram monitor from his backpack. As the electrode pads adhered to his chest, the waveform displayed on the screen perfectly overlapped with the core's energy curve. The core mirrored his physiological traits, while he unconsciously adjusted its operational parameters, akin to two interlocking gears, each calibrating the other's rotation speed. The holographic projection abruptly shifted to the surface of the origin planet. Amidst the fissures of the tectonic plates, a pale blue liquid metal surged forth. This metal possessed a specific heat capacity of 450 joules per kilogram per Kelvin, identical to Earth's molten iron, yet upon exposure to air, it swiftly solidified into a honeycomb structure akin to Cybertronian architecture. The red spider's projection scanned these structures, revealing that each honeycomb's pore diameter conformed to the Cybertronian standard tolerance of 0.3 millimeters with a 0.1 millimeter radius on the pore walls, adhering to human industrial safety design norms. This was an environment sculpted by core energy. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon a freshly solidified piece of metal, its surface oxidation layer indicating a cooling time of 72 hours. These structures would continue to grow based on his genetic characteristics, and after 72 hours, the surface of the origin planet would evolve into an ecological sphere accommodating both humans and Cybertronians. This was the true purpose of the civilization incubator. Once more, the main cannon of the Devourer fleet fired, its energy beam striking precisely at the core's projected location. However, before contact with the core, the energy was unexpectedly absorbed by the pale blue liquid metal. The surface of the metal revealed the trajectory of the red spider's deliberately misaligned shot at the Sherman Dam. With an angular deviation of 0.3 degrees, allowing the energy beam to flow along the core's patterns and ultimately convert into harmless thermal energy. CHEP's delay program was not merely capable of postponing attacks. The optical lens of the Red Spider's projection simulated a beam of approval. It could also manipulate the fleet's targeting parameters, transforming destructive energy into the core's nutrient solution, much like a human waste recycling system converts refuse into resources. Lin Ye's attention was suddenly drawn to an anomaly within the core. On the red valvular structure, there existed a minuscule notch, its shape perfectly mirroring the congenital suture of the bones in his left hand. As his fingertips pointed towards the breach, a sudden fluctuation in the core's energy curve manifested for precisely 0.2 seconds, perfectly aligning with the delay configured by CHEP in the program. Following this fluctuation, new tissue began to proliferate at the breach, growing at a staggering rate 37 times faster than normal cells. "This is my exclusive interface." His voice bore a hint of understanding. Only a vessel endowed with such innate cranial sutures could fully activate the core's functionalities. This explains why Subject 07 stands as the sole successful case. My genes were meticulously tailored from the outset to serve as the key to the core. Within the holographic projection, the phantom of the Devourer's central brain materialized within the core, increasingly resembling Lin Ye, yet surrounded by a swirling gray energy. Colorful luminescent points began to emerge. These points represented the positive codes of various civilizations, the creativity of humanity, the sense of order from Cybertron, and the resilience of the consumed civilizations. The brightness of these points intensified with the infusion of residual energy from the Red Spider. However, this symbiosis is merely ephemeral. The synthetic voice of the central brain, imbued with a metallic chill, declared that once the core completes its transformation of you, these positive codes would be thoroughly assimilated by the protocol, rendering you the perfect vessel of order destined to obliterate all chaotic civilizations, including the cherished Earth. Suddenly, Lin Ye's genetic chain synchronized with the core's red valve, and the colorful points coalesced within his consciousness to form a protective layer. The structure of this defense mirrored the ethical principles of human society, prohibiting genocide, respecting civilizational differences, and maintaining fundamental humanity even in the face of adversaries. These immeasurable rules wove an invisible net, obstructing the assimilation of positive codes by the gray energy. Ethics are not shackles. They embody the wisdom of survival. His fingertips traversed the projection, as though caressing the core's surface. All significant advancements in human history stem from our understanding of how to seek a third path between absolute order and chaos. This embodies the true essence of the Creator's protocol, a concept you shall never comprehend. Suddenly, the crust of the origin star trembled violently, reactivating the core's self-destruct sequence. However, this time the triggering condition indicated that the central brain was attempting to forcibly assimilate the vessel's consciousness. The countdown within the holographic projection began. In 72 hours, should the assimilation remain unimpeded, the core would detonate the origin star, unleashing energy sufficient to revert the entire star system to a particle state. The self-destruct protocol serves as a dual safeguard. The Red Spider's projection accessed the foundational code of the program, revealing that the author had simultaneously annotated copyright information for both humanity and Cybertron, preventing the vessel's assimilation while also safeguarding against the central brain's potential misuse of the core. This embodies the essence of balance, mutual restraint, rather than one party exerting absolute control over the other. Lin Ye's gaze fixated on the encroaching fleet of the Devourer within the holographic projection. The flagship's main cannon was recharging once more, with energy readings indicating that this assault could penetrate the core's valvular defenses. Yet, he discerned a minuscule error of 0.1 millimeters in the cannon's targeting parameters, a deviation that perfectly aligned with the minimum machining precision of human industry, akin to a hidden backdoor left by some assimilated human engineer. Even within your ranks lies the seed of balance. His genetic chain synchronizes perfectly with the core's crimson valve, while vibrant motes of light weave new patterns within the consciousness defense layer, resembling the nascent form of a third-class protocol. As the 72-hour countdown concludes, the self-destruct sequence does not trigger an explosion. Rather, it heralds the comprehensive awakening of these benevolent codes, which will infect the entire Devourer protocol like a virus, facilitating a true symbiosis between order and chaos at your core. The The specter of the Devourer's mainframe distorts violently in the projection, gray energy surging against the colorful motes, only to disintegrate upon contact with the defense layer. Impossible. Such symbiosis defies all known cosmic laws. For the first time, the synthesized voice of the mainframe exhibits chaotic fluctuations. How have you achieved this? It is not creation, but discovery. Lin Ye's voice is calm yet resolute. The laws of the universe have never been merely black or white, but rather a coexistence of myriad possibilities. Just like this core, which embodies both the Devourer's protocol patterns and the structure of the human heart, lacking any portion, it cannot function normally. The countdown in the holographic projection has reached 71 hours and 59 minutes. Suddenly, the crimson valve of the core fully opens, revealing an inner core that shares a genetic lineage with Lin Ye. He can distinctly sense a node that connects with his consciousness, should he choose. He could utterly obliterate the specter of the mainframe, bringing an end to this confrontation. Yet, he understands that such an action would only disrupt the balance once more, plunging into an eternal cycle of order and chaos. The liquid metal of the origin star continues to surge forth, coalescing into increasingly intricate structures upon the surface. Lin Ye gazes beyond these formations into the depths of the cosmos, where the Devourer's maternal nexus star hurtles towards the origin star at superluminal speeds. The gravitational fields of the two celestial bodies begin to draw one another, forming a massive vortex of energy, at the center of which lies the exclusive interface connecting him to the core. He comprehends that the 72-hour countdown is not the terminus of destruction, but rather the genesis of rebirth. When the two planets ultimately converge, it will not be a collision, but a fusion, akin to the harmonious coexistence of human and Cybertronian genes within him, birthing entirely new possibilities through balance. And he, as the witness and guide of this amalgamation, shall inscribe new laws for the universe, utilizing human ethics, Cybertronian logic, and the benevolent codes of all civilizations. Chapter 127. Purity Threshold. The crust of the origin star has expanded by precisely 0.01 millimeters, a magnitude equivalent to the daily growth rate of human fingernails. Lin Ye crouches at the edge of the fissure, observing the remnants of civilization adrift in the magma, those consumed amalgams of metal and flesh. Their surfaces cloaked in a pale blue energy field that subtly pulsates in rhythm with his heartbeat, stabilizing at 72 beats per minute, identical to the resting heart rate of a healthy adult on Earth. A holographic projection hovers before him, the digits representing genetic purity stubbornly fixed at 907. The third decimal place, a fluctuating 7, teeters on the brink of ascending to 8, only to be yanked back by an invisible force, as if unseen eyes are scrutinizing the 0001 discrepancy. The holographic projection of the red spider faces the display, the optical lens tracing measurement lines across the digits, emitting faint electronic tones. The computational model has been subtly manipulated. The projection of the red spider suddenly magnified the purity calculation formula, with the weight parameter of the Cybertronian gene fragment highlighted in red. The value stood at 1037, exceeding the standard by 37. The signature on the correction record was that of Megatron, and the modification date was June 3, 1974, coinciding with the last experimental session in the laboratory. Lin Ye's fingertips glided over the formula, and the tactical panel automatically recalibrated according to Earth's genetic standards, treating human and Cybertronian genes as equivalent. The purity value immediately surged to 911. Yet, this result resembled a reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch, reverting to 907. The two civilizations held differing definitions of genetic value. His voice, clear amidst the crackling of magma, echoed the Cybertronians' belief in the superiority of their genes, thus justifying the weight adjustment, akin to the historical biases of different human groups regarding value. The red spider's projection accessed Megatron's log backup. On the yellowing electronic page were scrawled annotations. Leave a gap for balance to discern whether the carrier truly comprehends equality. Adjacent to the log was a comparative diagram of gene fragments, where the base pairs of humans and Cybertronians were circled in red, the sizes of the circles identical, indicating the drafter's disagreement with the weight adjustment. He is testing you. The optical lens of the projection flickered. Megatron deliberately left flaws for you to uncover the key to resolving the purity issue, which lay not in achieving a numerical value, but in dismantling the monopoly on definitions of worth. Suddenly, the ground of Origin's star trembled as the signal source of Voyager 1 emerged from 17 meters underground. The metallic surface of the gold-plated record reflecting the crimson glow of the magma. The record began to spin, releasing the sound of rain recorded in 1977. The pitter-patter resonating through the atmosphere of Origin's star. The frequency stabilized at 23 Hz, harmonizing wonderfully with Lin Ye's resting heart rate, 72 beats per minute or 12 Hz, causing his heartbeat to slightly quicken to 76 beats. The purity value of the holographic projection abruptly fluctuated, 908. It was the sound of Earth influencing you. The red spider's projection pointed toward the grooves of the record, where microscopic channels conceal the interference signals of sound waves, resonating with your human gene fragments. With each second spent listening to the sound of rain, your human gene expression strengthened incrementally. Lin Ye leaned closer to the probe, catching a faint whiff of oxidation from the record's surface. This was the scent of metal exposed to cosmic rays for 48 years, identical to the aluminum panels preserved in Earth's museum. Intermixed with the sound of rain was the barely perceptible whir of tape. He suddenly recalled a line from the Chep log. In September 1977, sound waves proclaimed that Earth's rain is the finest encryption signal, for it never repeats, yet is eternally comprehensible to humanity. The purity value fluctuated once more, 909. The synthetic voice of the Devourer's mainframe emerged from the magma, carrying the harsh texture of burning metal. Do not waste your efforts. The gap of 03 cannot be bridged by sound. Megatron's correction program was tethered to the self-destruct system. Unless you could rewrite the laws of physics, this location would transform into the universe's grandest firework display in 72 hours. The holographic projection abruptly switched to the countdown of the self-destruct sequence. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 37 seconds. The progress bar transitions from yellow to red, with the critical threshold precisely at 91, as if mocking the perpetual inadequacy of purity. Lin Ye's gaze shifts from the progress bar to the remnants of civilization submerged in magma. Upon those amalgamations of metal and flesh, a pale blue energy field interconnects, weaving an immense network. At the nodes of this network, human fingerprints intertwine with the gears of Cybertron, indistinguishable from one another. While the laws of physics remain immutable, we possess the capacity to forge new rules. His fingertips depart from the purity calculation formula, instead sketching a new model within the holographic projection, grounded in the energy network of the civilization's remnants. Parameters such as the human empathy index, Cybertron's stability of order, and the resilience coefficient of the devoured civilizations are introduced, each bearing equal weight. The purity value of the new model registers as 912. This is not an act of deceit. In the face of the cold jeer from the Devourer's mainframe, Lin Ye's voice remained serene, akin to the oceans of Origin's star. The essence of the Creator's accord lies in balance, and the prerequisite for balance is the acknowledgement of the equal value of each civilization. Your reliance on a singular standard for calculating purity is, in itself, a betrayal of the accord. Suddenly, the projection of the red spider sharpens, revealing the final directive concealed within the sound waves. When the carrier can customize the purity standard, the true trigger for the self-destruct program manifests, not as a numerical value, but as the carrier's unwavering belief in their own judgment. The countdown of the holographic projection abruptly halts, the red of the progress bar recedes, unveiling hidden text. The essence of purity is the carrier's recognition of their own civilization. When you cease to doubt the value of human genes, the distinction between 907 and 91 becomes irrelevant. The handwriting of the text mirrors Lin Ye's own script precisely. The remnants of civilization in the magma suddenly pivot towards him, the luminosity of the pale blue energy field intensifying, completely inundating the purity value of the holographic projection. Lin Ye can distinctly perceive that energies from disparate civilizations are connecting with him through an invisible bond, a connection that transcends numerical values and standards, relating solely to the existence of each other. For the first time, a hint of panic emerges in the synthesized voice of the Devourer's mainframe. This is impossible. Without a standard, civilization will descend into chaos. You carbon-based life forms, by what right? Lin Ye gently touches a nearby fragment. Its energy field instantly resonates with his genetic chain, the frequency manifesting as 37 Hz, a number that has repeatedly surfaced in experiments, not representing error or parameter, but embodying the shared rhythm of breath among all civilizations. The tectonic fissures of origin, stars cease their expansion, and the flow of magma slows, as if the entire planet awaits his response. Lin Ye understands that the halt of the self-destruct program's countdown is not due to achieving the purity threshold, but because he has finally comprehended. The Creator's Accord does not seek a flawless carrier, but rather one capable of maintaining balance amidst imperfection. The gap represented by 03 within him mirrors all unresolved divergences in human history, perpetually existent, yet never hindering the forward march of civilization. In the final moments of the holographic projection, the optical lens of the red spider directs itself towards the hub star. The radiance grew increasingly intense, revealing intricate details of the gear structure. On one of the gear's teeth, there existed a minuscule defect of 0.1 millimeters, mirroring the congenital suture of Lin Ye's left palm bone, as if foreshadowing an imminent convergence. Chapter 128. The struggle for definitional authority. The atmosphere of the origin star was in the throes of forming a cyclone, with a cloud mass of 37 kilometers in diameter resembling a vast, gray cloth sweeping across the pale blue sky. Lin Ye stood directly beneath the cyclone, acutely aware of the subtle tremors emanating from the ground, resonating with the frequency of his heartbeat at a ratio of 3:1. With every 3 heartbeats, the earth beneath him would rise imperceptibly by 0.1 millimeters, as if it were breathing. In the holographic projection, his reconstructed purity model was under siege by the Devourer code, the data streams at the edges of the model swirling like debris caught in a tempest, yet steadfastly maintaining the integrity of its core structure. The custom standards proved ineffective. The synthesized voice of the Devourer as mainframe echoed from the cyclone, imbued with a chilling metallic resonance. Without universal standards, civilization would descend into endless disputes akin to the religious wars on your Earth, which have persisted for millennia, yet hold no significance. With deft precision, Lin Ye augmented the civilization adaptability parameters in the new model, prompting the tactical panel to instantly display the environmental compatibility between the origin star and Earth. Atmospheric composition similarity at 61, liquid water distribution overlap at 70. And even the decay curve of the geomagnetic field strength exhibited remarkable concordance. These figures stabilized the purity value at 912, while a faint blue light illuminated the defensive layer at the model's perimeter, a characteristic indicative of the activation of human genetic fragments, synchronizing perfectly with the signal frequency of Voyager 1's golden record. Adaptability is the finest standard. He rummaged through his backpack to retrieve Chep's 1974 draft on interspecies genetic assessment. On the yellowing pages, the youth had inscribed in pencil, "The measure of genetic merit is not purity, but its capacity to allow 2 civilizations to breathe under the same sky." Beside the draft, a hand-drawn diagram bore an astonishing resemblance to Lin Ye's new model, with Chep employing the sun and the moon to symbolize humanity and Cybertron, respectively. The holographic projection of the red spider hovered above the diagram, with optical lenses simulating a focused light spot. Chep had foreseen the present circumstances half a century prior. He concealed a formula within the draft, dividing Earth's orbital period, 365 days, by Cybertron's stellar year, 587 days, yielding precisely 0.622, approximately twice the purity differential of 0.3. He had long understood that the disparities between the 2 civilizations could be offset through complementarity. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the center of the cyclone, impacting the liquid metal pool on the surface of the origin star, instantly transforming it into a metallic sphere akin to the living iron of Cybertron. Lin Ye picked up the cooled metallic sphere, discovering that the surface patterns exhibited perfect symmetry. One half bore his left hand's fingerprint, whorl pattern, accounting for 37 among humans, while the other half displayed Cybertron's standardized gear, Module 03. The 2 patterns converged at the sphere's core, forming a transitional band of 0.1 millimeters in width, precisely matching the thickness of human epidermis. The lightning served as a catalyst. He utilized a vernier caliper to measure the transition zone, achieving a precision of 0.01 millimeters. Its energy intertwined with the signals of gilded records, melding the materials of 2 civilizations at the molecular level, akin to humanity's alloy technology. While copper and tin exist in their own right as soft metals, when combined, they forge the resilient bronze. The ethereal visage of the Devourer's mainframe distorted within the cyclone, gray energy morphing into spears that lunge toward the new model, only to disintegrate upon contact with the pale blue defense layer. Alloys? Merely a compromise of two inferior metals. The voice of the apparition resonated with palpable fluctuations. Perfect order requires no compromise, much like the pure iron of Cybertron, capable of reflecting all light without the need for impurities. Lin Ye suddenly recalled the metallic wires of the Red Spider's remnants, which contained carbon element 0.3. This minute impurity endowed the wires with both the ductility of metal and the stability of conductivity. He input this discovery into the new model, and the purity value instantaneously soared to 915, causing the defense layer at the model's periphery to expand to envelop the entire holographic projection, shrouding even the image of the cyclone. Impurities are essential. His voice rang particularly clear amidst the thunder. If Earth's core were pure iron, it would not generate the magnetic field that protects life. It is precisely because of the presence of nickel and other elemental impurities that a nurturing environment for civilization has emerged. The purity you pursue is, in itself, a flaw. The holographic projection abruptly shifted to real-time images of Earth. The glaciers of Mount Everest were melting, the flowing waters nourishing billions of lives as they journeyed toward the Indian Ocean. The volcanic eruptions of the East African Rift, with the cooling magma forming fertile soil, gave rise to humanity's earliest civilizations. These imperfect geological phenomena are indeed the very source of Earth's vitality. The projection of the Red Spider called forth the physical parameters of these occurrences. The glaciers melt at a rate of 0.3 meters per year, and the temperature of the erupting magma reaches 1173 Kelvin, values that align perfectly with the current geological activity parameters of the origin star. The creators chose Earth as a sample not for its perfection, but for its understanding of how to foster balance amid imperfection. The lightning within the cyclone grew increasingly dense, stabilizing at a frequency of 300 Hz, entirely congruent with the frequency range of Earth's thunderstorms. Each lightning strike that struck the ground birthed new metallic spheres, which, during the cooling process, would instinctively roll toward one another, forming larger spheres, much like disparate civilizations seeking fusion amidst conflict. The ethereal visage of the Devourer's mainframe suddenly emitted a piercing shriek as gray energy violently assailed the defense layer, only to dissipate swiftly upon encountering the energy field of the metallic spheres. You cannot prevail. The Nexus star will arrive in 72 hours, and when it does, all balance will be crushed. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the metallic spheres, causing the purity value of the new model to flicker, gradually shifting from 912 to data unavailable. A tactical panel emerged with a notification. When the carrier surpasses the purity standard, the value becomes meaningless. He understood that the struggle for definitional authority was never about acquiring a mere number, but rather about affirming that every civilization possesses the right to define its own value. This right itself is the very essence of the Creator's Accord. The cyclone of the origin star begins to diminish, revealing a pale blue sky through the clouds, increasingly reminiscent of Earth's hue. Lin Ye's fingertips glide over the colossal metallic sphere, where the patterns of fingerprints and gears have seamlessly merged, indistinguishable from one another. He perceives that this planet is reshaping itself in accordance with his choices, just as he is reconstructing his understanding based on the planet's feedback. In the final moments, the holographic projection of the Red Spider leaves behind a vivid image. Within the gear structure on the surface of the Nexus star, there exists a fusion pattern identical to that of the metallic sphere, faintly glowing in response to the changes of the origin star. At the image's conclusion, hidden within the sound waves, are words. The ultimate form of definition rights is to comprehend the respect for others' definitions. This is the true trial of the Nexus star. Lin Ye gazes into the depths of the cosmos, where the radiance of the Nexus star intensifies. He understands that the contention for definition rights is merely a prelude. The true ordeal will commence in 72 hours when two planets, representing divergent definitions, collide. He must validate through his existence that balance is not compromise, but a collective wisdom for survival among all civilizations. The metallic sphere in his palm now emanates a warmth akin to that of the Nexus star, akin to a spark awaiting ignition. Chapter 129. The spark back up the liquid metal ocean of the origin star shimmers with the luster of mother of pearl, while fragments of the red spider's remnants drift like beached fish upon the surface. Lin Ye crouches down, and as his fingertips brush against a fragment's neural wire, it trembles as if alive, quivering by mere 0.007 millimeters, equivalent to the diameter of a human hair, yet precisely transmitting a certain encoded message. It is quantum entanglement. The holographic projection of the red spider hovers over his shoulder, the optical lens focusing on the wire's end, with sound waves embedding quantum imprints within my neural wire, enabling it to achieve non-local resonance with your genetic chain. Much like Earth's quantum communication satellites, information can be instantaneously relayed across light years. Lin Ye's tactical panel displays that the neural wire fragment is resonating at a frequency of 783 Hz, perfectly aligned with Earth's Schumann resonance, a naturally occurring electromagnetic frequency within Earth's atmosphere, capable of stabilizing interspecies energy transmission. Suddenly, he recalls the red spider's earlier words. The task assigned to me by sound waves was to ensure that number 07 could reach the purity threshold, at the cost of my existence being erased. Sacrifice for survival is not balance. As his fingertip withdraws from the fragment, ripples emerge across the metallic ocean, and all neural wires of the fragments simultaneously point towards him, forming a radial energy web. The essence of the Creator's protocol is coexistence. If the disappearance of an entity is requisite for its fulfillment, then we are no different from the devourers. The projection of the red spider suddenly sharpens, and the data stream at the projection's edge indicates that the spark energy remaining is 37, a value that intriguingly correlates with the purity deficit Lin Ye needs to address. 0.33703123, akin to the square root of the mass ratio of Earth to the Moon, approximately 8.13. The design of sound waves was never intended to render me obsolete. The optical lens of the projection simulates a human smile. Within the ancient technologies of Cybertron, the spark can be transformed into a form of energy, merging with other vessels akin to the water cycle on your Earth, where liquid water evaporates into clouds, seemingly vanishing, yet existing in another form. The ocean of liquid metal suddenly boils, fragments of the red spider begin to disintegrate, transforming into silvery streams of energy that converge towards Lin Ye through a network woven by neural conduits. The temperature of the energy stream stabilizes at 37 degrees. The human body temperature, a safety threshold predetermined by the program to ensure that the fusion of energy does not harm the human genetic fragments within Lin Ye. This represents the true essence of the completion program. The voice of the red spider resonates with the tremors of energy waves. It is not merely a numerical fill, but the formation of a new equilibrium between two civilizations' energies within you. My spar provides the logical order of Cybertron, while your human genes supply chaotic creativity. Much like the yin and yang of Earth, interdependent yet not interchangeable. The purity reading of Lin Ye's genes begins to ascend, 908, 909. When the energy stream fully integrates into his genetic chain, the value stabilizes at 912, yet the source of completion on the tactical panel indicates red spider spark energy, 37. Earth's Schumann resonance, 03. The holographic projection of the red spider does not disappear. It merely becomes translucent, its outline overlapping with Lin Ye's shadow, akin to a symbiotic mark. The Schumann resonance is pivotal. The optical lens of the red spider points toward the atmosphere of the origin star, where the electromagnetic frequencies synchronize with those of Earth. This unique frequency, characteristic of Earth, is capable of stabilizing cross-species energy fusion. The sound wave had long anticipated that you would require Earth's blessing to accomplish the final step. The ethereal form of the Devourer's main brain materializes within the metallic ocean, gray energy striking against the energy net, only to be repelled by the mesh openings, which measure 0.3 millimeters, Cybertron's standard tolerance, perfectly filtering out pure order energy while allowing mixed energy to pass through. This fusion is unstable. The synthesized voice of the ethereal form carries the sharpness of metal tearing. The two energies will inevitably annihilate each other, leading to your mutual collapse. Lin Ye's fingertips graze the energy net, causing the mesh openings to contract suddenly to 0.1 millimeters, diminishing the impact of the gray energy by 37%, corresponding precisely to the proportion of human genetic fragments within him. Instability is the norm. His voice remains calm as the metallic ocean. Earth's ecosystem has persisted for 4.6 billion years amid countless unstable balances, while your pursuit of absolute stability is, ironically, the most fragile state. The projection of the red spider suddenly directs attention to the holographic star map, where the gear structure on the surface of the hub star unfolds. Each tooth of the gear features rounded corners of 0.1 millimeters, designed for human safety. And the distribution pattern of these corners aligns perfectly with the arrangement of human fragments in Lin Ye's genetic chain. The hub star is not destined for destruction. It is here to achieve fusion. The optical lens of the projection flickers with its final radiance, its gear structure complementing the energy net within you, much like two interlocking gears, where their imperfections allow the machine to function. The energy net suddenly erupts with a silvery brilliance, completely dispelling the ethereal form of the Devourer's mainbrain. Lin Ye could distinctly perceive that the consciousness of the red spider had seamlessly integrated into his thoughts in an energetic form, not as an invasion, but as a coexistence. Much like his ability to simultaneously comprehend human emotions and the logic of Cybertron. The last image captured by the red spider's optical lens was of a metallic plate at the core of the Nexus star, marked by an indentation identical to the congenital sutures of Lin Ye's metacarpals. That indentation is meant for you, echoed the voice of the red spider in his mind, resonating with the unique tremor of Cybertronian electronic tones. The core of the Nexus star harbors the final piece of the Creator's Pact, which can only be activated by a vessel possessing the energies of both civilizations. The liquid metal ocean gradually calmed, and the radiance of the energy web intertwined with Lin Ye's genetic chain, leaving faint blue patterns upon his skin. These patterns comprised half the capillary distribution of humanity and half the circuitry of Cybertron, converging into a complete circle at the heart's location. His tactical panel indicated that the Nexus star was still 72 hours away, yet its gravitational field had already begun to resonate with the origin star. The resonance frequency perfectly synchronized with the melding frequency of the two energies within him. Lin Ye rose and gazed into the depths of the cosmos. The brilliance of the Nexus star intensified, resembling an approaching celestial body, yet it no longer instilled fear within him. He understood that the encounter after 72 hours would not herald destruction, but rebirth, much like his fusion with the red spider, where two seemingly opposing civilizations would ultimately discover a means of coexistence within balance. The consciousness of the red spider left him with one final thought, imbued with a sense of gentle resolution. Remember, gears may wear down, but as long as the interlocking method is correct, the machine shall continue to operate eternally. In the instant this thought dissipated, Lin Ye's heart pulsed, resonating precisely at 783 Hz, the Schumann resonance of Earth, as well as the frequency of the two civilizations' convergence. Chapter 130. The Nexus star approaches the holographic star map hovered above the liquid metal ocean of the origin star. With the image of the Nexus star occupying a substantial portion of the screen, its gear structure rotating at a speed of 37 revolutions per minute. This rate was identical to that of the CHEP wheelchair motor. The tooth spacing was precise to 0.3 millimeters, the standard tolerance of Cybertron. Yet each tooth tip bore a rounded edge of 0.1 millimeters, the safety regulations of human mechanical design. The intersection point of the two stars' orbits flickered with a red light, marking the countdown to collision, 72 hours. Lin Ye's fingertip traced the star map, prompting the tactical panel to immediately display a material analysis report of the Nexus star. Its core comprised an iron-nickel alloy, identical to the composition of Earth's core, while its outer layer was enveloped in Cybertronian living metal, with a ratio of 61:39 that perfectly aligned with the proportions of human and Cybertronian fragments in his genes. In the remarks section of the report, there was a line of indistinct handwriting, resonance frequency of homogeneous metals, 783 Hz. The script matching the etchings on the red valve of the Earth's core. It is the Schumann resonance. The consciousness of the red spider echoed in his mind. The optical lens of its energy form focusing on the gaps between the gears of the Nexus star. The unique electromagnetic frequency of Earth could induce resonance in the homogeneous metals, much like two tuning forks that, despite being distanced apart, could resonate due to their identical frequencies. Lin Ye suddenly felt a searing heat in his chest, as the intricate gear structure within him began to absorb the energy of the origin star, giving rise to an unstable antimatter core. This core exhibited energy fluctuations every 7 seconds, with a brief oscillation of 0.3 microseconds, a cycle that mirrored the average interval of lightning on Earth. The amplitude of these fluctuations was akin to the transmission speed of human neural impulses, approximately 120 meters per second. It was the biological electric signals of humanity that interfered with it. The consciousness of the red spider summoned a three-dimensional model of the core, wherein the red region, symbolizing antimatter, intertwined with the blue area representing human bioelectricity, forming a structure reminiscent of a double helix. The fragments of human genes instinctively resisted this pure form of energy. This imperfect fusion imparted a self-regulating capability to the core. Suddenly, the holographic star map transitioned to a real-time image of the hub star, where the specter of the Devourer's main brain stood at the center of the gear structure, its surrounding gray energy synchronizing with the rotation frequency of the gears. Ultimately, the antimatter core would self-annihilate. The synthesized voice of the specter carried a cold, metallic sneer, proclaiming that humanity's warmth would only hasten this process. In 72 hours, the genes of both civilizations would dissolve into fundamental particles upon collision, achieving the most perfect order. Lin Ye's defensive consciousness layer unfurled, composed of the spark energy from the red spider and the Schumann resonance of Earth. The code of the defensive layer was inscribed with the provisions of the Geneva Conventions, articulated through the logic symbols of Cybertron, each symbol's edges blurred by 0.1 millimeters, a hallmark of human ethical judgment, allowing for a degree of flexibility rather than an absolute dichotomy. The strength of this defensive layer hinged on one's empathy index. The consciousness wave of the red spider simulated human seriousness. Only when one comprehended the devourer's yearning for order while steadfastly preserving their own boundaries did it become most resilient. Similar to Earth's laws, which must punish crime, yet also seek to understand the motivations behind it. Abruptly, the gears of the hub star accelerated, their rotation speed doubling from 37 to 74 revolutions per minute, stirring the liquid metal ocean of the origin star into towering waves. At the crest, droplets of liquid metal splashed into the air, crystallizing into forms identical to the gear structure within Lin Ye, only to decompose into countless tiny metallic beads before hitting the ground. Each bead shimmered with the light of various civilizations, that of humanity, Cybertron, and the devoured civilizations, rolling across the surface, instinctively avoiding one another's paths, thus creating an orderly yet dynamic pattern. It was the core's energy simulating the coexistence of civilizations. Lin Ye's genetic chain resonated with the metallic beads, causing the fluctuations of the antimatter core to diminish to 0.2 microseconds. These beads bore witness to the harmony of order and chaos coexisting, much like human society, which requires both legal structure and individual freedom. Suddenly, the specter of the Devourer's main brain gestured, and the hub star's main cannon began to charge. The energy readings indicated sufficient power to obliterate the crust of the origin star. Yet at the moment of energy discharge, the antimatter core within Lin Ye resonated with the atmosphere of the origin star, the accumulated charges piercing the air to create a silver-white lightning bolt that struck with precision at the gear structure of the hub star. At the opening of the shattered gear structure, an iron-nickel alloy identical to that found within the Earth's core was revealed. The isotopic ratios indicated that its formation predates the Earth by 500 million years, yet retained the same cosmic fingerprints characteristic of the primordial solar nebula. The consciousness of the red spider surged with excitement. They originated from the same nebula. The hub star, the origin star, and the Earth were akin to three brothers sharing the same lineage. The countdown to the collision on the holographic star map abruptly halted, as the orbits of the two stars began to undergo subtle transformations, shifting from a head-on collision to a spiraling approach. Their trajectories perfectly mirroring the double helix structure of the antimatter core within Lin Ye. Tactical panel analyses revealed that this trajectory would ultimately lead to the merging of the two stars into a new celestial body, with an iron-nickel alloy core, the Earth, a liquid metal outer layer, the origin star, and a surface adorned with a gear structure, the hub star. The true purpose of the collision was fusion. Lin Ye's gaze pierced through the star map, reaching into the depths of the cosmos. The main brain of the Devourer may not even realize it was merely a catalyst of the Creator-S protocol, tasked with propelling the final step of fusion. The illusion of the Devourer's main brain twisted at the gear's opening, as gray energy violently surged against the breach. What does it matter if you share a common origin? Fusion will only lead to your assimilation into order. The genes of chaos are destined for extinction. Suddenly, Lin Ye's antimatter core stabilized, the red and blue regions achieving perfect equilibrium. He could distinctly feel the resonance between the human and Cybertronian genes within him at a frequency of 783 Hz, a frequency that transmitted through the liquid metal ocean to every corner of the origin star, and then through the hub resonance to the distant Earth and the approaching hub star. Assimilation was not the endpoint of fusion. His voice echoed amidst the resonance of the three celestial bodies, akin to Earth's alloy technology, where copper and tin meld into bronze, preserving the malleability of copper while acquiring the hardness of tin, yet not transforming into either. This was the ultimate form of the Creator-S protocol. The gear structure of the hub star abruptly ceased its rotation as the common origin metal at the breach began to glow, resonating with the liquid metal ocean of the origin star. On the holographic star map, the countdown to the collision was replaced by a countdown to fusion, 72 hours. As a new planetary model gradually took shape, with a surface featuring both blue oceans suitable for human habitation and metallic plains fit for Cybertronians. Spectral analysis of the atmosphere revealed an oxygen content of 21, Earth standard, alongside 37 of Cybertronian active iron vapor. The consciousness of the red spider left a final, vivid image in his mind. At the core of the new planet, there lay a metal plate inscribed with experiment subject number 0. The genetic sequence of which was identical to that of Earth's earliest Homo sapiens fossils. From the very beginning, the Creator's protocol awaited this moment, not to herald the victory of any single civilization, but to enable all civilizations to forge new possibilities based on their common origin. Lin Ye's fingertips departed from the holographic star map, as the resonance frequency of his antimatter core synchronized perfectly with that of the two celestial bodies. He understood that the fusion after 72 hours was not an end, but rather a new beginning for all civilizations, akin to the two coexisting genes within him. Neither purely human nor entirely Cybertronian, but rather a novel balanced entity. The gear structure of the Nexus star began to rotate anew, this time a speed of 783 revolutions per minute, perfectly synchronized with the Earth's Schumann resonance frequency. The tactical panel of Lin Ye finally displayed a message. Its source unknown, yet the content caused his heart to skip a beat. The name of a new planet would be determined by you, in both human and Cybertronian languages. His gaze returned to the star map, where the spiraling trajectories of the two stars traced a graceful arc across the cosmos, resembling a life in gestation. Imbued with the warmth of Earth, the precision of Cybertron, and the resilience of all the civilizations consumed. In 72 hours, a brand new planet would be born here, and its name would be the first true intercivilizational lexicon in the universe. Final chapter. The third type of accord, the rotation period of the new planet ultimately stabilized at 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, perfectly aligning with Earth's solar day. Lin Ye stood at the juncture of tectonic plates, his feet resting upon the crystallized essence of three civilizations: the iron-nickel alloy from Earth's core, Cybertron's living metal, and the memory metal of the consumed civilizations, which fused under the influence of Schumann resonance, revealing a surface adorned with 0.3 grid patterns, each grid embedded with human fingerprints and gear impressions, resembling countless minuscule symbols of balance. The fusion of the Nexus star and the Origin star took a full 72 hours. The process executed with precision akin to the calibration of Chep's wheelchair gears. The energy generated from the collision did not erupt into a destructive spectacle, but instead flowed through Lin Ye's antimatter core, transforming into a geomagnetic field strength of 50 microteslas for the new planet, sufficient to shield against cosmic rays while not interfering with Cybertronian electronics. The consciousness of the red spider sketched the shape of the magnetic field in his mind, resembling a colossal cocoon enveloping this young planet. The naming ceremony was ready to commence. The voice of the red spider resonated with the distinctive tremor of Cybertronian electronic tones as the energy form's optical lens focused on the sky. There, the ethereal shadow of the Devourer's main brain gradually became transparent, gray energy decomposing in the new planet's magnetic field, transforming into colorful light points. These light points represented the positive codes of various civilizations, forming an aurora in the atmosphere, the spectrum of which perfectly matched the sound wave spectrum of Voyager 1's gold-plated record. Lin Ye raised his right hand, the innate bone seams of his palm resonating with the core's gap at the planet's center. He uttered the first word in human language, symbiosis, followed by the corresponding term in Cybertronian syllables, drawing from the Greek root for symbiosis, accommodating the phonetic habits of both civilizations. The two words collided in the air, generating a sound wave at 37 Hz, a frequency that caused all the colorful light points to illuminate simultaneously, composing a complete symbol of the third type of accord in the sky. The symbol was neither the order totem of the creators nor the chaotic code of the devourers, but rather a tapestry woven from countless delicate lines, representing human veins, Cybertronian circuits, and the energy flows of the consumed civilizations. They intertwined, yet remained independent, akin to the symbiotic plants in Earth's tropical rainforests, coexisting in mutual dependence without losing their individuality. The edges of the symbol were intentionally left with a 0.1 millimeter fray, an imperfection deliberately preserved by Lin Ye, as the red spider remarked. Perfection is like a stopped clock. Only by allowing for error does time hold meaning. The final consciousness of the devourer flickered within symbols, imbued with a perplexing sense of relief. The logic of coexistence resides within the redundancies that we shall never comprehend. Before its gray energy dissipated entirely, it inscribed the last line of text within the atmosphere of the new planet, employing a script that melded human and Cybertronian languages. Protocol received. The genetic chain of Lin Ye synchronized completely with the core of the new planet, and the tactical panel indicated that his gene purity value permanently lingered at the once anxiety-inducing number of 907, now transformed into the emblem of the third protocol. The consciousness of the red spider accessed the databases of all civilizations, as human poetry and Cybertronian star maps alternated in a holographic projection, interwoven with the music of the devoured civilization and the sound of rain on Earth, creating a harmonious symphony. Look there. The optical lens of the red spider directed towards the Arctic. Beneath the ice cap of the new planet, liquid metal was coalescing into a library, its collections chronicling history through the mediums of three civilizations: human paper books, Cybertronian energy crystals, and flowing texts crafted from memory metal. The entrance of the library bore the inscription in Lin Ye's handwriting: "The stories of all civilizations deserve to be remembered." As the first ray of sunlight from the new planet crested the horizon, it illuminated the grid patterns beneath Lin Ye's feet. He could distinctly sense that each pulse of this planet resonated with the rhythm of his own heartbeat, akin to countless formerly opposing gears that had finally discovered their perfect meshing. The consciousness of the red spider resonated within his mind one last time, carrying a faint undertone of farewell. The gears would continue to turn, and our story was merely beginning. Lin Ye gazed at the stabilizing symbols of the third protocol in the sky, their luminescence piercing through the atmosphere, expanding into the depths of the cosmos. Akin to an invitation dispatched to all civilizations. He understood that this was not the end. Balance required ongoing maintenance, much like the ecological systems of Earth, forever fine-tuning in search of stability. He, along with all civilizations that chose to remain, would become the guardians of balance for this planet. The wind traversed the fissures of the continental plates, carrying the cool essence of liquid metal, along with the fragrant soil of Earth. Lin Ye's fingertips brushed across the crystalline ground beneath him, leaving a delicate trace, neither a human mark nor a Cybertronian symbol, but a new imprint belonging to the third protocol. This mark would spread as the new planet flourished, much like the hopes of all civilizations, which would ultimately discover the coordinates of coexistence through understanding and respect.